Doesn't
Okay,
matter.
okay.
15 degrees an hour. Just keep that in your head.
Okay. If it's 15 degrees an hour, then that means if it's further out, it must be traveling faster in a linear, not angular. Like it has more distance to cover. Okay. You're following? Yes.
Yes,
If
we were
it's
following you 10 minutes ago.
if it's
Do you know
fa-
what
if it's
solar analemma is?
okay. If it's moving faster linearly, that means in Australia the sun must be zipping by because it has to travel a lot more distance
It's
than it
going
was if
across
it
the
was.
sky at 15 degrees an hour.
Huh?
No, it's
15
going across
degrees
the sky
per
at
hour.
15 degrees an hour.
Still has to move.
The globe says the same. You have to believe the exact same thing for the globe's rotation on its axis,
Well, the entire Earth
because it's
spins.
supposed to be going 1,030 miles per hour at the equator, and slower, right? The further north or south you go. But it's the same angular rate of motion.
I wish I can share my screen. I can't share my screen because I drew something in Microsoft Paint to like illustrate my point. I guess not.
We do not do that here.
Okay. If the sun has to move faster in the southern hemisphere, they would be getting less daylight. Yes or no? But like we're gonna take
degrees per hour.
yes. So okay, 15 degrees per hour, right?
Do you know what a solar analemma is?
I don't know how to. I don't know how to explain basic geometry. If you're
Okay, do you
further
know
out,
what a solar analemma is?
if you have what? If what?
Do you know what a solar analemma is?
No.
Okay, 36 minutes past the hour, I've posted one for you. It's an observation of the sun, photograph taken of the sun every day throughout a year. You'll notice that when you take this photograph of the sun at the same hour, it produces a figure of 8 in the sky. You'll notice that the loop on the right hand side is larger than the loop on the left hand side. The loop on the right hand side is the southern path of the sun, south of the equator. The loop on the left hand side is the path of the sun north of the equator. So you notice how the loops are bigger. There's obviously a change in the way that the sun goes across the earth north and south of the equator, as depicted by the solar analemma.
Okay. Do you see the graphic that old dude posted?
Yes.
Do you see how the circle on the bottom is bigger, and that's wintertime?
Yeah.
Okay, if the circle on the bottom is bigger, it must be traveling faster, right?
Yes.
So they must be getting less daylight, yes?
No, because the sun stays in the sky and moves
How?
across it at 15 degrees an hour.
Okay, at 15 degrees an hour at 100 meters away from the center of rotation is much faster than 1 centimeter away. Like, think about it. Think about the hands of a clock. The ends are moving much faster than the center, right? The center is basically just spinning in place, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the circle on the outside is bigger, it must be moving faster. Therefore, they must be getting less daylight. Yes?
No,
Why not?
because they don't get less daylight because the sun moves across the sky at 15 degrees an hour.
I think we're going in circles. You don't
15
understand.
degrees an hour, you've just created a bigger arc. Therefore, more distance.
Yes.
Still 15 degrees an hour.
More distance, but more
15 degrees an hour. Therefore, longer hot time. Trust us, we're in Australia. Longer hot time in summer. Not good.
Yeah, bigger distance, right? More. You just said it's more distance, right? But it has to travel to the same spot every 24 hours, right? It has to go. No.
Dude,
okay.
How do you get that observation on a ball that I just posted you of 2 different circles with your figure of 8 on observations of the sun? How do you get that? How'd you get that on a ball?
Oh well, actually, the figure of 8 can be determined by do you know about relative noon?
Are you now going to start telling me all about a solar analemma when 2 minutes ago you didn't know what one was?
No, I'm talking about relative noon.
I'm talking about the solar analemma, and I'm asking you how you get a difference in the size of the loops on a ball that is spinning.
Yeah, relative noon.
Size, right? Should be the same size loops.
Well, it depends on where you are in latitude.
It depends on the observation, and it depends on the size of those loops. Doesn't matter if you're north or south of the equator. The loop south of the equator is always bigger than the one north. Now, how do you
Okay.
get this on a ball that spins?
Oh, okay. I don't even want to argue globe. I'm arguing flat Earth, right? I'm
I know.
arguing
I'm just pointing
I'm
it out
arguing.
to you that with regards to your
Permian
question
Earth.
about summertime, we've been here for 15 minutes. You're just not getting it. Now I'm giving you observational evidence that the path of the sun north and south of the equator are different, and I'm asking you, and whilst trying to tell you that this is impossible on a ball. So we can either put a pin in this and move on to something else, or we can go around in circles again and say 15 degrees now about another 5 times.
Okay, well, I think there is an explanation on Earth.
Okay, give it.
There's relative noon. You have relative noon. We set our clocks because this picture with the figure of 8 is set for you're taking a photo every single day at the same time. But because we've all standardized our clock to Greenwich Mean Time, the actual real noon when the sun is the highest in the sky is different, and it's offset by how far you are from Greenwich. And
We
because
don't
of that,
use Greenwich, we use military time, you fucking idiot.
you don't use Greenwich time. What time is it for you right now?
Do you know what UTC is?
It's
Use
it's
Greenwich time. Sydney,
you-
Australia is plus 10 hours.
yes,
We all use from 0 Greenwich time or
yes,
noon,
we do.
whatever you want to call it. So how can we not?
Yeah, that's exactly my point. It's
I think
11.
there's only
Okay,
1 hour difference for 6 months of the year, and I think the
yes,
people taking the observations know this.
it's 11:41 right now in Texas. What time
Oh
is it
my
in? No,
fucking God.
wait, hold on. What time is it in
How
Australia? Is it something 41? Is it something 41? Like
And the
7?
relevance of this is to what?
No,
no,
what time is it? I'm just asking. What time is it in Australia right now? Because in
they
Texas,
got, they got 3 time
It's
zones.
It's 3:41 where I am
oh,
in Queensland, but it's completely irrelevant. If you listen to Jedi, mate, this would have actually been resolved about 10, 15 minutes ago. So please actually listen to what he's saying, okay?
okay, I'll listen.
I mean, I've
4:12
gone over it
p.m.
5
in Adelaide.
times. So you haven't got it. I don't know yet. I mean, if you're also going to ask, what time is it in Australia? Is it 42 minutes past the hour? In the middle of Australia, no, it's not 42 minutes past the hour at all. It's 12 minutes past the hour because they have half an hour time zone. Did you know that?
Yes, but it's still
Yeah,
off
that's
of
right.
Greenwich.
It's 12 past 4 here.
It's 1.5 hours past Greenwich, right? It's still off of Greenwich, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is this phenomenon of the loop of the figure 8 is because of relative noon mixing
No,
with
it's not
actual
to
noon.
do with relative noon.
Okay,
It's
well,
to do with making sure that you take a photograph of at the same time every single day, or at the same like Monday of a week, so you can at least get 12 to 24 photographs of the sun.
but your
And they're not
time
going to
is
get confused because they wake up one morning, it's British summertime already, and they take their photograph an hour fucking later. You know the Analema can also be observed with the moon.
but if I'm basing my noon off of Greenwich,
It's irrelevant.
then
You can do it
Just
any
deduct an
time.
hour.
well, I guess this isn't even really my argument. I was talking about seasons, and I still haven't had an explanation.
Sun, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. This is why you have an angular tilt on the Earth of 23.4 degrees. These are relative because it's 23.4 degrees north and south of the equator where the tropics are. The northern and
Okay.
southerly ground position of the sun.
So this is going to be the last time, I guess. I'm just going to go step by step, okay? The sun moves to the Tropic of Cancer in the summertime, in the wintertime for the northern hemisphere, right? Yes or no? It moves further out to the southern hemisphere. It moves in a bigger circle. Yes or no? No, there's no.
The bigger circle can be depicted in the Analema. Yes.
Just yes. It's a bigger circle. Yes.
Yes, which can be depicted in
Okay.
the solar Analema and the
So the
lunar
next step.
Analema too.
So the next step is a bigger circle has more distance than a smaller circle. Yes.
Oh my God.
Well, do you see what I'm saying? I don't understand how you don't understand what I'm saying.
I know,
Like
we
I'm
understand what you're saying. We've answered you 5 times. You just still rinse and repeating
well,
again.
you
Like
keep talking
nothing's
about
happened.
angular
You don't
time.
understand.
You keep talking about angular time, but angular time or angular velocity. You keep talking about it's still 24 hours to make a full loop, and that's the whole thing I'm saying is that in angular velocity, yes, it still takes 24 hours to make a full loop, but for people living in Australia, the sun needs to be whizzing by because it needs to cover a larger distance. That's my whole point. It
All
needs
right.
to
Are
cover
there
a
any
larger.
Australians in the room?
Yes, there was one right there.
I'm not asking you. Are there
Okay.
any Australians in the room? Is Timbo T Dubs
Yeah.
here?
Yeah.
All right,
That's right.
guys. Now, Timbo said this to me before with regards to how quickly nighttime comes in the summer. In the northern hemisphere, where I live, for example, we have long, extended evenings in the summer where the sun doesn't even go down until 10 o'clock in the evening. Can you explain to me what it's like for summer in Australia? Is the transition between daytime and nighttime slow or quick?
Quick. So I'd say the sun's probably going down here around 7:30, 8 p.m.
Thank you. See, in the northern hemisphere, the sun don't go down until like 10 o'clock in the evening. That sun goes across the sky quite fast. The transition from daytime to nighttime happens quickly, and the sun's already gone down before 8 o'clock in the summer. In the summer.
Yes. But in the wintertime, I have to ask the Australian
Oh
again.
my god, it's like he didn't fucking get it. I can't do it, guys. Someone else help him.
Well, I'm asking an honest question. You don't understand what I'm saying. You keep asking like I don't understand, but like it's geometry. Bigger circle, longer distance. Correct? Yes or no?
I've
Bigger
just
circle.
helped you.
Hands of a clock, bro.
I've just helped
Yes,
you
yes.
by
Bigger circle.
explaining the path of the sun. You said it goes across the sky quicker. I've
Yes.
given you the comparison. The Australians have answered. Sun goes down pretty quickly down here, Jedi. Yeah, it doesn't go down here pretty quickly, northern hemisphere. So if you're looking for a change in velocity and you're talking about the geometry, you've got your answer. You just
No,
haven't
actually,
heard it.
you're right. No, actually, you're right. You're right. The sun doesn't go down quicker here in the northern hemisphere, but it's going down really quick in the southern hemisphere, which doesn't make sense if the sun is moving
Traveling
around.
faster,
Yes, if the sun is traveling faster, then that wouldn't make
then
sense for the northern
it would
hemisphere.
happen. If the sun was traveling faster, then the change from daylight to nighttime would happen
Faster.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hope you've answered your own question now.
Well, I'm. It's really. I mean, I could ask again, but you're going to get frustrated because you haven't. It's not satisfying. There's no satisfying answer that you've given.
Who gives a shit if you're satisfied with what we can actually explain and justify in reality?
Step. Okay. Step by step.
Look,
There's-
if you want explanations, just go to the globe. It gives you plenty of explanations. They're all false, as determined already by your conversation with Alpha, where he went through the core claims that the globe makes, and none of them could be validated. So
Well,
go ahead and lap up your false explanations. We're not here to give you those, though.
I really wish I could like write something out or like really geometrically show what I'm talking about. I feel like nobody really is like understanding my point.
I'll offer you some great advice, young fella. Stop trying to combine the two models, or
I'm not.
for lack of better words, because it will fuck with your head.
Hi.
And not only that, mate, as well. Okay, not only that as well. Maybe you say you're not. Everyone here with half a brain cell, a couple of neurons to rub together, understand what you are asking, what you are saying. You have been answered again and again and again from Heretic, from Jedi, from everybody, and it is you that's not listening, mate. You're not listening to the answers
am
you're given.
listening.
You keep rolling back to the same questions again and again and again. It's been told to you again and again and again. So, go if you want actual supposed answers. then stick with the globe model, because we only deal in what is proven scientifically here. We don't deal in assumption, speculation, any of that shit. We can speculate, but we don't use it as proof. So go for the globe proofs, man, because that'll give you the answers that you so sorely want.
Well, I'm using your
so
model.
he has listened to the answers. I know you said he didn't listen to the answers. He's listened to the answers. The answers just don't make any sense.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
That's the problem.
So us saying, Conqueror, so us saying that we don't actually have a scientifically proven answer, and the globe doesn't either, doesn't make sense. Yet he keeps coming again and again and again. I want a satisfying answer. How much clearer can it be made? Do we need to dumb the English right down? Like it's really friggin' clear what we've been trying to say.
The
You're
problem
saying
is
the flat
that
Earth doesn't.
About what topic?
he's mixing with the belief that he holds about what the sun is in the heliocentric model and bringing that to a flat disk, and then he's creating the Strawman in the imagination and say
No.
it doesn't make sense.
No, that's not what I'm doing.
Bro, you don't know what the sun is. You don't know the medium that it's in.
I'm trying.
You don't
Okay,
know. Excuse me, I'm in the middle of my sentence. So you don't know what the sun is. You don't know the medium that is in. The medium between you and it. So you're having these preconceived ideas of what it should be doing, the way it should be looking, but you don't know what the sun is and how it operates. So everybody has a problem there, because the observation that we do in reality and the phenomena that we observe as the sun, it does what it does, no matter what your opinion is, no matter what your beliefs are. Okay, so that's the way it works.
Yep.
Yes, and I'm asking.
How far do you think the sun actually is? I know you don't know. Obviously, you haven't measured the sun, but
You don't know.
How far do you think it is? I asked you a question. Why are you reflecting it back on me? I'm just asking you a question. I said you probably don't know.
You say I don't know, right? Because you don't know I don't know, and I know you don't know. So
why do you feel
got
that
the
you
answer.
could deflect the question on me?
You
No,
already have the answer.
Underhaven.
Well, how do you think it's like how far away? Like, is it outside of Earth? Is it inside of Earth? Is it?
You don't know if it's the reflection of a reflection.
I just can someone stop me? How about this?
What does that mean?
I'm gonna go step by step, and just stop me. Stop me when I'm wrong. Okay, I'm just gonna go step by
Why did you
step.
stop Conqueror when he asked if the sun was inside the Earth?
Yeah, the sun is inside of the Earth.
That's what he asked.
Is it inside the Earth?
The Earth has a core. So
Why are you asking that?
No, it makes a lot of sense.
Question: why are you asking why?
It makes a lot of sense to whom?
The Earth has a molten core.
Is it inside the Earth? Where is it at? Is it inside the container? My bad. Gas pressure requires a container, so is it inside the container?
Why is that cool? Yeah, the molten core of the Earth that you're talking about is
different
Has
material.
anyone seen the core of the Earth before?
Listen. The molten core that you're talking about is part of a depiction, a cartoon that you saw in a book. It's not what is in reality below your feet. You just saw it in a book
what in reality,
as a cartoon, and you're saying the Earth,
I think all
this
knowledge
cartoon.
that's just in
Remember,
books is not real.
the globe Earth that you see in the books,
I'm just
that
asking
depiction.
I'm just asking you in other instances. Do you think that it applies to everything in books?
No,
What
it
about a
doesn't.
Superman
Not to
comic?
everything.
So it only applies to this specific fact.
Listen, remember, you gotta remember this.
Non-fact, sir.
Nobody knows.
I mean, I'm
Nobody's
just
been
wondering
to.
if you just think that everything in books is not real.
Well, depiction. Remember, when you depict a chicken, you can make chicken salad with that depiction of the chicken, right? So the chicken in the book is not the chicken that you go to the farm and buy.
But that's
and
just
eat.
semantics.
It's not the same
though.
thing.
No, dude,
Really?
Argisi, were you hoping us to celebrate your gullibility and naivety?
No, I was hoping that you would just take it as fact.
No, I don't believe everything I see in a book.
Is it not common knowledge that that's the truth?
No, you wanna know the knowledge about the core of the Earth? And in reality, man has only digged 7 miles. So whatever belief is beyond that is only that, a belief, an imagination.
Drills go farther than 7 miles.
Nobody has been. Nobody has been through to that 3,000 miles distance.
Borehole is the deepest hole, and I think it's about 12.7
Is there a black
kilometers,
space
something like
outside
that.
of Earth, or outside the container?
Let's
Outside
talk
the
about
bubble?
your
Hey,
mum.
yeah, calm your
Can someone
gish
stop
gallop.
me?
You guys are all going to get banned, just like Christina Aguilera said. So
Can someone stop me
What do we do? We ask a
when my
question.
logic is done? Can someone
Yeah,
stop me?
sure.
Yeah, stop
Okay,
speaking
okay.
nonsense.
And I don't want this
stop
again.
gish gallop, scatter gunning. If you guys are the intellectual superiority club, then prove it with your patience.
Okay.
I warn you
okay.
this though. You're asking us to stop with your logic. As soon as you say the word the sun, I'm going to stop you.
Well, then there's like not
Why?
even any. Why I can't say the sun?
Because you're going to have to tell us what the sun is. This is what Gemsy was trying to point out. Under Heaven's Earther, you might have an idea that the
So
sun
if you
has.
say that you don't know what the sun is,
Okay.
Jedi?
Like,
No.
dude.
Okay. And the thing is I'm gonna continue. You're right. But I'm gonna say I don't want this again. That again. I want actual explanations. Okay. I agree to your terms. As soon as I say the sun, you can stop me. But I don't want I explained it to you already. I want a thorough explanation. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, that's the one.
Maximan, it depends what you're talking about, because if you're talking about things here on the ground on the realist level and how things operate down here, yeah, we know a lot about that stuff. But you
Okay.
asking stuff about the heavens above, nobody in here has been up there. The only thing we can do about the luminaries is do observations from the ground, and then we can talk about that. But what it is, what it's made of, the distances, the makeup, the sizes, nobody here knows. Nobody on the world knows.
Okay.
You're
Well
saying that
then,
there's we're in a
when
container and there's heaven above.
okay, when either I mess up or you don't know, then stop me. Okay. So I'm gonna start
Where's
from the
the edge
beginning.
of the universe, Hot Shots?
Huh?
I said, hey, Hot Shots, where's the edge of the universe?
I don't know.
Did anyone ever claim there's an edge of the universe? I mean,
There would have to be if it's ever expanding, would it not?
Mm-hmm.
So where is it?
No.
And have you been there?
Really far. It's really far.
What is it made of?
Oh,
What is
how do
the
you know?
what is the
What's
edge of the
define really far?
Well, okay,
Listen.
I subscribe.
What is
Imagine-
the edge? What is the edge of the
I'm not
universe
saying
made of,
we
and
don't
how
know.
big is it?
We don't know. In the same way you don't know about the
There
seasons.
you go.
We don't know.
Yeah,
It's
and you
funny
don't
because
know
we're
that you're
on
in a
Earth.
water ball.
We're
Wake
not
up.
outside the universe. We're within Earth, though.
Exactly.
Okay. I'm gonna start. Right. Okay.
Except that
and
there's like two different things. Like it's talking about
Preliminary.
what we're in, as in space,
Conqueror,
and then talking about
Conqueror,
like
you
outside the
asked
universe.
if the sun was in the earth.
Yeah.
So you're
We
out.
can't even get out of our own solar. Yeah, we
So-
can't get out of our
You
own
can't
solar
even get out
system.
of your
And
own
you expect us
bullshit.
to know
So
everything
you're
that's
out.
outside the
You
universe.
thought there was a possibility the sun was inside the earth. So you're out.
Okay.
But
I'm
we're
gonna
inside
start.
a container then.
I'm gonna start preliminary.
The
Right.
antecedent to gas pressure, yeah, you're breathing air.
This is the preface. Right? This is a question, just yes or no. The tip of the clock arm is moving faster than the center. Yes or no?
Yep. Radius is long, so circumference is. Yep.
Yeah, the tip of the arm on a clock is moving faster than the center, closer to the center of the clock. Yes?
No.
No?
Okay, I see where you're going.
It's not?
No.
What do you mean by moving?
Linearly. Linearly, it has more distance to travel. The tip of the arm.
Yes.
Okay. So, if the seasons are caused by this picture that old man, one of the ideas that you guys are posting.
You asked you're going to do an affirming the consequent formological fallacy.
What's wrong with? Well, I'm asking about your model.
No, you're gonna say if this then that.
Yes.
No,
What's wrong with that?
when you say your model, you're talking about
What's
a
wrong with that?
conception that you have in your head.
That's not a logical fallacy.
Listen, when you start saying your model, you're imagining this thing in your mind, and then you're adding pieces from whatever ideas you have.
That's actually called logic.
Okay, then what's
and
wrong?
you're constructing a falsehood in your brain, and you're saying your model in your head.
Okay. Then tell me what's wrong with if my model, if my idea of your model disagrees with your actual model, let me know. Okay.
There is no model.
We don't have a model.
You
There
don't
is
have
no
a
model.
model.
You
Okay.
don't need one. Reality. You don't need a model of reality. You just have reality.
What do you mean you don't get a model of reality? What do you mean by that?
You don't need it. Do you wake up every day and where is my model? I can't do anything without the model.
It's
We've
not
got
about the.
No,
It's
you
not
it's
about not doing
you live your
anything. It's
life
about
without a model.
understanding.
It's just to represent how the Earth
Wait,
looks like.
understanding or
It's called an
imagining?
axiom, dude. Haven't you
There's
ever
no
heard of
explanation.
an
He's just
axiom?
saying
There's
that.
no assuming.
You need to have a thought. You need to have a model in your brain
Yeah.
to understand
No.
spatial
What Under Heaven
concepts.
is saying
No, you
is,
don't.
who knows? Who knows
It's
about the
like
model? Let's
I
just
know how
forget
my
it.
house
Yeah,
looks like,
stop
and I
the
make a
Just
gassing,
model of my
JP.
house.
Let's
Stop
just
the
forget
People
casting.
it.
would explain it in a math equation,
You
but
you
your
want
kids
us to
don't
replace
understand
your cartoons with another cartoon, and that's not gonna happen.
I'm
What
asking
cartoons are you
questions.
talking
That's all
about,
I'm
dude?
doing. Is
that.
I'm
It's
asking
only a
questions.
cartoon because people like you can't understand the actual
Yeah.
mathematics behind it, dude.
I
Well,
haven't
that
even
is
No.
not
gotten
why
past
it
the
is.
Earth.
And
That's
yet
what
you
it
still
is.
refuse to
You
even
always
I
look
want
it
to
haven't.
up.
derail or degrade words, call it
I haven't
cartoons.
even
It's
gotten
not,
past the
dude.
second question.
Listen, Conqueror. Just because it's highlighted that it requires a great deal of naivety and gullibility is not degrading.
Mhm.
That's the fact of the matter
You're
here.
calling it a cartoon to degrade it. That's what
Listen,
you're doing.
Conqueror, picture the
Jesus.
solar system. Conqueror, picture, you know the solar system that you're thinking about that you want us to replace with the flat Earth model? You know the solar system? Picture it. What do you see in your mind?
What do you mean picture it?
Yeah, picture the solar
I thought
system.
there
What do you
wasn't a
see?
model. I thought there wasn't a model.
The heliocentric model?
Yeah, what do you see when you picture the solar system? What do you see in your mind? What do you see?
Heliocentric model?
Yeah, have you ever drawn it yourself, like the sun, the planets around it? Have you ever make that
Have I
drawing
ever
yourself?
what? Have I ever? You mean have I ever
If
what?
it was a test, a question on the test, what would your crown drawing look like, Conqueror?
What, my drawing of the heliocentric model?
Good God,
Yeah.
the repetition, dude. What is that?
You
Yeah,
remember?
I would draw how I thought the heliocentric model looked like.
Yeah, exactly. So you
And
draw the
what would that
sun, you
look
draw the
like?
planets, and then you draw the Earth, and you paint it like blue and green, right?
Okay. Okay.
So yeah, how
Smiley
does it look
faces
like?
on Saturn.
I didn't
How
even
does it
get
look
past.
like? Does it?
I didn't even
Hey,
get past my
Conqueror,
question.
Conqueror, can you Google search the solar system right now? Can you Google it?
These are like, I mean, I'd rather talk about Earth and the shape of Earth.
Me
I
too.
want to talk
Me
about
too.
flat Earth.
Yeah, let's talk
I,
about Earth. Good idea. Good idea. Let's talk
I
about
want to talk
Earth.
about
You
flat
say that
Earth.
there's a heaven above Earth. Where'd you get to that conclusion?
I want to talk
How'd
about
you
flat
conclude
Earth
that?
model.
You said you were a
Electro-opticals.
conqueror. Where did you get to that conclusion?
Under Heavener, why did you get interrupted? What'd you say?
What did I say?
Something.
I said
You
I
said
thought
something.
you were
I
a
asked you how
You
you
said your
concluded
name is a
there was
conqueror.
heaven above
What's
Earth.
up with that? You've conquered shit.
Can I
He's
get back to
conquered
my
his
questions?
dreams.
Can I get back to my
I've
questions?
been conquered.
I don't know. Can you? Let's
So,
come
so
on.
Conqueror,
Let's move on, people.
Okay.
24/7.
remember the cartoon. Just Google solar system, and you're gonna see the cartoons that I'm talking about.
So the tip of the clock hand moves faster than the center? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Yes. Right? If the tip of the clock hand was the sun, it would
What's the
have to
sun?
move it has to move faster.
What's the sun?
No, it's a ball. Whatever
What's
you
the
agree.
sun?
Whatever you think. What is the sun? I'm
Don't
asking
know.
you.
Whatever you think.
A ball.
Whatever you think. Whatever you
Don't
think.
know.
I agree. I agree. Whatever you think the sun is, it's only 1,000 miles away. I agree. Okay.
Wait, what?
It's moving faster though, right? It has to move faster. That's my whole point, right? Do
Okay.
you agree? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Whatever
As
you say,
demonstrated,
bro.
as demonstrated by the analemia, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So if it moves faster, then either A, the daylight must be changing, or B, the time from noon to noon, the total daylight, the time it takes for the sun to go around, must change. Those are the only two options, neither of which we see.
15 degrees per hour.
Yes, I agree. But the sun, we established before the first question that the tip of the clock hand must move faster linearly than the center of the clock, right? Even if it's 15 degrees an hour. That's the difference between angular velocity and linear velocity. That's literally the difference, right?
Well, I'll help you eliminate one. How often do you change your clock?
Twice a year, daylight savings or whatever.
Yeah, right.
So what does that have to do with anything?
Well, obviously the time doesn't fucking change, does it? So what else must there be?
Well, I'm saying that the sun must be moving faster, or there must be difference in daylight. That's my whole argument. You can't reconcile both. That's my whole argument. In
If
season,
if the sun is this imaginary thing in your mind, it should look different.
if it's moving faster, though, is it not moving faster because it has
Listen,
to
you're moving
travel more?
away from the observed phenomena, from reality, the way it works, and making hypotheticals in your imagination and
No,
talking
I'm
about
trying to
that.
understand. I'm understanding your model, right? Your flat Earth model.
What model? Can you post the model in the text so I can take a look at it?
Old
Can you
dude did it
post it?
for
We
me.
don't have a model. You guys don't have a model either. This is at least the fifth time I've heard someone say it to you, mate. Neither of us have a model.
Why are you lying?
No,
Why are you
no.
lying? You know we do. You just want us to post it so you can ask us a million fucking questions. You know we do. Why are you
No,
lying?
What?
you do
You
have
don't
a
have a
model.
model. What are you talking
You-
about?
Lying. Where's your model? Where's your model? Wow, you don't know
The
where
model
it
is
is.
that the
That's
sun
surprising.
is only 1,000 miles away, right? That's the model that you guys
Left.
have.
No, not
Huh?
right. Left.
It's only 1,000 miles, or how many miles away is the
Only?
sun?
We should
Who fucking
as many
knows?
miles as you want. How about kilometers or
Okay,
meters
kilometers.
or
How many?
centimeters?
Okay, let me ask an honest question. How many kilometers do you think it is away?
No, let's talk about in centimeters. How many centimeters is
Never
away?
measured it,
How
mate.
many? I don't know. I'm asking you. If I'm being if I want to
I
convert,
don't know.
well then, okay. Well, even
You're saying it's
even if
my
you don't.
model, but you add in these variables to my model.
Okay,
but
okay. Even if you
just
don't.
adding it
Okay,
without my
say
Yeah.
it's
consent.
1,000.
How far is it? How far do you think the sun is?
Say it's 1,000. Say it's a
No, I'm
million.
asking you. How far do you think the sun is?
Yes, yes. I'm saying it
Yes,
doesn't matter.
yes, yes,
No, no, no.
yes. What the?
Okay, well,
Maximum.
if you give me 10 seconds, 10 seconds, 10 seconds. Even
10
if,
seconds is not a distance.
well, you have to give me 10 seconds to
Hey,
elaborate
Maximum.
my
No,
That's
but the
30
thing is,
seconds now.
that's
Okay, okay.
the
He has to
distance.
look up how much he's told the sun is.
No,
Distance.
that's what I'm
Listen,
saying.
listen,
Even,
but the
wait,
distance,
hold on.
Yes,
Maximum.
the sun is
No,
a
you.
star.
No,
The
no.
sun is a 93 million distant mile star. Does that make you happy? What the?
No.
Shake yourself if you think the sun is a star, sir.
Old Hoss,
Wake up.
listen. No, Old Hoss. All I'm saying
What do
No,
you
I'm
think the
not
sun
going
is?
to
Wait, hold
listen.
on. Most flat earthers
Please,
don't even know what the sun is. So
please.
what do you think the sun is if
You
it's
don't
not
know
star?
what it is.
Who the fuck knows what it
Ask you a
is?
question. What is the sun if it's not
I
star?
don't
All I'm
know.
saying, it doesn't matter if it's
You don't know
1,000
either, do you?
miles or
No.
100,000 miles. No,
But you
wait.
think you
Question.
know.
What are you saying?
Old Hoss,
You
Old
think
Hoss.
You made
you
a
know,
presupposition.
Einstein.
You said the sun is not a star, but you didn't
Hey,
explain what the sun
Conqueror,
was.
you think you've conquered the
You don't know
answer
what
to
something
that
is. How can you say
question?
what it isn't?
Conqueror,
That's
do you not think you've conquered
Hold
the
on.
answer to that question?
Where's the logic?
Forget Conquer.
Where's the
Forget
logic
Conquer.
here?
Old Hoss,
Uh,
Old Hoss. Well,
Yeah, hold on a
genuine.
second. I got it. Hold on. Patience. It's a
Go ahead.
virtue. Let me ask the hotshot conqueror. Do you not think the sun is a 93 million mile distant star?
That's not what I'm worried about. You said that
No,
it's not
that's
a
what
star.
I'm worried
I'm wondering
about.
how you got to that conclusion.
I'm asking
So
how
how did you
you
get to the
got
conclusion
to
that it's not a
that.
star?
I'm asking
So we're
you
both not
how
going to
you
answer the
got
question.
to. Dude, how do you know the
Who
sun?
said that I said that the Earth is
All right, let's back
the
it
sun
up.
is
All
93
right, let's
million
back it
miles
up.
away?
Can we, Conqueror? No conquering for 10 seconds. Let's back it up. We
Okay.
both got the same story that the sun was a 93 million mile distant star. How do you know that story is legit? I got the story
When
too.
did I say it was legit? I never claimed it
What
was.
are you doing then? Are you creating your own cosmology?
What I'm doing
Are
is
you
questioning the fact that you said
creating your own
the sun
cosmology?
is not a
Because there's
star.
probably better
Hold on,
servers
don't
for
interrupt
that.
me. Don't interrupt me. Calm down.
You
You said the
interrupt
sun
me,
is not a star.
homeboy.
How did you come to that conclusion? How did you
Now
come
I'm
to that
asking you,
conclusion?
that's
You're
a
dodging the main
reversal of
question
the
here.
burden of what we know the sun to be. The sun is claimed to be a 93 million mile distant star. How do you know that's legit?
But you don't think it's a star, and I
I
don't care
don't know
about the
what the
distance. You said
fuck
it's
it
not a star.
is.
How do you know? How do you
Listen,
know if it's not a star?
I'm not the only one. There are globe scientists who are very respected who will admit that they don't know what the sun is.
Yes.
So how do
Okay.
you know that the sun is 93 million mile distant star? How do you know
Why
that?
are you making a straw man? It's not even a straw
That's
man because
not
I
a
didn't even.
straw
You're just
man, bro.
completely
That's
making.
the
You're
claim.
making an argument for me that I never even made
Time out.
myself.
So
You're
what are
saying,
you
how do you
doing? Are
know that
you
the sun is 93 million
Conqueror?
miles away star? Never claimed
Conqueror.
any of those things. You were
Okay,
literally making
Conqueror. Then
You're making your own argument and attacking.
are you here? Are you here creating your own cosmology? Then, Conqueror.
No, I never said the star was 93 million miles away. Never said any of
So
that.
what are you, a rogue? You've gone rogue to the mainstream claims?
No, I was asking you questions.
I'm
Because you said the
asking
sun
you
is
a
not a star.
question. Have you gone rogue
Where do you think the?
from
Let
the
me ask you,
mainstream claim?
where do you think the sun is?
Oh my lord, dude. It's
No.
above me when I get a tan. Have you
Yeah,
gone rogue from
Ignore
the
Conqueror.
93
Where do
million
you think
mile
the sun
distant
is?
star claim?
Wait, just ignore
Where do you
Conqueror.
think the sun is?
Is that the state of 2024 where the globe enthusiasts have gone rogue from the 93 million mile star claim?
Where do you think the sun is?
You know what, Conqueror? The reason is because when you get a tan, you know you're not getting tanned by a 93 million mile distant star. You're just too
Wait,
proud.
how do you know that?
Well, because I know you tan. You sound like it.
What about tanning? Makes
What's
you
wrong with
think
What
that
tan?
about
the sun is way
tanning?
closer
What's
than
wrong
you're
with
telling.
being brown? You know, like what's wrong with being
Well,
brown?
that's what I'm asking you. How do you know you're
No,
being
Maximum,
tanned
he's
by
saying that like
how,
you tanning
Conqueror?
proves that the sun is not as far as we're saying it is. Well, then
Okay,
I mean,
Conqueror.
what is
Let me
your
ask
evidence
you.
against?
Let me ask you. How do you know you're being tanned by a 93 million mile distant star?
I know I'm being tanned by the sun.
he saw it
because
in
the
a
sun is the
book.
only thing
There
that
you
lightens the sun.
go. There you go, pal. You're in the same boat as
Again, you're
me.
making your own. I understand people
We're
that make straw
equally
mans at least are not as worse as people that make
Conqueror.
up arguments that someone never made. What are you
Conqueror.
doing? You're making up
We're
arguments that
equally
someone never made.
ignorant as what Conqueror. You and I are equally ignorant as to what the sun is.
So you have no idea, huh? No
Yes,
idea.
I
I
agree.
can
I
I
agree.
can speculate till the cows come home.
I
And
agree.
You
We're
have no
equally
idea.
ignorant. Yes, I agree. We're
Can we
equally
reach a
ignorant.
consensus though? Because I have a video here I can show you, so we can reach a
You don't
consensus. So
know.
is the sun
I
within?
don't know. You
Earth
and
contain?
those other hotshots can pretend to know. You
Conqueror.
won't even
Conqueror.
answer
Okay.
the
Does it out?
question that you're
How about
being
this?
tanned by a
How
93
about this?
million mile distant star because you know it's
Yeah. Okay.
absurd.
Conqueror. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Conqueror. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold
Go ahead.
on.
Go ahead.
yeah,
Go ahead.
Conqueror, you've been Conqueror. Listen to Maximin.
Okay. Oh,
No one conquers me.
Old Hoss. You said that we both don't know the true nature of the sun, right?
Yeah. Do you know you're being? How do you know you're being tanned
I
by a
don't.
93
I
million mile
don't.
distant star?
I
Okay.
don't.
Conversation over. Talk to someone else.
No. I have some questions, right? That's all I'm saying.
Because he doesn't want to
So
answer questions. See, that's what.
wait, hold on. The first, like I said, I'm going to go back to the first question. The center of a clock is moving slower linearly than the outside hands, right? Do you agree with that?
That's been answered already multiple
Yes.
times.
Is it yes? Is it a yes?
Well,
I
dude,
said yes. I said yes.
Okay. If it's a yes, then
Is
if
the
the
sun a
sun
clock?
the sun is moving further out.
You seem to be
Well, I'm trying to highlight the problem, right? That's what I'm saying is that
Yeah, the
if the sun is
problem,
not a
your
problem.
problem.
yes,
You're having a problem. The sun
yes,
is doing
Good
what it
problem.
does without your problem. The sun, it doesn't matter how many problems you got, the sun is gonna do what it does.
but how do you conceptualize what the sun is doing?
The
It
thing is
doesn't
that
matter. It
you
doesn't
want to
matter. It
ask
doesn't
about
matter.
the speed. Listen, Maximum, you want to ask about the speed, right? Or the distance, but
No.
you still have to take into account other variables like the medium that is in, the medium between you and the object, the makeup of it, and a lot of other things that you don't know. So you're just gonna say,
Yes.
"Oh, what is the distance?" And you're gonna go with that, even though you're missing a bunch of other things that you don't know
Okay.
of.
Okay, but I'm saying geometrically it has to move faster, right? That's all. This is like I'm taking steps, right? This is the first step. It has
Geometrically,
to.
what is the geometry of the sun? What is the geometry of the
If the
sun?
circle it has to move closer to the southern hemisphere. If it's moving to the Tropic of Cancer, it has to travel a bigger circle, right? Yes or no?
It's doing circles in the sky, yeah.
Okay, so the
I
circle
mean, no
is bigger.
circles, no perfect. We're doing circles,
Oh,
but that's not a
ellipses or
circle.
whatever. Does it have to travel longer distances? That's my real question. Does it have to travel longer distances?
Yeah, but you don't know if what if if the sun is a reflection of a reflection? You don't know that. What if you look in at
Well, that's
multiple
Occam's razor.
reflections?
Well, now you're just presupposing so many things. Like this
You're
is this could be.
presupposing a
You
bunch
said
of
the sun
things.
was a ball.
Well, you're
Yes, it is a ball.
you're presupposing more things than I'm presupposing.
Oh, more
You're,
things.
yes, you're presupposing it's a
What makes you
reflection
think
of a
the sun is
reflection.
not a ball, old Hossard? Makes
You're
you think the sun is
presupposing
not a
it's
ball.
93 million miles
He
away.
said it was a ball.
Even actually, even if it was a
What
reflection,
makes you think the Earth is?
reflection.
I mean, the sun is flat now too. Like, come on,
Even
man.
Oh, good
okay,
God.
It has to
even
be.
Talk about straw man.
even if it was a reflection
Flat,
of a reflection,
flat
say
Earth, flat sun.
even if
What's the sun, Hotshot?
What
I'm
is it?
asking,
What is it
I
made
can't
of?
believe we had this crosstalk after the Conqueror already got fucking put in his place. He admitted he didn't know what the sun is. Now he's going to
No
tell me
one
what
put
it
me in that
is.
place.
no, I'm asking
Wait, are
you.
you going to tell
You
me
said
what
I
the
didn't
sun
know.
is now?
I'm asking you.
Well, who
What
are
is
you guys to tell us what the sun is? Have you guys lost your minds?
no, I'm asking. Imagine
Where
I'm
did
trying
you
to
guys
convert.
get this information for the love of the risen Christ?
I saw
Imagine
the
I'm
What's
sun,
trying to
going
man. I
on with
talked
you
convert.
to the sun
two?
the other
No.
day.
Listen,
It's a ball. I don't know what the fuck it is, but
old
it's a
Hoss,
ball,
old
right?
Hoss. Imagine I'm trying to convert to believing in.
No, please don't.
I was already brainwashed by that fucking cult.
Okay.
Einstein. Do you not think I was not
Maximum, it's crazy how you're
wrapped up
still
in that
trying to have a coherent
indoctrination?
conversation with someone who's incoherent and can't maintain a conversation. It's just crazy to
Yo,
me how
you'll be
you're trying
fine.
to.
You'll be fine, Conqueror. Just cool your roll, dude. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Cool.
Okay,
It's funny.
but old Hoss,
It is
genuinely,
funny, isn't it, Conqueror? And I'm laughing.
Ignore Conqueror.
No,
Old Hoss.
the cope is real. Let him share his pain. It's important.
What I'm saying
No one's
is
sharing anything.
genuinely.
What the hell are you talking about then?
Talking about how you said the Earth, the sun is not a sphere or
Share your
How do
pain.
you know
What
that?
is the sun?
How do you know that? I'm asking you.
How
How
do
do you
you
know that? You're
know
making
what? How
claims and you
do you
can't tell me
know?
how you know.
How do you know?
I observe the sun. It's spherical.
You
What are you
observe the
talking
sun to
about?
be a sphere. Hey, I
Yes,
have a
the sun
bridge in
is
Brooklyn.
more.
Would you like to buy it?
Maximum disagrees with you. Maximum said it was a circle, Conqueror.
Neither of them know what it is, but they don't know what it is, but they do know what it is.
No. Old Hoss, I'm trying to use what your model, and I know you don't have a model, but
What
assuming
model?
the Earth. Yes, I know. But
Have you
assuming
guys
the
ever
Earth,
been outside?
assuming the Earth is flat is a model. That's an idea. That's a model.
You save your prayers for later, Conqueror.
Okay, but really, Conqueror, you're messing things up. I'm trying to go step by step, right?
It's a
never gonna
common
listen to you.
spiral.
He's never gonna listen
I know.
to you. Like,
Okay,
you obviously
Conqueror.
know he's never gonna listen.
I know, but 20 seconds. Step by step. This is the first step. The arms of the clock are going faster, correct?
No.
Yes?
Shut up, you goddamn bonehead.
No, they're not. They're not.
I don't
moving
get it.
faster.
You have
the
these
speed of a
answers,
hand
yet
on an
you
analog
keep
clock.
asking
Is that what
questions.
you're talking about?
The
speed
this
of the arm on a clock is constant throughout its length. Sorry.
angularly, but not linearly.
No, it moves at a uniform rate around the center. This means that angularly, the speed is the
15%.
same. It only appears to move faster at the end, but it's not. It's appearing to due to the greater distance it has to travel, but its
Angularly.
angular speed is the same. It's a uniform rate around the center of the clock.
Yes, I agree. But
So no, it doesn't move faster.
no. But that's the exact thing I'm saying. Angularly, right? If the circle
No, angularly it doesn't move faster. It moves at the same speed. It only appears to due to the distance that the outside of the hand has to cover when you're looking at it. But in reality, it's constant throughout its length and the angular speed is the same.
Okay, so
Maximum, earlier you just walked it back. Earlier you were saying the outside does move quicker, so it's one or the other, dude. Pick one.
It does. Okay,
Shut up, you goddamn fucking bonehead.
So if I urge you guys to look up because this is like physics 101.
The got muted.
Oh, hold on. This is physics 101. If you look
No,
up
it's not.
angular velocity to linear velocity, the equation is linear velocity equals radius times linear velocity, meaning that the further you are away from the point of rotation, the radius that you are rotating around, the faster the linear velocity must be in order for the angular velocity to be the same. Now, you can look that up, angular velocity to linear velocity. If the angular velocity is constant, that means the outermost, the furthest edge must be moving faster.
All right.
Okay.
Whatever, mate.
So
Look,
we
listen,
agree.
buddy. Listen.
No.
Can you listen to me
Okay.
for a minute, please?
Okay.
Just listen for a minute. What you're doing is trying to explain something for us, right? We don't need your help. We don't want your help. We don't care about your help. If you would like to go and do that all on your little lonesome, right? And be satisfied or dissatisfied with whatever results you think you've reached, right? Or conclusions you've reached, go for it. We're just talking about the surface of water at rest, right? And the topography of land, which is measured against a horizontal reference. Horizontal plane of reference. We're talking about observing this place as a motionless plane, measuring it to be a motionless plane, and practically using it as a motionless plane. What the things in the sky are doing is of no significance to that whatsoever. If you have a problem with what the things in the sky are doing, then you take it and shove it.
Up your ass. Up your ass. Shove it up your ass. Yeah, there's no cohesive
No,
ideology.
just shove it into a black hole.
I was asking an actual question, you know. There's no model. There's no actual cohesive ideology.
You don't listen, do you, Maximum?
I am.
Have you been out of your basement?
No, I'm trying to step. I was doing
No,
steps
I'm
by
asking
step.
you, bro. Why do you guys, when I ask if you guys have ever been outside, why does no one?
I have been outside.
Okay.
Okay, but like, you guys are getting very defensive, and I'm asking honest questions. What, like, if I'm to believe this ideology, these are honest questions, right? All I'm saying is
the nature of water and ideology.
Maximum, we're not getting defensive. We're getting sick of answering the same fucking questions over and over and over again.
Okay.
That's what we're getting sick of here.
Okay, well then, I guess I mean, I was trying to get past the first step. Everyone was denying the first step because someone denied that.
You have a problem, man. You have a problem with what the sky's doing. We get it, okay?
So someone was saying that
Understand.
the tip of the clock is not moving faster than the center of the clock. That's what someone was saying. I'm trying to get past the first step. That's the like basic geometry.
We got past the
Physics
first
101.
step half an hour ago.
Okay. So yes. So okay.
Coming back down to the
Great.
first fucking step then.
Jedi. Then correct, right? The tip is moving faster, right? Yes.
Yes, but the angular speed's the same. Yeah.
Okay, yes. If the tip is moving faster, then the sun, when it goes into the winter time, must be moving faster, right? Meaning that the southern hemisphere either experiences less daylight, or it must be moving faster. That's the whole thing. That's all of my argument. That's everything. It must be
All right,
moving
let's go back to
faster.
the Earth.
Okay.
What is the curve?
No. That's not my argument. I'm using your ideas.
You don't have an argument.
Flat Earth. I'm using your idea. Flat Earth. The sun.
Okay.
You don't have a model.
Sorry.
You missed.
Sorry, gentlemen. If you're using our idea, I'm going to ask you this question: what's the sun?
Whatever you believe.
In our idea.
I agree. Whatever you believe, I agree. Whatever you believe, I agree.
What about whatever Conqueror believes?
How does that change? How does that change anything? How does that change the fact that you have to have the sun moving faster or the daylight changing? How does that
Don't know what the sun is.
How does it explain it?
Don't know what the sun is.
If you
There's
want
no explanation.
explanations, if you want an explanation, go down to the pub, find your nearest drunk. He will explain everything to you. Come here.
Okay, so there's no explanation. Shut
up. Come here with verifiable facts. We will enjoy it all day, mate. But if you want explanations, go to the pub.
It's an honest question. How do you explain the fact that the sun either needs to be moving faster or there's different hours of daylight?
We don't even have to.
It's an honest question. It's an honest question.
Yeah,
We
but
don't.
we have
We
no
don't.
reference to it.
There's no
We don't.
model. There's no reference.
Yeah,
There's no
there's no
model.
fucking model. Many times have we said this? You keep
All
saying
right.
we have a model.
Listen,
Well, then that's it.
you
Well, then
have a
that's it. There's no
you say
model.
you have a model,
That's
right? You
it.
say you
Yeah.
have an explanation, right? You have an explanation,
Yes.
but no
Yes.
measurement of the surface of the Earth to validate your explanation
I
is
do.
correct.
I go camping all the
We
time. I
have
see
we
planets.
have measurement of the surface, right? And no explanation of what the sun is doing. You compare those two things, right?
Wait, you have measurement of the surface? Can I see that, please?
Yeah, he goes camping. What's that?
Sure.
I go
Absolutely. Yeah,
camping.
take
I
it
go
away,
camping
Joe.
very regularly. I go camping every summer, every
I
winter.
want to see the measurement, not a calculation either.
No, I
Don't you,
see. Like
don't you dare talk about season.
it's an honest question. It's an honest question. If the sun is moving further in a further circle, either the daylight must be changing or the speed must be changing. There's no reconciling. So explain. There's no reconciling.
What's the maximum amount of daylight hour you can have on the ball Earth?
I don't know, like 8 hours.
12.
Okay, 12.
Obviously, right? Half 24, 12. Half the side of the Earth, 12 hours, right?
Sometimes.
How many hours of the day during the summertime do you think the sun is observable above the horizon from the UK? How many hours?
In the summertime or the wintertime?
Summertime.
Probably less than 12.
14.
In the summertime?
14.
Okay. And
Nah,
then in the
you swear
wintertime.
that
And then in
fucking
wintertime.
sunshine.
And then wintertime. How long in the wintertime?
About 6.
Okay.
So at the moment we're getting sun up somewhere around about 8 o'clock. Goes down about 4. So 8 hours.
So what about Australia? Right? Do they get 6
Don't care.
hours?
Did you hear the bit where I said 14 hours?
Do they get 6 hours? Do they get 6?
Did you
Because it
remember the
has to
bit where I said?
travel.
Do you
It
remember the
has to
bit where I said
travel.
14?
Okay. It has to travel a full rotation in 24
Pause
hours.
before swine sailing over his head does not like to hear what he's hearing.
No. I'm asking.
Yeah. What was the maximum? 12?
Said. What did he say? How many hours did he say? Jedi gave you a number. How many hours did he say?
But does that mean Australia has?
Jedi, fuck Australia. We're not interested. Jedi gave you a number. How many hours did he say?
I said fuck Australia.
But does that mean?
Number. We want the number. Jedi
He
gave
didn't
you
listen.
a number. You're not listening.
No.
This is what we're trying to get through your head. Shut up and listen.
The maximum is 12. The maximum is 12.
Well, that's not, dude. Yeah,
That's what he said. That's what he
in
said.
reality,
12. That's what he said. It's 12.
in reality,
He said 12, right? That's what he said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was
only
listening.
experience a
Right?
maximum of 12 hours daylight because you're observing an illumination of half of a ball. But unfortunately, in the northern hemisphere, we have the sun visible in the sky for 14 hours plus.
I don't give a fuck.
Jedi, but you listen.
I don't give a fuck.
Jedi,
The Earth is
you are in the northern hemisphere, right? So you're experiencing less.
How much of the Earth's surface is
Wait, hold on. I have a
illuminated at
few
any one
questions.
time?
You're experiencing less daylight right now, right?
Yeah, it's winter. It's fucking cold.
How could you explain the fact that Australia is seeing more if the sun has to be moving around the same circular path in 24 hours? It doesn't matter if it's further out. It has to be moving the same every 24 hours. It has to move the same circle. It has to be in the same place every 24 hours.
I did this for you. I did the comparison for you. I even asked Australians for you. So the comparison between their summertime and our summertime, as in the duration that the sun is actually in the sky, there's a 4-hour difference. That sunset's usually sometime around about 8
It's a
o'clock
4-hour difference in the wrong direction. It's a 4-hour direction in the wrong direction. It doesn't explain. It debunks it. It's in the wrong direction. They see more daylight than
Stop
you see.
listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth. As soon as I said 14 hours of the sun being observed above the horizon during the summer, that's it for the globe model. It died then.
No, you could explain 14 hours on the globe model.
Bro, you just said the maximum was 12.
To you guys.
You could explain it away. Yeah, that's the point. You could explain, couldn't you? Good God.
You can explain different daylight times.
And I can explain Santa Claus and his elven.
Different speeds. How do you explain different speeds? It's either different speed or different daylight time. It's
I don't know. Red Bull and Ferrari, they're going to, whoever's these McLaren.
It's one or the other.
Speed. It's aerodynamic. What?
Logically, it's one or the other. Logically, either
Lewis
the
I
Hamilton.
told you, it's an affirming the consequent formological fallacy. I told you right away. I was right. And you're using a straw man. It is. I knew it was right away.
Trying to hold it up in a false dichotomy. Absolutely, you are correct.
I knew it was right.
This is Maximum. This is a you problem. All right. This is an us problem. It's your problem that you have with a particular idea of the way things work in reality, right?
Well, you haven't explained how it works in your model.
I don't have to. You're more concerned about.
Your form is fallacious, dude. It's a
you're more
fallacy.
concerned about what something in the sky is doing, rather than what you can validate about the surface itself. Being on it and seeing what you can find out about the surface and what it's.
You don't think there's anything to be able
what
to
its
learn.
properties are,
or this fact. Like we don't know that the sun projects like a light bulb. And people have tried to track it, and it doesn't make a lot of sense. And that's just the way it is, man.
And that's another thing is that the sun being
you're going back into your bullshit. By the way, more than 12 hours is impossible, and we know that we get more than 12. So I mean, you got two faces of a sphere, man. One face can be lit and the other one not, and that would be half and half. So the maximum's 12. So take your model and throw it out the window.
But if it's on a tilt,
accept the fact that it can't be more than 12 on a sphere.
If it's 24 degrees tilted,
explain it. Maybe he should explain it.
If it's 24 degrees, yes.
No, dumb.
Oh my God!
There's still two faces.
It's a 93 million mile distant star, sir.
Yes, if it's tilted 24 degrees.
Hypothetically.
Oh God.
Maximum. Hypothetically, right? What if you were forced, right, into accepting that this was a motionless plane, right? What are you going to do then?
I would figure out how seasons work.
With your sky phenomenon.
I would figure out how seasons work. Because how do they work?
Okay.
Maximum, I'm going to point something out to you, which is pretty bloody obvious.
Man, can I show my screen?
Shut up for a second. We don't care about your screen. At the top of this channel, it's called 24/7 Flat Earth, not 24/7 we talk about the fucking seasons.
Well, that's part of the flat Earth.
No, it's not. It has no relevance to the shape of the Earth whatsoever. I couldn't give a shit what it is outside. The sun is a yellow thing that goes over my head. Other than that, I don't give a fuck. It's summertime. I don't go outside.
It's faith, then. It's faith. You're believing in faith.
Oh, no. Wrong. You have faith. But, we have a weakness, in the way we are educated, but you've brought in a form of argument that's fallacious. And the deal is you should be frustrated with the globe for having made it so you would think that a fallacious argument is something we should seriously consider. Because we were weakened by our education. It had to indoctrinate us. So they weakened us in a lot of ways. But that's what's up. And yeah, you just whatever, man.
I'm just saying, listen, guys. I'm being honest.
There's endless explainaways, dude.
I'm being honest. No. Okay. Genuinely.
Yeah, you think a fallacy is something people need to consider, and we're not here to do that.
I'm saying if I were to honestly adopt this ideology, right?
It is whatever, man. Just go out and
go along with it. No explanation.
Here's the thing, dude. You need to
claim it's over.
Just go along with it. No explanation.
No, time out, bro. You need to come if you really care about anything. If this is what investigate, you need to come to grips with the fact that you have been indoctrinated by an ideology in the first place. Stop this bullshit you're saying now. Just come to grips with that you've been duped by textbooks, TV, and the movies. It happens to the best of us. If you don't want to, go on dreaming you're living on a water ball, spinning and hurtling through outer space. If that's what you want to believe in, more power to you.
But I'm agreeing with
Exactly.
your ideology.
Exactly.
I'm saying if I agree with your ideology that there's a flat Earth and
You
that
conceded, dude. You
Ideology,
conceded
bro.
already.
Okay,
You
okay.
conceded.
I'm saying
Conceded right from the beginning that you have no measurements of curvature, you have no detection or measurements of axial rotation or any other kind of Earth motion. And I don't know if you got to the gas pressure without a container part, but you at least admitted those two parts, right? Now, because of that, oh, but what about my explanations? No,
that's
that's a
not what I'm
you
saying.
problem.
No,
That's
I'm saying I
a you
agree.
problem.
Okay. Say I agree. Say
Your
I believe.
explanations are not novel.
No, I'm not explaining anything. I'm asking a question. Say I agree. Like I feel like
But that's what you said you could do. I could explain it.
I'm not explaining globe model. I'm not explaining globe model. All
No,
I'm
dude.
saying,
10 seconds. All right, dude. Yeah, you're not explaining globe model because
I'm asking
you're
questions
wrapped
about
up
flat
in it.
Earth. I'm asking questions about
Blah
flat
blah
Earth.
blah 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 blah. Do you ever pause to listen, or do you just wait to talk?
I listen a lot. I've been listening to you.
And so what's going on when you just start blah 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 blah?
Oh, because you guys are misunderstanding. I'm saying
It seems as if you're hoping that we were omniscient.
no. It's a genuine question.
No,
I'm saying
we're not misunderstanding. We are not misunderstanding at all. This is the whole thing. The whole time you've been here, you keep saying we're misunderstanding on what you're trying to ask and what you're trying to say. We do understand. We answer you, and then you just keep coming back to the same bullshit again and again. And you were surprised that people are getting a bit fucking pissed off.
Okay.
It's been how long now on this same one point on this one thing?
Well, because there's
how
no
about you asking some relevant questions like okay.
Actually, I asked
a few of us now have tried to redirect the topic back to the actual surface qualities and properties, right? And you just want to go back to, but explain the sky. Explain the sky.
Yes. Because how could you explain it?
Let's talk about the surface properties.
Okay, you
Let's
know
talk
what?
about
Yeah,
what
let's
water,
go.
the behavior of water at rest or liquid
Let's
at rest.
do it.
Let's talk about what we can actually verify.
What about water? What about water? Let's actually, you're right. Let's go into other conversations. What about water?
Well, they say we're on a water ball.
Sure.
And what do we observe and measure the surface of liquid at rest to be?
Level.
Horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
And 71% of your magical spinny water ball is water.
Water.
It leaves you with a little bit of a problem.
I got a question. Has anybody in here ever been to outer space and seen the Earth as a globe?
Oh, pick me.
Oh,
The
silence was deafening.
Weird silence.
What's your name, dude?
Shit. I just wanted to ask one question. Fuck.
We could do the same thing, Maximum. We could poke holes in the globe model and say, okay, this doesn't work. Explain this then, right?
Explain. Okay.
And rather than me coming along and saying,
do it. Explain.
Earth is a globe. Explain this then, right? I would just rather ask, if Earth is a globe, then where are the measurements of it?
Exactly right, TW. It's the thing, if we came onto a Glover site and did look, I don't think you're a bad guy, man. But if we went onto a Glover site and did the same thing, we wouldn't have been entertained for this long. All right, like we would not have been entertained for this long. So back to the surface, okay? Back to the water. Let's go.
Well, I mean, obviously, the globe argument is that water curves with gravity.
Okay.
Well, I'm not arguing. I was trying to poke. That's the thing is, you guys think I'm like harping over one point, but like the one point is so important. That's the whole crux of my thing is that if I neglect. Okay, no. If I throw away.
Question here, dude. Just let me ask you one question here.
Sorry,
please.
Okay.
2 seconds.
If we can measure the surface of the Earth or what we're walking on, or the oceans, or the lakes, to be flat, what does it matter what the sun and the moon and the stars are doing? They're doing what they're doing. It doesn't dictate what's under our feet. And if we can show that the earth is flat, we can show that water lies flat and horizontal, then it doesn't matter what these stars, moon, and sun are doing. Yeah, they're doing what they're doing.
Why doesn't it matter? You can't explain it?
It's a fallacy beside.
There's a lot of
What we
things
can do is we can show that there is no curvature on Earth. Yeah, so if there is no curvature on Earth, then it's flat. If it's not curving, it's flat. So therefore, whatever's happening above us is happening and is not dictating the shape of the Earth that's under our feet.
Okay, I see.
Even in your own model, you're not even looking at the sun. You're looking at a refracted version of the sun, yeah, in your own model. So what is the sun and what is it really doing?
Okay.
To do with what's under our feet.
You're saying that there doesn't even need to be an explanation for how the seasons work because curvature is so hard to explain, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, falsification is independent of replacement. So we can falsify your model without having to replace it, yeah? What we can do is show that there is no curvature. And if there is no curvature, it's not curving, it's therefore flat. So therefore, whatever's going on up there, yes, there needs to be some further investigation. But whatever it's doing is whatever it's doing because there is no curvature under our feet.
Well, I sent the video and nobody wants to watch it. 8 minutes and 30 seconds into the video, he has a camera. And like I said, the lake is kind of famous because it's the perfect distance to where it's a skinny lake. It's very thin, so you don't have to worry about large waves fucking up the gap. Hold on. You don't have to worry about large. You don't have to worry about large waves fucking up the measurement, and you also don't have to worry about like ocean currents or tides or anything because it's a smaller lake. But it's a long lake. It's very famous. The video I posted I could post it again.
No, that's fine. Do you know the name of the lake? You keep saying it's famous.
Is it called Long Lake?
Oh, let me
see.
Is
it Lake Pontchartrain?
It's Pontchartrain's pretty wide.
That's pretty famous.
Yeah, flat.
Lake Minnow.
The bridge is curved. Pontchartrain.
Hold on, let me get my mouse up.
Lake Michigan?
No. It's a smaller lake. It's in Canada. It's in North Canada. It's like a small curvy lake. I can't find my fucking mouse.
Is that the video that they're talking about doctoring pictures?
Yes, it's in the video I'm talking about.
Okay.
Like I sent the video.
I'll tell you something now, my friend, and I want you to be very, very careful with this. There's a lot of people that have gone out and done some exceptionally long-range footage and or observations across some short and long lakes. They do not doctor their footage, and if you were to suggest they do, some of these guys would break your head for practice.
I believe the world record photography long distance shot at the moment is about 250 odd miles.
Lake Minnewanka. That's what it is.
Okay, what's the distance from shore to shore?
Let me see.
And I do appreciate you getting, you've posted the video for us and we're asking you questions about it, so I appreciate you getting the answers.
It's enough to see here. Let me see.
Enough? Okay.
It is really enough.
Okay, so what's the distance? Because I guarantee you I've got a longer one.
10 kilometers, 10 kilometers.
Okay, I've got a much, much, much longer one than that.
Kilowatts is fine, man.
Yes, but can you find... Okay, but the lake that you're talking about, is it skinny enough to where there's no large waves? And is it long enough...
the cap.
Okay, well, that was an honest question. I wasn't trying to be... Gotcha.
Skinny
Look at the video. Just look at the video. Literally look at the video. He set up a camera to where everything is... In fact, he went out there and he went back to his room and he was editing. And then he went back out there because he wasn't satisfied because he knew that flat earthers would pick apart. Oh, the camera's not in the perfect spot or whatever. And he redid it just to prove that you can definitely see the bottom of the trees come into focus as the camera goes over the curvature.
I have a different question for you. So, what's the horizon?
What do you mean? What's the horizon?
What is the horizon?
As in distance, the definition of horizon. What is the word
what would be the,
what
would be the definition of the horizon?
The word horizon is where the line of sight meets. I don't know. Like, what are you asking exactly? You need to formulate.
The horizon would be.
Believe the horizon is pretty straightforward.
It's where the horizon is. Then that's what my answer is. It's where the horizon.
The horizon is going to be the location where the sky appears to meet the earth because everything converges together. Yeah. So this horizon that we see, would you agree that it moves daily? Sometimes it's at a different distance. It's moving in and out.
It depends on height. I don't think it depends daily. It doesn't have nothing to do with the time of day.
It actually moves hourly because it's got to do with weather conditions. If you've ever listened to the weather, you'll know that they have visibility, right? On the day they tell you what the visibility is, and they will give you a distance that you're going to be able to see due to weather conditions. So when we have a look at these long distance photos like you're presenting here, we need a little bit more information than just there's a long lake with a photo, because like Jetty just said,
come on, man,
we can present photos with Matrix said it. We can present photos with much longer distances than what you're proposing here. Only that distance, again, is changing due to maybe the weather on the day, the temperature, many different factors. However, if you were on a globe, the geometry on the globe is going to dictate that horizon or that location where you believe that boats and buildings are disappearing bottom up, it's not going to move. Yeah, it's not going to be at 5 miles one day and 20 miles the next day. It's a fixed geometric location. So your video of this apparent curvature, yeah? Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, for life to bend, you're talking about refraction. And the first thing we need in that equation for refraction is R, radius. Yeah, so where are you getting your radius from? If there is no measured curvature, there is no drop over distance that anyone has or can measure. You're assuming R and that light is bending.
So let me get this right. This video, man puts camera down.
Okay. You're right.
Can see this and sure.
8:20. 8 minutes and not 8 minutes. 10 minutes and 20 seconds in, he's moving the camera down, and you can see 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Go to 8 minutes and 20 seconds. You can see. You can literally see the bottom of these trees come out of focus as it goes down. And like I said, these waves are not big. It's a calm day. There's no. It's one of the most perfect experiments you can do.
I get it.
Okay, 10 minutes, 20 seconds. Look at it.
I've seen it. I understand what you're talking about. So
it's not an experiment, dude.
There's two things.
Sorry.
How is that an experiment?
Let Jetty go first, and then Jetty can explain it to you after he's finished.
All right. Two things, dude. Are you saying the reason why we can't see the bottom of those trees is because the physical Earth curve is in the way, as demonstrated by the man low in the camera?
Yes.
Okay. So that should be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. All we have to do is show you observations where the horizon moves around, demonstrating it is not a physical Earth curve for things to hide behind. Second point, I've posted you two images in the live stream chat. There are two photographs. One is on the surface and the other one's a little bit higher. The surface is flat. When the camera's low to the floor, about 2-3 millimeters, the aperture's above the surface of the floor, you can't see the light on the floor at the end of the corridor until you lift the camera up, and then you can see the light at the end of the corridor. A little bit like your man's demonstrated when he hires and lowers the camera. And because the camera, the aperture is low to the surface, you have now lost the ability to angularly resolve the things along that surface at distance, akin to the bottoms of those trees or the light that's on the floor at the end of the corridor that you can't see until you raise your camera up, demonstrating that you can lose the optical ability to resolve things at distance on a flat surface. Doesn't need to be curved. The reason why this is happening is optical, my friend. It's not physical Earth curvature. Because,
if I understand it correctly, you're saying that his camera is going out of focus, therefore he can't see it.
No, that's not what I said.
He's increasing his angular resolution by lifting the camera higher, and when down lower, you don't have the ability to decipher between the two objects anymore, the floor and whatever's above it. Yeah, it's compressed, just like the horizon.
Now, on the known flat surface, you have a direct line of sight, a straight line on an orthographic view between the camera and the light. However, because you are low to the surface and the thing you're observing is low to the surface, but beyond the surface that you can resolve, you can't see it anymore until you increase the angle by lifting the camera up. This is why things appear to disappear from the bottom up on flat surfaces. Not to mention the refraction problem that we're going to be talking about when we're making longer range observations further than this corridor, akin to the video that you've dropped of an observation across the lake, because we understand that the atmosphere is going to deviate the path of light to a degree. So the reason why this is happening in your video, my friend, is optical. It most definitely isn't physical Earth curve obstruction, because if it was, it should and can only and always be at 1.2 times the square root of that observer's height in feet.
Well, how do you know it's not 1.2 times whatever?
I'll show you.
How do you know it's not?
I'll show you. Give me 2 seconds. I'll show you some images.
Yeah, Jedi will show you maximum, and also I think you're actually understanding now that we're not a bunch of assholes here. Okay, we're entertaining you still, so just look at what Jedi sends. Okay.
You're asking us why it's not. Now you've presented this as your evidence, so now you should have some distances here and be able to present what distance this is. It's not up to us to show you whether or not your citation is 1.22 miles times the observer's height in feet. So if it depends on the height of the camera, if this person's at 6 foot, then this horizon can be no more than 3 miles or 5 kilometers, whichever way you go. So what height is the camera and how far is the horizon in your citation?
Do you see the image?
As evidence.
I mean, 10 minutes and 40 seconds. I said 10 minutes and 30 seconds, but 10 minutes and 40 seconds is particularly damning. Look at it. The boat in the distance is not getting any smaller. It's just disappearing from the bottom up. Look at it.
That's phenomenal.
Look at it.
All right, I will do in a minute. I've posted you an image, and because you
haven't actually looked at the video yet, look at the
what distance is that occurring at?
I started fucking talking to you because I understood
10 kilometers.
10
kilometers.
Dude, yeah, okay. Do you see the image that I've posted in a live stream? The bottom of 6 wind turbines. It says, "Where's your horizon?" on it. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Good. Now, being as we know the calculation 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, we can figure out where the geometric horizon should be for this observer with the camera at 3.25 feet above the surface of the water. According to that mathematics, the physical geometric horizon for things to hide behind should be at 2.21 miles. The reason why these wind turbines are in this observation is because they're at known distances from the observer. Panning from left to right, they go from 8 miles to 11.2 miles. Could you tell me, please, in reference to those distance markers, where the horizon, where the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky, is in reference to those distance markers? For example, is the horizon in front of them? Is it between 2 of them? Or is it beyond all of them? Where's the horizon, mate?
I got you right here, actually. I'm editing the image right now to show you. I'm opening up Paint. I'm opening up 2 geometric objects so that you can see. And then I'm going to send you an image back.
Can you tell me in relation to the wind turbines where the horizon appears to be, please?
He's not going to answer the professor's question.
I will.
You're not answering the question.
Here, I'm going to show you.
No, I'm showing you. I want you to answer the question. If you don't answer the question, dude, then we're just going to stay here. And then I'm going to start thinking that you're not in here in good faith. I don't
No,
want to do that.
I am.
Exactly.
But look,
I think you are. So if you are, follow the argument through to the logical conclusion before you start jumping off on something else. Now, in relation to those distance markers, where is the horizon?
okay. So you don't see how the bottom of these wind turbines are going closer to the horizon, and the top of the you see where the yellow is getting closer, like they're shrinking.
No shit, they're getting further away. Now, where's the horizon?
It's on the horizon.
In relation to the distance markers, is the horizon in front of them, in between some of them, or beyond all of them? Where's the horizon?
It's beyond all of them. It's beyond all of them.
Thank you. Good. So we understand that if the surface of the Earth was to cause physical obstruction, like your gentleman is showing, then the physical obstruction should be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So it's 2.21 miles from this 3.25 foot observer. The horizon is clearly beyond the furthest distance marker at 11.2 miles, so we can safely estimate 12 miles. It could be further. Now, this eliminates the physical geometric curvature of the Earth, because I'll go back tomorrow, take this observation, and the horizon will be in a different place. I could use a different optic, and the horizon will be in a different place, because the horizon is and only is optical. It's only observable through optics, your eyes and lenses. It doesn't exist in physical reality. If it was curvature of the Earth, we would fucking see it, but we don't.
I mean, this math, I'm not even sure if it's like...
This math is based on a radius of 3,959 miles for an observer standing at altitude above that curved surface with a rate of curvature of 8 inches per mile squared. It's your model, it's your math, it's found in every single Earth curve calculator that you can find online, which tells you where the physical geometric horizon should be for things to be hidden beyond it, marked with an X.
Just Google any sailing manual. How do I find the distance to the horizon? And every sailing manual will tell you 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
When your man puts his camera down from an elevated location, he's demonstrated what I showed you in the corridor. It's that angle of attack. It is not physical Earth curvature that's obstructing your view of things at distance. It's just a limitation.
But his camera is on a tripod that is balanced. If you look at his tripod, it's balanced. It's not angling up or down at all.
It's not about angling up or down. It's about lifting the height so that he's increasing his angle of vision. Just like when you climb something and you go higher, you can increase how far you can see because you're increasing the angle.
Yes, but you would assume on a flat Earth that you'd be able to see things appear larger, right? And then the further down you go, the smaller they get. But that's not what you see in this video. Is you see the boat same size disappearing from the bottom up.
I'll do it with this one. Give me a second. What I'm going to show you is the same image with the wind turbines. I'm going to show you a boat. That boat is tiny. When I find it, you'll see it.
Yeah, 1040 is the main part that I'm talking about. 1040 to like...
Why are you bringing this up when we've just verified that the horizon isn't in its geometric location?
Well, you're saying...
just saw it with your own eyes. You can just say whatever. Then we'll just say whatever about your just say.
Have you got the coin on the table? That'll be enough. Go, oh shit.
We're just saying you should pay attention to how your geometries. But you can just say whatever, and then we'll just say whatever back at this point now. Because you got a thing, we got a thing, and our thing is debunking your thing, but you want to just say stuff. What are you here for? No, you're not gonna, dude. You could do whatever. You could do whatever you could imagine, and I'm not gonna go back to claiming a sphere-shaped globe, any of it. There's nothing that would ever get me back to the globe because it's a lie.
Well, then
Okay.
that's the real crux.
Well,
It's not an open conversation. Then it's not a real open conversation. Then
no, it isn't. The debate's over. We know it. You don't.
Well, then that's it.
Maximum. You can be a sucker. I don't care. To Nazis, actual Nazis. You're a fanboy of actual Nazis. Did you know that?
No,
yeah, you are. Yes, you are.
This is now getting into attacks.
Sorry,
that's
that's
not.
fine.
Sorry, I get a little short-tempered.
It's all right.
Easy,
Just
man.
get back.
Easy.
We were getting somewhere. Do you see? Oh my goodness, man. Do you see the image that I posted? Sorry. Go on.
I'm very sorry, Jedi. I wasn't trying to talk over you, buddy. Look, yeah, that was an attack, and that wasn't cool, man. But it's the first one that's actually happened all day. Look, everyone has been really, really patient with you. Same with Jedi, man. Come on, man. Like all you got to do is answer a straight question.
It's just I don't want the point to be lost. That's the only.
Yeah, finish it off, Jedi. Go ahead.
So, my friend, I do apologise, but you're going to have to scroll up to 58 minutes past the hour. It's the same observation with the same wind turbines. The bottom observation's got a little arrow on it. It's got a tiny little boat. Now, that boat shouldn't be viewable. That should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Look how tiny it is.
How far should it be?
The horizon should be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The horizon should be well in front of these wind turbines. The bottom of these wind turbines shouldn't be viewable, and you definitely shouldn't be able to see that fucking boat.
Jedi, how many feet of curvature are we looking at here? Let's say 10 miles. 10 miles, we know it's going to be, what, 66 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Okay. Just checking.
Yes. 66 foot from zero altitude to zero altitude along the surface, yeah. But our observer is, what is it, 3.2. Horizon should be at 2.21. Horizon's at least 12.
I'm going to switch gears. I'm still not convinced, but let's go to another. Why? Why would they fabricate this? Why would they fabricate? Why would they make all of this up?
Dude, this is going to be realm of speculation.
You got a couple hours? We can answer that question. You got a couple hours. But
yeah, why not?
If you don't, then
no. I mean, you
can bounce. You can bounce out, man. Come back tomorrow.
Honest question, genuinely. I don't agree.
Man. Like you think we never heard that question before or something?
Why? Why would they?
I got a million reasons, but it's going to take a couple hours, and I don't think you got a couple hours.
Simple reason, dude. Everything that we say from this point onwards is going to be speculation. Because the honest answer is we don't know. We can guess as to why, but we're not going to be able to give you a knowledge claim.
Yes, and that's what we've been telling you. That's exactly what we've been telling you the whole time, Maximum. You keep asking questions. We say we don't necessarily have the answer. We can speculate. But we've been saying this for hours, man. We've been saying this for hours, and you still come back with the same questions, buddy. Now, this is a new question, but Jedi's bang on. We don't know, necessarily. We only work with what we can prove below our...
No, man. We ask the same questions, too, man.
Something you could probably figure out for yourself.
Exactly.
So that horrible feeling that you have at the moment, Maximum, is called cognitive dissonance. What's happened is, through your life, you've been taught a data set. Now, someone has come along and given you a new data set, and it contradicts the original one that you were given. You are suffering from cognitive dissonance. You have
I still believe in globe Earth. I'm not.
Matter.
Oh, because I don't mean to go back. We don't have to keep arguing. We do not have to keep arguing. But I still.
Maximum, you forget, mate. Every single one of us on this server at one time, every single one of us here were like you. We were Globers. The first time it was brought up to me, all right, I spent an hour and a half telling one of my best mates who bought this up with me. I spent an hour and a half abusing the shit out of him, telling him what an idiot he was, and turns out all these years later he was right. So we were all where you are, mate, and this is why we've been entertaining you for so long. Yeah,
that's why
Well, I
this
think that
that's why
the
this
biggest
server
thing
is
is
real popular too, man. By the
well, the
way,
biggest thing is I really don't like I said, I've heard these arguments before, and I think the fact that you guys don't have a concrete model makes me stick to the globe because there's no actual there's no model. You guys are
Would you
talking
like
about
one?
all right,
yes,
here you
an
go.
actual
Here you
model.
go.
Okay, cool. So I can give you a flat Earth model. I'm going to add a caveat to this. No flat earther has made this. This was made by the US government, the Scientific Institute of America, as it was known at the time. I might have buggered that name. It has got over, I think it's 7 or 8 patents to it, invented by Thomas Edison and a few other well-known scientists of that early age. Now, I can give you that model. It works. It's a flat plane surrounded by a celestial sphere. It's used for navigation. You can plot your courses on it. It works. We didn't make it. You did. Now, if it works and you made it, will you stop asking us for a model that we haven't got but you have? Because it's yours.
Yes.
Cool. I'll drop that for you.
Thomas Edison, baby, inventor of the light bulb. You guys knew that.
Not the inventor of the light bulb. He just revolutionized how it was made. Not
Yeah,
the
great.
inventor. Not the inventor.
Now, I'm gonna add this. We all understand that models are reification fallacies. I'm aware that by giving you a model, that's a reification fallacy. But the model works. So do I now appeal to pragmatism? Because the model works, right? So therefore the Earth must be flat because the model works. You've got models, they kind of work. We're not going to appeal to that pragmatism either. We shouldn't really even be doing this. But yeah, if you want a model, there's one that's been around for 150 years and it's yours. It's not ours.
But you're saying that I mean I said, and I don't mean to go back to the question I was asking originally, but I had questions about seasons. You said you have no explanation for it, right? No explanation for the seasons.
I got a pretty good explanation for it.
How? Okay, explain it.
Good.
Explain
I
the
mean,
seasons.
what you experience when you go outside in the summertime is the sun is right over your head and you're sweating your balls off, right? In the wintertime, man, it's way over there in the south, man. It's
Okay.
down on the horizon. It's farther away. It's colder. No shit. The days are
Okay.
shorter. Yeah,
But
it's
okay,
what we
but
experience. What we experience. Seasons
that's
are.
my argument. But that's my argument.
Well,
Is that,
you got no argument. We have seasons, man. You're just
okay,
like
no, you
making
were.
something out of nothing, man. I'm sorry, bro. I hate to tell you.
If it's further south, on the
It's
flat
farther
Earth.
away, man. Have you ever stood next to a
No,
fire?
hold on. 10
Stand
seconds.
next
10
to a
seconds.
fire, dude. If you get close, it gets hot. If you get farther away, it gets cold. That's seasons, bitches, man. Get over it. Come on, quickly.
If it's
we gotta
okay,
move on.
Okay, if it's further away, that means it must be moving faster.
I don't give a shit where it's moving. I just know it's farther away, man. That's seasons. You
But
wanted
do you get what I'm
explanations
saying?
for seasons.
Okay. Do you get what I'm saying, though?
A factual thing is the sun's lower, it's colder. If it's higher, it's hotter. Period. That's my explanation for a fucking season. If
But
you
it doesn't
can't
explain
handle that,
everything. It
that's
doesn't
on
explain
you, bro.
everything. It doesn't explain everything.
Sure it does.
It doesn't.
It's fire, bro. Hot, cold, fuck, man. Fuck off. It's easy.
Okay. Flat Earth. If it's further away, right? That means it must be traveling a bigger circle, right? The circle is bigger.
We are not getting back to this shit again. No. Please change the subject before I fucking flip out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's my whole argument. Is you have no explanation for the seasons. You have no explanation for the seasons.
I just explained it, and you're ignoring it. Okay, fuck off.
Right, the model that I dropped explains seasons. It was built to work. It works. It's got patterns after it. It's got lots of dials that they didn't want other people getting hold of. It works. Now, if it's up to you whether you get it or not. You're going to have to do some research because I can only find the references only with the patents and the documentation at the time. If you want to go and find it, you can go and find it. But it works.
It's like every time I ask questions, you guys are like, I can't deal with it. I can't deal with the questions.
It's because you keep asking the same question over again. You have
So
asked
there's
the
no
same.
answer. There's no
We've been
answer.
dealing with them for 2 hours. Don't say we're not.
Just short
There's
of
no
2
answer.
Calm down. It's 24/7.
There's no answer for it.
Mysteries abound, sir.
I'm watching the video right now, but like I said, how do you reconcile? It must be moving faster, or there's less daylight. There's
Remember
there's
what we
no
said
other
earlier,
option.
yeah?
Well, there's
What did we
less
say
daylight,
earlier?
man, for sure. 100%. It's less daylight, guaranteed.
Okay, in the summer, in the
winter.
summertime, okay, exactly. In the summertime, in the southern hemisphere, there's less daylight. Is that what you're saying? Because there's not. In the summer, in the southern hemisphere, in the summertime, there's less daylight. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Because there's not.
Skinny lives
There's
there,
not.
man. Skinny lives in the southern hemisphere. Skinny, what do you think about the summers over there? Daylight.
Is there less daylight?
The question is how
I live in Australia. The days are longer down here, but as has been said, God, I've heard it at least 6 times in answer to your question, mate. As has been said, all right, the sun's closer in summer, the sun's further away in winter. That much we can verify. We can't verify the rest of the shit. At the moment, I am drowning in ball sweat. It's the middle of summer. This is what happens. In a few months, it's going to be winter. Fuck me dead, man. Like that's provable. That's what we actually know. That's what we can observe. Outside of that, like you're looking for answers that are not verifiable, that can't actually be proven. The globe claims to prove them, but it doesn't. It's just conjecture and mathematics. That's all it is. And we keep rotating back to this. And again, we've been very patient with you, mate. We've entertained you the whole time, and you keep circling back, and it's really getting... I'm with Matrix on this one, man. You go back to it again, I'm going to fucking explode, because we've been through this 6, 7 fucking times right now in the last 2.5 fucking hours, and you keep circling back, and you keep saying the same shit.
There's no
So
explanation.
fucking hell, man.
Well, that's it.
I do
You
have a
admit
question here because
there's no explanation.
Yeah.
There's no explanation.
So
That's what you said.
maximum. What did we just say? If we can prove that the Earth is not curving, it doesn't matter what's occurring above. Now, Jedi's just explained to you your video, and he's showing you some long distance observations over great distances with no curvature, therefore showing to you that indeed we can show the Earth is flat. So rather than acknowledging that, you've circled back to this argument about what is this doing? Again, it's doing what it's doing. We can show you that there's no curvature under your feet. That's the main point here.
This video is drawings. It's not actual scientific measurement. It's all drawings.
Dude, it's the patent numbers for the model that you can go and get yourself.
It's appeal to
It's the
authority. The
reference
same kind of
materials.
appeal to authority that you don't accept from me. It's the same kind of appeal to authority you don't accept from me.
Do you know what an appeal to authority really is?
Yes, these are patents. Exactly. Precisely. It's the same kind of appeal to authority that you don't accept from me.
That's not necessarily true.
Okay, then what's different about this? What's different about this?
I've given you a model that works. You just don't like it because
I have
it's
a
your
model. No, I have a model that works too. That explains the seasons. I have a model that explains the seasons.
Hello. Do you remember what I fucking said? I realised that this is a reification fallacy, and this is also an appeal to pragmatism because it works. It explains seasons. You can fucking navigate with it. That's the reason why it was made. But it works. So, shall we appeal to pragmatism? And because it works, the Earth is flat and stationary then, because the model works. Shall we reify this? I haven't fucking finished. Shall we reify this model now? Are you going to reify your model? I don't think you should, and I'm not going to with this one. You asked for a model. This is not our model. No flat earther made this. This is the authority at the time that made this. The US government, Thomas Edison, blah, 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 as cited with all the patents. It's your model. It works.
I think it still struggles to explain the seasons.
You haven't even looked at it properly yet, Sunshine.
I've watched it. It's 4 minutes. I've watched the video.
Yeah, it's not going to explain seasons to you until you go and get the model.
And to answer your question, Jedi, in the chat, I'd be very, very happy. I know this is not answering questions or anything, but man, it'd be really, really good if you could move down here and become Aussie, man. You'd be very, very welcome.
No, I was saying it because so many Australians have joined the channel recently, and it's just fucking hilarious. You guys don't take any both parts than I do.
It is hilarious, man. Fuck yeah, I love it.
Man, I haven't been here in so fucking long.
Oh, welcome back, man. This is a great place we got here, man. Thanks for all you guys do, man. Appreciate it. I don't come in here too often, but this place fucking rocks, man.
Hey, look, man. Yeah, as a
my pay grade.
It's good to hear your voice, Fatty.
Yeah, good to hear you too, man. Yeah, good to smile, man. Tonight's been really funny, man. It was a funny one. It felt like 2016, but yeah, it's okay. It was awesome.
I reckon we should talk about seasons for another 3 hours. We up for that?
Hey, I got a question for the season panel. Listen to this, bros. So in the summertime, man, when the sun is over my head and I'm sweating my balls off like Skinny is right now, and I'm like, fuck this, I gotta go swimming or something. I gotta get out of this fucking heat, drink a bunch of water. The sun is 3 million miles farther away than it is in my winter. Right now, like I'm in the middle of winter and I'm freezing my ass off, and the sun is 3 million miles closer. What? What's up with that, bro? I always had a problem with that one. That was an elliptical orbit problem that just
Listen, guys. If Earth flat, then why seasons?
I have a question.
Yeah, there we go. Some humor, man. We got to laugh a little bit because this stuff is funny, man. Come on.
I have a response. The Earth, according to the globe model, is 90.
Yeah, the little tilty tilt. Yeah, I know about the fucking tilty tilt. Fuck off.
It is normally, according to the globe model, 90 million miles. So 3 million miles is not really that big of a difference. 3 million miles is not one.
I'll tell you why. There's a thing called the inverse square law. When you apply that to the amount of heat energy that we're given, and then you sit and work all the maths out that goes with it, you'll work out that we're not on a fucking ball.
Yeah, baby. Woo!
Yeah, it is true. The southern hemisphere experiences... The southern hemisphere experiences more dramatic summers and winters for that very reason. He is right. In the wintertime, we are actually closer in the northern hemisphere. The northern hemisphere during the wintertime is closer to the sun than during the summertime when we are further away. So our summers are milder and our winters are also milder. But in the southern hemisphere, the summers are hotter and the winters are colder because the distance from the sun also lines up with the tilt of the Earth. So that's
not, bro. I obviously get colder if I walk closer to a fire. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, the tilt of the Earth, if you're facing away from a fire, your back gets heated up more than your face, doesn't it?
Let's do this sensibly. Just imagine we're on a friggin' ball tard. It tilts 23.4 degrees. How much closer do you actually get? Some people have worked it out. It's about 1,300 miles if you're on the friggin' North Pole or South Pole. So 1,300 miles closer or farther away is a fucking great difference than 3 million miles. Now, I'm throwing that out there.
Out of 90 million, 300,000 is not that much. Out of 90 million, it's not that much.
Yeah, we need some music, man. We need music.
Just add in there quickly, Maximum. Just add in there quickly as well, mate. In the quote-unquote southern, just in the southern hemisphere.
Comedy wheels, you're no Brian Wilson.
In the south, actually, no, our winters are not colder at all. Our summers are hot, but our winters are actually quite warm compared to in the north. So no, that's wrong.
Skinny.
Well, that's because you're in Australia.
You just sent me pictures.
You need to fix your mic, sir.
I'm just wondering if Maximum can tell us the exact name of the globe model.
I just like I said, basic geometry. Either the sun has more daylight.
No. What's the name? What's the name of the model? What's the name of the model?
Heliocentric. Either the sun has more daylight,
right?
Either the sun has more daylight or it moves faster. There's no other option.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, what makes you choose the heliocentric model?
Because
out of all the other globes. No. Listen. Wait. Not in comparison to flat Earth, to the other globe models.
Yeah. It explains it most concisely.
Really? George Ellis disagrees. George Ellis disagrees. George Ellis astronomer disagrees.
I don't know who that is.
He's a well-known astronomer. Says that he can construct a variety of models to describe the phenomena, and it's based on philosophical grounds only that we choose the one that everyone goes with today. None of the other ones that he can present you can be disproven on philosophical grounds only.
So for the fact that
didn't Einstein even say that the choice between a globe Earth and flat Earth was a moral standing?
That citation needed. That's so funny. Citation needed for sure.
Oh, so now you want a citation. You've been slamming us with bullshit all afternoon, and you want citations. Step off, boy.
What citation do you want? What citation do you want? I'm happy to provide citation. What citation do you want?
Direct
You're not gonna accept anything I give you, though. You're not gonna accept anything.
Dude, I think that's a little bit of a hand wave away. What we would like to do is, we've done this subject for the last 3 hours. If you would give anything, we wouldn't hand wave it away. We wouldn't not accept it without valid reason. What we do is we try to walk you through those valid reasonings.
I mean, I'm trying to be honest with you guys.
What the fuck do you think I'm doing? Lying out my ass? Fuck you.
Well,
man. Fucking pot calling the kettle black, Maximum. Sorry, look, I'm not trying to dogpile it, but pot calling kettle black. You're saying fucking we're not listening to anything you present. We have listened to everything you present. We give you answers, or we say, look, we can't actually verifiably know. We come back with the same fucking bullshit. We have listened to you. You are not listening to us. If you're not going to friggin' listen, and it's not going to be a two-way street, get the fuck out of here. Seriously.
I am listening, but that's the thing is you guys are saying explicitly there's no explanation. You guys are saying explicitly there's no explanation.
What part of that don't you get? If there's no explanation, there's no explanation, there's no explanation. What part of that don't you comprehend? We don't fucking know. We can't verify it. Full stop, the end. There's no explanation because it cannot be verified. If you wish to verify it, fuck off and do it. Have a nice day.
Well, then that's it.
Sorry I got a little bit short there, guys, but holy fuck, I don't know how you guys do this day in, day out, man. Like, this last 4 or 5 hours, it's just been holy shit, man.
I struggle, too, especially when I'm talking. I feel you, Jedi. You're good. You're better than me. You're a better man than me.
I just think every time an Australian finishes a fucking sentence, they need to say good night, Irene, and I'll just be happy.
Good night, Irene.
Yeah, good night, Irene. Good night, Irene.
Earth's flat. It's measured to be flat. Good night, Irene.
Hey, man, I got like 27 manuals that build aircraft, and they all say that the mathematics to design and fly the craft have to be on a flat, stationary, non-rotating surface.
Yeah, good point, Flat Earth, dude. Hey, Maximum, do you want a Flat Earth model? Why don't you go ask NASA? Go ask NASA for theirs.
Go ask
the ones that they use, right?
Let's go
approximation.
ask flying machine engineers with their
It's an approximation.
No,
so you wouldn't have to account for the Earth rotating under your aircraft.
So I'm studying. Okay, wait, hold on. So a little bit about me. I'm studying mechanical engineering. We talk about bending metal beams, right?
Yeah.
We have theories to explain when they fail, when they bend, how much they bend, the force required.
Engineering. Yeah, it's called engineering. Yeah, go ahead.
But they're
Hey, hold on,
theories.
guys. Hold on. You're going to love this.
It's
Just a little bit about me.
But they're
Just
all
a little bit
theories.
about me.
Hey,
They're all
just a little bit
theories.
about me. I'm a boilermaker and a fabrication engineer. So let him fucking go. It's all theory.
But they're all theories. But they line up with reality. So what am I going to believe?
No, they don't.
They do. They do line up with realities. You give me.
None.
Yes, they
Hey,
do.
hold on.
You give me.
Hold on, stop. Can I go through this section real quick with him? He claims to be an engineer. All right. Anyway, so we measure elevation angles to stars, and right there, that word angle, put your spear in the grave, and it's toast for sure. So you use lights in the sky to measure angles so we can navigate the oceans. And in order to measure an angle, you need two straight lines meeting a vertice. There can be three measurements made, and an example of a measurement would be Polaris being at the horizon would indicate you're at the equator, and that's 3,000 plus miles. You know. So anyway, yeah, there you go. If you claim to be a mechanical engineer and want to argue about what the meaning of an angle is, you need to not be a mechanical engineer.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. Is that angular velocity is different. Velocity is different than linear velocity, and that's what I'm saying. It's physics 101.
Did I just tell you what an angle is? Are you dumb? For real, why are you bringing up spin of the earth when I'm talking about an angle? An angle.
You need two.
Yeah. Are they different?
Vectors. Yes.
Two vectors? No.
Two straight lines. A vector is a straight line.
angle.
A vector is a straight line. Yes, I agree.
Just a line, dude.
Yes, that's a vector, my friend.
Can you sit down and point at a horse?
45 degrees,
Hey,
180 degrees.
That's a
what is
vector.
this guy's
You're
problem?
not educated. That's a vector. Vector and straight line is the same thing. Sorry, I should have said straight line. Vector and angle are this. Vector and straight line are the same thing. I should have used normie terms. I'm sorry.
Not normie terms.
Well,
no,
that's what it is. Vector and straight line are the same thing, my friend. I'm so sorry I used big words.
We're talking in geometric terms. I've never heard it called a vector in my life.
A vector
and I use SolidWorks professionally. I use SolidWorks
I use
professionally
SolidWorks
tool and die maker.
Inventor.
Nobody's ever called it a vector ever. It's a line. When you're doing
all of my
geometry,
classes call it a vector.
I'm just making a line.
Yeah, vector's not even that big of a word.
Well, I don't know why he's confused about it then.
I'm not.
You're the one that seems confused.
You're the one that went right back to the spin of the earth. So, bro, and I had to bring you back to the fact I was talking about an angle. What the hell is your problem?
Just out of curiosity, you claim vector means a straight line, but I'm looking at the Cambridge Dictionary. Vector, a quantity that has both size and direction.
Yes, magnitude and direction, correct.
So that's a straight line.
Yes, magnitude is a length, magnitude, and direction is direction. I don't know what else.
The example you gave of the clock hand is really non sequitur to what you're trying to explain, because the angular speed at which the rate of rotation occurs around the center remains the same for all points along the hand of a clock because it's fixed. Yeah, it's got to do with the length. So it's not actually increasing in angular speed on a clock.
Correct.
Yeah.
But the linear velocity is. But the linear velocity. A question. If you had a
you shouldn't be an engineer. You don't know what an angle is.
No. If you had a
you don't know what an angle is. You don't know what your globe died at the word angle.
Hold on, just a small question.
No, not
completely
hold on.
Completely unrelated.
How the hell are you going to be a mechanical engineer when you don't know what an angle is and
if you had a gear, do you know what gear ratios are? Wait, do you know what gear ratios are?
I don't even know what an angle is.
This shit's going off the rails, man. I gotta put a stop to this shit.
10 seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
No, fuck off. No, fuck off.
If a gear is bigger, the outside is moving slower.
Stop it.
Okay. Whatever.
Thank you.
Right.
Let's regroup, everybody.
We moved away from the subject, and the subject was
way off the fucking rails.
Guys,
please.
He claims to be a mechanical engineer. He needs to know what an angle is and its consequences. Sorry.
I can't believe you guys are lecturing me about my classes. Think of gears. Think of gears. If you move into third gear in a car, what's happening? You have a larger
Dude,
gear.
we're way off the reservation and we're singing Crackle and Rosie now. Come on, bring it back.
Whatever. I'll listen to
And
the
he
flat
was also
earthers.
incorrect about his linear velocity as well. So
No, I'm
on
not.
a clock, this is why I'm saying that on a clock.
How am I wrong?
Hang on. Sorry. Well, in the case of a clock's hand, the angular velocity is constant. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
As the hand completes one full revolution every 60 seconds, if we're say talking about the second hand, while the linear speed or the linear velocity depends on the radius of the overall, and the overall angular speed remains the same for all points along the hand, which means so the angular speed remains the same for all points along the whole length of the hand. This also means that linear velocity does not increase as you move from the inside to the outside of the hand.
You just said it does.
No.
The linear velocity increases as you move further away from the center of
not
rotation.
on a
Yes,
clock.
it does. Yes, it does. That's the
No, because-
equation. Linear velocity.
No, it doesn't.
Okay,
Not on a
that's
clock.
basic.
Not
that's
on a clock.
Not on a
It's basic-
clock. It's a
physics
non-sequitur
101.
to what you're trying to explain.
Okay. So I urge everyone to look up angular velocity to linear velocity. Just look it up on Google. Angular
Not
velocity.
don't think we've looked
on
it
a
up.
clock. You're not listening.
You're not listening.
Okay.
What's the word vector mean again?
So angular velocity V equals the radius times linear
I
velocity.
understand
So
what
meaning-
you're saying, but it
meaning
doesn't
the
work
further
the way that
distance,
you're
the-
stating on
the
a
further
clock.
you away, the further the radius you are away from the distance, from the center of rotation, the faster the linear velocity. Therefore, the sun must be traveling faster. Think about gears, right? A bigger gear, the
Get your point,
outside
man.
gear
Hey,
must
Just
be moving
because you
faster.
say nah doesn't mean anything, man. You're just rambling on, yeah? And again, we've covered this.
You guys are.
We
well,
don't
then
care what
you guys
it's
don't get
doing.
it.
We've looked
You guys
at the
don't get it
Earth.
then.
We do get it.
Hey.
I've just explained it quite
Hey,
simply.
if you rotate around a clock at 60 seconds in a minute, if you're at the top of the clock or the bottom of the hand or the top of the hand, there's no fucking change in velocity, bro.
Yes, there is.
That's not
Yes, there
realistic.
is.
That
It's a
means the
fixed
clocks.
length.
That would mean the clocks are fucked up. If they're really close to the circle versus way out there, man, it's still 60 seconds. They all traveled the same fucking distance, bro. Get over it. Thanks.
If I was near the center of the arm, where the arms are, I would be moving a tiny distance. I would be moving a little tiny itty bitty circle.
It's not provable, man.
But no. Think about it. No.
It's not provable.
I'm being
bro.
honest.
Sorry,
I'm being
man.
honest.
It's
I'm being
like
honest.
fucking water without a
about it.
container or
No,
gas
think about it.
without a container. It's unprovable, man. You can't prove
Flat Earth.
it.
No. Just okay. I'm being
Go
honest.
ahead.
Think about
You
it. Think about it.
think you can prove it? That's cool, man. We're all here
Okay.
for that.
No. Okay. Yeah. Genuinely. If you have a regular clock, if an hour passes, the minute hand has to, like, near the center of the clock, has to move a tiny little circle, only a little itty bitty circle. Meanwhile, the end of the hand has to move a huge circle. It has to go all the way around the edge, the perimeter of the clock, meaning it has to travel a farther distance. Correct? It has to travel a farther distance. Right?
Okay,
But it's
yes.
on a
Now,
fixed-
Therefore, it has to move faster. So either the sun has different daylight hours, or the sun changes velocity. There's no way around it. There's no way around that. There's no reconciling it.
Dude, give up on your engineering degree if this is what you believe. Yeah.
Explain it to me. Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
100%, man. This is what modern. This is what university education does.
It's gears.
Yeah.
This is what
makes
rather
an
than
idiot.
insulting me, why don't you explain it? Rather than
Hey, how about
insulting me,
this, buddy?
explain it.
No,
Get back
it's
to
not
this
an
thing I'm
insult.
trying
He's
to ask you.
illuminating that you're like.
Let me ask him this again real quick. Hey, so do you think that a protractor would it would be required that it has a flat base, a protractor, to measure angles?
Yes.
Okay, so can you measure angles on a sphere?
Yes.
Can you measure an angle to a curved line?
Yes, you can.
No, you
Tangent.
can't.
Yes,
No, you can't.
Tangent. Yes, you
And
can.
you have access as a mechanical engineer. You have access to CAD, and I want you to model that.
Yes, I can. I wish I could
No,
share
you
my
can't.
screen. Can I share my
You're a
screen?
moron. That line's coming from the center of the sphere, and it can't be worked. Okay.
Tangent.
Flying
It's called
past this,
tangent.
my
Dude,
friend.
there's a
We're not.
consequent
Excuse
relation
me.
between the ground position and where the measurement's origin is. And if
Tangent.
you don't understand that needs to be a straight line, you're an idiot.
No, he's not.
We're not
Called
drawing a
tangent.
tangent here. We're not drawing a
You
tangent.
are. That's what you're
No,
calling
we're
it.
not. The question's this: can you measure an angle if one of the lines is curved?
From the base of the angle? Or
If you've got two lines,
Does a protractor need a flat base, dude?
Excuse
yes,
me.
the protractor
Dude.
needs a flat base,
Plumpy.
yes.
Okay, so the question is this: if one of your lines is curved, can you measure an angle?
If you can accept tangent, yes.
No, there's no good. There's going to be no tangent
Yes,
here.
then yes. Then if you could accept tangent, then yes.
But we're not
Why
accepting
the
a tangent
clarifier?
because we're not going to be drawing one because the question doesn't involve a tangent. It just involves two lines, one of them being curved. Can you measure that angle?
Dunning-Kruger, man. It's so Dunning-Kruger.
Just answer the question. Can you
Yes.
measure an
Then
angle if
yes.
one of the lines
Okay,
is
yes.
curved without a tangent?
Noted.
Yes.
No tangent here. There's only
Yes.
two lines. We're not going to be drawing a tangent. How do you measure an angle if you have a curved line?
Draw a tangent. I don't know
You
what you wanted
don't.
to say. I don't know what you
Yeah,
wanted to say.
Without the tangent.
hold on, guys, please. So,
Dude,
actually,
answer
You
the
what
draw
you're
a
question.
saying is,
tangent.
dude, what you're actually saying is no.
Angle of depression,
Can't
angle
measure
of...
an angle if one of those lines is curved. You have to draw a tangent.
Yes.
Good. So you can't measure an angle if one of the lines is curved, correct?
Correct.
Until you draw a tangent.
Correct.
Good. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Boom, baby. Yeah, welcome, man. Hey, it's good having you.
And
we're
good
gonna
luck
I'll
give-
tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because we navigate the Earth by using elevation angles to stars above the surface. We use an angle measuring devices as a sextant. You use a sextant to measure angles to stars.
The sun
surface of the
moves
Earth
faster
can't
but also slower. The sun moves
Excuse
faster
me.
but also slower at the same time.
Excuse me. If the surface of the Earth was curved, you wouldn't be able to measure elevation angles up from that curved baseline, would you? Would you?
I don't know. You're making up the math here. I have no
I'm
idea.
not picking up the math. This is geometry.
I'm following
Once you
you.
know
I'm
what a
agreeing.
protractor
I'm
is and an
following
angle,
you.
don't
I'm
make
listening
me
to
lose
you.
my patience. I'm hovering over the mute button now because now you're just being disingenuous. We understand what an angle is, engineer. You understand that you can't measure an angle if one of the lines is curved, which means we wouldn't be using angle measuring devices like sextants to navigate across the surface of the Earth if the surface was curved.
You could though. You could. You definitely could.
Okay, so with a marine sextant, tell me how you do it.
The sextant, the weight. Okay, and I'm gonna say blasphemy. You guys are gonna like have a heart attack, right? The weight of the
Oh my
sextant.
God. Oh my
Okay, wait, hold
God.
on. Let me explain it. The weight of the sextant lines up with the tangent of the plane that the person is on, right? And then you put the other end towards a star that you know the
Plane.
degree of acceleration, the
Yeah,
degree
the
of
plane, dude.
Let him go.
The plane.
Let him go.
gravity.
The
Oh my gosh, gravity!
What
let him go.
the hell are you saying?
Gravity! Oh my gosh, gravity! It's crazy.
Gravity in geometry?
Gentlemen, please let him go through it.
Yes. So the angle you are measuring is the weight of the sextant on the bottom, measured to the angle of I think it's appreciation from the star that you're measuring, and based off of the degrees that you expect to measure versus the degree that you actually measure, you can determine your latitude. You can determine how far you are away from the equator, basically.
Do you know what a height of eye correction or dip correction is?
No.
Okay. This
Is
is
that
the
altitude?
correction. This is the correction you will do when you've made your angle measurement, because after you've done the correction, it will take you down to the surface of the Earth, which must be a horizontal plane for you to do two things. One, to measure the elevation angle up to that star, and two, have a ground position of that star of 90 degrees, where the vertical line from the star meets the horizontal plane of the Earth. You will then have a horizontal plane between you and the ground position of that star, up to and including a distance of 3,000 miles. Let's remember that you don't just take the angle to one star, you're going to take two more, possibly going to take an azimuthal declination reading to north as well. All require the surface of the Earth to be a horizontal plane, because you can't measure angles off of curved surfaces.
Well, they don't require the Earth to be a curved surface. They
Yes,
just
they do.
they're approximating the Earth as
No, it's horizontal.
Okay.
It's horizontal. Has to be.
Okay, sure.
Do you know what a
I
circle
don't
of
agree. I don't agree, but I don't know what
You know what
else
circle
you're
of
proving. What are you
is?
proving?
That the Earth is used as a horizontal baseline when navigating across the Earth.
I'm saying it's tangential. It's not horizontal. It's tangential.
After you've drawn your tangent line using a horizon mirror, you then do a dip correction. Because your tangent line isn't really where you're making your angle measurement from. Your dip correction or your height of eye correction will place your sextant, mathematically speaking, on the surface of the Earth. This is why submarines, when they put their periscope through, they don't do height of eye or dip correction, because there's none to be made. They're already on the horizontal plane, reference between the ground position of the star in question at a distance of 3,000 miles.
Secondly, to Jetty's point, we also know, as we discussed earlier, that the horizon moves all the time. So for you to have an accurate tangent line, you would also need a geometric sphere for it to intersect with at the geometric horizon.
Yes.
You don't have that to have a tangent line.
Yes, that's actually a huge contention of debate among scholars who study the geometry of the Earth. That's actually a huge. No, genuinely. There are different models. No, genuinely. That's
genuine scholars.
That's correct. No. What he said was correct.
Shut the cap.
There are different.
You can't measure an angle with a curving line.
The Earth is lumpy. No. The Earth is lumpy. There are mountains. There are rivers. There are canals.
Yeah, well, the pictures from space look like billiards balls.
Well, yeah, zoomed out
from the sea.
Anything zoomed out far enough looks.
We're talking about navigating over the sea here. Yeah, we're talking about navigating over the sea. Of course, we live on a topographical plane, but when we're talking about celestial navigation and the sextant, and you talking about a tangent line, you first would require a geometric horizon, something that we don't see and that you don't.
But that's incoherent to say that you could solve it with the geometric horizon. You can't. You need to follow an arc path, which gives you a new tangent plane every nanometer. Okay, so you're screwed. You're coming. The light in the sky would be directly over Earth, and that point would be out from the center of the sphere. Therefore, you would have had to follow a curved path in your 90-degree required angle to do this task. Has been laid out obtuse, because you would have followed a curved path to roll the Earth to be under that star. You have diverging lines on. You can't. It's dumb.
How does that make sense? How does that make sense? But me.
What is one of the lines is following the path of a curve? Do you think that the equator and Polaris are like gonna have the same stars directly over them?
How does that make sense? But me saying that the Earth either must be moving faster or less daylight. How does that not make sense?
You definitely don't belong to be a mechanical engineer. No way.
Bruh, that's an insult, man.
Nope.
That's an insult.
You don't know what an angle is, and you don't understand the consequence of following
my friend, I could define so many things.
You can't define. You haven't defined anything. And your questions of logical.
Lumpy, if I can interject, Lumpy, quickly, if that's okay. Okay, can we get some hands up here? Yes. Anyone here that has actually done navigation, proper navigation on the ground or on the sea?
I'm a sailor.
Who was that? Sorry, I can't scroll down. Who was that saying that?
Flatter dude. I'm a sailor.
He's got one eye and one leg.
You betcha. You betcha.
Just quick, but I did
proves the
post a
point.
solar
That proves
work
the point. That proves the point.
validating that you can't
real
measure an
quick.
angle to a curve. So SolidWorks is here
Stop.
verifying
So
that.
look, sorry, I'm not trying to interject. The reason that I brought that up, okay, so we've got Flat Earth Dude, okay, he's actually navigated, or I have actually navigated on the ground. It does not matter what kind of navigation you're doing. It requires a flat surface. You cannot do it any other way, whether you are using a sextant or whether you are using a map and a protractor. Case closed.
Hey, is there any mods in here, man? Unmute Matthew, please. Thank you, man. Thank you, bro. I'll owe you one. That's my buddy Matthew Learns, man. He's a NASA fucking.
I don't understand how
spokesman,
philosophical
NASA
ideas
spokesman.
about
Thank you, Matthew.
angles is like passing, but when I say that the sun either has to move faster or have less daylight, you guys lose your minds.
No. The second hand on a clock, man. It's all moving the same speed, man. Get over it.
Angular speed, not linear, linear speed.
They all complete the fucking circle in 60 seconds, bro.
Lumpy. I genuinely, and I'm being honest. No, Lumpy. I'm being serious. Look up angular
One's objective
velocity.
and yours is a fallacy. We can measure an angle.
Linear velocity. No, look up angular velocity to linear velocity. I urge you.
And a reification with a straw man.
It's not going to help your
That also includes a model. You have like 5 problems with your idea.
Okay, if I have a big gear on a small gear,
dude, I don't want to hear your fallacy again.
Okay,
it's not a.
Can't hear this anymore.
If there's a fallacy in the claim,
you guys are scientifically illiterate.
Later, brother.
Illiterate.
All right, man. Cheers, bro.
Does that make sense yet? If there's a fallacy within the claim, it nullifies the argument.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
No, you have a fallacy. I've explained it to you. I've identified it as such. You claim if this, then that. Okay, and then you juxtapose it with a model. Okay, and then you come at it with like a generalization fallacy of saying you guys. And all we're trying to do is be honest with you, tell you the sun's doing whatever it does, but we know that we can measure an angle to it. When it's coming up over the horizon, you can measure an angle to it. And if you don't understand that requires 2 straight lines extending out to where the sun's noon position is at that point, then you don't belong here.
Hey, man, I checked it out the other day, man. The sun is really far away. And I'm freezing my ass off, man. Damn.
Yes, when it comes over the horizon, we can measure an angle to it.
My ass off.
Whatever we can't see, we can't see. But what we can see over the horizon, we can measure an angle to it. And if it's coming up over the horizon, it's say 6 in the morning in June. Hey, we don't have to interrupt me right now. If you don't understand that there's a relationship there that's mandated by the 90-degree angle, and what the consequence of following a curved path would be for 90 degrees of a sphere, right? Because it would be just at sunrise. Dude, it's over. There's nothing that you can't come back from that. And also your geometry is, on top of that, your geometry is been debunked with measurements of the surface. So, I don't know. Plus, your whole idea of space and the stars being all that far away, and the idea that you could see that far is another.
Hey, keep it on Earth, man. Keep it down here, man.
I'm using your model. I'm using your model.
I don't have a model, dude. You dumb person. How many times have we told you we don't have a model?
Okay. So then, it's
what?
like nailing Jello to a wall. It's like nailing Jello to a wall. Because you guys don't have a model.
Projecting now.
You guys don't have a model.
You're projecting again. That's what you guys always do. You fundy religion zealots.
Understand.
Come here and just throw turds like a turd throwing monkey do all this so low IQ stuff every time.
Yeah. I'm so low IQ. I'm trying to ask a question. I'm trying to ask
don't
a question.
understand what you're playing. Your question proof. Your question proof.
Lumpy. I'm trying to ask.
Lumpy. Listen, man. Now this he's a smart guy, man. I get it.
Smart guy?
I'm a smart guy. You're smart. Now, what we're looking at is actual real reality things, man. And if you can go out and experience the sun lower on the horizon and it's cold, that's a fact. If it's over your head and it's hot, that's a fact.
I agree.
And that's all we're looking at, bro. We're not looking at none of this other crazy outer space, millions and billions and trillions of miles. Fuck all that, man. What we can do is go out and experience Earth, man. And I can encourage you to the nth degree to go out and check out Earth because it reveals itself pretty obviously once you look at it. And that's all we're saying.
Right now it's cold. Yes. But Flat Earth, and I'm being honest. I swear I'm not trying to be like a gotcha. I'm not trying to be like a
exactly, man. I know you're not, man. I know where you're at.
Okay, but
bro.
listen to my argument.
I know where you're at.
Listen to my argument. Listen, I'm saying that right now it's cold, right? Because the sun is closer to the horizon. We're getting less daylight. But if you think about it,
Sherlock, you're a fucking
right,
genius.
right? Yeah. Yes. Okay. We're getting less daylight, right?
Cold as fuck all, man. It's snowing, it's fucking blizzard, rain. Yeah.
But in Australia,
this shit again for like the 8th time. This shit yet again. You have been answered again and again, dude. Come on, fuck me.
Hold on, Skinny. Man. I love you. I love your energy, bro. But you know,
no, yeah, dude. Oh, dude,
I do love it.
4 hours.
Can I get more daylight?
Yeah.
How can I get more daylight in Australia?
No.
At the same time.
If you get close to the fire, fuck, it's hot, man. If you get close to the fire, it's fucking hot, man. You get away from it, it's cold.
Okay.
Fuck, come on, man.
Because
you guys don't understand.
Because you want to keep bringing it back to this.
No,
you guys don't understand. No, you don't understand.
You don't understand. Yeah, we understand hot and cold. Fuck off, man. Come on.
You know that. You know that conceptualization you were shown by old dude, right?
Don't understand, man.
It's not a model. It's just a visual conceptualization of a possibility, right? It's just to open up people's minds to other possibilities.
All I'm asking,
it's not a definitive affirmation of a reality that we don't experience, right?
Here,
I don't subscribe to that. Other people may have developed such similar models, actual models, like Saint James Pierre or whatever his fucking name is, and Whitsitt and a few others may subscribe to such a model. I don't. So when you want me to explain it, or anybody else here, maybe some other people do subscribe to that particular model, but a lot of us don't. So when you're saying explain something using that, a straw man for a lot of people.
So okay, I'm not even saying. Listen. I'm not even saying, like your entire ideology. I'm just saying, if I were to agree that there's a flat Earth, how could you reconcile the fact that there must be more daylight in the southern hemisphere and less daylight in the northern?
You need a lot of data that is unknown. You need to know what the sun is. What the sun is, its distance, its composition, its size, what medium it exists within, its exact path. We don't know these things.
Okay, we don't know. That's the answer. We don't know.
We have some extra biblical stuff that says it goes in and out of portals, right? And then in the book of Job, I'm not saying I'd claim that. How would we model portals? No one's ever seen one.
I don't know.
Right. I mean, how could we even? But what I'm just saying is it could even be that. I don't know, man. All I know is I've been in North America. Right, and I see the sun go up and down and get colder and hotter, and literally we can't. Why worry about that question you have? And if you were to worry about it, you would want to validate it for yourself firsthand anyway, in this type of environment we have as far as information in this world. I mean, that would be a thing to do, and you could bring it as a claim with some evidence. But just to reify, based on what you imagine a model to be and how it should work based on sunrises and sunsets, we can't know some stuff. There's stuff that we have to imagine that thing to be that fanciful thought. But we're trying to teach you how to cut it off and trying to get you to contemplate your own ideas and how you're drawing conclusions.
Yes.
But then you just want to get more silly, so it becomes why did we spend time with you?
Okay,
maximum.
Okay, what about this? What about this? No. What
maximum.
About this? All I'm saying,
maximum.
I will convert.
Hold on.
I will convert.
Maximum.
Okay.
Maximum. What if I said 2 suns?
Oof.
2 suns? There's 2 suns?
What if I said that?
I just don't even know what to respond, honestly.
You would freak out, bro!
It's Occam's razor. I just don't even know.
Oh, what's Occam's razor? On a water going through outer space?
Yeah. Yeah, 2 suns. 2 suns.
Occam's razor leaves you with a hurt water ball spinning and orbiting, chasing the sun?
The definition
Get a grip, bro. Well, I'm just saying, what if I said that?
2 suns.
Yeah.
You're really saying
What if I said that? What if I said that?
I would say that you claiming that I'm not a good mechanical engineer,
you would have no response to it, as you said.
Laughable. It's laughable that
you would have, okay, then laugh away. You would laugh at my explanation. You say, there's no explanation. There's no explanation.
Okay. You know what?
I say, what if I say this? You say I laugh.
Okay, you know what? Old Hoss, let's entertain it. Let's entertain the idea. If there were 2 suns, and again, this is the same preposition that I always argue
you would laugh.
If there were 2 suns, there must never be a point where I can see both suns at once, right? Because we've never seen that, right? No.
Or
is that
maybe
correct?
Or maybe they don't allow you to get to that point.
What do you mean they don't allow me? They don't allow me.
What do you mean? What do I mean?
Oh, because okay. If there were 2 suns, I would see by now.
Can you concede that maybe time out. Cool your roll. I'm an asshole. So if I ask you to be not an asshole, then that tells you something. Listen. What if let's live in fantasy land, because that's all you guys do. If we lived in the fantasy land that there were 2 suns, maybe there were points where they would say, hey, you can't let people get here because they can see both of the things at the same time.
Mm-hmm. That'd be crazy.
The end.
That'd be crazy.
Okay, you laugh.
Argentina.
You laugh. There's an answer that you say doesn't exist.
Do you know how big that cover-up would be? Do you know how many people would have to be in on the secret?
I don't know, maybe 3 or 4. And then a bunch of gullible people.
You're crazy.
And then a bunch of willingly. Then a bunch of people who
know about how there's 2 suns. That's insane.
What?
So you see what I'm saying? Like your idea, it's Occam's razor. It's easily Occam's razor, very easily.
Another question that you've asked,
water in the sky.
Problem-solving principle. Why do you keep referring to Occam's razor? You're a ball-tard referring to Occam's razor. This is hilarious. We have a flat plane, non-rotating, which is a lot simpler than this magical fantasy ball.
Cannot explain seasons.
And yet you keep pulling Occam's razor. Occam's razor is in philosophy, Occam's razor is the problem-solving principle that recommends searching for explanations constructed with the smallest possible set of elements.
Yes.
Right. So here you are telling us we're flying through space, the sun's so far away, we're spinning and tilting and doing all this fancy shit, and all we're saying is it's a flat plane with the sun going over our head. We have the seasons.
Then explain the seasons.
Lends towards the flat Earth, my friend. Use your brain, please.
Then explain the seasons. No one has explained it yet.
If you mention seasons, blocked.
No one has explained it. Everyone gets angry. Everyone gets angry, but no one says actually.
Okay, the reason we're getting angry, shut the fuck up and listen. The reason we're getting pissed off is because, and this is very simple, we have no issue with being asked questions. But when you get asked the same question 15 fucking times and you've been told we don't fucking know, we get pissed off.
Then there it is.
Maximum.
You don't know. You don't know. Then you don't know.
You should
That's
try
it.
asking them
You
about the
don't know.
faces of
You don't
Venus.
know.
Same problem.
You don't know.
Yeah, we're not
That's it.
Fuck off, man.
Einstein.
We know, man. Dude, the sun's closer, it's fucking hotter. If
Okay.
it's farther away, it's colder.
Then
No
how do you
shit.
explain it faster,
Fucking
moving
seasons,
faster?
bitches.
Then how do you explain it
Fuck
moving
off.
faster? Then how
Fuck
do you explain
off.
it?
Fuck off. I'm done, man. I'm
Then
done.
you don't know. Then you don't know. Either you don't know, or how do you explain it moving faster?
Okay, shut up again. You were told
No,
this
you
2.5
fucking know.
hours ago. We don't fucking know. And to add
We
insult
don't
to
know.
it, we don't fucking care.
And there it
Step
is.
off.
You don't know. There it is. You don't know.
Fuck off, man. Listen,
Hey,
man.
Maximum. Hey, Maximum. News fucking flash, mate. You don't fucking know either. And again, you've been answered again and again and again, and you keep going back to the same shit. So
don't
either
know.
come up with something new or get the fuck out of here.
You
all
don't
right?
know.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Good night, Irene. See you later.
You
Good
don't know.
night,
Then.
One of the bigger
Good night,
problems
Irene.
is that he subscribes to a standard of evidence that we don't. We've let go of that standard of evidence.
Which is
That
any
is,
evidence. Which is any evidence.
relying. No. It's the reliance. It's a fallacious reliance on an idea of something you don't experience in order to explain something you do experience. It's a bunch of fallacies. It's begging the question. It's reification. It's affirming the consequence.
I'm just saying conceptually, how do you explain it? Conceptually. Even if I can't observe it, how do you explain it conceptually? Where does the sun have to be to where it can move faster and slower at the same time? How can
Here's
you
a new
explain
concept.
that?
How about we
Conceptually.
fuckwits to keep asking the same question?
Well, there's no explanation. Like I said, you have to reconcile that. It must move faster and slower at the same
Hey,
time.
Maximum, just a curious one, because this is getting old. Just a curious question. Mate, have you got a missus at all?
As in a girlfriend? Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm just wondering how the fuck she puts up with you, because you argue like a female on her rags when she's already in the wrong. And
I love my girlfriend.
Well, yeah, I know that's a fucking insult, man, but seriously, you sound like a fucking female on a rag. Seriously, ask the same question again and again. Don't listen to answers.
I imagine
Don't listen
girls
to
must
anything
love
like
you.
that.
Girls must love you,
Hey,
I
on the
imagine.
flip side, guys, if he drags this shit out for 8.5 more minutes, he's gone for 3 hours.
Well, here's the
No one gets
frightening. The
explained.
frightening thing is, and God bless you, Maximum. You're one of the more reasonable globe enthusiasts of late.
Well, then, that's what I'm saying. Old Hoss, explain to
why
me.
do you always spring? You guys, I know it's a lot of shit going on in here, but
I'm being honest.
I don't know,
man.
dude. Back up a second. How do you know the sun is a 93 million mile distant star?
I don't, and that's what I'm saying. Is
Okay.
I'm asking
Well, then
you. I'm
relax.
asking you. Yes. Listen,
I
Old
don't
Hoss,
know. You don't know.
I'm not. Yes, I'm not being argumentative. I'm not being facetious. No. And I really do. I want to say this to everyone here. I'm not
Well,
being
yeah, everyone can
confrontational.
speculate until the cows come home.
Yes.
Everyone could share their whiteboards and say, "What if this? What if this? I see this. I see that." Don't act like there's some like cliff into a cliff here. Like, oh, you don't know. So fuck you guys.
Okay. Well,
it's like
that's
just
what I'm saying.
relax.
Breathe, man. Fucking breathe, bro, man.
Dude,
Just breathe.
all I'm saying is that the second someone can provide me any
Dude, we just figured it out. Dude, we just figured it out within the last decade that we're not going through space. So let's just cool the roll.
I just don't understand how you guys are calling me illogical when you guys are blatantly saying that you guys don't know.
Well, you're using
You guys are saying I
arguments
don't
that are
know.
circular.
You're
You guys are
appealing
saying I
to you're
don't
appealing
know.
to ignorance here.
You guys are saying you don't know. You guys are saying
Who's
blatantly you don't know.
appealing to ignorance?
Maximum is.
Not us.
I'm not. I'm not saying.
No, I mean, I'm not. I don't mean to be so. And what?
You guys are
what
saying you
is
don't
he
know.
appealing to? I mean, he's appealing
Nothing.
to
I'm asking questions,
us
and you guys
not
are getting
knowing.
Incredulity.
I'm asking questions. You
Yeah.
guys get angry.
That's
I ask questions. You guys get angry.
We're not angry, bro.
We're not angry, bro.
Okay. Well,
We're just
no, because
We're
some
just here.
Australian. When I say, how do you explain the sun must get faster or slower? Some Australian's gonna blow up and be like,
That's on a particular model. That's on a particular representation
We've been on
what.
this for 3 hours. He's
Yeah,
gonna
you're
say
hung up
that.
on a
maximum.
GIF.
We've been on this for 3 hours, is what he's gonna say. When in fact,
Only applies to a particular model.
No one's responded. No one's explained how.
Thank you.
No one's explained how the sun can move faster and slower at the same.
Oh my goodness, dude! Stop with the straw man. Who's saying that's what the sun is actually doing? They know it for certain.
True.
If you asked for a possible explanation, and it was prefaced that this is not actual proof, I can't prove this, but here's an explanation that you are asking for. Right?
So it's either you don't know. It's either you don't know.
We don't know.
Well, then what the hell?
What the
You don't
fuck,
know.
man?
You don't
Say
know.
it, man. What the
You
fuck?
don't- What the fuck? You don't know. You don't
Fuck.
know that. Well,
What
then,
the fuck,
why
man?
am I? Why am I?
You don't
even-
know either,
mysteries
bro.
abound.
And guess what, motherfucker? They don't know either, man. We checked their documents. They don't even fucking know. That's
I
how
don't know,
fucking
man. I
deep
can
this
see.
shit
I can
goes,
see
bro.
Jupiter
It goes
exactly
deep.
to my globe model.
No shit, man. We see Jupiter, man. We see the
I download Globe model. I
no
download the
shit,
Globe app.
man.
I
Yeah,
see
we
the
see it.
curvature of Jupiter. I see Jupiter's a ball.
Can I
It's
ask
a
a question?
Yeah,
How do
dude,
you
if
get
you're in the
3D
forest,
perspective
Whoa,
through
whoa, 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 whoa.
eyepiece?
Jupiter's a ball. Jupiter's a ball. I see it. I see it with
Jupiter,
my own telescope.
I'm going to repeat the same
dude,
thing
just
over again because
You
spiraling.
see a ball through the telescope. Is that what you're saying
that's
right now?
Yes, I
Wow,
do. I
that's
see the
amazing.
ball through the telescope, and I
That's
see.
amazing. Have you ever seen the backside of the ball?
I
That's our
see the
question.
moons. I see the moons of Jupiter.
Well, the
I see.
moons, the backside. You seen
Yes.
the backside of the moon with your own two
No,
eyes? Really?
I just. How would you
Really?
explain
Really?
it? How would you
Really?
explain the phenomenon? How would you explain
That's
it?
Matthew feeding them.
That's
Okay,
fast.
okay. Oh, flat Earth dude. Then give me your explanation. How would you explain dots appearing and disappearing around Jupiter? How else would you explain it? That's my whole point. Is that you have no explanation, no
But
logic.
you
Dude,
just said you
what?
saw balls in the sky. Now you're saying they're dots.
Yeah,
They are
dude,
dots.
what makes you think the ground you stand upon is that thing, those relationships? What? I get it. They've told us that we exploded from nothing and we're ever expanding and we're insignificant dots. I get it. There's a story for every goddamn thing in the sky. Do you not see that?
How would you explain Jupiter's moons? I can see them disappear and reappear.
Oh,
I'm being honest.
Mysterious lights in the
They
sky,
are
unknown.
luminaries,
What?
nothing more.
Even if I had an exact answer for that, what does that have to do with what we're standing upon?
Well, the thing is you don't
Those
have.
are
Even
those not,
okay, I would
what
agree.
makes you think we are
I
that?
would listen. I would listen.
What
I would
makes you
convert.
think we are that, bro?
I would convert. I would convert if you had
I
an
don't know,
explanation.
dude.
But you don't.
You're
But you
beyond
don't.
anything. You're spiraling. What
You
makes
don't
you
have an
think we are
explanation.
those lights in the sky?
You're not here to convert. You're here to dictate your model to us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm a
what's
fed
going
or
on, dude?
whatever.
What
I'm
makes you think
NASA.
we are those lights in the sky? What's the
Nothing.
relationship?
I'm just saying there's no. You can't explain it to
What
the flat
makes
Earth
you
model.
think that you are standing on the same thing that those lights in the sky are?
I'm saying there's no actual evidence for the globe. It just makes more sense than the flat Earth. That's all
Oh,
I'm
so
saying.
you're just what? So you're here
Occam's razor.
sharing your
Yes, Occam's
presence.
razor.
Time out. No, dude. Spinning water ball is not Occam's razor. So what are you doing?
Occam's
Just
razor is the
Then
is the
explain
least amount of
seasons. Then
assumptions.
explain seasons.
Yeah, Occam's razor is a conclusion based on the least amount of assumptions. How
Then
many
explain
assumptions
seasons.
do you have to make?
the data.
Then
no,
explain
guys. You
seasons.
guys are speaking from a place where it's so embedded in your psyche. You think all this data is legit.
I'm
Wake
using
up.
your model. I'm
What the
using
fuck's
your
up with you
model.
guys?
I'm
We
using
don't
your
have
model.
a model. How many times have you been told?
You don't have a model. You don't
asked
believe in
for a
anything.
model.
You
Jedi
don't believe
gave
in
you
anything.
one that was created by one of your ball-tard friends. That's it. You
You
wanted a
don't
model,
believe
you
in
were given
anything.
one. Okay, I'm gonna try this a different method. Do you drink alcohol? Yes or no?
Sure. Yes. Yes.
Okay, so let's just hypothetically, one day you're standing out the front of your house on the sidewalk with a wine glass in your hand, and someone comes along, slaps it out of your hand. What happens now?
I don't know.
The wine glass, you're standing on the sidewalk. The wine glass does what?
Cracks on the floor, probably. Alcohol spills everywhere.
Thank you very much. It breaks. Do you know it'll break, or do you believe it'll break?
It might break or might not. It depends.
It's
it
on
might
the
not break.
sidewalk. It's been
It might
slapped out
not
of
break.
your hand. It's
It
on
might
the
not break.
sidewalk. It's a wine glass. It's on the sidewalk.
Sometimes they don't break. Sometimes, if you've ever tried to crack glass, sometimes they
Slapped out
don't.
of your hand.
Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they don't break.
You're telling me it's been
All right,
slapped
dude.
out of your
Say
hand.
you're collecting Pokemons and someone zaps your Pokemon from you. What the fuck, dude? Don't get all wacky. I don't even know where the guy's going.
Sure. Okay, sure. Whatever. It breaks.
We're talking about wine glasses getting slapped out of your hands. Don't get
Do
cute.
you know it will break, or do you believe it will break?
Sometimes it breaks and sometimes it
You know
doesn't.
it'll break. Why do you know
Sometimes
it
it
will
does.
break? Shut up and listen. Why do you know it'll break? Because you've done it before. We all know the fucking wine glass will break. It's quite simple. Now I'm going to ask you a serious question. Do you know the globe, or do you believe in the globe? You believe in the globe. You don't have to answer it. We know the answer for you.
Can I show
Do
my
yourself
screen?
a favor. Go out and get some knowledge. Know what you're doing.
I'm willing to drop my wine glass. I have a wine glass right now. I'm willing to drop it.
No,
on the
don't
floor.
drop it. Don't do it.
I'm
Don't do
willing
it.
to. I'm willing to show you that sometimes it doesn't break. Sometimes it
No,
does not
dude,
break.
no, it's gonna break. But
It's not. It's sometimes it does not break.
What's that gonna prove? Drop it on cement.
Out on the
Talk to him, Scott. Talk some sense into him.
I'm willing.
Fellow Glober, please.
Can I share my screen? Can I share my screen?
No, you
Alcohol
can't share
abuse,
screen
I
anymore.
don't mind.
I can't share my screen. Well then,
No,
Very fuck we do this.
nobody
I'm genuinely
sharing
willing.
screen. Thanks.
I don't
Can I
know.
ask
I
Max one
just
question real quick, guys?
Yeah.
Take it off the monotony of what he's doing. What are you trying to achieve here right now?
Oh, we don't know.
I want to listen. If I want to convert, if I want to convert,
I
you
want
have
what I was trying to do.
Yes. If I want to convert, I want to
Convert.
have.
You don't want
all
to.
of
Dude, you already live
Yeah,
on
we
a
won't
flat
be
Earth. You're not
brainwashed by you.
converting, man.
Be honest. What are you really
Scott,
trying to do right
Scott,
now?
he's
That's
good with
right.
everything except the seasons. That's it. He's stuck on the seasons.
Yeah,
He's got
he's
everything
stuck on
else
the-
down.
No. It's actually
Holding him
the,
back.
It's actually the Coriolis. No. It's actually the
Yeah,
Coriolis.
especially on the year when the season's been off
It's
kilter.
actually the Coriolis effect and the fact that the stars move closer to the horizon.
Oh,
Maximum.
shit. Oh,
60
fuck.
seconds of honesty.
Say the C word on this.
Holy shit. Coriolis, man.
What are you
But
really
you
trying
guys
to
don't
do
want to
here,
respond.
Maximum?
You guys don't want to
We don't
respond. 'cause
know.
You don't have explanations. You don't have explanations. You guys don't have a model.
Sorry.
You guys don't have a model.
Sorry,
No
gentlemen.
model.
The effect is
My
an
friend-
optical illusion. That is
No
it.
model.
Nothing
No
more.
model.
My friend, I can go down and ask the village idiot for an explanation. Any idiot can give an explanation. That wouldn't be the best choice of questioning for you, for someone to give you an explanation.
Yeah. It's so ironic.
Ironic. What do you mean by ironic? What is
The
so
fact
ironic?
that I'm asking about your okay, you guys don't have a model. You guys don't have a model, right? So then why the fuck am I even asking, right?
Well, you have a model.
Yeah, exactly.
I want
Why
you
would
to
you
present. I want you to present your model. That'd be
No.
great.
I'm asking about your model, but you guys
No,
don't
no, no,
have
no,
it.
no, 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 no,
Maximum,
no. It
you
doesn't
really need
work
to ask
like
yourself
that.
right now.
No,
Why are you asking?
What
It doesn't
model?
it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work
How
like
many
that.
times has he said that?
I can't ask about you. I can't ask questions. It
Sure, you
must
can, man.
You
After
can
you
ask
know your,
questions, sure.
after you present your model,
24/7.
you
asking
can
you.
ask us about our model. But until
But
you
you know
present
my
your model, you don't
globe.
have anything to
The globe
stand
is my
on, man.
model.
I
The
hate to
globe
break
is
it
my
to you.
model.
Sucks, man, but I get it. It sucks.
Okay, globe is my model. Poke holes. I'm ready for it. Poke holes.
Fuck alls, pendulum.
Pendulum?
You-
What about pendulum?
What about fuck alls, pendulum, man? Because
What about fuck all's pendulum?
yeah.
How do you know there's how do you know there's a water ball?
There's a what?
A water
How do you know
ball.
the Earth's
you
just
know
a
the
water
Earth.
ball?
Yeah, you know the sun's a ball, even though you know the sun. Don't know what the sun is. So how do you know the Earth is a water ball?
Well, we see other planets are balls. right?
No. How do you know? I asked you earlier. How do you know the lights in the sky have any
Shadows.
the ground
Shadows
you're
on
standing
the
upon?
equator. On the equator, there's no shadow.
Dude, one question, and then I'll shut up for the rest of the night. Because there's a bevy of people that would love to explore your illogic, insult.
You think so?
Anyways,
Really?
how do you know these lights in the sky, other than what you've been told in the books, that you're standing on one of those? How do you know it's the same thing?
Because we have telescopes, pretty powerful telescopes that can see stars and stuff.
No, I'm talking about the planets, brah.
So what's your actual question? How do you know that we live on Earth?
The actual question is the question I asked. How do you know the ground you're standing upon is one of these lights?
It's an assumption. It is an assumption.
Okay. Ooh.
Now we're getting somewhere, right?
Ooh. You know what happens when you assume? You make an ass out of you and me. And
Okay.
no bueno.
Okay.
No dice.
Is this clown still in here going on about seasons and crap?
Hickory
Oh,
dickory dock.
fuck. There you are.
Okay.
Fuck. I've been
How
begging
do you
for
know? How do you know that the seasons are actually real?
He assumes that the Earth is
They're
one
actually
of these
real.
lights in the sky.
While the weather
Good.
changes throughout the year, it's
Oh,
cold
that's
for
an
half the year, it's
assumption.
sort of warmer.
Boom! That's
It's
an
an
assumption.
assumption?
Boom!
Really? Wow, this kid's
The
bricked.
sun.
What did you do to him? He's lost his
Hey,
entire mind.
The
last
sun
time
must be moving faster and
Backpedaling.
slower. The sun must be moving
It's
faster and slower
dude.
at
I'm
the
just
same
gonna
time.
mute you. You said that like 2 hours ago, and you're just
No,
looping on it.
heretic! Don't take it. Don't take him from us. Please don't mute him.
yeah.
It's like-
No.
He's
This is
gold. He's gold.
He said that
Jerry.
like 2 hours ago, and he's still
I
saying
know,
that.
man, but
Now
he's-
he's just saying that your direct
it's a trip.
experience is just an
Well, it's
assumption.
the same argument. It's the same
Well,
logic.
he said he just assumed
You
that
never
the
had
Earth
an
is
argument.
one of these lights in the sky.
It's the same
You
logic.
never had an argument though. So
It's
the
the
Earth
same
is a light in the
Wait,
sky.
I have a question. How do you know that the Earth is flat?
The Earth is flat. Well, it has hills, valleys, undulations, mountains, shit like that. So it's not flat per se, but water flattens out at rest, which makes the overall layout of this place horizontal and flat, not
How do you know
spherical.
that? How do you know that?
Water? Oh, well, I'm drinking a beer right now, and I'm looking at the surface of it, and it's finding level, it seems. When it's not disturbed and I'm not shaking it around, it just flattens out completely and goes horizontal on the surface. Yeah, so that's how I know that.
Look at Carnivore. Look what he posted. This thing is floating in midair on the ISS.
That's a cool
Free
movie,
falling.
man. It's a cool
Free
internet
falling.
video. It's a great
Look at
internet
that.
video.
saw
Looks
the
like a
movie The
Sandra Bullock
Matrix,
film.
dude. This guy dodged bullets in The Matrix. Have you ever seen The Matrix? Oh my god, the guy dodged
Well,
bullets.
it's the same
Have
logic.
you seen that? Oh my
Isn't that
god,
the
it's
same
amazing.
logic?
Yeah, it's a great internet video. Now let me ask you this question: where in nature have you seen that happen?
Okay, heretic.
Yeah, you're gonna pivot. Where in nature have you seen that happen?
And I'm being honest, heretic, and I swear, I just if you answer, I'll shut up. If you answer,
Who's the fuck is hot? Who the
I
fuck
don't
is
know
hot
who's
micing
talking.
like
I
that?
don't know
Hey,
who's
he's
talking.
coping. Whoever it is.
Please
Hey,
stop.
heretic. In fact, anybody, if anyone can answer my question, I'll shut up.
Wait, why are you getting a question? I just had one. Why are you skipping right past that?
Okay,
and
let
going
me
to
answer your
someone
question.
else?
What's your question?
Okay, so where in nature have you seen a water ball like that forming midair?
Surface tension of water.
No,
Right?
in midair, like your internet video is showing, where have you seen a ball of water just form like that?
If you spray water in the air, it'll flow.
I do that. I have a spray bottle right here. I can try spraying it right now. Is the water going to cluster
Take a
together?
video of the water
Are the water droplets going to cluster together into a
The
ball?
guy's not spraying water, he's ping-ponging
Take
it.
a video. Take a slow-mo
Just like that video, right? So I'm going to get a nice ball of water in the air,
will.
right?
Yes, you will. You
No, I
genuinely
won't.
will.
That's not what
Okay.
happened. So now what? Post your home video because it didn't work for me. Show me how you
I
did
wish
it.
I
'cause
could, but I
did it
can't
to
show my
work.
camera. I wish I could, but I can't show my camera.
Yeah, okay, just post a video on YouTube, your home video of you making a ball of water form in the air, just like that video is showing, and we'll take a look. Because I can't get it to work for me.
Well, I posted a video of showing the curvature of Earth, but nobody accepts it.
Yeah, so that's a whole other thing. So I guess, yeah, you're just going to fold on that one.
Heretic.
All right.
Heretic. Okay. I have a question for you, and
We're
I
just
really.
trying to use Occam's razor with that
This is
water
everyone,
on the
and this is
ball.
for everyone, and maybe the Australian,
We
the
want
Australians.
to try to use Occam's razor here. If like you can show us a ball with water on the edge, I think maybe then we could go ahead and just say that your worldview has more assumptions for sure on that.
You can, if you've ever had surface tension of water stick to your body after you get out of the shower and you have water droplets on the bottom of your ass or on
But
the
do you
bottom
think
of
there's
your.
a difference between a drop of water and an ocean?
Well, you
Do
just
think
asked
maybe
me
they
for an
behave
example
differently?
of water defying gravity, right? And I just provided one.
No, bro. You're putting the cart before the horse. Are you saying we're living on a 3,959 mile radius water drop?
Well, I'm trying to.
No, you're
conform
trying
my
to tell us about
ideology.
like showers and shit. So stop.
Okay,
So
well,
unless it relates
nobody listens to my arguments,
yeah,
like
because it's bullshit.
not bullshit.
Questions earlier.
It's bullshit.
Hey,
Water droplets?
I have a question for Heretic. I have a question for Heretic, and it's a genuine. Anyone can answer it. And I know the Australian's gonna have a stroke. He's gonna be like, "We've been talking about this for 3 hours, right?" But
oh god, here we go. Seasons.
Do not fuck off, man. I explained.
No one had a stroke the last time you predicted a stroke. You had a stroke.
He almost had a stroke.
I was the first guy who answered.
You almost had a
He's gone
connection.
through everyone else, and now he wants to circle back to me.
Right, but who do you think needs to hear it again, dude?
Well, that's my
You're
question.
pricked, kid.
Right? I mean, like, it's only been
No
said
explanation,
30
but there's no
times.
explanation. There's no explanation, is there?
Seasons equal a globe.
There's no
So just ignore the explanation we keep giving you, and then say there is none.
Okay, give me an explanation. Give me no. You said there's an explanation. Give me the explanation. Everyone said there's no explanation. That they don't have a
Position of
model.
the sun. Position of the sun. There it is. Same thing we've
What
been
about
saying
the
for
position?
2-3 hours.
3 hours.
It's relative position to you, the Earth.
The sun is
whatever.
moving faster, right? The sun is moving faster around the.
No,
bigger
I didn't
sun.
say that. I didn't say
The
that.
Aussie's tuning in again. The Aussie's tuning in again here.
Red
You
herring.
don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it. You don't want to
No,
hear
I
it.
didn't say it's moving slower or faster. Either. I said its position has changed.
Hello,
The Australian's gonna have an aneurysm. Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Hello, Maximum. Hello. Yeah, I'm back again. You called me by name, and yeah, I'm going to say the same thing again. We have answered you
We've
again
been
and
talking
again.
about this for 3 hours.
That's a really shit Aussie accent, by the way.
Get to the chopper.
That's a really shit accent. Point being, dude, you're asking questions yet again that again we're told again and again and again we don't have the answers for, dude. Do you see? I don't know. This is why I brought up your fucking missus, man, and asked you if you had a missus, because if you like this with her, I don't know how the fuck she hasn't emptied the night block at you. So come up with something new or fuck off. It is that simple.
Come up with an explanation or fuck off. Come up with an explanation. Come up with an explanation or fuck off.
Honestly, it's kind of interesting that it's stuck in this holding pattern.
Okay, just for your information.
I don't mean to be all like philosophical about it at the moment, but he is stuck in the holding pattern.
Explanation. I need an explanation for seasons.
Holding pattern.
Explanation for seasons. Explanation for seasons.
Explanation for seasons. Good lord, sir. So you think you're being tanned by a 93 million star?
I'm just saying, if Australia
is that what's
more
going
daylight,
on?
No. Okay, let me articulate
No, I'm just
it
asking
one last time.
you.
Yes.
Keep it real.
Yes,
Are you being
one last
tanned
time.
by a 93 million mile distance star?
If Australia experiences more
Australia
daylight,
doesn't exist, remember? Australia doesn't exist, remember? There's a glober that argues that Australia doesn't exist anyway. So you're a glober, so we don't exist anyway. Yeah?
I'm trying to understand.
Explain Leighton Hewitt.
Funny.
Trying to understand. If the sun has to move faster, but it also must move slower, how does that explain anything? It must do both things simultaneously. There's no explanation.
Hey, dude. I thought about this shit for years, man. Like, okay. But if you think about it, man, at the second hand of a clock, man, the entire second hand, whether it's close to the rotation or farther away, it all moves at the same speed, bro. That's it. It does, without a doubt, man. There's no way to disprove it. Good luck, man. It's like gas pressure without a container.
No, I agree, but that's not my point. My point is
not fucking disprove it, man. So just get over it, bro.
the flat Earth.
You'll be
Listen,
fine. You'll be fine. You'll
Think
be
about it.
fine, man. You'll be
Think
good.
about it. The tip of the arrow has to move faster than the center, right? Doesn't it?
No, man. It's moving the same speed, man. Because
Same
it's a
speed. The tip of the
second
arrow
hand,
has to
man.
move. Well, then we
Second
disagree on
hand,
physics.
60, yeah, we got your 60 seconds per minute.
All right, so you're arguing. No, what you're arguing here is the same Darwinian argument from a long, long time ago. If you have a train traveling at the speed of light, which I'm not even claiming exists, but if you're on a train traveling the speed of light and you're on top of that train and walking along the top, are you going faster or are you going at the same speed the train is?
It's not my argument.
That's a crazy
It's
fucking.
not my argument.
That's a crazy
It's not
fucking
my
thing
argument.
about, man. Yeah,
Not my
yeah. I
argument.
got to think about that one for a couple days. I'll get back
Oh,
to you on that one.
Let
That's a
me
good
think
one.
about it. The sun has to move faster and slower at the same time.
Yeah, look,
Sorry.
here's the reason that I brought it up. It doesn't fucking matter, and you can't prove it anyway because there's no train that goes the speed of fucking light, and you can't get a guy up there anyway. If there is a speed of light, walking along the top of it, it is complete.
Yeah.
All it is supposition, assumption, etc. So why the fuck do you keep asking these same questions?
Okay, two questions.
You just
Okay,
you get answers.
One after the other.
Stop.
One
Well,
after the
seriously,
other.
fucking stop.
Stop. Just
I'm
stop
breaking
it.
your ideology. I'm ruining your ideology. I'm sorry.
You ain't rude. Fuck all, man.
We'll give him an answer. Let's do it the easy way. The sun comes up on the east-hand side of Australia, has a carton of piss, and it's so fucking drunk that it can't get over the country quick enough. That's why it's so fucking hot here.
So it takes a long
You know
time.
what?
It takes a long time to get over Australia. It takes a longer time.
Because it's drunk. That's why.
Okay, so that means daylight is longer. That means the day takes longer in the northern hemisphere, right?
Hey, Matrix, yeah, good one, man. That's the exact same thing. He just presented the same. He just presented the same thing. He presented a fucking supposition, man. Just like you not a supposition, sorry, an assumption, or asking the fucking question that no one can answer. Does the sun get drunk? No one fucking knows. So it's the same fucking thing. So
Does the
move on.
sun
Oh, fuck
get
off.
drunk, man? I mean, that's the greatest question of the week, right? At this point, man. Does the sun get drunk or not?
Yeah.
man?
So it moves slower across Australia, but at the same time, there needs to be less daylight in the northern hemisphere. That makes
don't
sense.
care.
That
You
makes
were told-
sense. No, that
you
makes
were
sense.
told
There's
earlier-
less
no,
daylight
shut
in
up,
the
listen.
northern hemisphere.
You were told 15 degrees per hour. If you can't accept 15 degrees per hour, you have something wrong. Please, 15 degrees per hour. That's it.
Angular. That's
We
angular
don't
velocity.
care. We do not care. The relevance to a flat
You don't know
Earth is
physics.
5/8
You don't know
of football.
physics. You don't know physics.
I know physics, and I know my boot will fit up your ass. Now, 15 degrees per hour.
You're so
Good
strong.
night, Irene.
So
Send it.
strong. Boot will fill up my ass, bro. That's so strong.
Hey, Maximum. Okay, you're a Glober, and you've been on a lot of websites, presumably, right?
Nope.
Okay, can I
I'm just
assume
talking
that?
to you. Nope. I'm just talking to you guys. This is just
No,
y'all.
I can assume you've been on a lot of websites. Now, if you had a
I don't
flat
think about
earther
flat
come
Earth.
in,
I haven't thought about
if you
flat Earth
had
for a while.
if you had a flat earther come into a Glober site and pull the shit that you have for the last 3.5 hours, do you think that they'd still be getting talked to, or would they have been fucking muted by now?
No, actually, true. I actually applaud you guys for putting up with my bullshit. I applaud you guys for being very tolerant of my antics. I genuinely, and I don't mean that pedantically. I don't mean that as like facetiously. Like you guys.
Educationally, you've enjoyed it, right?
Yes, you guys have actually put up with my shit. Like I've been asking questions. You guys haven't muted me. Well, sometimes you guys mute me, but like it's honest.
I'm not a mod, man. Don't blame me, man.
So look, how about this? How about you go to your friends and you fucking say This whole concept of flat earthers, it's just an echo chamber. And we don't call ourselves flat earthers anyway, but that's what you guys call us. So and you guys understand it. But
Whatever,
that it's an echo chamber. You get muted if you disagree, etc. You go back and tell your friends that is not actually the fucking case. Yes, do we get pissed off at times getting asked the same fucking question 20 times? Yes, we do. But you're still here and you're still able to talk, and we're still conversing with you at this point.
What about the seasons, bro? I want to talk about the seasons.
Listen.
I don't get it. I just don't get seasons, man. I mean, I live in the northern hemisphere, and
I would convert instantly. Instantly, I would convert if you guys explained. And I hate to be the troll. I hate to be the
instantly converting, man. Fuck that, man.
But
you gotta fucking go out and observe this shit for yourself, man. Do not put that shit on us, bro.
There's two questions.
Don't put that shit on us, converting you. Fuck off.
Okay. Flat Earth. It's just two questions, right? The sun has to move in a bigger circle.
It's the same fucking questions you've been asking for the last 3.5 hours.
But there's no explanation.
Yeah, there isn't. Yes, that's right. That's right. Correct.
Man, correct. No, he said correct. There's no explanation. Correct. There's no explanation.
Yeah.
Therefore, I'm gonna stay globally. I'm gonna continue. There's no explanation. Therefore,
hey, mate. Hey, Maximum. You can do whatever the fuck you want, mate. Like I said, if you want answers that are based off of assumption and that can't be fucking proven, go with the fucking globe quote unquote model, which there isn't actually.
Flat Earth model, you can't be proven on the flat Earth model if there's no explanation.
Hey, fucking let me finish, mate. Let me fucking finish. Right? If you want answers to questions that cannot be verifiably answered via the scientific method, go the globe model. If you're actually curious to learn about the nature of Earth under our feet, you're in the right place. But you keep asking these same fucking questions again and again and again, and you've been told again and again and again, and you keep asking the same friggin' questions in the same way. You go off on tangents, all that kind of shit, and it is getting very, very old. You understand that, right?
Questions are being seen as a threat, which is kind of indicative of the idea.
No, dude. No, they're not.
One person. I just need one explanation. Just any explanation.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Any
explanation?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. You were talking about all these things that we cannot prove and we cannot prove, and you said at the end of it, because you cannot prove, that means, and you stopped. That means what? That means it's a globe.
That means it's just an idea. There's no actual proof.
Why there is no proof?
Because I'm asking how the model works for seasons, and there's no explanation. There's no model. That's what I'm saying.
They told you for 3 hours that there is no explanation. Wait, they told you we cannot explain. So why you keep pushing it?
Because okay. If there's not even an theoretical explanation to be proven, to verify, like you guys aren't even providing facts. You guys are not even providing. No. Hold on. You guys are not even providing a theory. No. Hold on. You guys. You asked me a question. You guys aren't even providing a theoretical. You guys are. Okay.
You've given the same answer again and again. You've given the same answer again and again. So here it is, Maximum. Let me ask you a question in return, because I don't believe I've actually asked you an actual question about something that's speculative yet. Is there an afterlife?
Sure.
Did you say sure?
Sure. Yes.
How do you know that?
I don't. It's faith.
That's
right. So we're honest about our answers in terms of the physical Earth as we know it. That can't be verified. The rest is speculation, as we told you. The rest is speculation, it's assumption, it's etc. You're assuming, and look, I'm a Christian, I believe in the afterlife as well. However, there is no way to actually prove it. You're asking questions for which there is no actual scientific answer. You've been told this again and again and again, and you keep coming back and saying, there's no proof. You're saying, I would have converted. I'd convert overnight. We're not looking to convert you. We have answered you to the best of our ability, and you keep circling back to the same bullshit. Do you understand how that is really fucking frustrating?
But afterlife is unknowable. Afterlife is unknowable, right? The nature of reality is knowable. We can measure it, right? With curvature, with cameras. We can't measure reality. We can't measure reality.
No, not everything.
Yeah, but cameras are not measuring instruments for curvature. Do you know how to name one instrument that is used to measure curvature of an object?
Astrolabe, sextant, gyroscope.
No, astrolabe is not any
Gyroscope, sextant.
Gyroscopes do not
Doesn't know what he's talking about, guys. We are wasting our time with him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Like the guy yesterday, he was talking about the compass, and he never used the compass in his life. And he's talking about the compass. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's been 3.5 hours, and he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yes, I agree. It's been 3.5 hours. No one's explained seasons in the model.
Because you don't want to understand. That's the problem.
What are seasons for you?
Migo, explain.
3.5 hours, and you don't understand. You don't want to listen.
Explain
Hey,
seasons.
Maximum, have the seasons even been that drastic this year?
That you cannot know everything. You cannot
the
know
seasons have been so non-drastic this season.
How do you explain seasons?
Yeah, what causes
you can only know your reality. You cannot explain the whole reality. You can only experience your own reality.
I agree.
No, actually,
My
he cannot
reality
model
is my reality. Your reality is your reality.
You guys are
cannot
getting triggered. You guys are getting triggered because I asked you to explain seasons, and you guys get triggered.
No, we're getting triggered because you've passed up for 3 hours straight. We're not getting triggered. Shut up.
Have a model.
We're not
You don't have a
getting
model.
triggered for asking questions. We have
Yeah, we don't have a model.
You don't have a model.
We don't have a model. We don't have a model.
No,
You don't
the
have a model.
forbidden chat. Does the
Who said
Quran say it's flat?
Nobody's playing the model here. You are imposing your model to me, and you are wanting me to accept your model.
No, I'm using your
to-
model. I'm using your model.
I don't have a model. Who said we have a model?
Well,
Who
then
showed you a model here?
Okay, then there's no
Who
flat
showed you
Earth.
a model?
There's no model. There's no flat Earth. There's no model. Then you don't even believe in flat Earth because flat
What
Earth
is
is a
your
model.
reality? This
Flat
is
Earth
the
is a
problem.
model.
What is your reality?
Flat
Your
Earth is a
reality
model.
is flat.
Flat Earth is a model.
Oh my god. You're an idiot, man. Waste of time, guys.
Is flat
So
Earth not a
can't
model?
explain season, therefore not flat. Okay? I've got
Is flat
big
Earth a
shoes,
model?
therefore Skinny Vet drives a Ferrari. Sold.
Reality is not a model. You have no jar with a piece of reality or with a piece of seasons in it.
But you believe in flat Earth, right?
No, I don't believe. I know it's flat because
Okay. You know flat Earth is true. You know flat Earth is
Listen,
true.
it is measurable.
Okay. If flat Earth is true,
I asked you to name one instrument that is used to measure curvature of an object, and you said gyroscopes, and those are not instruments for measuring.
according to you. According to you.
They are not instruments to measure curvature, according to anyone.
According to you. No, according to you.
Listen, only an illiterate person that doesn't know what gyroscopes are will blindly say what they believe they are. So you are a very religious person. You're not scientific.
I am though.
How about
I'm
we
asking
entertain
questions.
this? The
I'm asking
instruments
questions.
that you claim measure curvature. One of them was a sextant. A sextant is for measuring what? Elevation angles.
Angles, yeah.
Yeah. So that's that one striked out. What's the next one?
Yeah.
Sextant.
Elevation angles.
We just told you that sextants do not measure curvature, arc curvature of an object. They are measuring an elevation angle. angles are not curves.
Sure, I agree.
Okay, good. Next.
So I'm following. I agree. I convert whatever I believe. How do you explain seasons? That's it. That's the whole question.
Can someone but kick him out for fuck's sake.
Well,
kick him
listen, I can explain you how what you believe, that you have been given your heliocentric model for seasons, yeah? So, do you have a heater at home?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
Listen, let's put it
Okay,
scientifically.
sure. Yes, I have a heater. Sure, I have a heater.
So
Sure.
when it's turned on, yeah, and you get closer to it, what will you feel?
Heat. I feel
Heat.
hot.
When you go further away from it, what will you feel?
Cold. I feel cold.
Cold. Good.
Cool.
Now, in your model, the Earth gets closer
Get less daylight.
and
Have less
further
daylight.
away from the sun.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I thought
So
you were talking about daylight. I thought you were talking about daylight because that's what I'm concerned about. Is daylight.
In which season does the Earth get closer to the sun, and in which season it gets further away from the sun?
It's a negligible amount. It's about the tilt of the Earth and not about the actual closeness of the Earth. It's about the tilt. Assuming the other ideology, I believe in flat Earth. I believe in flat Earth. Assuming,
No, you don't. Because
No,
you disagree with the tilt.
flat
We
Earth
can
is
tell that
not a
straight away.
belief. It's not a religion to believe it.
Well, then answer my question. Seasons.
You either listen. You either research.
Here's another question.
Earth,
How come Australia
and you
only has
will
two
know.
seasons? Hot and fucking hotter.
What?
Why does Australia, in certain parts, only have 2 seasons?
Well, because there's a hot and dry season, depending on where the actual
So let me get this straight. You've got no problem explaining my question, but you can't explain your own. It's the same fucking thing.
Well, you don't have an explanation. You don't have an explanation. I actually do explain your question. You don't explain mine.
We did. We said quite clearly 3 fucking hours ago, we do not know. What
You don't
part of
know.
that
Oh,
don't
that's
you
the
comprehend?
answer is you don't know. You don't know. That's the answer. You don't know.
We don't know.
Well, that's not an answer. That's not
because
an
of
answer. Is you
the
don't know. That's not an answer. Is you
Well,
don't
if
know.
that's not an answer, what are you expecting? Oh, I've got a bottle of Coke on the floor. Therefore, it's summertime. You're an idiot.
Yes.
Get
No.
off.
I'm expecting you to explain how there's less summertime daylight.
Like we said, you make up your bullshit, and I can make up my own bullshit as well, and we can fudge the mathematical data to fit whatever bullshit we want to fucking believe. But we work off of scientific method. We work off of what is actually provable, being that, for example, with the horizon, it's 1.222 miles. Times by the square root of the height of observation. That one is actually provable. Everything else is simply conjecture.
But you get more daylight right now, right? Do you get more daylight right now?
Listen, kid.
Yeah.
3 hours ago.
No.
Shut up. I'm not interested. 3 hours ago, I gave you some
I'm talking
great
to Skinny
advice.
Vet. I'm talking to Skinny Vet.
Yep, you can talk to Skinny after I've fucking spoken. 3 hours ago, I gave you some great advice. And that advice was, do not combine the two models. You already have. Not only 5 minutes ago, you told us the seasons were helped by the tilt of the Earth. On a flat, non-rotating, stationary plane, there's no fucking tilt. Think about it.
Yes.
I'm using your model. No. I'm using your model. If it's a flat plane and Skinny Vet is getting more daylight. No. Let me finish. Let me finish. If Skinny Vet is getting more daylight right now, and I'm in the northern hemisphere and I'm getting less daylight, there's no explanation for that.
What's max daylight? What's max daylight of the globe?
Explanation, but you don't want to hear the explanation.
What's the explanation? Explain it.
Hold on a sec.
No. I want to hear explanation.
Me and Matrix, Maximum. Me and Matrix have actually been here since this guy came on. Okay. Now, Jedi gave you a globe, from a global perspective, he gave you a quote unquote model, which is not, it didn't come from us, and that came from the fucking globe model. Now, does it mean it's real? No, it's just assumption and conjecture. Just like the globe model, he gave you that. You haven't looked at it at all. You have not answered. Yeah, we've answered you. You are not understanding what we're saying back to you. You have pulled this shit. I'm at the point now where I'm thinking you are just a fucking troll, to be honest. I don't think you want to learn anything because you do not listen at all and take on board anything at all. And most importantly, with that, and this is why I think you're a troll, you are refusing to do your own research off your own back. You're a very, very good example of what university education actually does, to be perfectly honest. I think you're a troll. I think you're a troll.
I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions and I'm a troll. I'm just asking questions.
Well, if you ask questions and someone says they don't know, therefore, you normally go somewhere else to ask said question. So,
yes,
in answer to your question, we don't fucking know. So please be on your way and ask your stupid, retarded question somewhere else.
Okay, you don't know. Perfect. That's it. That's all I wanted to hear is you don't know.
Have you got any other questions?
No, if you can't explain a few things, then I would gladly go to other ideas about how the world works. If you can't explain simple things like the seasons,
seasons, bitches.
Very
Fucking
simple.
seasons.
Yes, very simple. Very simple. Seasons.
I explained it to him, but he didn't get it.
And let me hear it. Let me hear it. What's the explanation? How does the sun move faster?
Man, I explained it to you like a half hour ago, man.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Explain me a rainy day.
What is your conclusion? What is your conclusion, please?
How can the sun move faster in the summertime in the southern hemisphere?
What is your conclusion?
And slower in the northern hemisphere?
Okay,
there's
what
no
is your conclusion? Are you living on a globe?
No, there's no explanation. There's no one's provided me any explanation. And I'm open ears. Any explanation.
So even for the globe, you don't have explanation?
I do. It's the tilt of the Earth. It's very easy on the globe.
93 million mile distance.
Okay, can you prove that curvature of your Earth, please?
I don't even. Okay, that's the beautiful thing is I don't even need to prove it. I just need to show that you guys don't have a coherent explanation. That's all I need to
like you don't have for your curvature.
No.
You don't have your curvature as well. Show me your curvature.
Okay, sure. I will prove.
I give you everything you want. I'm a liar, everything you want. Show me your curvature. Then prove that at least you have a curvature.
Look at the video, 10 minutes, 30 seconds. 10 minutes, 30 seconds.
Show me the curvature. When I can go and see the curvature. Show me.
I'll send you the video, 10 minutes, 30 seconds.
No, don't send me the video. Let me and you, we go and we experience it. Me and you, we can go and experience it. Where is it? Show me. It must be everywhere. It's curved, right? You know what is the radius?
The boat disappears bottom up and it doesn't get smaller.
Maximus,
the boat
answer his question.
You know what is the radius?
Thousands of kilometers.
What is the radius? You know that?
Thousands of kilometers.
He doesn't even know what the radius. He doesn't even know.
Why do I have to know the exact value? All I have to ask is all I have to ask is how does seasons work, and your argument falls apart. I don't have to know.
So how the hell are you so certain ball flying through the universe?
I just have to ask you how your model works.
All right, Ozzy.
How your model works. How does your model work? How does seasons work? And you have no explanation.
That's your standard of evidence.
No explanation. I asked you how your model works. There's no explanation. That's all I have to know. Is there's no explanation.
All right. Enough of this. Enough. That is your standard of evidence. Right. Not ours. You go away. Be happy now. You figured it out. And you shot those silly flat earthers down in flames with your fallaciousness and your illogical reasoning. Good for you. Go live your life now. You don't need to give this a second thought. Nobody's here to convince you, man. Nobody. The only ones that come here to convince people of anything is a couple of Globers whose sole purpose of coming to places like this is to convince flat earthers to turn back to the globe, or to keep Globers questioning the narrative away from accepting that what they experience in reality is true. That's the only thing. The only people that are here to convince you of anything. Most of us here, probably all of us here, don't really give a shit about you accepting that what you experience in reality is true.
Yeah, look, I apologise, lads, as well. Like, I'm pretty allergic to bullshit. I should have seen this kid was a fucking troll. I was just really hoping he wasn't. I thought he was genuine. I was really hoping that he was genuine, and just another fucking. He stated it just himself again. I asked about seasons, therefore your argument falls apart. He was answered a million times by Jedi, by Heretic, by fucking God knows how many others, and same things.
Hey, Skinny, how hot is it up at your place at the moment?
Mate, so yeah, the sun is starting to move away a fair bit. It's dusk and it's still sitting at about 33 degrees. The dew point's about 23 degrees and the humidity's about 93. How about you?
I'm sitting at a very comfortable 36, and the humidity, I am not putting my hand in to find out.
Holy shit, where are you guys?
To answer your T-dub, mate, I'm up in the Whitsundays, top of the Whitsundays, place called Bowen. How about you?
Oh boy, right, yeah, no, I'm northern New South Wales. It's nice, it's cool, it's cooling off finally. Like it was about that temperature earlier in the day, but it's starting to ease off a bit now, thankfully. I pity you guys.
I'm out in Dubbo, so yeah, it's never cool here. It's just shit.
Oh, nice, yeah,
I think,
west, yeah.
Yeah, I think we talked about that earlier, Matrix. Where you are in Dubbo is a bit like Karratha up in WA. It's you got two seasons. It's hot and fucking hot, and the one I don't like we were talking about before, I don't like Wagga. Like they say, Melbourne has 4 seasons in one day. Fucking Wagga has like 10. It's fucked.
No, I've been down to Wagga. I don't mind it. My hatred is Lithgow.
What? What? Sorry.
My one place I dislike is Lithgow. I just can't handle that shit. It's fucking cold.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah.
Last time I went down there, it was the middle of summer, and it was 5 fucking degrees, and I just went, man, this is bullshit.
Yeah, that's why they have our arms manufacturing there. You haven't got to worry about the heat interfering with ammunition manufacturing, etc. When it's nice and cold, it's much easier to manufacture ammunition and HE like grenades, etc.
Yeah, better tolerances.
It's safer.
Exactly.
My grandfather was a foreman there for many, many years.
Yeah, wow, mate. Yeah, I've only been there once. I haven't actually been to the where they and ADI. Don't even get me started. I'm a soldier. We don't like ADI, but but yeah, I'm not giving shit by the way to your relative who was a foreman, but yeah, I've only been there once. I don't fucking like it there either. I'm a bitch when it comes to cold, man. I'll take the heat any day, but I don't like dry heat like out where Matrix is. It just dries you out. I prefer tropical heat, like it knocks you around a lot more, but the humid heat, but at least you're not dry right down to your stomach,
Dry heat kills you quick.
Yeah, it does. And also, look, I want to apologise to all of you here as well. And I'm sorry for getting a bit fucking short a couple of times earlier. I do apologise.
No, I'm not apologising. That kid deserved it.
Just goes to show what modern university education does, eh? It was like the guy before him that couldn't figure out. You look on a friggin' wall, and he's going, "No, there's one angle." And I was like, "No, you're looking directly at the wall. That's the first line. Then you got the line to the top of the wall. Then you got the line to the bottom of the wall. Therefore, you got two angles." And he just could not get it through his head. I don't know if he was trolling either, but it's just like, come on, man.
Well, don't you also have the angles to both sides of the walls? The wall? Or am I thinking about that wrong?
So look, well, it was explained over about an hour to this kid, right? Again and again and again, because he was trying to claim, regarding the geometrical horizon, blah 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 blah. So it's been explained. It got into angles, and so when you're observing anything that has a top and a bottom, it's pretty easy. You've got the angle that you're looking at. If it's taller than you, got the angle that you're looking at, which is directly ahead. That's the line that you got there. Then you got the angle to the top of the structure. Then you've got the angle to the bottom, not the angle, sorry, the line to the top of the structure, line to the bottom of the structure. Therefore, there's two angles. You got the one in between what you're looking directly at and below, and the one that you're looking directly at and above. You got two angles there, and he just could not get that through his friggin' head.
Yeah. Do you also account for either side, or I don't know?
Look, mate, there's people that could explain it better than me, and I'm no mathematician. I failed maths the whole way through high school. Okay, this is why I'm very interested being on these servers. I'm learning a hell of a lot. However, even I know that you've got line of sight, which is direct. If there's something that is above you, you've got another line to the top of that structure, and then you've got another line at ground level to the bottom of that structure. Therefore, there's two measurable angles from the height of your eyes. Even I know that. It's pretty basic,
Yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about now. It's okay.
Maximum, if you keep spamming the chat, it's very probable you may get ejected from this server. Please stop it.
It is very sad what's going on, to see these young men wasting the gifts that they hold. And it's not your fault, guys. It's actually the education system. It's not an education system, it's an indoctrination system, the schools of today. And
yeah, buddy. Look, I agree with you. I agree with you as well. But at the same time, what's happening here? If I had to guess, and this is me using my military brain here when it comes to tactics and strategy, if I had to guess, a lot of these guys coming in, they're doing their utmost to get us to say stuff that's against Discord TOS or something like that to be able to get us taken down. That's my view.
Yeah, in school.
Why do they think? Why do you think they want you taken down? What would be their motivation for taking you down?
Well, it's the same as you've seen on YouTube, and you've seen, especially on YouTube, you've seen there were two great purges, and it's still happening. You had the big Twitter purge as well. When people don't like what they're hearing, it's cancel culture, man. It's been pretty prominent for the last 7, 8, 9 years now, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get people to say things that go against the terms of service or the community guidelines to get things taken down. They provoke and they try and get someone to say something that can get anything taken down that they don't like. It's cancel culture, man. It's pretty basic.
This is a triggering subject.
But you guys really think it triggers people?
Yeah, definitely.
Huh. All right.
You've been here. Some people come in going nuts off their head straight up before they've done, as soon as they open their mic, they're just like, "How can you believe the earth is flat?"
Yeah, but I don't think those people want you taken down. They want you here so they can come and argue with you, right?
No, I hear what you're saying, Scott. So, sorry, T-Dub, I wasn't trying to cut you off, buddy. I hear what you're saying, Scott, and you know, again, you seem like a really nice dude, even though obviously you're on the opposite side here, and that's fine. But you know, you don't see flat earthers as Glover's callers going into Glover's servers and that, and trying to get them taken down for misinformation, disinformation. But what you do see, for example, this Troll Team 6, and I think they recently renamed themselves. What they're, in my estimation, okay, I don't have any actual proof for this, but in my estimation, because I've seen it a million times, I used to have a YouTube channel. I've been part of other YouTube channels. What a lot of these trolls do, they come in, they try and get people to say things that violate the already really restrictive, really censorious, I don't even know if that's a word, but the censorship on those platforms to even remotely violate it so that they can report that, make a complaint, and get people cancelled. It has happened so many times, it's not funny. Stefan Molyneux's channel is a very good example of that on YouTube.
Sure. But I actually know all the people in Troll Team 6, and the last thing they'd want is take you guys gone. They love this channel.
Okay, well, mate, yeah, again, I don't have any proof. I'm just simply saying, and that was one example. But I would be very surprised if you don't have people coming in here, just to try and get it taken down because they disagree with our viewpoint. It's not cancel culture is not a new thing, buddy.
All right. Thanks.
Cancel culture is actually those people which, in the times of Inquisition, were pointing the finger and shouting blasphemy or heresy.
Yeah, there is that. There's also just look at the cultures in a lot of our countries as well. And obviously I've got to be very careful what I say here, given that the terms of service and community guidelines and that. But if you're going against the mainstream narrative, be it when it comes to, let's say, again, I'm being very, very careful here, but let's say when it comes to alphabet people,
the mainstream media narrative and agenda is totally controlled by the CIA. So every story or news that you see on the TV is because CIA want you to see that and to be seduced with that.
Yeah, I'm hearing you with that, mate.
How do you know that? How did you find out?
Just before we go on with that, I can hear what you're saying, mate. I mean, like, for example, okay, for me, myself, okay, I'm a white, straight, heterosexual male in a traditional family. I have very right-wing views. I have a traditional view, and I'm a Christian. I am public enemy number one in my own country and throughout the West. And these people try and do whatever they can to try and cancel people like me. That's what I'm getting at here.
Sounds like a bit of a persecution complex, because I'm a white heterosexual male and I have a traditional family, and I don't think anybody's after me.
You've never been doxxed, have you?
You see my handle? That's my name. I don't need to be doxxed. I'm easy to find. I live in San Jose, California. I work at Adobe. You can find me with a quick 2-minute Google search, probably.
Yeah, no, I got you there, man. But
yeah,
I got you there. I'm not trying to cut you off, sorry, mate. But you ask AJ when I worked for him. I used to work for AJ. I got doxxed in my workplace a couple of times. I got doxxed at home once. They try and shut you down. They try and intimidate you. They try and get you kicked off. I've been kicked off Facebook that many times for people not liking what I say. Instead of arguing with me about it, like both on a social media setting and in real location, you can get cancelled. And I think that is part of what's happening here. To be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I've had 3 holidays from Facebook. It's quite interesting.
I got banned every other month, but to answer Scott with that, like in terms of doxing, I've actually been doxed in real location, and AJ will back me up on that. He was there. He had 2 choices, and this is one of the reasons I love the guy. He had 2 choices. He could avoid a hell of a lot of problems and just fire me, or he could stand by my right to free speech. And him and his wife, they did the latter, and they said, look, he's got a right to actually say what he wants. And I love him for that.
Wow, 3 days without Facebook. I've been like 15 years or 16 years by now.
One thing I will say though is like I found all you guys in these servers to be bloody awesome. And you got like Matt Learns and like Scott yourself, mate. Like you seem quite reasonable. And it's a good place for healthy debate. But I think what happened here today is a very good example of I don't know. I think that was not healthy debate. I didn't find that to be healthy debate at all. I found that to just be painful. Yeah.
A question. Who's your favorite globalist?
Look, I'm a newbie to this, and I've only been on these servers for about 3 weeks, and AJ invited me onto them. But by far, my favorite global. By far, my favorite global, and he and I made peace a few days ago. But yeah, it'll be Matthew Learns. Like he's definitely my favorite. But look, I've got no problem with anyone. I've got no problem with anyone that comes on and they're respectful and everything like that. And for example, with this last guy today,
he's respectful, well spoken.
I thought I was.
Yeah, and but if people can't answer a question like with this kid today, like this kid today, it's like we don't know, and he keeps circling back, and you got to tell me. It's like when we come back and say we don't know, it's just like, well, fucking move on then. Like that was painful, man.
Yeah.
I thought I was respectful. I was asking questions.
I didn't say you were disrespectful. I was saying it is. If you ask a question and the answer is we don't know, you move on. Yeah?
Maximum, if you think that was respectful, you got some growing up to do, man.
I think that was respect. I was asking questions.
I know you think you were respectful, but I guarantee you, anybody listening to you did not hear respect coming from you.
Well, I think respect is also like kind of subjective.
It's earned.
Well, duh.
I thought I was being like you guys were saying that I was not qualified to be an engineer, which is very disrespectful.
No, that's very disrespectful. I'm not one of them guys. I'm a Glober, and I'll defend your probably future as an engineer. And you were right on a lot of things, but you were not respectful. Don't pretend like you were.
Well, it's
fine.
Like
you don't have to be.
They were saying that it's a very basic equation. Linear velocity equals radius times angular velocity. The further you are away from the center of rotation, the faster you must be moving. And they were saying that I was stupid. They were saying that I don't understand the equation. That's what they were saying.
No, they were not respectful to you either. But,
V equals omega times R. Omega is linear acceleration, and they're correct. It's 15 degrees per second or whatever they said. It's correct.
Degrees per hour, which is
times R times times radius times the radius.
So where'd you get the radius from?
Or whatever. It's the sun is further out.
It's not important. Where did
the sun is further out, right? Oh, I mean, I don't want to argue because I'm going to get muted again. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said whatever, is because I'm going to get muted again. But the sun is further out, right?
How about this, buddy? And I'm sorry to cut you off, but again, we went through, and it was a very painful 3.5 hours, all right? How about you bring a new question to the table, and if the answer is we don't know, or you're given an answer, you listen and research it yourself. How about that? Can we make that deal?
Okay. If the answer is we don't know, then I'm gonna move on. If the answer is we don't know, then I'm gonna move on.
That's fine. That's your prerogative. What I'm saying is don't be circling back like 12, 13, 14, 15 times and keep circling back to the same shit again. That's why people were getting pissed off, man. It wasn't anything personal. It wasn't what you were presenting.
I want to correct you guys.
Well, they were saying that I was stupid because
you cannot answer to a person asking a question. You cannot answer him a question saying we don't know an individual, because one individual answering the question is not a multitude, a group of individuals. To use the word we.
Yeah, people were saying that I'm stupid for using, and it really, like, I promise you, I promise. Look up linear acceleration from angular acceleration. It's a function of radius, how far you are away. So if the sun is moving farther away,
maximum. AJ already ran you through this. Jedi ran you through this. Heretic did. Everyone, just fucking move on, dude. Seriously.
Okay, no
Seriously,
explanation.
move on.
Okay, no explanation. That's all I need.
No, linear acceleration is an increase in velocity.
And radius. It depends on the radius. That's the function.
You have
omega
no radius.
times r.
Listen, what does line mean?
Linear acceleration.
Yeah,
linear means no radius, dummy.
What does that mean?
Look up.
No radius.
I honestly,
no radius.
And I mean this wholeheartedly. Look it up. Linear from angular acceleration.
Straight line, not radius.
Okay, in a rotating reference frame, linear velocity will be the constant RPM. Revolutions
it depends on radius. Depends on radius.
No, the radius has no.
Yes, it does.
Meaning.
Yes, it does.
No.
This kid must be great in school.
That's the equation. That's not even my equation. It's omega times r. It's omega times r.
Listen, the radius is important when you are actually trying to calculate forces.
Yes.
Yeah. But if you're not calculating forces, but just how fast something is rotating, radius is not important. You only have to observe how much time it takes for that object to spin 360 degrees.
Look up angular velocity to linear velocity.
Listen,
look that up.
That has not to actually count a revolution. Has nothing to do with the radius. No.
Okay. If you had
listen, it is
maximum. Look, I'm not a fucking mod here, but I'm putting a fucking dampener on this right now, as Matrix is probably already going to do. We've already been through this for 3.5, nearly 4 hours.
Oh, okay.
Bring something new to the table. It was answered again and again and again. Bring something new to the table, man, or just shut the fuck up. Seriously.
If you have a moron talking about seasons again?
If you have a gear that's bigger, the distance that the outer end of the gear has to move, it's like basic.
You are some kind of mental case, dude. You have been repeating and looping this for like 3-4 hours.
AJ, no. AJ and Jedi and Heretic and the others went through with the clock thing as well. They went through that with you. Now, that's not my bag. I'm not arguing with you about the actual mathematics, but it was answered again and again and again. That's what I'm working off. So bring up something new or shut the fuck up.
And I personally have no doubts that Jedi or Heretic wouldn't correctly explain these things to them.
We've told him over and over again. It's been hours of just repeating the same thing to him. And as soon as he gets his answer, he just says, "I never got an answer," and that's just what he does over and over.
I'm saying, look at the equation. It's
what equation?
Okay. Genuinely, if you were to forget flat Earth, separate it from flat Earth. If you were to look at the velocity of a gear from the end of the teeth, where the teeth meet the other gear.
Oh my god!
It's basic geometry, man. Velocity.
What is your point?
Angular velocity times radius equals linear velocity.
That's what it was. He was trying to get out of us an explanation of seasons. So how about we throw this at him? The seasons have a correlation to the sun's location on the Earth.
He's not going to see that. So
Good.
it was
Well,
a derivative topic. Oh, sorry,
he came in with this sort of preloaded like script that he was going to use on us about seasons, right? And he got answers that he didn't think he was going to get. I think he thought that he had a gotcha, and he started getting answers, and he does nothing else. So he's just going to default
exactly
back to
right.
it every single
There's
time.
no answers. There's
Yep, the answers didn't fit the script, and he blew up.
No, there was no answers.
Yeah,
I know.
Last night, Maximum, you openly denied the globe 3 times, dude.
Okay. I'm gonna ask it one last time.
No, you openly denied.
He's doing it again.
They already answered you.
Mickey, he's doing it again.
What was the answer? What was the answer?
There wasn't one. They don't know. Did you not hear
They
them
don't
the first
know.
22
They
times
don't
they told
know.
you?
Okay, then that's the answer. They don't know.
You actually
Then why
repeated that. You Maximum. You
Then why
actually
does
repeated that
Heretic act like
yourself.
Then why does Heretic act like he gave me an answer when he didn't? He didn't give me an answer. He said he didn't know. He said he didn't know.
Never mind. Go ahead.
No, I think he's just young, though. I think that's all it is. He's just young. He wants to. He was probably having fun debating with his friends in another room, and he just jumped into this one. It's just a lot different. The environment's different, so he doesn't know how to address
No,
issues.
I was in debate. I mean, I know how to debate. Like, I'm not.
Yeah, you explained that last night. You said that, and I was telling you the reason why. I could hear it, dude. It almost sounds like you were used to a different forum. So you're trying to apply that forum to this one. It doesn't work.
Well, all I'm saying is that the equation omega, the angular acceleration times radius, which is it's used for gears, right? Like, I'm not like pulling shit out of my ass, right?
Wouldn't it be 2 pi r?
If you're dealing from radians to degrees, if you're using different units, yes, you have to multiply by 2 pi over 180 degrees. 180 is what you have to use. But the main thing that I'm saying is that you have to move faster the bigger the circle is. That's the whole idea, right? The circle has to be bigger, right?
So what is the point about that? Like, how
Okay,
is it relevant?
exactly. No, exactly. What's the point? The circle has to be bigger. Therefore, either the sun has to move faster to be in the same place within 24 hours, or the number of daylight hours must change. Either
You're
the daylight hours.
You're trying to fit something that you understand in the globe paradigm into, let's say,
No,
an idea.
I'm understanding in your paradigm, the
No,
flat
you
Earth
don't,
model.
dude. Listen, no, stop. Nobody's presented to you a flat Earth model, and that's been said to you many times over. I think that you're trying to compare something that you already know from your mind of what the globe does in operation to something that nobody's told you. I don't think anybody, and I would say this boldly because I don't think anybody from the team has told you that they've presented a flat Earth model. You, however, are going on to pit your idea against something that nobody's told you. That's the problem. Nobody's told you that there's a flat Earth model, and you keep going on and saying that you guys think a flat Earth model, and nobody said that. So you're building up a straw man
There's
argument.
no
That's
flat
a
Earth
straw man
model.
argument.
There's
That's
no
correct.
flat Earth.
Yeah, your whole argument stems from your belief that they all hold to this Gleason model.
There's no model then. There's no flat Earth
Where the
model?
Tropic of Capricorn is bigger than the Tropic of Cancer. They do not hold that model.
Yes, that's what, dude. Like even Scott gets it. I don't understand why you don't. Maxwell.
Okay. So there's no model then. There's just no model.
I don't know how many
just
times
no
people have
model.
told me
Yes.
Okay, well then that's it. There's no explanation. There's no model. There's no explanation.
Alpha, sorry to cut in, Alpha. Sorry to cut in, Alpha, but you haven't been here the whole time. All right. How many times have you got to be fucking told that there is no fucking flat Earth model that is workable? There is no globe model that is workable. Neither have a model, so stop using that fucking word, dude. We've been through this for like 4 hours. Seriously.
I could just imagine when somebody's hearing it for the first time that they don't have an argument against something. It's like he's trying to hit a straw. It's easy to see. He's building up a straw man and trying to punch it. And what we give him is no straw man. Like there's nothing to hit. He's punching air.
Well, globe has an explanation. The globe model
I
has
know,
an explanation.
dude. I just told you that. I explicitly said that I understand your position. You're coming from a place where you hear explanations being told to you about a model that you have in your head, and you're applying it to something you want to destroy. But there's nothing to destroy. We're not presenting anything. Nobody in here is saying this is the model that we're using, and therefore now you can destroy it.
So you want me to believe an ideology that doesn't have all of the answers?
No, we don't. Listen, okay. First
Yes,
of all, no one.
does not
Wait,
have all
wait,
the
no,
answers.
no,
Go
dude,
ahead.
get, just wait. Nobody's presenting to you something that you need to be convinced of. We're not in here strong arming you into thinking that you need to believe a particular model or anything that we're presenting. What we're saying is it doesn't. Okay, your idea of what you think is an operation right now doesn't hold to truth. So if we're going to pit what you think is true, we need to understand how you know that what you think is true. Like I use the word model colloquially so you can understand. It's how we speak, right? So what you have in your mind about a model doesn't fit what you think fits. So I can tell you, you always try to argue from the standpoint of like, well, you guys say building a straw man, and that's not what anybody says in here, right? So you were fighting against a straw man probably the whole 4 hours that you were here. You get it?
Okay. Yes, I get it.
Okay, so that's the issue. So you need to understand.
Then okay. Well, you can't fault me for asking questions.
I didn't fault you for that. What I'm faulting you for is that you're making a straw man argument against us, and then fighting that thing.
Okay. Well, I'm just asking questions, right?
I know that you're asking questions, dude, but it's the premise. Okay, so we went over this last night when you started.
Okay. But that's what I'm saying is okay.
He's just young, Matrix. That's all. He's
I'm just young. I'm stupid. I'm young. I'm stupid.
No. Listen, you're young,
stupid.
but what I'm saying, listen. No, I didn't. Never said that. What I'm telling you is that you're not around a forum like this. The other forums that you've been around, what the tactic that you're using in debate is applicable to that. So you're trying to assert that type of tactic, and it doesn't work here because we don't have something that you can destroy, and that's what you need. In order for your tactic to work, you need something to destroy, and we don't give you that. Nobody
you have
does.
No model.
Yeah.
No, sir. No model.
Well, then
Alpha, just quickly. Sorry. Also, I wasn't trying to fucking overstep. It's just we've been dealing with this guy for a while. And look, I think he's a good kid. He's definitely not dumb, but he can't get it through his head that if we don't have a definitive answer to that in his mind to what we're and then he just keeps rolling around to it, and this is the frustrating thing. So
yes, precisely. No. Skinny Vet is right. That's precisely what I'm saying. Is if you don't have a definitive answer, the globe model has actual answers. Like if you don't have
no, wait a minute. And
Skinny Vet's right.
Yeah, when you say answers, you still think in your head that what you have with explanatory power gives more credence to what you think is true. Is this not correct?
What, that explaining the physical reality is better than not explaining it?
Yeah, so like if you look at a star and the explanatory power of somebody telling you that it's a ball of burning gas or it's plasma or whatever that thing is that you're looking at in the sky that you can't verify, that is more.
Yes,
you can
if you can.
definitely verify it.
Yes,
No,
if you
King,
can
one
tell me
second.
where it's
I'm
going to
talking to
be,
Maximum.
if you can tell me where it's going to be in 3 months, I
Yeah.
would believe you 100% more than you telling me, "Oh, I don't know, I
No,
have
no,
a
no, no,
model."
no,
I would
not
believe you. I would believe you
Maximum.
100% more.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not talking. Listen, wait a minute. I'm not talking about the predictability of its movement. What I'm saying is the constituent parts of what it's made of. That's what I mean. Now, where it's going to be like 10 years from now has nothing to do with what it's made of. So what I'm saying, the difference between, okay, uh, you need to be around this argument for a lot more because it's really loaded how you don't understand. Like, so basically, when you look at the night sky and somebody tells you that star is going to be in X position 10 years from now and so on, that's because people have been looking at the repeated cycles that they've been doing for thousands of years. Has nothing to do with a globe Earth. Nothing.
You know how they found Neptune?
So that's what. Wait.
They are
I
posdictions.
want.
Correct.
I just want to separate that from what they're
Do you
telling
know
you.
how they
What
found Neptune?
Maximum? Pay attention, sir. That's a lot different from me telling you what the constituent parts of that thing that you're looking at is. So if I tell you that its movement is going to be 10 years from now in this particular location, that's nothing to do with what it's made of. So there's two
Okay, I have a
different things you're
question.
thinking of.
Do you know how they found Neptune? They saw variations in the orbits of Jupiter and Saturn, and they said, "Okay,
stop,
if
dude.
if
Wait,
there's
wait.
if there's no, let me finish.
Dude, you have to stop. No, you have to
Let
stop.
me finish. Let me
Wait a
finish.
minute.
Let me
No, you
finish.
can't because you're already in error. I'm going to tell you.
Why do you need to finish?
No,
Yeah.
actually, I think.
Sure, let me listen to you. Sure,
I'll
let me
just
listen to you.
The reason, listen,
Okay.
I told you you're not exposed to this forum. So when you say things in the between your statement that are in error, I would jump in and just say, wait a minute. Okay, so you said something about orbits, people observing orbits a long time ago. What is the time frame we're using? Okay, so when you're in here, you be
1800s.
be hyper specific, right? Let us know.
Okay. They found they were able to. Okay, I'm gonna explain it, and then you can debunk it.
Yeah, wait, who's they?
Scientists. Let me look it up.
No.
Whoever found
No,
Neptune.
wait, stop, dudes. You need to
1846.
Okay, no, don't say 1846, dude. He doesn't know. If he says, "Let me look it up," he's in error because he doesn't know the information he's presenting to support.
I don't know the exact dates. I'm wrong. I don't know the exact dates.
Listen, this is how this works, Maximum. When you have a claim of anything that you're saying in this room, you need to have supportive information to back it up. So if we
Unless
quiz
it's about seasons. Unless
dude,
it's about
no,
seasons.
listen, no. If we quiz you on anything that you're presenting as your statement of argumentation, then if we quiz you on it and you don't know what you're talking about, then how are you supporting what you say, your claim? So
Unless it's about seasons. If I ask you about seasons, it's wrong, right? Then I can't ask you about seasons.
What did you just say right now?
Okay.
You said
give me
orbits?
20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds.
Why? You should already have the
Alpha Viridius. Can I call you
need
AV?
to relax, dude. I'm talking.
I just want to know how to refer to you. I'm sorry.
I'll let you answer in just a second, King.
Yeah, but I want to know how to refer to you. Is it? Can I just call?
Just wait, dude. I know it's important for you to say that. Just hold on. Maximum. The reason why we're telling you this is because every time you bring up a claim, you need to remember that the supportive information is paramount. So when you say, I know about orbits of Jupiter, and I quiz you and I say, like, well, what about it? What information hyper specifically are you going to bring to the table? And you have nothing to support the claim, and you say, let me look into it. I'll search it out right now. That means that your statement is already false because you don't know the information to back it up. You have to. It's like you made it up in your mind.
Like seasons.
No, I'm not talking about seasons. I'm only specifically talking about what you brought up right now, which is why I want you to understand. Listen, I'm not stopping you because it's almost sounds like, number one, you're talking about something you don't have any knowledge on. And when I asked you, you said, let me look it up. So it's important for you to understand you can't do that here. If you don't have information to support your claim, as in, I'm going to present something to you, Maximum, and I'm going to talk about it. And you're like, okay, support it. How do you know? And I'm like, well, I don't know. Let me look it up.
Well, I remember the general basics. I remember
I know that. But listen, this room is very specific on your argumentation. So if you don't know what you're saying, or if the dates are wrong, or if you're saying like it happened in the 1200s and it really didn't happen until like maybe the 1800s or something, then that means that everything that you're bringing up is not supported by the information that you should have.
What I said was correct though. 1800s. I'm looking at the Wikipedia page right now. I don't know if you believe in Wikipedia.
You are actually wrong, and Miggy is right. Alpha Veritas is right
1800s?
because he was explaining you. Listen, he was explaining you what category error you are making.
Yeah.
Your argument was that Jupiter is a ball of gas, and they found this another ball of gas like Neptune. Yeah, and they found it because it was crossing in front of Jupiter.
That's not what he
And
said.
you're talking
That's
here
not what I said.
about
That is
no.
not what he
Listen,
said.
Yeah, he was.
listen.
No,
When
Gabby,
you
Actually, didn't even
said that,
finish. Actually, didn't even finish. I didn't finish my argument.
I know you didn't finish, Maxim, and I interrupted
Yeah.
him, Gabby Get, but he was talking about. Well, anyways, he started to talk about orbits around Jupiter. So I stopped him before he could finish what he was going to say. That's what happened right now. So
I didn't even finish.
I know that, Maxim. I'm addressing that. So the reason why I'm doing it is because I interrupted you because you used a specific buzzword that a lot of times it gets used in here and it's not explained how they know. So let me just explain. The reason why I stopped you is because you used the word orbit around Jupiter, right? So nobody in history has witnessed an orbit. Now that's that's a shocker because you're gonna be like, yes, we have. Like everybody's seen an orbit. Nobody's witnessed an orbit. So when I ask you, what do you think an orbit? What do you think an orbit is, Maximum?
Around the sun.
Well, that's partly one orbit, but give me another example of something. An orbit, like you just described. People have witnessed
Moon around the
orbit.
Earth. Moon around the Earth is an orbit.
Okay, what else?
I
want to know if you understand what orbit is. That's fine. You don't have to go into the definition.
It's one full rotation around a celestial body that you're gravitationally attracted to. Which I know all those words are blasphemy, but
I know they're. It's not blasphemy. Listen, dude. Just okay for the sake of what you're trying to present right now, which is you're looking up some information, which I correctly stated that you didn't know. You don't know because you had to look it up. So once you find the information, hopefully you did. I want you to realize that an orbit is something nobody has witnessed. Now, that being said, I'm going to ask you specifically, Maximum. You can rely on other people. That's fine.
Check 1, 2.
Have you witnessed? I heard you, Redwin.
Okay.
Have you witnessed an orbit, Maximum?
Yeah.
The sun and the moon.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I
okay,
have.
so what orbit have you witnessed?
The Earth around the sun. The moon around the Earth. The moon around the Earth.
Wait, stop. Name only one. Name only one.
The moon around the Earth. The moon around the Earth.
You've witnessed the whole orbit of the moon entirely go around the Earth.
Yes.
24 hours.
24 hours. It goes all the way around.
Yeah.
When? That's impossible. What you just described is impossible for any observer.
How? How is it impossible?
How can you witness the moon go around? The only thing you witness every night or day, depends on what time the moon is being presented in the sky, is that it goes from your horizon, from the eastern horizon to the western horizon. After it passes that particular area, you don't see the moon anymore. Is this true or no?
Quick correction, 28 days. Quick correction, 28 days.
Yeah, sure.
28.5. 28.5.
That's great. Have you witnessed the whole entire orbit of the moon, which you just stated right now you have? Now that you know how long it takes for an orbit.
The full orbit, yeah.
I really want to address
Wait,
something
stop,
before we
King.
continue.
No, you cannot go on.
No.
Nobody, listen. We're on a point. Just relax. So when we talk
I
about
want
an
to
orbit,
strengthen your point, Miggy.
be good. Hold on. Let me just cook here for a little bit. So basically, when you said now that somebody came in here with the answer, 28 days, there is no observer that can stand outside and witness the moon go around the Earth in over 28 days. No one's done that. No one's seen that. Okay, nobody's standing outside looking at the whole entire orbit of the moon. If it's going around like a supposed globe in quotations, you have not witnessed that. No one has. So an orbit has not been witnessed. It's inferred. Do you understand what inference is? That's what is being happening. It's an inference. It's not witnessed, dude. Witnessing something means that you're get GBG. Just 1 second, brother. I know you want to chime in, but I want him to answer when I'm finished. Do you understand what I'm saying, Maximum? Okay, so when you're bringing up some old dudes like in the 1800s And when you're going to present that to me, they have to have done the same thing that you're presenting, as in the witness of an orbit. Nobody's witnessed an orbit, bro. It's an inference.
Okay. So when you cut me off 5 seconds into my argument, I would like to finish it.
Did you understand what I? Wait a minute. Did you understand what I told you?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
So being that nobody has witnessed an orbit, you're going to continue to present somebody who's witnessed an orbit.
So they calculated gravity, which is something you don't believe in.
That's not the case, bro.
Oh, no, wait,
That's
hold on.
not the case.
Just 10
Do you understand
seconds.
what I
Just
said
10
about
seconds.
orbit? How
Yes,
can you
just
continue?
10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds.
Why would you continue, dude?
They calculated gravity, which is something you don't believe in. They calculated gravity, and they said tonight, look at this point of the sky. Look at this coordinate, and you'll see Jupiter. You'll see.
Dude, you're a fucking retard.
And they did.
Once again, Maximum. Once again, I asked you. Listen to me. I told you what is an orbit. You described to me what an orbit actually would be. Right? It would be the whole entire moon going around the Earth within 28 days. Nobody's witnessed that.
How do they do it, though?
Listen, wait a minute. I could point to another. Doesn't matter what orbit you talk about. Earth going around the sun, a moon going around Jupiter. Nobody's witnessed an entire orbit. This is an inference. Do you understand?
Then how do they do it?
Maximum, do you understand what an inference is? I just told you when they infer that.
Yes, teacher. Okay. Yes, right, English
Maximum,
teacher.
You need to understand the terms that you're using because they're loaded. When you speak them, it sounds like you know what you're talking about. Nobody's witnessed this thing. They're inferring that this is what happens because of its movement.
Okay, I have a question.
Sure.
I have a question. So when they use the equations of fake gravity you don't believe in, and they said, look at this point, these are the coordinates you should look at tonight to find Jupiter, and then that night they found Jupiter, how do you explain that if it's all hearsay?
It's not hearsay, dude. What it is its patterns have been noted as postdictions. So the movements
they found anomalies in the gravitational orbits of Jupiter and Saturn.
Maximum, you're seriously trying to build a straw man argument again against something you have no. Okay, so you're basically
no knowledge.
Yes, you're using your debate tactics in this room again, and it doesn't work. You're punching air again. You're thinking that if you present this, you say, well, you guys don't believe in gravity. Nobody's here debating anything about what you're saying into your argumentation. What I'm talking about is the specific way you're presenting your argumentation. It's flawed. It doesn't work in this room. Your gimmick doesn't work. You can't attack something you can't destroy.
How do they find Neptune then? How do they find Neptune if they use fake equations? They use fake equations, right? About gravity.
Stop doing that. Stop doing that. Nobody's using fake equations. Okay, the cyclical
they did.
nature.
They were talking about gravity. They use fake equations.
Maximum. Listen, dude, and he's grasping at straws. So when you present an argument, right, like the one you're doing right now, and you have no knowledge on how the ancients have already predicted where the movements of the heavens would be, just based on pure observation. So if you're saying that your argumentation is based on globe being the only way we know, then you're going to have to support the claim. So then you're telling me that the movement of the heavenly bodies are only predicted because of the globe. Is this true, Maximum?
Well, they had tiny variations. No. You asked me a question.
Is it the only way they derived that?
You asked me a question.
Yeah.
They had tiny variations. And with those tiny variations, they were able to calculate, reverse engineer where the planet would be. And they said, tonight, look right here. Look at these coordinates.
Wait a minute. You don't know what you're saying.
Reverse engineer. Hold on. You asked me a question. They said, look at these coordinates.
You don't know how to stop, bro. You're not knowledgeable in this arena. No. I can't let you continue.
He's right, though. That's the thing.
No, he's not right, dude.
Yes, he is.
He said a whole bunch of King.
He's wrong in some aspects.
Okay, you need to relax, dude. 1 second. He basically said an answer that he hasn't any knowledge on to support the claim. If I quiz him on how he knows that those people have the equation, he's not going to know, King. Watch this. I'm going to prove it to you because you
use the same semantics to disparage every argument you could make.
Let me ask him. All right, so I'm going to prove it to you guys. You guys don't realize it. You think I'm just stopping it for no reason. All right, Maximum, explain me what equation has been done right now. Can you back up the claim that you just made that they've made these
Yes.
equations? Okay, which
Yes.
one? Which one?
M1 plus M2 divided by R squared, I think, is the equation for gravitational
I
attraction.
think that's a suggestive term. I think that's
Okay,
suggestive.
well, let me look it up. I mean,
There
you
you
want me
go.
to?
Once again, audience, I just described to you how he
Because
doesn't
it's because
understand
I don't
something.
know
Davey, can I call you
exact.
Davey?
Because I
You
don't.
need to
It's
relax.
because I
I'm
don't
not
know
going to speak
exact.
to you over him. So when I described to the audience that you didn't know, and I told him he's not going to know. He said, "Let me look it up." One of the things that he used in his argumentation is suggestive terms like "I think." We don't, when we speak of facts and true knowledge, we don't use suggestive terms. We know. And when he said, "I know, I think," and let me look it up, those things right there are
I
coupled
put it in the
together.
chat. There it is.
Yeah,
I
it
put it in the
doesn't matter,
chat.
dude. It doesn't matter. Coupled
Just
together.
because I don't know the exact. Just
Maximum, you
because
need
I
to
don't know the
stop talking
exact.
over me, dude. What we're doing is we're making sure that you are understanding what happens in a room like this. You can't present information once again that you have no knowledge on. So you want just when you present something, make sure that you already have the information to support the claim. You haven't done that yet. You're just speaking claims after claims. It's called claim stacking. That's what you're doing. You can't claim stack and get away with it in here. We're gonna call you out. I'm gonna mute everybody. That's all. I
There's
just
the
want you to realize
equation.
that.
I sent it.
Okay, so the equation you said when was it discovered?
Isaac Newton.
Quiz you.
Isaac Newton.
Okay, what did he do? What did Isaac Newton do?
1798. He was talking about the force of gravity due to two masses. That's the equation I sent.
Okay, and your equation of what Isaac Newton did is correct in the current
even if
dude,
even if you
let me
don't
get it out. The current in
okay.
the current paradigm of the heliocentric solar system globe Earth presentation, you think that Sir Isaac Newton's answer is correct, and it hasn't been superseded
What
by
I'm saying,
another.
what I'm saying is, even if you don't agree it was correct, it was accurate enough for them to predict where Neptune would be, so that they could point to it and discover it. That's all I'm saying.
So
is that
one,
it was
th- one,
so
one
accurate.
thing, one thing
It
you
was
have.
so accurate. No. It was so accurate.
Yeah, you need to be stopped, dude, because you think that that was the only time people discovered the movement of celestial bodies, right? So if you think that the heavenly bodies were only discovered because Isaac came up with this equation, you're incorrect. They were very much observed a long time ago. The predictive motions of all the heavenly bodies have been known for thousands of years, bro. You are incorrect. Isaac Newton was not the one who came up with something of predictability of the heavenly bodies. You're wrong.
Why are you trying to say it's incorrect?
Because he's stating that that's when we found out the predictive power of knowing where the heavenly bodies are. That's why it's incorrect.
I think he's just stating the actual mathematical formula for you to understand.
No, his argumentation is that it's supporting that the globe is correct because we only know that the heavenly body's motions because of this equation. That's what he's stating. And so that doesn't give it credence. What we need to know is that people have been having predictions from the heavenly body's standpoint thousands of years prior to Isaac Newton. Is that correct, gentlemen who just spoke up? I'm going to unmute Maxwell. Gentlemen who just spoke up. Yeah, I'm asking you, Storm. So I'm going to ask you just like I asked Maximum. Was the predictive power of what you say with Isaac Newton's equation known before, like not just the equation, but the predictive motions of the heavenly bodies known before Isaac Newton?
I have zero idea.
Okay, then why are you? Then that's my point. Since you don't care and you just want to back up someone you don't know, you're insufficient to support anybody that's in here, including.
Has nothing to do with that. No.
Can I say something?
Yeah, it does. That's the whole crux of his argument. He wants to present something that has predictive power in the globe Earth standpoint. And he's saying Isaac Newton presented an equation. That's how we know.
Exactly. He didn't say he was the only one who presented that equation. He didn't say he was the first one who presented that equation. He just said he was one who presented that equation. And you're trying to argue differently. Even though you just stated that that's what he said.
That's the only thing you hear, Storm. You don't hear how I told him thousands of years prior to that equation, people still were predicting because of postdictions the movement of the heavenly bodies. They already knew that. They didn't need globe for that.
Can I ask you a question?
An example of orbiting, though. It's not globe, flat, nothing.
That gives me the information that you don't realize that the
No, I'm just letting you talk because if I don't, you'll just mute me and go on your little like tangent again.
Right,
so I just let you talk until you get bored because you make yourself sound.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question, Alpha Veritas?
Sure.
Can I call you AV just for shortened?
Yeah, I think a lot of people do. It's
all right, cool. So you've made aside from the numerous errors in argument you've made throughout this entire conversation.
Oh, really?
I want to start with you claim that prior to Isaac Newton, people have been making predictive or predictions about where the celestial bodies would be.
Sorry, they're postdictions, but yeah, you could use them for predictions because after they witness their cyclical nature, they're able to now have predictive power because of their postdiction, because they witnessed the movements of the bodies throughout time. So witnessing and also recording would give them the ability with postdictions to predict where they're going to be in the future. So postdictions plus observation over time gives them the predictive power that they need. So they didn't need Sir Isaac Newton's equation, right? In order to have this ability, they can just do it by making observations in the night sky.
Well, so absolutely. I completely agree with you, right?
Okay, so
completely. So the issue is not about what they can do. It's about what actually happened. What's his name? The other guy, what's his name again?
Maximum.
What Maximum is saying is the discovery of Neptune was not based on what you just described, even though it possibly could have been. The argument he's making is that the mathematical equation used by the scientists who discovered Neptune was so precise that when calculated using gravity and other natural effects, they were able to concretely not actually discover the planet, but to actually know that there's a planet there, even though they had never seen such a planet. Right?
Hold on. Yeah. I get what you guys are attempting to do, but it's still fallacious because you are supporting a claim that right now, King, that you can't back. You don't know is true or not right now. You don't know if they actually.
I don't know what's true.
No, wait a minute. And that's not what I'm saying. I didn't say you don't know what's true. I said the information you just said right now, you don't know if that actually occurred the way you are explaining it. Because you're giving a poor example. You're giving a poor example of how I'm saying you're giving a poor example of how something that has been represented in the globe paradigm is happening. So if I was to quiz you on how you know what you just said, would you be able to back up that information? Because you're basically in this essence joining Maximum.
So if I were to tell you that that World War II occurred in a specific way, would you not believe that?
It's a bad analogy because we're using.
No, it's not, because it's just history.
Yeah, no. Listen, history of something and witnessing something are two different things. I'm
not talking about witnessing the planet. I'm talking about history. If I go online,
that's a bad analogy.
And I look up. Hold on.
If I go online, hold on. No, I can't let you.
If continue. I go on.
I can't. It's a bad analogy, King.
It's not a bad analogy.
Yes, it is, because you're using.
Just because you say it's a bad analogy doesn't make it a bad
analogy. Let me explain. I'm not just going to tell you it's bad. I'm going to show you how it's bad, okay? But you need to relax. So this is how it's bad, King. When you present history that like me and you, we can't go back to the 1800s or whatever and witness something. But if we can go outside and we can, let's say they say, well, the predictive power of this equation for the planet Jupiter or whatever is doing something. And then I go outside and I can witness it do whatever you say it's doing. That's different than me saying, well, I'm going to tell you what happened in the 1800s. And then you can't witness that. You know what I mean? So I can see something from, let's say, a standpoint of somebody a long time ago predicting something in the sky that I can actually witness versus something that you say happened that I cannot. That's the difference.
Can I talk now?
Well, do you understand the difference? Do you understand the difference?
That doesn't make any sense.
Stop, guys. Miggy, I just looked it up, that formula equation which Maximum invoked, and it's the force, aka gravitational force, in that universal gravitational theory equals the big G times mass 1 times mass 2 over the radius squared. So they need to know those values in order to make that claim
concrete.
That this formula has predicted and shows the exact result. So M1 and M2 are the attracting objects towards each other. So one is the Earth, the place where people made the observation, or Jupiter and Neptune, but they need to have the mass of those objects, which they looked them up and they saw them with a telescope in the sky, doing some dance motions and stuff. But how did they put them on a scale to weigh them and know what is their mass?
Yeah, and listen, the word mass is another buzzword. The
Yeah.
word gravity is a buzzword. There's a lot of buzzwords
Wait,
being thrown around. So
Yeah.
it
Are
makes.
you asking how we know the
I'm gonna let
mass
you
of
speak, King.
these?
I'm gonna let you speak. But
Yeah,
what I'm
are you
saying is,
asking how we know the
hold
mass
on,
of these
dude.
objects?
No,
Fucking
listen, dude.
Christ! You
No,
can't
Dude,
sorry,
just wait,
control
bro.
yourselves.
Just wait.
sorry,
Just
my
relax.
bad.
I'm gonna allow you to speak. Let me just finish. So when buzzwords are used like mass or gravity, you don't know the implications that they take within the context of an argumentation. So when you say them, you don't know what their meaning behind them. That because of the fact that you use them colloquially, you can't understand the implications of them used in your argument. So when I stop you or somebody in here stops you, and you're just like, why don't you let me speak? And some other white knight comes in here and says, let him speak, dude. They don't realize that we're stopping you because we're getting you to identify that the words that you're using, the buzzwords, have an implication that you don't understand. So once gravity, because it's a derivative topic, right? Once we get into that and you start to identify why you don't know what you know, you're going to realize this. But right now, you're using them colloquially, so you don't know what they mean. Do you understand? Like these buzzwords that are being used don't have any supportive information, as in, the interlocutor, like you or Maximum, understand. So that's why I stop you. I'm not doing it just to like harass you and give you a hard time. I'm getting so you can understand that the implications of these words that are being used don't have context within the framework of your argument. Hopefully, I'm making some sense, bro. I don't want to just stop you for no reason.
I wanted to ask you another question.
Well, let Maximum finish. I want to let Maximum get through what he was trying to do.
Well, I was saying, I guess my main crux of the argument is that this fake idea of gravity was able to predict the planet.
Why do you say the word fake, sir?
Do you agree? Do you think gravity is real?
We haven't discussed it yet, so we can't talk
about it. Honest question. I'm the reason it like dumbfounds you guys. It like
dumbfounds. Why do you do that? You're using debate tactics to kind of get the upper hand.
No.
You can't do that, bro.
Because I'm trying. Okay. Listen, I'm trying to be.
So yes or no question, dude.
Yes, I'm using your frame of reference to show, and you guys are like,
dude, we have not presented a model to you. So you keep saying I'm using your frame of reference. We haven't done anything to show you or presenting.
That's not what that means.
I'm going to be honest with you. This has been
explain.
No, once again, Maximum, this has been told to you many times over, even by globe earthers in this chat.
You don't believe anything.
That's not what we said. Anybody in here has said you're building up a straw man argument. It's a debate. Why are you using your middle school debate tactic against us, dude? I'm telling you, this is top tier debates. You are in error by doing what
this
you're doing.
This is not top tier debate. This is not top tier debate.
Yeah, it is because listen,
this is like this.
Your middle school argumentation isn't working. And
one at a time.
Yeah, your middle school argumentation is not going to work, Maximum. That's the important thing you need to understand.
Your middle school argumentation.
You are trying to use tactics, bro. You can't say, well, you guys are don't believe in gravity. Like, you haven't even discussed it. You don't even know what you think about it.
Well, then let me go step by step. Let me go step by step then.
You
do you believe in gravity? Do you do you personally
No, we haven't addressed the topic you brought up, and now we're gonna gish gallop to another one. You see, this is what I'm saying. I'm sorry, King, but you're used to a different forum. This forum is very hyper specific, and we want you to know that you don't know what you're talking about.
That's why he's asking the question.
Yeah, but he keeps gish galloping to another, which we're not going to do. We're going to exhaust the point that he had first about orbits.
If exhaustion of a particular point is dependent on,
it's not. We don't depend on you, sir, King. We don't depend on you. We depend on the person who's in here making a claim to support his claim. And if you can't do so, then we understand that you don't have the information to support it. So that's all we're going to do is expose you guys to that fact. Okay?
Excuse me,
once again,
Alpha, Alpha, I like what you said at the very, very beginning earlier when all this started. You said this is a derivative topic.
Mm-hmm.
Loved it.
Yeah, it is.
That right there. That's it.
Yeah, we could actually on that dance move we could stop, but the gentlemen that are in here, they feel that it's unsatisfactory for them to. It's not sufficient to give them. So what I wanted to do was go the long way around and actually show everybody how he doesn't know. I can do this all day. I can expose their minds to critical thinking, that they need to realize the information they're presenting is not knowledgeable by them. They're presenting information they have no understand. I even did it once already with Maximum. I said, okay, so go ahead and present the information. He did, and I said, I'm going to show you how you don't know. And when I exposed everybody to that, he said, I think this is how a suggestive term, by the way. He's then said, I think this has happened, and let me go look it up. So once he did all of that, he already showed that he didn't know the information. He had to go look it up mid-argument. He had to look it up. We don't do that. We don't do that in. Hold on, GBG. We don't do that in this channel. If you have something to support the claim of an argumentation, then please support it with the evidence in the text channel or in the voice by you saying exactly what you know. And if you don't know it, you say, let me look it up, you're in the wrong already. You can't present something that you don't know and then say that it's true. That's wrong. Can you guys see what I'm doing? We could easily, like T-Dub said, I could stop at saying that it's a derivative argument and don't even go any further and go back to the premise. Yeah. But just for the audience sake, I want to go the long way around and show you how he really doesn't know what he's saying.
Hey Alpha, if I may interject, mate, if that's all right. Okay, so look, we've been here since about 2:00 my time with this kid, and look, again, I don't think he's a bad kid.
I don't either.
No. Right. So look, Jedi has actually answered this guy going further than, it's a derivative argument. You got to go back. Heretic has. There was old. I can't pronounce it. Sorry. There's an old guy. One Matrix has done it. T-Dub's done it. I've done it. AJ's done it, and it's just a circular thing. And well, again, I don't think he's a bad kid, but I honestly think, and I think you're right. He's coming into this platform here.
Yeah.
Thinking that there's some kind of we've told him a million times as well, and you can see in the chat, he's after a model, after a model, after a model. We don't have a model. He's after proof for things that we can't prove, and we've been saying this shit to him for over 4 hours now, 4.5 hours, and he's not getting it through his head. And I've heard a million times in the chat and whatnot. I've only been around for 3 weeks, so I'm a newbie, and please tell me if I'm overstepping, but I keep hearing from these Globers that, they just keep getting muted and cut off every time they disagree with something. Yeah. This kid's been entertained for 4.5 friggin' hours, and we've been patient with him. And, at times I did throw insults. I do apologize. I'm not proud of that. A couple of times I did. But, we've been very patient with this kid, and he's still not getting past square one. And I don't know, man.
That's
how do you guys do this all the time?
It's simple. I think because of the fact that when we're, so the reason why I say it's a top tier debate or argumentation room is because everybody who's in the 24/7, and we've been doing this for years, bro. We understand where they're coming from prior to their explanation or argumentation standpoint. So when they present something, we're
doing it for more than a decade.
Yeah. So we're basically 10 steps in front of them. They don't know that. The audience doesn't know that. They think they're entering.
I used to debate these.
I know.
I mean,
Max,
I know your argument.
Can I get through this? So basically, what it is that they come in here thinking that it's like another platform. So when they see these modern day debates and so on, they're like, "Why isn't he letting me speak? Because in this other platform, they give me 10 minutes, and they have 10 minutes, right? And this isn't that. So what this is basically is if you have any evidence to support the claim that you're presenting, which is that the Earth is a globe, that it has curvature, it's spinning, and it is a cosmic vacuum. So these things are paramount for you to understand. Either you know or you don't know these things. Which, by the way, for the audience here right now, Maximum denied 3 times on the curvature, on the spin, and on a cosmic vacuum. He denied all those. He doesn't know.
You haven't provided any sources yourself. You haven't provided any sources yourself.
Maximum, let's go back to showing everybody.
Provide your sources. Provide your sources.
You guys don't like this. Hang on, King.
AV, I just want to ask a question.
I know, but you can't do it mid-argue. You can't do it. Just hold on a second. What I want to do is expose Maximum and the rest of the people that are in here, the audience listening, is that when I told Maximum this question, he denied that. He said, I don't know. And openly. And I said, dude, you're burning bridges because you're going to sabotage your argumentation further down the line.
Always for the sake of argument.
Now I'm going to listen. Hold on. Let me get through this. Bro. 1 second. So basically all it is that Maximum, you burned every bridge you could about knowing about the Earth being a globe by curvature, spin, and rotation, right? You burned those bridges. So now you're going to try to reassert. You're going to listen, dude. It's simple. Let me finish getting through this because people don't know this that are in this room right now. You openly admitted that you don't know any of those things I just said.
For the sake of argument. For the sake of argument,
no. Okay,
not actually.
Stop. Now I'm going to ask you, get that out of your mind. I'm going to open your mic, GBG. Please don't interrupt.
Yeah.
All right, so Maximum, I'm going to ask you again. If you know that the Earth has curvature, I need you to present some information. Okay, so now let's open up your mic again because I'm going to drop the orbit argumentation. I'm not going to hold you to that no more. Now I'm going to reassert the fact that when you stated that you didn't know, you did it for the argument's sake. I don't like that. If you're not being honest as an interlocutor in this debate or argumentation, then we're not going to have any dealings with you. I need you to be honest. Do you know that if the Earth has curvature, that it spins or that it's in a cosmic vacuum? Maximum.
Yes.
Okay, now present the information to support the claim that, first of all, number one, let's go to number one. How do you know that the Earth has been measured to have curvature? As in, let me explain, drop over distance.
We see boats disappear from the bottom up.
Okay, now I need you to present in the text channel or in voice, it doesn't matter, how you know that they've done the method to accurately measure that.
I sent the video.
What
10
video?
minutes and 30 seconds. I sent a video. 10 minutes, 30 seconds.
No, listen. It's not about sending video. This isn't your middle school debate. I will need you to give
I can tell. I can tell. It's probably worse than that.
No, it's not.
You don't know how to debate. You don't know how to debate, for sure.
This isn't a debate, sir. This is basically you presenting. Okay. You're used to interrupting people, right, in a debate? That's not what is happening here. So basically what you're going to do.
Alpha, stop for a second. So we're dealing with the kid who was told, you are the smartest kid I've ever met all the time. You can't be wrong. And he thinks he's not wrong, and he's just fucking wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So now that we know that he's wrong. But I go the long way around because people need to see what this kind of argumentation does. So Maximum, present the information. Don't say, I've already done it 10 minutes ago. I'm asking you as someone who's going to present what they know, because you've denied it. Basically, in the beginning, you said you did it for argumentation's sake. I don't like that. If you're true to what you know, then say, I know that the Earth is a globe, and this is how we know. That's all you have to do. Support the claim. But you openly denied it for the argumentation's sake. I don't like that. Either you know or you don't know. Maximum.
Okay.
So the video... Yeah, the video that you presented, I just want you to say, the video that you presented, how do you know that's true? What method was done to know that the drop over the distance has been done accurately? Go ahead. Explain to me, please.
You're asking me to explain how the video is correct?
Yeah, I want to know the method they've done to sufficiently know that they...
Isn't my explanation the same as yours?
No,
Show me your video.
No.
Show me your video.
Do you see what this kid is doing?
It's how the same. We're relying on the same. We're relying on the same.
Sir. How can you call this you are supporting your claim when you just say, well, no, you don't have a video.
Okay.
Support your claim. How do you know that
I'm saying that the globe model can explain season.
We're not okay. So he doesn't understand anymore. He lost the plot, which was the video. The video he presented said that he knows that there's drop over distance being measured. And when asked about how he knows, he doesn't present that information. So this is something that he does not know if the Earth has curvature or not. So he lost the plot, and he switched. What he's doing right now is a red herring. He wants to red herring away from the point into another thing that he thinks he knows again, and he doesn't know. So I'm proving what we do in here. We expose people to the fact that they don't know. So
that's exactly what he did with the orbits. He claimed that he knows this magic equation, Newtonian stuff, how it explains everything, discoveries and stuff in the sky. But when we him specifically that equation or how it was done, he didn't know. And then I looked it up. I already knew the equation, but when I looked it up, the source he provided, Wikipedia, on these Newtonian equations, and I just told you the formula equation in the chat, and he didn't know it.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna tell the audience right now, what this young person is doing is he thinks he's in one of those like forums where people can talk and say things, and the other person rebuts what they say based on just their claim. I actually stop the people from continuing because they don't know what they're saying. I'm actually exposing that to the audience right now. So hopefully you guys understand. Listen, and yeah, he might go back to seasons, like I see Vet put in the text channel for the umpteenth time. I know that. Okay. Because this is all they have. They can only cling to, it's called grasping at straws. They don't have information to support the claim that they're talking about. So they got to switch. It's called a red herring. When you introduce a topic in mid-argument so that you don't have to answer the thing that you're actually being held accountable for.
Yeah.
That's what this young man is doing right now. And so this is the reason why he couldn't continue in a debate forum like this, because of that. He's trying to present something he doesn't know as an escape to the current thing he's trying to support.
Yeah.
So
what is it called in USA when you take all the stuff from the kitchen, put it in a pot and boil it?
Gumbo or
soup?
He's making a word salad or soup salad.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
For my part. Sorry, I was just going to say, just for my part, look, I think it's sad with this kid. Look, I don't think he's a bad kid. He's obviously intelligent, but he's so entrenched, and he just as much admitted he knows all of our arguments. So he came in here to argue. He wasn't listening the whole time, and I find it sad because he's a good kid. He's not an idiot.
I don't
deny listening at all. He's worried about typing in chat while Alpha's talking. So there's where your disconnect is at. He not even listening to anything.
Yeah,
that's his problem.
There's another supporter.
He doesn't hear people.
Yeah, there's another interlocutor. I think King wanted to chime in. Now, King, based on your own argumentation merits, we're going to go off of you this time because Maximum he's struggling, right? He doesn't know how to get through supporting sufficiently his claims. So let's see if you can. I'm going to unmute you, King. Go ahead.
Beautiful. I just have one question.
Yeah, but we haven't got to the reason why I opened up your mic, and that's to address the same points that I did to Maximum. Would you happen to know how they measured curvature, or I'm just going to throw this in there, right? Or axial rotation, the spin of the Earth, or how we know that we are in a cosmic vacuum? So any one of those points, you can go ahead and...
Absolutely not. I have one question, though.
Okay, sure.
So you purported that in order to... So I just want to make sure I'm clear on your argument here. Are you saying that for something to exist, or for if I make the claim that if I make claim A and I cannot back up claim A, then claim A is wrong? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'll present it to you in kind of a live demonstration. If you ask me something, just ask me anything about like a question for Flat Earth. Let's say I just pick something out of a hat. Like give it to me like you were asking me something.
Okay. Yeah. Does the sun rotate around the Earth?
It doesn't do it. This is an example, by the way, guys.
Or revolve. Sorry.
So I'm using this as an example.
Right.
Okay. Let me get to my example. Yeah, it doesn't happen the way you think. It happens entirely different than the globe. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so let me look it up real quick. So what did I just do? I'm showing the audience as an example of what he was doing.
So you're claiming that a person cannot purport a claim without having prior knowledge to prove that claim.
Yeah, I basically refuted you without having any substance to my argument.
Well, absolutely. In a debate setting, that absolutely works. What I'm asking you is different. I'm asking, can the claim be right regardless of the argument proving it?
Listen, King, that doesn't work. I don't understand. How can you say that I can refute you and say, look, that's incorrect, but let me look it up?
No. I agree with you.
Oh, you agree with me?
Yeah, I'm saying in a debate setting, if a person who makes a claim cannot prove that claim, the person has lost the debate. My question to you is different, though. I'm saying, is the claim itself wrong because there's no argument given by the claimants proving it?
No, the interlocutor who's presenting his information needs to substantiate, as in the substance for his claim needs to be presented. So if he doesn't have the substance to back up what he's saying, then he doesn't know what he's saying.
Okay, so let me simplify my question. If I say the sky is blue and I don't present any evidence for it, is the sky still blue? Yes or no?
No. That's incorrect. If you say the
No,
sky
the
is
sky isn't blue.
hold on, dude. Why do you guys enter this room and think it's like another room? Doesn't work that
It's
way,
a
guys.
question.
Listen,
It's a simple
yeah,
question.
you asked the question. Now listen to
your
the
question-
answer
yeah.
of Miggy.
All right, listen. He wanted to ask one question. He's asked two so far. So which one is it?
Yeah.
Sky is blue or the other one? That's it. That's all you get.
I'm simplifying the question. The question,
Okay.
because I want to understand, I really want to understand what you're saying. Truly, are you saying that a claimant is wrong, or the claim itself is wrong if there's no supporting argument backing it up?
No, because explanatory power doesn't give the argument credence. Just because
Right,
you
so-
can. So let me hold on, dude.
Go ahead, sorry.
Just because you say, okay, I can tell you why the sky is blue because a blue Smurf is holding up the sky or something, right? Whatever you tell me about the explanation of why the sky is blue doesn't give it credence as being right, King.
Right,
Yeah. So
exactly.
in this case, right, when you tell me something about the globe and you say, well, I have an explanation for it, that does not give the claim any truth value. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
Yeah, I completely agree with you, 100%.
Okay, now that we're in agreement, when we move forward, if somebody brings up a claim and when they support it with an answer, that doesn't make it right. That
Right,
just
so
means there's
exactly.
an answer, but it's
So,
not.
so my next
correct.
question is based off of that because we agree on that part. Are you differentiating the different? Are you saying there's a difference between the explanation of a claim versus the actual evidence of such claim?
Ooh, that's now you're getting down to it. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so you think evidence would actually give credence to a claim?
You better believe it. Now,
Okay,
evidence.
perfect. Now, this
so
is the last
evidence.
question.
Yeah, but hold on. Are we understanding terms here? Do you know what evidence means?
Oh, absolutely. I know what I'm gonna. I mean, we agree on that part, so I'm sure we both know what evidence means.
What would you when we use the word evidence? What would you think it means? Does it mean that you just say something, or just dude? When you say something and say, "I have evidence," and I tell you, "Go and present your evidence." Well, let me look it up in Google. That's not evidence, dude. Okay, so evidence is presented as a demonstration, a verification, or a falsification of the thing that you're claiming. So, if I tell you, like, if you say, well, I have a Lamborghini in my garage, and I tell you, what's the evidence? Well, just look it up on Google, dude. There's pictures there. And I do that thing, and I was like, oh, looks like you have a Lamborghini in your garage. But in all reality, you just Photoshop something. You know what I mean? So you could use like the internet for saying that you're correct, but then when I ask for the actual validation of the claim, there's no substance to it. Do you understand what
Right,
I'm saying?
I agree with, but yeah, this is diverting from my actual question, though. I
It's
want
not
to.
diverting, dude. I'm actually
Yes,
telling you the reason.
we
The
agree.
reason when
We agree.
people
You're going on a tangent. We agree. I agree with you. You don't need to explain it.
okay,
My
so then
next
how would
question is.
go ahead?
My next question is the claim of is a claim wrong if there is no evidence to back it up?
It's wrong on its face. Yes.
What does that mean?
So when you say X is true, right? And because I have Google, then it's on its face, it's incorrect because you haven't either demonstrated, you haven't validated, or falsified the information. So it's not empirical, the information you're presenting. It's hearsay.
Right.
So hearsay, you know what hearsay is, King?
Yeah. I'm a law student. I know what hearsay is.
Oh, well, good, man. I'm glad you're up to date with terms. So this is what happens in this particular. Like, good. This actually, being a law student, you should be around these kinds of forums a lot more. This one specifically, because you're going to be able to hear how people present things that they can't support the information on.
Alpha, you just have to present it to him as we're in a courtroom now. Now he can't get away from it at all.
King,
listen.
you have the right mind. Go ahead.
So yeah, I think I worded my question wrong. So let's assume person A goes to person B and says to person B, the Earth is round, right? And person B asks, "Do you have evidence of this?" And then person A says no. Does the claim or does the fact that the Earth is round or not have anything to do with whether the person A can present evidence?
No.
So the Earth would
The answer
either
is
be
no.
flat or round, regardless of if evidence is presented.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
That's correct.
So can the claim be made, or not even that? Is the Earth round or flat, regardless of if Maximus is able to present evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
Perfect.
Yes.
That's all I want to know. So then, why did you
absolutely.
say? Why did you say he's wrong if he can't present evidence?
So his evidence, according to the way we've already outlined, King, you and I, if you're a law student, you should be taking notes here. All right. So the way he outlined his argumentation is based upon the fallacies that we've just described. So he's framing it in a way just like you and I we've come to an agreement, you and I, and what we've spoken, right? You can't have, okay, so depends on how you think in what you're defending, right? Or a client that you've taken up. You can't then go into a case supporting something that you have no knowledge. Like, you need to have all the facts, right? So when you deal with the client, King, you want to know everything, that even whatever it is, who you're defending, you want to know everything that they know, right? Isn't that paramount for your case, King?
Right. Exactly. It is. Yeah.
Right. So what happens when they leave details out to you? When you're up in this, when you're defending somebody or you're taking the stand and you're speaking for your client, right? What is wrong if you don't have all the information? What's going to happen?
Well, without the information, you can't make a proper argument.
Well, that's correct. And the judge is going to look at you like, you don't know what you're like, dude. How am I going to rule for you? He's going to overrule you probably, because you're presenting a case that you don't have all sufficient information. Because when the claimant or the defendant or whoever side you're on is going to speak up against you, they're going to present information that you didn't know, that the person you're defending doesn't have didn't tell you. So because you have that missing information, well, just hold on. Because you have that missing information, you can't then continue to say that you're correct. So missing information is like a Achilles heel to anybody in here.
So what you just said is correct up until the last part. You said you cannot continue to say that you're correct. If I say that I saw, well, prior to us understanding, let's say how what's a natural event that's pretty.
Are you talking about like a natural phenomenon event, like a volcano or something?
Well, let's just assume that the first ever human to ever see a lightning strike occur goes to his friend and says, "I just saw a flash of light just strike the ground." And then the guy's like, "Well, do you have any evidence for that?" And you say, "No, but I saw it and I know I'm right. I saw it. I don't have any evidence, but I saw it." Why can't he continue to say I'm right even though he has no evidence for it?
So that happen. You're gonna learn this in court, dude. If you don't pay attention, like, to your class, like, you're gonna get lost. So basically, when somebody makes a claim and the supporting information isn't been able to be backed up by evidence, like, so when you are in court, it's all about what you can prove, not what you can say. Yeah. You can talk mighty words, but it can be brought down. Your mighty words are going to be brought down by evidence. So you could build up a case for your client and say that you are completely in the right. We're going to go in there defending you, and don't worry about it, sir. But when the opposing side presents information, evidence, right, against which you're saying, they're going to rule in their favor. Easy. Because it doesn't matter what high-sounding words you brought into the argument.
Just in the interest of time, I do have to leave soon. So I know exactly what you're going to say. Mike, let me just cut straight to the point. It seems like your grievance is not with the actual claim, but with the argumentation for the claim.
Dude, you're getting it, man. Yeah.
So you cannot say he's wrong. You can say his method of argumentation is wrong, but you cannot say he's wrong. If you say he's wrong, you have to have proof that he's wrong.
I know, and listen, that's what I've done. I've taken the long way around. So when I say things, I know because I'm 10 steps ahead of this kid. And anyone who comes in here to support the Earth being a globe, I'm 10 steps ahead of you already. So I know the line of questioning. I know everything you're going to ask, because it's kind of like I would say it's like scripted for the other guy. We always hear things like, why would they lie? And other rebuttals. We have all that logged. So what happens, dude? So what happens is after we go through it with the person, we already know 10 steps ahead where we're going to end up. So therefore, I'm already saying that I know he's incorrect. So you don't know that because you're the same thing. But hold on, dude. You're a third party perspective. You're coming in here listening. You're like, dude, you haven't let him say anything. So how are you?
I heard everything.
Listen, dude. I'm talking to the royal you. That's everyone in here. So when you're listening to what I'm saying, you're kind of like, dude, you didn't even let him speak. So how do you know he's incorrect? So what I'm telling you is that because of the fact that we already have prior experience with all of these arguments, we know the direction they're going to go. So we're already at that end. So now I'm going to expose the young person to the fact that when I say he doesn't know, I'm going to demonstrate he doesn't know. So that's what I did. I took him the way around so other people can see. I'm not just saying he doesn't know. I'm going to prove it to you. So when I did that, he used a suggestive term like, I think and he said, okay, I think, and let me look it up. So when he did that, he was already in the wrong because he had to stop mid-argument to look up the information to support his claim, which he should already know.
Hold on 1 second. I need to interrupt. Alpha, he's not listening to you. All he's worried about is typing back and forth with Maximus.
Well, anyways. But that's fine. He's not gonna be doing justice to justice if he's gonna keep that mindset. He needs to be impartial. He needs to know all the facts when he's supporting a client. And if King thinks that this is the way to win, being biased, he's gonna lose. He's gonna be
There's
a big
no
time
bias
loser
here.
in
It's
court.
just the fact that your argument is made.
Yeah,
It doesn't make
you're
any
gonna be a
sense.
big time
Here's
loser in
why.
court, bro. But continue to think that way.
Listen. The issue is not that you think the argument he's making, Maximus is making, can be wrong. It can be fallacious. That's not a problem. The issue is when you purport that he is wrong. The example I gave you with the lightning is person A goes to person B and says, "I saw lightning strike." Person B says, "How do you know that? Do you have any evidence for it?" And then says, "No, I don't, but I can say for a fact that I saw it. I saw lightning strike. It did strike." Person B cannot say you are wrong because you have no evidence. That's fallacious. Person B can say you are wrong.
No, it is fallacious because think about it, man. People can say all kinds of things, King. Here's the thing. In a court case, evidence is paramount. We've already talked about that, right? So we know that if somebody says, "I saw Bigfoot," and you're like, "Bullshit," right? And they say, "Dude, what are you gonna say? I didn't see Bigfoot." And if you go into court thinking that you're gonna support a guy who's seen something that you can't listen, hold on, dude, because I'm answering you. If the lightning strike example, Bigfoot, anything somebody sees, listen, anything somebody sees, if you think that they're correct based on their information of what they said, you're already false because they don't have evidence. Yeah, you did.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said person B cannot purport that person A is wrong. What person B can do is maintain a neutral position that the lightning never occurred until proven otherwise. It does not negate that the lightning actually occurred. In the court of law, the court is required to assume innocence. Why is that? Because it's the natural. Hold on, let me finish.
No, I get what you
It's
said
a
now.
neutral position.
I know what you're saying, but here's
right.
the
So you
difference. Yeah, here's the difference.
Let me finish.
I get you, man. You don't need to. I get you.
Okay.
Hold on. I get you. So in the saving time thing, like you said, I get you. I know what you mean. But so in this case, right, we already know. So it's not the fact that, listen, person A is talking about lightning or whatever. Person B is hearing the person A speak about lightning, right? So what's happening is here, we already, like, we're person B. We know that the lightning, quote unquote, that they're presenting doesn't have any evidence to substantiate that it actually is a thing. I'm not using lightning as a real thing, right? Just for the argument's sake.
I get what you're saying, yeah.
I get you. But so, you have to prove your information to be true and so on, right? But what we have on our side is that we have the facts and we know the claim is wrong on its face. We know that, and we can show you that it's wrong because we've been doing this for a long time. So it's not the fact that the guy is presenting something brand new and I'm denying it on its face just because of what he's saying. I'm denying it because it doesn't have any evidence to substantiate the claim of what he's saying. So my argument is very different from the lightning example because I already know that the quote unquote lightning that this guy's presenting is not, you can't substantiate it. There's no way. And I can prove it to you.
This is different from what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, it is.
When you say he's wrong and you say he's wrong, that means that not only do you have evidence that he's wrong, but you can prove in some way that the evidence that he has is in some way corrupted or incorrect.
You're right.
So what you can do that. My grievance with that is the way you did it. You said that just because he doesn't know of the evidence, that means he's wrong. That the claim is wrong. Wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's not how it works.
That's even another thing too.
Wait, hold on. Please let me finish. Have you heard of the saying, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence? Have you heard that?
Yeah, I've heard that term. Yep.
Right, and it's a true term. If I take my hand and I slap someone right now where I'm at right now, and I come to you and say, I never did it, does that mean I didn't do it? Well, no, I still did it, even though there's no evidence to prove that I did. To you. So the action still occurred, right? The earth can still be round or flat regardless of evidence provided. When he comes to you and says,
"Oh no, that's
the earth
incorrect.
is round," hold on. When he makes the claim, the earth
that's
is
incorrect,
round.
though.
Hold on. When he comes to you and says the earth
you're
is
incorrect. You're incorrect, King. You can't do that. That's not in no way a way to form an argument. If you're saying that he's correct by what he's doing, let me ask you this, King.
I didn't say that.
Listen,
I
if you
didn't
took,
say that.
listen, hold on a
God
minute, King.
almighty.
If you, no, just wait. If you took Maximum on as a client, right? If you're studying law and you think, like, okay, let me try to defend Maximum, because now I'm not looking at it as your white knight. You're thinking about it in law terms. So if you were taking him on as a client, do you think that you'd be able to represent your client in a way that you would sufficiently be able to answer what he's saying correctly?
Okay, this is just going back to where we started.
But answer my question. Would you do that? Would you be able to do that based on what he said?
What am I defending him on? Like, what are you talking about?
Any point that he brings up. Because
if he brings up the point that the Earth is round and you want me to defend that point, then we can do that.
King, no, that's not what I said. Don't take my words and then misconstrue them to make it sound like what you want them to. Don't do that. So basically, if he's presenting anything, I don't care what he's presenting. Could you sufficiently support his claim by being his lawyer? Let's say that's what I'm asking. Anything he brings up, could you do it, King?
If he brings up a claim,
yeah.
Can I defend that? Can I defend him with that claim? Is that what you're asking?
You would say, look, I'm Maximum's lawyer. I'm going to defend what he's saying based upon the information he's given. I can do it because I know my client. I know everything that he's given me. I'm good to go. I know what he's saying. Could you do that with him?
Well, yeah, if you have the evidence for it.
No. Could you do that with him now?
Like to defend his point?
Yes.
Well, I certainly could, but that's not what I'm saying.
No. Don't. You're a nice lawyer. Being Weasley. Yeah. So no, that's not what I'm saying. Based upon what he's already said, King. You're
based on what he said?
You know I'm true. Yeah, based upon what he said. I'm a better lawyer than you are. Trust me. I've been doing this a long time, so I can hold you.
That's funny because
I could win every court case. Trust me. Look, this.
Right. Okay.
So based
I'm
upon,
sure you could. I'm sure you could. You couldn't even tell me what unitary executive theory is, but I'm sure you could. But let's get back to the actual argument I'm making.
Yeah. Were you able to support your client? Yes or no? You didn't answer that. You need to answer the question.
I have. Based on
you haven't. I need you to answer the question sufficiently. Could you support your client?
That's not the point I'm making.
Yeah,
brother.
We're gonna go back to that. Yeah, this is not how this works. He just stated a few things that you chimed in on as a white knight. I thought you were a white knight, but it sounds like you are studying law, so you could understand what it sounds like to be a lawyer, right? So, could you defend your client Maximum if you're going to court on anything he's already said? Go ahead.
So, aside from the fact that this...
No, answer the question. It's a yes or no. It's an open-ended... excuse me. It's a closed-ended question. It's a yes or no. Could you defend your client? The court is waiting.
Based on what Maximus has said right now.
Yes.
Yes, I can, and that's exactly what I'm doing right now.
Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. I'm going to bring up what he brought up to the court. If it pleases the court, I will bring up the information that Maximum has brought forward, and we have a lawyer in here, King, who will defend him. Because it sounds like he can. So we're going to go ahead and present the premise of my argumentation, and then let King take over his argument. Because based on what he's already said, King has the ability, being his lawyer, to sufficiently support his case. So we're going to hear him out. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to see if King has what it takes to stand court. Right? So if once again, we're going to go ahead and present one of the argumentations, which is, let's pick one. How about that? We're going to use orbits around Jupiter. So King, please support the information as stated from Maximum's position. Go ahead. You have the floor, sir.
Okay. Aside from the fact that you're trying to divert my way of defending him, right?
No, that's not it. The court, the court wants to hear. Sorry, GBG. The court wants to hear your explanation based upon your client's position. Go ahead.
Well, if you stop muting me, please.
I have to because the court doesn't want to waste their time. People have things to do.
You don't. You're on here 24/7.
Yeah, you're 24/7.
We are actually.
You
that's the name of the channel. That's the name of the channel, dude. So back to the point. Okay, so go ahead and support the gentleman's claim based on you being a lawyer and studying for law. Go ahead and support his claim based on what he said. Go.
Stop trying to.
Yeah, we're gonna stop because the court doesn't want to waste anyone's time. So once again, last attempt. If not, the case will be thrown out. Case dismissed. One more attempt. This is for King supporting his client. Otherwise, we're gonna close this case. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh my God! All right, so
Go ahead,
here
sir.
we go. Here we go. The claim made by you, AV, right?
Mhm.
It itself is incorrect. You've made a very egregious claim against my client that he just because he does not know what he's talking about or has no evidence for to prove what he has said, that automatically equates to his claim being illogical or being wrong. The issue with that is the conclusion that him being wrong, being premised on the fact that he has no idea what he's talking about, is fallacious. Simply because someone does not know or has access to evidence of a claim does not negate the claim itself. That's idiotic. For example, I can claim that I've done something right here in my own room, and you having presented no evidence to you would not mean that I never did that action. In the same way that the earth can be round or flat without me having to prove evidence to you, that claim can still be true.
It's called
So
circumstantial, my
grievance
friend.
is not
Circumstantial.
Objection.
Your grievance is
Objection,
not
Your
with his
Honor.
claim.
Objection.
Circumstantial.
Hold on, let me
circumstantial.
finish. Let me finish.
Objection dismissed. Move on.
Finish.
No, this is not how this works. So the objection is that the claim that he was stating is not what your client has said. So you are actually not speaking of your client's statement. You're going off on a tangent. We need to correct what you're saying because of the fact that you're not addressing your client's claim. So his claim was the orbits around Jupiter, and you went off on a tangent speaking of other things. So we need to address that, which you didn't. You failed 3 times. So the court has no time for this. We're going to dismiss his case because of the fact there is no information to support the claim that he stated on the premise that he said that orbits happen around Jupiter, which you didn't get into. You waffled on about something else that you didn't address his claim. Therefore, your case is dismissed. But I'm going to mute you guys because this was just a little mock trial. Go ahead.
His client
Okay, so
claimed
let me get back to what we're actually talking
he
about.
observed a
Do
phenomenon.
you agree that the claim is true regardless of the evidence behind it? Yes or no? Or the claim can be true. Like the claim can be true regardless of if a person presents evidence for it.
Yes. So we're talking about things. Well, wait,
Perfect.
we're talking about things. Listen, dude. We're talking about things that are self-evidently true. So if I say the Earth is a donut, right? Like, just let me say something absurd. And when you go outside, you don't see that you're standing on mushy, sugary goodness, right? You can easily dismiss it based on what I just said, right? Easily. Can you not?
No, you cannot. That's illogical.
Because it doesn't. No, it's not. Because it doesn't take me. Yeah, it doesn't take me to show you that the Earth is as a donut. It shows basically what a donut is, and what I'm saying the Earth is equivalent to a donut doesn't follow. So you can't go outside and say that I stand on sugary goodness because there's no way that it doesn't look like a donut. Doesn't.
Well, I thought you.
Everything what a donut is.
I didn't realize you were talking about like the actual. I thought you meant like the donut shape, not the actual donut.
No, dude, I'm talking about like a real donut. Like that's why I said the claim is absurd.
Right.
But when I phrased it in that way, you can on its face say that it's not true because
okay, perfect. I actually agree with you on that point.
What I'm saying is self-evidently, apart from me saying you can go outside and a third party can go outside and witness to themselves that it's not true what that person just made a claim on. So the information stands on its own merits. I don't have to tell the person it just isn't true.
No, I actually agree with you on that point, and that's exactly what I'm saying. A person can say the claim is wrong if they can prove the claim is wrong, right? Just as you can go outside. Hold on.
Yes, but he was proven not being capable to prove that he was right.
Oh my God, that's what I'm saying. If you go outside and see that the Earth is clearly not a donut, you can say your claim is wrong because obviously the Earth does not have.
You are trying to reverse the burden of proof in favor of your client.
Well, let me finish this. Oh my God. So, just as I said, you can say the claim is wrong if you can observe or in other way prove that it's wrong.
Yeah.
But you cannot do that if you cannot do that. You must assume a neutral position. You, AV, have purported that he is wrong. His claim, not the argument. His claim.
I am the neutral position.
Yeah, based on what he said. Yeah, based on what he said, King. Yeah,
based on what he said, his claim is wrong.
Yeah,
but the claim itself, the claim itself. Do you think the claim that the Earth is a sphere is wrong? Yes or no?
Self-evidently, yes.
Sir, sir.
Okay, so
I don't. I could listen. I could say that it's whatever. It doesn't matter what I say. But what he said that the Earth is, it doesn't stand true when you go and witness the Earth for whatever it is. So it doesn't we've already
opinion.
understood, King. It doesn't matter what I say. It only matters what can be shown. Like if you
right.
listen,
So exactly, I agree with you.
Yeah, I could
So
say that.
let me finish. Let me close it out. Let me close it out. Let me close it out real quick. Let me close it out. Let me close it out.
Go ahead.
So based on what Maximus has presented to you, based on this argument, his arguments, his claim is unsupported. Yes or no?
Well, yeah, on its face, based on the merits of his claim, I would say a couple of things, right? Because I already have information to support what I'm saying. So I would say, based on how he's the framework of his argument, like it could be malformed, his statement can be malformed. What he's saying is not correct because he doesn't understand terms within the context of his argument. So he could be saying words colloquially that he's using that he doesn't understand, and I can prove that to you. So on that fact, there's on many fronts I can show you he doesn't know what he's saying. So on the argumentation, argument
you're just
presenting,
giving a long-winded answer to my question.
No, it's
I
not
know what you're
long-winded,
saying,
dude. I've exposed your mind to the fact that he doesn't know what he's saying based on the information he's presenting, and also on its own merits. So not only is
let me close it out.
No, wait a minute.
No,
you're not closing it out,
things.
dude. I'm the closer. So not only on his merit of what he's saying is not true, on the way he's framing this argument is not true because he doesn't understand the buzzwords he's using, like gravity, like mass.
Oh my god, bro! I agree. I understand what you're saying. I completely do. So, like I said, it's a you could have just said yes in the beginning. Based on how he presented his argument, his claim is unsupported. That's a yes.
No, based on how you present his argument is that the court is the court's responsibility is to educate the client. You are
based on how Maximus presented his argument, his claim is unsupported. Based on that, based on the way he presented his argument, yes or no?
Part of it. That's part of it. Yes.
Okay.
I can't tell you the other part. You want to know the other part?
I don't care about the other part. You just said yes. That's all I care about. The next part is, if you were to speak to an astrophysicist who knew what he was talking about, would you yes or no, would you be convinced that the Earth is a sphere?
No, based on its own merits. Wait. I'm answering the guy. Astrophysicist, brother. I swear, GBG. Let me just answer it, bro. I know you're excited, but I want to tell him. I've had conversations or dealings with astrophysicists personally, and they're logged. Okay, so I've spoken to said person, like the way you're stating, and they couldn't sufficiently answer the claim that actually check this out. The 3 claims that I gave the gentleman here, Maximum. I told him the basics: the curvature, the axial rotation, spin of the Earth. They're kind of like a basic thing that I tell everybody. But I spoken to him, and it's logged on YouTube that I spoken with him, and he couldn't sufficiently answer those 3 questions with
what questions?
Hold on, the ones with that I gave you, which is how we know the Earth has curvature, as in drop over distance, axial rotation, the spin of the Earth, or the cosmic vacuum question. So these 3 questions that I posed to him, being an astrophysicist, King, he couldn't sufficiently answer. And it's no slight to Maxim because he doesn't know, or he's young.
No, I can't answer those.
No, you can't, sir. The astrophysicist couldn't do it. What makes you think that? Have you an astrophysicist?
Okay, let me just finish this out because I do have to go. So,
go on.
Points being made. Just because an interlocutor cannot prove with evidence that a claim is correct does not necessarily negate the truthness, the truth value of the claim. Yes or no?
Doesn't negate the electric chair.
Wow, dude. Like, I don't know where you're studying law, but you need to really bone up on some of these terms.
He's a whole. He thinks
yes or no, man.
Law student.
As a law student.
Yeah, he's not taking any law classes.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Like, yes or no?
Dude, you
circumstantial always works for me.
Circumstantial, bro. You need to take some law courses or actually debate. You need to debate live somewhere in another Like this is way too much right now for you at this moment.
AV, yes or no?
As a law student, you were supposed to know that astrophysics is not a natural science.
Yeah, it's
yes
too much.
Or no? AV, yes or no? It's a simple question.
You're basing your question on the assumption that both parties have no evidence. One party has no evidence, the other one is backed. Be very careful.
It's a simple question.
Our court case is a case based on claims of measurements and observations being measurements and knowledge of physics, natural science. And he provided none of these. He made these claims that he have them. He provide none of them. And
That's not
now
the point.
you are
Holy
invoking.
shit! Have you not been listening?
Listen, you are reversing the burden of proof on the court, that it's the court's duty to actually educate your client, to demonstrate your client that your client is right.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking a question.
you
Does
were
the
doing.
absence of evidence does the failure of a person to present evidence for a claim necessarily negate the truth value of the claim? Yes or no?
How does that work over in
a
court, bro?
client make
Do you not understand the
fallacious
words I'm saying?
claims?
Are they too
Yes, I
big
do.
for you? Should I simplify them?
No, I do, but they wouldn't work in court. Like if you're presenting a case,
Yes
the way
or no?
you're
It's a
framing
yes
it.
or no
It
question.
would work in court.
Could you
It would
imagine?
work
Could you
in
imagine
court.
speaking to a court, dude? That's all
Guilty
listening
before
to you say
proven
that.
innocent. It would work.
Do you think so? You and him would
Guilty
both be
before
walking out.
no, innocent
You'd
before
walk out of
proven
that
guilty.
court faster than you can walk in. They'd be like, "Case
Yes,
dismissed. We're not going to deal with this."
AV. It's a yes or no question.
You fucking stop circle jerking yourself over being a paralegal, bro. It's so annoying. Like,
It's
Jesus
simple
Christ.
question,
AV, please.
It's based on variables, and any smart judge would tell you to get out.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a question. Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you again. Right, this is objective truth we're talking about here. If a person is unable to provide evidence to support a claim, is the claim automatically wrong in objective reality? Yes or no?
In objective
has no
reality, is it
validity.
automatically wrong?
Is
Or
it?
does it? Yeah. So
That's
does
the
it go
question.
against? Does
Does
it
it
go
make it
against?
true?
Yeah. Does
Holy
it go
shit.
against objective reality? What the claim is?
That's
Answer-
literally the question I'm asking. Are you autistic, bro?
Yeah,
That's what I'm asking you.
No, I'm telling you is that if it goes against reality, then how could the person, the claimant, actually forward his argument into like a case where he's gonna say like, how do you know if I'm right or wrong? Because
Okay,
you wouldn't
let
know.
me
What we're
rephrase
stating,
because I
you
don't
can't
think you're
explain
understanding.
seasons. Well, you
we're
can't
stating
Let me
here.
explain
rephrase
seasons.
it. Let me
You can't
rephrase
explain
it.
seasons.
So is it true?
So
Or
we
is
can
there
just
an
make stuff
answer to
up,
the
right, bro?
question?
We can just
Is there
make
an
up
answer
whatever
to the
we want.
question? Hold on. Is
Can
there
we
an
just
answer
make
to
up
the
whatever we want then?
Is there
that
an
the way it is?
answer to the question of the Earth being flat or round? Is there an
Yes.
answer?
Yes.
Yes, there's an answer. Okay,
Yes, there
perfect. So let's assume we don't know the answer. Like, let's assume we don't know the answer.
Okay.
Person A and person B says the Earth is flat, and then person A says the Earth is round. One of them is correct. Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Perfect. Without the presentment of evidence by either party, one of them is still correct. Yes or no?
Yes, on their face.
Beautiful.
Yeah, on his
Beautiful.
face. Yeah.
So if that's the case, right? How can you? Because you actually, let me not rephrase that.
You
way.
lost already.
You already said.
He's trying.
You already said that Maximus is wrong because you know the Earth is not round, right?
Uh-huh.
Right. So if you know the Earth is not round, you have reasons for why the Earth is not round. Yes or no?
Of course.
Okay. What are those reasons?
No, I actually have three. If the court will allow, the Earth looks flat, the Earth measures flat, and the Earth is navigated across as flat.
Okay. Beautiful.
Okay.
Let's expatiate on those. I can't do it.
You don't have that much time, dude.
If you unmute Maximus, he could probably do it, but I have to go.
I think he's already unmuted.
Yeah.
Bye.
See ya, man.
Why are
nice
you
try,
muting?
Hey, King.
I'm just glad we could get that over because your first argument was just idiotic.
I
the
gotta
idea
go
that you can
they figured out I'm not a lawyer. I gotta go because they figured out I'm not a lawyer. Goodbye.
Your anecdotal testimony of what you.
I never said I was a lawyer, you dumb fuck. I said I was a law student, dumb
Okay,
fuck.
so now it's ad homs. So you just want to go.
I'm
ahead
sorry.
and
I'm
go
sorry.
straight
That's
to
not ad hominem, by the way. That's not ad hom.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. But you want to go straight to the insults, don't you, King? Is that how you win a court case?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you dumb fuck.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize to the court. We already identified that you don't know what you're saying. So please excuse yourself.
I'm sorry. I just proved you wrong. You goof.
Stop saying you're a law student because your mom works in an attorney's office.
Come back when you do a little bit better.
Gangsta.
You're not ready for this.
Yeah.
Operate in domains that you have no knowledge on, sir.
You're not ready to be muted. You're not ready to be muted. You're gonna mute me. Mute me.
Maximum wants to be muted so he can say he won.
Well,
yeah,
I just
Mute me all the time.
no, I don't understand how you
I
guys
just don't
say that it's a
understand why
court.
you guys mute me, man.
It's a court apparently, and
Yeah,
then you
it
mute.
definitely is. It definitely is. And so the jury is everybody.
I'm at
you
your
see here.
mercy, Alpha. I'm at your mercy.
Everybody bow to Judge Alpha.
Everyone
No, you don't have to bow to
mercy.
me, but you have to recognize,
Alpha.
sir. Put some respect on that name.
Nah, fuck that. Bow down, bitch.
Respect on,
Yeah,
put some
hold on.
respect on this name. Yeah,
Storm
sure.
says people have come in here 3 weeks ago and
Alpha.
proved gas pressure
Alpha.
without a container. Who the fuck keeps talking through me?
Maximum.
Well, I'm the only one who's
Maximum is
dissent.
back.
I'm the only. No, I've been here. I'm the only dissent. I'm the only dissenting voice, I think.
No, there's other people, but you're just wanting to be on the main stage. You gotta let other people jump in, Maximum. Actually, what we gotta do is take a short break to see if there's anybody else that wants to chime in. You've been here for quite a while, so you can still sit here, but just let other people enjoy the.
I mean, I might go to sleep soon. Honestly,
Yeah,
it's
good
been
night.
a while.
It's up to you, man. Yeah, yeah. Have a good night, and
Well,
hopefully you come
I
back.
mean, I might stay up. I mean,
Actually,
You don't know what you're gonna do. You're unsure of yourself.
You're undecided. That's fine.
Maximum, you better start looking out for a better lawyer because
no,
this
no,
one
it's
is
just, it's
never
just.
gonna be capable of defending you.
This
So
is
that'd
gonna
be
give an aneurysm
so
to
Maximum.
Matrix.
Yeah,
Matrix is about to have an aneurysm. I think.
two times in court, flat earthers won against globe earthers about this topic.
Well, it's muted. We got muted, so you guys won. That's what it was. Is we got muted.
In court, in legal court,
he's talking about real court,
with
man.
a court case number.
Legal court on Discord. That makes sense.
No,
I
dude,
guess.
he doesn't get it, Redrun. That's fine. He doesn't.
Yeah,
get it. It's
This
late.
is- what is he like? 14?
I don't know. He's a young guy. All right,
So I'm about to give you an aneurysm, but like, there's no model, right?
dude, just relax. All right, I put you on mute for just a moment. You're in a little timeout. Take a breather. Go get some popcorn. Get a pop if you're gonna stay up. If not, we're just gonna open the mic for new people, dude. You've had the stage for like 5 hours, bro.
Make you some pizza rolls and get a juice box.
Yeah, just take it easy, bro. We'll let some other people chime. All right, so we're gonna open up the room to anybody that's in here. We heard Storm chime in, so I know Storm is in the house. If you want to go ahead and support the claim that the Earth is a globe, Storm, I'm gonna give you the floor, and you can present your argument.
I like to stick to the text chat because I know how you guys operate in here. I know, like, anytime someone tries making a point or you just completely discredit what they say. So I usually stick to the text chat, and I usually just link or lurk.
Well, I mean, yeah. If you don't want to take center stage, that's up to you, man. I'm just offering it. So if you don't want that, that's fine.
I've done it multiple times. I know how it plays out. Just like you do. Just like you've done this for quote unquote 10 years. And
yeah, but isn't it fun?
You make a mocker. Yeah, it is fun. I will give you that. But like,
okay.
The fact is like a lot of these people, like, and I'm not saying you're guilty of it, but I specifically witnessed like somebody who's like spent amount of time in here and like starts to like build arguments that like kind of start to not discredit, but like, neither one of our arguments can be proven because neither one of us can observe in its entirety of what we're trying to convey. And like we can all admit that, but like
no, you can't put words in you can't divine other people's thoughts. You can't put words in other people's mouth. You can only speak for yourself. So based upon what you feel, that's how you see it. Based upon what everybody else says, that's entirely different.
Okay, then I'll just put it like this. Based on my perspective, I can't witness a flat earth and I can't witness a globe earth. So, I mean...
Interesting. Well, it's interesting because if you say that you witness a globe, is that what you witnessed, sir?
I just said I couldn't witness either.
Oh, you
Are you putting words in my mouth? Yeah.
No, I just wanted to hear what you stated about the globe. So, no, we don't witness a globe. Okay, good enough for me.
I also don't witness a flat earth, though. Yeah.
I'm not strong. I don't really care. I have a good night's sleep whether you think the Earth is a globe or not. But the fact the fact that you're saying you don't know that it's a globe puts a smile on my face. And we can probably move to another interlock if you want.
No, I honestly, and this is like, it's like, just because I could Google like how to take apart my engine doesn't mean I know how to take apart my engine. Whenever it comes to like astrophysics, I trust the astrophysicists that like have spent decades and thousands of years researching this topic that say the Earth is a globe.
Hey, hats off to you for giving your mind to some other person. Hats off to you.
Yeah,
but we don't do that here. We don't do that.
It's called blind faith, dude.
Isn't it?
Astrophysics is palm reading.
The critical thinkers in here actually analyze the information being presented to them. and they want to know how. Yeah, sure, you can laugh, but we want to know how people know what they know. So we're gonna ask questions, quiz people.
So just because somebody has a story, dude, doesn't make it true, man.
So are you saying based off so you want to talk about critical thinking? Are you saying that just because your human perspective is skewed and you can't witness the Earth in its entirety? Hey, shut up! I'm fucking talking, bro. Like Jesus Christ!
Fortune telling is not.
Yeah, hang on, GBG.
Can you get this fucking cottonmouth? Like, shut the fuck up! Jesus Christ!
Dude, you don't need a result to that, dude. Those insults are. I'll just let me gain control and then give you the floor. Just finish what you were saying, dude.
So basically, as far as now I done forgot. Like, what did you say?
Oh fuck, dude. I don't know where you were going with what you were saying, so I can't.
Do you remember what the last thing you said was? Because that would respark the thought.
I don't know what you were ranting about. Be honestly, like I was just kind of like waiting for you to finish because it sounds.
It's like I think you were stating that basically you don't allow other people to think for you, but it's like even you yourself, based on our human perspective, we can't witness the scale of the globe, so we can't witness.
We don't let people think for ourselves, dude. We just said fucking we need evidence, right?
Yeah, that was a straw man that you just made right there, by the way, because the gentleman just outlined it for you. We never said that we don't let people think for like. So the question was. Do people in the thinking that the Earth is a globe, do you let your own critical thinking take place, or do you let other people speak for you on your behalf of things that you can witness for yourself? So if they say, listen, if they say the Earth is a globe, you're standing on the damn thing right now, so you can go outside, you can see it for yourself. Do you witness what they're telling you? Is what I'm telling. You're basically saying, oh, I trust the experts. That's fine, dude. If you trust the experts,
I trust them. I trust them for the research. I don't trust them for the end game, the end goal, like the end answer.
So
right.
The research, what has the research? Wait, because you trust them for the research. Let's find out what research have they done that you trust. Name one thing.
A largely conclusive amount of evidence that they have conducted. There's not a single one of it that has been presented to me to where I could say that's not true.
Yeah, thank you. Name one.
All of it. I mean, any. Okay. Okay. As far as eclipses go on the moon, their explanation of it, I can't disprove it. Were you going to say something?
You said eclipses?
Yeah, as far as our shadow the shadow that is cast on the moon by us.
Okay, so
I wouldn't necessarily say eclipses.
So what are the? All right, let's go into a little bit of what you think. So what do you think the experts are saying? And by experts, I want you to go ahead and outline which expert.
I don't know which expert. I mean, I don't know who writes the textbooks that I learned. I watch at school.
Dude. What are they saying? What are they saying?
Essentially, what they say is that the shadow on the moon is essentially, in most cases, cast by our Earth. And based on what we believe as far as how we rotate and orbit around the sun and how the moon orbits around us, that information can line out if you break it down and look at it.
Right, so they're making a claim, and then you say you go outside and you witness said claim, right? The claim that is verified by you that whatever they're saying is true. Is that correct?
Yeah, they say the Earth casts a shadow on moon. That's the claim.
All right, and you're saying that you witnessed that to make
I can walk outside and I can see a shadow on the moon with nothing else in the way obstructing it that could have caused that shadow, indicating that we are likely the cause of that shadow. Yes, I can witness that.
So okay, you can witness something happening. We know that much. And they're saying that something happening is due to the fact that what?
That the Earth is rotating around the sun and is also spinning. So basically from our perspective is as we're spinning, whenever the sun is to our backside and the moon is in front of us, if you're talking about it from a perspective of, the Earth being up and down, by the poles, essentially. Like if you're talking about just basically like if we were standing in America, for instance, and the sun was on the other side of the globe and the moon was above North America and I could see the shadow casted on the moon while I'm in North America, that would be why I think that.
Okay. So they gave you kind of like they gave you a story behind the claim. So they're telling you, the story about the Earth getting in the way of the moon, or the moon getting in the way of the sun, whatever it is, like how they're just explaining these eclipses, right? So however they're framing it, you're saying you're substantiating that claim that they're saying by looking outside and seeing something happen. You see something happen, therefore you say, well, it works, therefore it's true. Right?
Yeah, basically.
That's actually a pragmatic fallacy. when you say something works because it's true. I just outlined what fallacy it is. And so let me just tell you why, right? So when somebody makes a claim and they say, look at this phenomena, it's happening because wild rainbow unicorns are doing this, right? And you're just like, well, I see the phenomena happening, therefore wild unicorns are doing this, rainbow unicorns. And that's not true.
No. See,
yeah. So here's what I'm saying. So
unfortunately not.
Dude. Unfortunately, yes. So here's
you're just coming to your own conclusion about my thought process. You're putting your words that are coming out of my mouth into your head and interpreting them as you see them. That is not how I view it at all.
Right. All right. So let's check to see. Let's check to see if that's not the case. So you said that the people are making a claim that the phenomena of eclipses are happening because, and I told you because, and you said because the Earth or the sun, or the moon is getting in front of the sun and causing these eclipses. So you're saying that makes sense to you, right? You're like, yeah, I go outside and I witness that the Earth is getting in the way and the moon's being eclipsed in a lunar eclipse, and the moon is eclipsing the sun, so causing the solar eclipse. So with that, you're
that's a whole lot of eclipses. I'm just saying that basically,
But you're good with that when somebody says this is what's happening and this is the reason why.
No, because you said a lot, and I feel like you're overcomplicating it. Basically, what I said, the words that came out of my mouth, and I'll repeat them so that way they're
what
they're
you said
very
is
clear.
you observed a phenomenon and you
I didn't
figured
say
out the cause,
no,
dude.
absolutely not. Never said I observed a phenomenon. What I said
That's
is
what you
I
did,
am
man.
no. See now you're putting words in my mouth again. The words that came out of my
words in your mouth, man. That's what you said.
Yeah, you should try taking a dick out of your mouth as well. Let me talk,
let's
please.
not go there, Storm. No.
Well, then tell him to.
All right, yeah, just relax, dude. All right, so did we or did we not witness a natural occurring phenomenon, Storm? I'll just ask you that way. Did we witness a phenomenon?
I don't. I'm just saying, whenever I walk outside, what I can see is a shadow casted on the moon. That's all.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Is that a naturally occurring phenomenon? Now, I need you to answer yes or it's a close-ended. Please, just answer the question. Is it a naturally occurring phenomenon?
Have no idea. I'm just saying what I witnessed.
Okay, so you don't understand what a natural phenomena is. Is that the case?
No, never said that. I'm just saying this is what I
so
observed.
Is this occurring in nature, sir? What you're witnessing?
What is nature?
You're okay. So what you're doing is reducing the argument to absurdity. We're not going to do that. The argument stands on its own merit by you saying that you witnessed something happening out in nature, and that's true, right? You see something happening outside. Yes or no?
What does it matter where I observe the moon from?
It's important for you to follow. Otherwise, you're going to reduce the argument to absurdity, and no one's going to understand it.
No, because we're going to.
No, we're not going to go down your line of reasoning. So basically, do we witness what we see of what you stated in nature? Yes or no?
How do you expect to change my?
Just need to say either we witness it in nature or not. What you just said.
Listen, I'm an open.
Yeah, no, you need to answer the question. Do we witness it in nature or not? It's up to you.
I don't know. Do you? I don't.
Okay. Then you're being disingenuous. You're not being intellectually honest about what you're stating, and it's just easy to see that. Anybody who claims that I'm muting you unfairly, it's because you are not being honest, and other people like the dishonesty of your tactics. It's not going to work in this room. So I'm going to unmute you, but yeah, you're being dishonest, so I'm going to disengage with your questioning.
From USA, when the sun is behind the USA.
You're getting too specific. None of that matters. I was just using that as a point of reference.
Yeah, it does matter because you're talking about a natural phenomenon, so it does matter.
Yeah, you're being very leading. You're playing word games and semantics. I don't care about natural phenomenons. I'm telling you that whenever a scientist says that the moon is this Earth is casting a shadow on the moon, and I can walk outside and see a shadow on the moon with nothing else that could cause that, that is what I observe, and that's why I accept that. Okay, and you're leading into these arguments about natural observed phenomenon, so we can lead up.
Just take him right to the eclipse, Alpha, and I'll just post it, and we'll just destroy him with what the science said, because he's not going to be able to explain flipped upside down shadows when the sun and moon are out at the same time.
Warden, who is the scientist that said that?
He doesn't basically understand terms that are being used to outline his argumentation. So how could he definitely understand something more complicated as that, Brad? We're expecting too much from Storm. He can't understand what basic terms are.
You're trying to indicate that for some reason that because there's
No, dude, stop stumbling. Look, let me just outline it for the whole audience. Either you know that what you witness is happening out in nature or not. Answer that question. If you're going to continue, answer that question. Is it happening in nature, what you witness? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So now it's a naturally observed phenomena that, like I just said at the beginning. So because of such thing, how did they tell you what's happening out in nature? Follow that it's happening the way they said it is. So they said that the way you said you witnessed an eclipse, right?
Back to the word games. It has nothing to do with what.
No, it's not a word game, sir. I'm just basically either I restate hold on, GBG. Either I restate what you said, or I said it incorrectly. You could restate it, but either way, it's an eclipse we're talking about, right? Go ahead, sir.
I don't know. Am I just gonna every time I talk? Am I just gonna get muted?
No.
It's like anytime I'm not.
No, we're not gonna listen to you're gonna be whining about what this forum is doing, but we're just getting you to be honest about what you're saying and be clear. Let's be clear. Let's be concise. Okay?
Listen, I'll stop talking right now, and I'll just go back on mute. If you're just gonna keep being a little baby about it, just because you're being.
Okay, we don't need to hear the rest. All right. So, anybody else want to chime in of how they know that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I wanna say something.
Go ahead, Snot.
You've been holding the mic for a very long time. I suggest someone else from the
We're not gonna. You don't have to suggest.
Wow.
This is
They're gonna come in and tell us how to run a room.
He's mad because I'm getting people to be honest. He's like, dude, we don't need to hear your honesty anymore. We don't want to be held honest. Give us somebody that's gonna let us waffle. Is there anybody is there a waffler in the house?
Can you put the worst flat earther on the mic, please?
Dude, seriously, is that all you got, Snot? Dude, I gave you the floor. All right, so let's open up this way, Snot. Do you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe? Yes or no? I'll just do that. Go ahead, Snot.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any evidence of Earth's curvature being verified by anyone?
Okay, so you're asking me two questions.
Well, go ahead and answer any one you want. I'll give you the floor.
To the first question.
Go ahead.
Do I have any evidence?
Yes.
So, what standard of evidence do you want?
Something that shows the Earth to be a geometric shape, as in a globe, and I need to know if it's verified to be a globe. I need you to show me how it's verified. Go ahead.
Okay. Have you been on top of a hill?
I have been, yes.
Were you able to see from, as far as you can see?
Oh, this is climate.
As far as I can see, yeah, I've been on the hill and I've seen as far as I can see. Yes.
Okay, so if the Earth was flat, would it not just go on?
No. Sorry, it's not. No. It's not if the Earth is flat. No, we're asking for your presentation of how you know the Earth is a globe. Remember, that's the evidence, right? You said I have evidence, so don't say the Earth is flat. If the Earth is flat, no, that's how to start us. Your claim of supporting that the Earth is a globe. If it's flat, no, don't do that. Just tell us how you know it's a globe. Go.
From the changing sunlight.
Okay.
In different locations.
Okay, changing sunlight. So how does that prove the geometry of the globe? So if I was to say, I want to know how that proves radius, diameter, and circumference of a sphere.
I want to talk to another flat earther.
Why, dude?
I don't really like you.
Am I getting you to be honest? It's not. He's like, I don't like you, man. I don't want to talk to you.
You can't say he's being disingenuous anyway.
No, he's not. I mean, he doesn't really like me because I'm getting him to be honest. But he's like, can I pick somebody else who doesn't really know what they're saying so it can be easy on me? Nah, it's not easy.
Just be happy that QE's not in this server.
Yeah, well, yeah. But I want to give everybody a fair share.
Demoted.
It's not like, listen, man, and we don't need to hear all that other stuff. And you can't say let me speak to another person. Like, dude, I'm getting you to be honest. Like, that's what I do with everyone here. Did he leave? Too bad. All right.
Oh, man.
Let me unmute Maximum and Storm.
And I give him a hug.
Sorry.
No, just me.
Yeah, hugs all around. Me. Well, dude, I can let you talk to AI. I don't think he's going to fare any better. He's probably a lot worse than me.
So someone was talking to me about scientific method and how I'm not a scientist. But the scientific method depends on having a theory and a testable hypothesis, right? If you have no model, you have no theory, right? So if I'm saying you have no model, do you have model?
GBG,
Do you have a model?
let AI get in on this, okay? I don't know if you, because he just joined.
And in
Do you have a
science,
model? T-Dub was saying that I'm not a scientist, but he doesn't have a theory for how seasons work, and I know it's going to give everyone a heart attack. I'm sorry, but like no explanation. You guys admitted yourself there's no explanation for seasons. So
are you kidding me?
Shut up.
Just shut up, right? There's no actual explanation. Just shut up.
Look,
What?
Just
look.
relax.
The sun moving around the fucking place and going further from you and closer to you. Like what? You got no brain in your head, dude?
Just let
explain seasons then, man.
let AI
Please.
can we let AI get this, guys? I don't know. You guys.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the other guy answered the question. So what we observe is that the sun and the moon are in different locations above the earth at different times of year, and it seems to correlate with seasons, right? So the claim in the globe is that the sun is in a different relative location throughout the year, therefore seasons. And so a flat earth could say the exact same thing. The sun is in a different location throughout the year, therefore seasons. So your explanation is just as specious.
Okay.
So nice
the difference is.
Hold on. No, let me speak. No. So I'm going to walk you through the steps because you haven't been here. Is a bigger circle a longer distance to travel, right? If the sun has to move to the Tropic of Cancer, right? It has to travel a longer distance. Is that correct? Yes or no?
For everyone's information, the context of this was F.E. Jedi explained to the young fellow about the Analma and how there's a larger circular path in particular times of the year.
There's a larger path. Yes, there's a larger path. Does it have to travel faster, right? Yes or no?
He also
no, it takes 24 hours, as I've told you 10 times in text chat.
Yes, but does it have to travel faster around linearly?
Yeah, the angular speed is increasing.
Yes.
Because the rotation is constant.
Yes. So, therefore, the sun either must be traveling with a different amount of daylight in the southern hemisphere, or it must be traveling at a different speed. Or it must be traveling at... There's no other explanation.
Listen, stop here. So what
that's your whole argument?
When the sun is making
that was it, AI.
one rotation...
So basically all you did was just take a more eloquent way of saying the sun is in different locations throughout the year. I mean, whoop-de-frick, dude.
Yeah, so for the sun one day, it takes 24 hours.
Dude, you could try harder, but you're going to end up with the same answer. The sun moves around throughout the year.
Yeah, but
what's not to comprehend, dude?
The sun angular speed changes.
The sun is here,
indeed, but the day
then it's over there.
The daytime doesn't
then it's
change.
Over there. Then it comes back around here.
Okay, and it does that. AI. Okay. But AI, think about it. In the summertime, the sun has to move to a bigger circle, right? So it has to move faster, right? Therefore,
that's interesting.
No. Is that true? Is that true or not? Yes or no?
That's interesting.
Yes.
Talking about the sun being in different.
Like the hands on a clock, bro.
Yes, it has to move faster, right?
What? That's your claim.
Okay.
Cool. What does that have to do with anything?
Oh, okay. If it has to move faster, that means the daylight hours must be shorter in the southern hemisphere during the summertime.
No, they are not shorter.
What?
Okay.
Who cares?
Dude, that doesn't even follow.
It's a logical contradiction. You literally can't. You can't have the sun.
You didn't provide logical necessity.
Okay. So I have a question for you. How in the flat Earth model? I guess there's no model. There's no model or whatever. I'm sorry.
You've already been told many times, dude. Come on. See how your straw man argument doesn't. You can't use it.
It's not a straw man. Well, then how do you? Whatever. I'm going in circles.
Yeah, you are.
Yes, you are.
The penny finally dropped, man. Oh my God, we waited how much?
No, his argument was that when you increase the radius,
you're just trying to find out
the
same exact answer, which is the sun moves around.
No. Get B. Yes, that makes sense. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Yes.
No, it doesn't make sense because the sun will make will still make one revolution in 24 hours.
But it must be faster then, right?
The only thing that changes is the speed of the sun, the angular velocity.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So it must be different daylight hours.
Listen, stop. When the sun gets further away from
You
the
do
north,
realize that daylight hours change throughout the
increases
year,
the
right? For
radius,
territories, right?
the speed increases. Therefore, the day is still 24 hours.
Yes, but in summertime, the Aussies must see longer daylight hours. But in fact, we would know through the flat Earth that it would be shorter.
You don't see longer daylight because the day is still 24 hours. It takes 24 hours for the sun to make one complete revolution.
I don't know, bro. I think you need to think this out a little more and make it into more concise present.
Okay. AI. I have 2 questions. 2 steps. Just 2 steps. Is a bigger circle a longer distance to travel in in the same amount of time? It has
trying it
24
again.
hours.
Oh my god.
It has 24 hours to go in the same. It has to go in the same spot in 24 hours, right? But it's a bigger circle, so it has to move faster. Correct? Yes or no?
Depends.
What do you mean depends? If it has to be 24 hours in one rotation and it's a bigger circle, it has to move faster, right? Or how else would it make it in 24 hours if it's a bigger circle? Faster distance, it has to move faster.
The angular speed increases of the sun.
Okay,
and
sure.
Maybe everything else just has to move slower, relativity.
Okay, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Either the daylight has to change or the total day 24-hour cycle has to change. There's no way around it, and neither of which we see. Therefore, ergo, it's the flat Earth is you can't spin it.
Listen, young
dude.
Go ahead, AI.
Okay, I'm gonna make this very clear to you, friend. The sun is not a functional part of the surface of the Earth. It's not connected. It's not contingent. It doesn't follow. It's not the source. It's not the antecedent. It's none of those things. Okay? Your interpretation of what you think the sun should be doing has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Okay. So, in the northern hemisphere, the sun will be in the same spot in 24 hours, correct?
Oh god, he's gonna just circumvent what you just said.
Do you not understand?
Maximum, please shut up. We're over it. We are over it. Please, that's enough. Thank you.
I just muted him so that AI can clear this up for what he said.
Throughout the year, okay, the sun never returns to the same spot in 24 hours, not one time. Not even in your model.
He bounced, brother.
Of course. The sun is shifting around the Earth, right? It's not returning to the same location. Now, throughout the seasons and years, it's alleged to return to the same location. But in the period of a day, it's constantly in a new position every day. Now, it might seem to you like it's subtly in the same position, but technically it's in a different position, which we would just end up back where we started. The sun is in different locations throughout the year. Oh.
Yeah. GBG, you get caught up in the minutia of the point. That's not the point, GBG. So you don't get caught up in the minutia. It's not the fact that he's trying to present an argument that presents Earth being a globe or flat, because it's already fallacious on his. He's been trying to argue a flat Earth model for I guess 4 hours. Heretic and myself, we already shown that it's a straw man argument he's building. So it doesn't.
He tries this in the lobby under different names all the time. Sun moves faster. That's how I know it's the same guy. He's the only one who ever says it. And I tell him every time on any chat, it takes 24 hours.
Yeah, so he thinks that if the sun moves faster in a greater diameter to arrive back at the same place, then the day would be shorter. The problem is that it would be moving faster within the diameter to arrive back at the same place with the same rotations. So it wouldn't actually be a shorter day. His point is stupid because he's stupid.
Yeah, I agree on both of those.
That's like saying if you put your finger. No, well, let's change it to you got a paint pen, right? A paint pen that's a bright neon orange, and you go to a big clock. So some houses have clocks that are 2 foot wide, and they have these like 18-inch long hands, right? You put a dot on that hand, it's going to arrive back at 12 o'clock. You put a dot anywhere else along that hand, it's going to arrive back at 12 o'clock. Now, technically, from a miles per hour standpoint, the inner part of the hand is traveling faster than the outer part, or vice versa. Yeah, I messed up. Vice versa, right? But it's still arriving at the same location 24 hours later at 12 o'clock. The kid is so confused he couldn't even see that. That's like saying if I put a dot on my clock, the hand of my clock is not going to arrive at 12 tomorrow when it's 12. It's freaking silly.
Wait, what do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
Here we go again.
Yeah, it is retarded.
You know that hands of a clock
in a mechanical
are long
clock.
sticks, right? You know that. It's very simple. That's how clocks work. And the long sticks go around in a circle, and they arrive back at certain numbers. So it goes like 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, 4 hour, 5 hour.
Right? Yeah, no. I just joined. I just joined. So different. I was just sort of confused. Right.
Yeah,
I didn't hear what you said earlier, but yeah. Anyway,
that's fine. So different clocks, right? You can get a clock that's 6 inches. You can get a clock that's 2 foot wide. You can get a clock that's 10 foot wide, right? And they all have hands on them. And the bigger clock you have, the longer your hands are. But no matter the length of the hand, they all arrive at the same time, right?
Oh yeah.
Right. So this other kid was saying that if you put a dot on one part of that hand, like let's say you put a dot really close to the center or a dot really far with the center with a paint pen, bright orange. He was basically positing the idea that bright orange dot would not arrive at the same time every day because it's at a different location on the radial spoke, whether closer to the center of rotation or further from the center of rotation. He was trying to claim this with the sun. So if the sun had to travel a greater distance, right, it would mean the days would be shorter, essentially meaning that the top part of the hand of the clock would not arrive at noon. It would be like bent over or some ridiculous nonsense.
Fair enough.
Mic check.
Hey, I think Snot Wizard would like to speak because he doesn't want to speak with me. He's like, can I speak to anybody outside of Alpha? Well, there's AI Snot. You want to speak to him? I'll mute up.
Yeah, so all I really wanted to say was you were holding the mic for a very long time, and it just seems like it wasn't going anywhere with you. And your voice is pretty annoying.
Oh my god.
Don't worry, bro. We still love you, man. We still love you, bro. It's all good.
Feelings. Yeah, I like that. I like that you
That's
think
fair
that.
enough.
All right,
Well,
go
no,
and
it's
speak
just
to anybody else not.
It just sounds like you're
It's still your glow proof.
Go ahead and tell me what I am, dude. Go ahead.
It sounds like you're whining like a little baby, dude.
Yeah, it's just
No, seriously,
I'm talking
it
to a
sounds like
bunch
you're
of people.
whining like a little baby, man.
Well, I'm talking to a bunch of people that don't even believe in the vacuum of space, right?
All right, dude, just speak to AI for like 5 minutes and we'll see
Okay.
how you fare. Go ahead.
Do you think space, the hot sun, exists?
What? AI? What is a space the hot sun?
Do you believe, do you think that the hot star exists?
The hot star?
Yes. We call it the sun.
I don't even know what you're trying to say, though. What is the hot star?
The sun.
Okay, is the sun an entity that exists in my reality? Of course. I see it every day.
Okay. And the space?
Does that mean that I tacitly accept all propositions and claims made about the nature of the sun? Of course not. I'd have to scrutinize them individually. I don't just say I see the sun, therefore a story that's been told to me, I'm going to tacitly put my signature on and say, I agree with this statement of faith.
The way the sun looks doesn't look any similar to how the stars look. They are not similar at all.
Because the stars are white?
Is what?
The stars twinkle.
The stars twinkle? The sun twinkles.
Yeah. No, it doesn't.
GBG,
Stars change color.
Bro, no,
Well, if you
bro.
look at it,
Dude, just let AI take it for a little bit. Just for a little bit, bro. He's not here for that long.
Go ahead.
Usually.
Okay.
Oh, I think I love it.
You see a sun in your reality, right? Through your eyes. But do you also think that there is space outside of a planet? There's like an empty vacuum of space.
Wow. So we got vacuum of space, planets. What else you got in your stack?
Dude, space is 3-dimensional areas that can be traveled to, right? And energy and matter can occupy, right? So that most certainly exists, correct?
Okay, so I'm not talking to this like kind of flat earther that questions everything, that doesn't believe in space or the sun, right? I've heard a few of them say space is not real. So yeah, that we can move on and go straight into the flat Earth. I want to ask you a simple question. It seems like whenever someone comes onto this PC, the question is always put front to the speaker. I want to ask you a question. Why do you think the Earth is flat?
The Earth is obviously flat.
Well, I'm not here for you to say obviously, because it's just irrelevant, right?
Well,
we don't know if anything is even real.
That's
listen to you.
That's how we experience it, and everywhere I go, I experience it the same way, right? So when I'm here, I experience what I experience, and when I'm over there, I experience what I experience. I experience horizontal, plumb, level, right? And I experience that water at rest is flat, and I experience that the majority of places I go, right, especially since I've been overseas, that the territory available to us is covered by water, right? And if water's flat, then ipso facto, the entire surface of the Earth can't be a sphere. And by the negation of the necessary consequent, right, of spherical shape, then I'm only left with one option, which is my natural intuitions of exactly how I operate in the world. That, corroborated with military experience and various tests, confirmed to me that the nature of this realm is arranged horizontally, not radially from the center of a giant ball. So yes, the Earth is flat, my friend.
Okay, so you got to compare your size to the actual Earth.
What?
Right? You got to compare your size to the Earth. Earth is spacious. You are, but
how big is it?
On Earth, right? You're nothing compared to the planet Earth. You're tiny to it. So from what you're seeing and your senses and what you believe, it's just because
oh dear,
the limit that you have within your body, right? But now, if you were as tall as the Burj Khalifa, maybe you could see the curvature of the Earth, right?
How?
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 Well, if you walk.
Well, what? The height of the Burj Khalifa. What are the propagation angles? Inclination of the horizon to your optics that you're using. Well, I'll give you a hint. They're equidistant, right? So how could you possibly see any curvature? So I think you're looking at straws and just assuming if I go high, I'll automatically see curvature. I think you're belying that you have faith in this proposition. Like I said before, I'm not
saying
signing up.
if you were the height of Burj Khalifa. I'm not saying if you were on top of Burj Khalifa.
Yeah.
I'm just comparing your height from what you are now.
Are
If you're
appealing
5 foot, 6 foot, 7 foot.
friend, you're appealing hypothetical that you have no quantification for to make your necessary.
I'm trying to make you understand because of your height, you're limited to understanding and seeing and having your senses actually, prove that the Earth is flat or not. Right?
Let me out a counter argument. Okay. Well, my girlfriend is a supermodel. Okay, she's very busy because she has a lot of contracts, so she's never around. You know, she's my girlfriend because she's never around because she's so busy.
Okay, do you want to move on now?
Well, I mean, think about it. All you presented to me was just an evidence from absence argument, and essentially just an appeal to me being perplexed with my own incredulity about your statement of faith.
All right. Okay. So
no, sir. I don't believe you're.
For instance, if you lose your senses, sense of motion, and you're standing still, but your brain is spinning, and your sense of motion is spinning.
What the hell, bro?
It happens. It happens. It's people get that. It's a bonus.
Can claim that I'm standing still, but my brain is spinning. Yes, that's a very.
It's an illness. You can lose your sense of motion. But you get dizzy and everything feels like it's spinning.
And hold on, friend. So after I explained to you the evidence of absence is the evidence of presence, failure of logic, rather than
you can look at people that have lost their sense of motion.
Hey, dude.
And you can look into how they felt and how it was like being.
You shouldn't drink before coming into Discord. You just don't make any sense.
I'm not here drunk, and I don't know why you're assuming I'm drunk. I'm just telling you it's an illness, and people lose their sense of motion. And I'm saying if you lost your sense of motion and everything was spinning, and you could feel the earth, revolving, would you believe it then?
Dude, these
just because we can't feel the earth spinning doesn't mean it's not spinning. But until you lose your sense of motion,
incredible.
It works the other way too, right, brother? Just because you can't feel it spinning, maybe it's not.
Oh my goodness, dude. I provided him an example with the girlfriend thing. Rather than offering me a different form of evidence, he offered me the exact same type of thing with just different qualifiers.
Okay, so my initial question was, can you prove the Earth is flat? And you started talking about you were in the army and you navigated this and that. But what other evidence do you have? Do you have any sufficient, authentic, reliable evidence?
Dude, at this stage, you've presented me with evidence of absence as evidence of presence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why?
I'm asking you a simple question. It seems like you're the man here to talk to about, flat Earth, and I'm just here to ask you.
Yes.
How can you prove the Earth is flat? Can you please repeat your answers?
Well, it's very simple, dude. You just go out and you do a transit measurement over the surface of water and demonstrate it that it's not convex. Problem solved. So use a laser, maybe a laser transit method, the same method that they use in construction to get a variance, right, of a level over a distance. And then they can tell whether the variance is curved or not. Now, the thing about the globe is it has specific claims, right? It's got necessary consequence to its shape, right, that can easily be disproven. So the correct answer to your question is you just go out and measure the water The water demonstrates itself to be flat and level. Therefore, the Earth is flat and level because it's covered with 70% water, dude.
Yeah, but
I mean,
water is not something you want to measure, right?
What?
Yeah, because it's a fluid. You're not going to measure water. It's not going to like sit still.
Dude, do you know what a tolerance is in a measurement?
No, please explain.
So, for example, I might pour a concrete floor for somebody, right? And depending on the nature of the client, some places you do polished concrete where you actually take grinders and polishers and you make it like mirror smooth. It'll actually reflect, right? Other clients, they don't mind porous concrete. And other clients don't mind if some of the rocks are chunky. You know what I'm saying? And other clients don't mind if there's swirls in the concrete. So each application has a different variance of tolerance for undulations in the surface, even though, friend, in all those instances I just given you, those floors are arranged horizontally. They're not curved around. So someone might say,
did you do this yourself? Did you get a laser?
Hold on a second. Someone might come in and say, oh, this floor is a little bumpier than I might like. But they're not going to come in and say, oh, this floor is a sphere.
Well, you're not going to say anything back to that?
No, I'm just waiting if you tested this laser thing.
You test it? Watch it anyway.
Test.
Have you taken any steps to get some truth of what you're saying?
Well, listen. Okay, so here's a good point to that. So whenever you put pictures on your wall, are they curved whenever you put them on there straight with a level? Probably not, right? They're probably flat. Well, that's the same instance with concrete, because if you take the horizontal lines from the bottom of that picture and with that same concrete, they would be flat. And that's what he's getting at. Concrete's flat. Whenever they say, make this smooth and flat, it is identical to all the land that's around it. That's what he's saying. He's saying that concrete's flat whenever they say to make it level.
Can somebody explain how self-leveling concrete works?
Isn't it don't they make it less viscous or whatever? And I think that's how it works, right?
Yeah, that's it. And it just self-levels. So that should be a dead giveaway to you guys.
Crazy how that works. Hey, I got a question for you on that too. Do they usually have borders that keep that concrete from falling out?
Yeah, and that guy left. He didn't like that. Oh no, he's back. Okay.
You probably didn't hear what you had to say. I don't know. AI already explained to him, but
okay. So if we are in a flat Earth, how would wind work in a globe?
Oh my god! You just changed the argument altogether, bro. Where the fuck? I thought we were just talking about concrete.
AI has been on a roll.
No, I'm just trying to understand from a broader perspective. If
no problem.
A globe, a sphere Earth existed, how would wind fundamentally work?
And hold on, let's be clear.
Would it go all the way around, or
chill? Wind is not contingent upon the shape of the Earth in the globe model. So to transversely ask how would wind work on a flat Earth, the answer is the same. We have a thermodynamic, disequalized system that's in constant dynamic flux. There's constant pressure systems and differentiations in the motion of the energy, whether it's coming from the sun or from pressure fronts moving around the Earth, right? So wind works, dude. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
No, I'm talking about in on a planet that's basically, you know,
Oh my god,
spherical. How would wind work in a planet like that?
Hey, dude, you
Would
keep
it not work?
mentioning shit that we're not talking about.
Dude, you have a pressure system or a gaseous system, right? You introduce energy in one location, it's going to disturb the system. Okay, we have an ever-changing, dynamic, non-homogeneous anisotropic medium known as the air, which has differentials in energy inputs around its structure. If you consider it as a whole, as a single structure, that structure is affected in a chain reaction from these energy inputs, right? And it makes us have a system that's entirely in flux, right? So that system is going to work that way, dude. It's just going to be that way. I mean, I don't see what it has to do with the shape of the Earth at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at what I posted in the live text chat. Look at how that went. How does that wind work? Can you see that wind? Look at the clouds. It's weird, huh?
Yeah,
They're all
that
going
doesn't
different
work on a
directions.
globe at all.
Look at those different directions, dude. Check it out.
Mm.
Yeah.
And this flat Earth, how
Yeah, did you check it out though? I don't know. Look at the image,
yeah,
bro.
I saw it.
It's
So
weird.
this flat Earth, right? How
I
would
don't
it
think he
work?
understands it at all, dude.
How would it work? Can I see a picture of your flat Earth so I can just get an idea and a question?
Go outside your door, brother.
Show us a
Open the
picture
door.
of your Earth.
Give us
Show us a picture of your
the
globe. Earth.
Yeah,
Just open
give us
the
a picture of
door
the globe.
and we'll have a look outside, bro, and you'll see a picture of it.
You don't have a single picture of your globe, bro. Not one real picture, bro. Like you can't ask for a flat Earth picture if you don't have a globe picture, bro.
We
Like
have
it doesn't work that way.
I'm just wondering because
reality,
if
bro.
it is and if it is a flat Earth, right? Would we not have like sunlight or just darkness
Oh god,
all
dude,
the
this
time?
guy's fucking lost. Can we argue with someone?
No, bro. What are you talking about?
No, he didn't want to speak to me, so I let AI.
Well, it's just a simple question, right? Why does everybody have like different times the sun goes up and the sun goes down, right?
Very simple, dude.
My god!
How can you
different
prove that
suns.
it's a different time in both places? Have you been both places at once?
I have, yeah.
Okay, he's
you've
done.
been in two. Okay,
The dude is done. He's bricked.
Dude, hold on.
So I have to be in two places. Is that your standard? Come on,
Friend.
like have some respect for yourselves. Like don't
Dude,
embarrass yourselves. I'm asking you a simple question. If it is a flat Earth, I'm guessing the sun will be pointed towards the flat Earth, and we all have the sunlight.
You've got a
throughout
picture
the
in your
day,
head,
right?
brother, and it's not right. Like it's
Well,
not
I'm
proper
asking you for
vision,
a picture.
right?
Well, I'm asking you for a picture of your flat Earth so I can see it. If
I
it's
told you, just go outside and look at reality, man, and that's it, dude.
okay, I understand, but I want to see a picture of a flat Earth so I can
Everything you see
understand
is flat,
how
dude.
big it is and just understand it so I can tell if the sun rises from one part.
Hey, dude, what's your problem, bro? What's your problem?
But there's no problem. We're just there to discuss. I'm just asking you, like, if it is a flat Earth, would we not have one side fully sunny? Is it the other side also habitable, or is it just one side of the flat Earth is habitable? What is it?
Mike, dude.
Is
Why?
the other? You see, it's just.
I think he's having a conversation with himself, AI.
I don't
Well,
even
I'm
know
not
who he's
having a-
talking to at this point. He's rambled on for so long. It's
That's
hard
why
to
I
tell.
asked if he was drinking, because that's usually what they do. They just kind of talk and talk and talk. And
Maybe the sun is a difficult part.
No, will you let? We're gonna have to mute him.
He does sound pretty drunk.
Well, we let AI respond. So Snot, we're gonna mute you if you don't let him respond, bro. You gotta let him respond.
He's more than welcome to.
Dude, you asked for a picture of the entirety of the Earth, right? So who has the vantage point to give such a picture?
Well, I guess the flat earthers could have, digitally made one or even painted one, just to give an idea to people that want to join the flat earth society. It's a society in the end of the day, right? So I'm just asking for a description of this so-called flat Earth. I want to understand if it's two-sided or one-sided. Because if it's one-sided and all the continents are on one side, and if the sun does
Hey,
rise
dude, I'll
from...
stop you real quick. Yeah, space is fake. It's not a disc in space. I don't know why they kept let you go on. I heard you before claim it's in space. It's not.
The dog's scary. I think all you have to say is just like a random. If you don't interrupt me,
Space is fake. Stop claiming it's a disc in space, two sides. Flip it over. Blah blah blah. That's stupid.
Yeah, so I'll tell you, bro. I'll tell you. So, if I remember correctly, the Russian government funded a expedition to drill into the Earth. Now, we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, okay? Keep that in mind. Hundreds of millions of dollars backed by a government, backed by an engineering firm and a mining firm. They developed the technology and they drilled down, and they got 8 miles before their equipment reached thermal failure. The reason why it reached thermal failure is because the bits that they used to dig could not make it through a viscous material that they didn't even know was going to be there. Right? So, do you think I have $200 freaking million and an entire digging firm to come out the other side of the Earth where I don't even know if it has another side or whether it's 5,000 miles down, and these homeboys that had the entire Russian powerhouse behind them couldn't even accomplish, dude? Are you out of your mind?
Okay. So what you're saying to me is, AI, that you believe Earth, a flat Earth, is one-sided. So it's all one-sided. So that side we exist on. Is that what you're saying? Because you're saying the Russian government has drilled and they didn't manage to get to the other side. That means there's no other side of inhabitants, right? The whole continent, all the continents are on one side. Is that what you're saying?
And are you retarded or inebriated? Which one?
No, because what you're trying to tell me is the Russian government dug down 8 miles. They were unable to, for some reason. So what I'm trying to understand is I'm trying to get a description of this flat Earth. And now I'm trying to understand, is that flat Earth one-sided?
Hey, check it out, Holmes. Check this out. The Earth could be 5,000 miles thick. It could be 10,000 miles thick. It could be 30,000. It could be 1,000,000 miles thick. It could go ad infinitum in the down direction for millions, trillions of miles, for all we know. And then when it reaches the end, there may be no more available free space to enter, right? Because space is a particular thing in which matter and energy can operate and freely move. So if there's no more free space available, how could you pop out the other side of non-existence? It makes no frickin' sense.
But are we able to go to the other side?
He's drunk.
I just, flying there or walking there.
I just told you, it's not a fucking disc in space, two-sided that you can flip around or go underneath. There's something mentally wrong with you, dude.
Okay, so it's two-sided, right? It's two-sided.
Yeah. Do you see two sides, dude?
So are we all agreeing, as you flat earthers, as a society, is it one-sided or two-sided?
Something's wrong with him.
How about the Earth? Does it have two sides or one side?
Yeah, he's pretty much cooked right now. I don't know.
I need to know where this dude lives so I know where to not drink water at.
You gotta stay away from that stuff he's snorting down, man.
Well, I feel like you're an intelligent person. I just want the simple
but that's beside the point. That you're
I don't
saying
want
unintelligible things.
Oh, if my mic, because every time
if I can carry on the show, right?
Yeah.
So AI, you didn't answer my question. I'm gonna ask it one more time. Is the Earth, flat Earth, one-sided or two-sided? Like, is there continents on one side and on the other side?
He's a troll because I just got done telling him no, and he's asking it again for the 5th time.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you my opinion on it, and I'm glad you asked it this way because it actually helped me phrase this to answer some other people. Because there is a contention, right, about the people could speculate, right, about a shape of which they only have access to the surface. So my answer will be that the surface that's available to us is the top. That's my opinion. And I think it's well informed and well reasoned. We are on the top of the earth, okay?
Okay.
So
fantastic. That's why I wanted to I just wanted a description of this so-called flat Earth, right?
Yeah,
now you've given me a description of the flat Earth. I want to go on to the next thing and say,
no, hold on.
Okay, but you know what I'm gonna say. If the sun rises from one part and sets in the other, would we not all have sunlight at the same time as the sun is, massive?
Okay,
But
listen.
That doesn't happen because everybody has different times and different, sunsets and
So your own question, or
sunrises.
Are you answering your own question, or are you asking me?
Well, I'm trying to answer the question so I can help you mentally ill, sick human beings. I'm not you. I don't want to be like offensive or anything like that. It's just I feel like it is a mental illness to still believe that
You're
Earth is
drunk. You're not
flat. It was just
he needs a cartoon.
It's Mr. Leahy.
Dude, you're the only one. Dude, hold on, friends. You're the only one demonstrating cognitive challenges at the moment.
I don't think I am. I just understand when this flat Earth, society came up. It was for a reason.
Yeah, you don't seem to understand much.
Yeah, we're not the society, dude.
Okay, that's
but the Earth isn't flat. That's what these guys don't understand.
Oh my god, man!
So I hope you understood what I'm trying to say, AI. If you agree that yes, all the continents are on one side of the flat Earth,
you say the same 5 times in a row, waiting for my turn to answer your question. So you have 2 options: fuck up, or you're banned.
Go ahead.
Okay, now I'm going to answer your question, dude. Try not to get triggered. Okay, you're making a question based on assumptions about the nature of the light of the sun and its location in free space. So my retort to you would simply be, because you're attempting to make a conclusion in your question, would be what assumptions are necessary to carry your conclusion. Now, you did claim it, that all the continents would have to be on the top facing the sun, since the sun would be above them, and therefore you can't understand how the sun couldn't light up the entire Earth simultaneously. The simplest answer to that is that the light of the sun is not able to reach the entire Earth as you think it does, based on your assumption that it would. So all I need is a sun that doesn't light up the entire Earth. That's it. Problem solved. And we do know that lights can be occluded, sometimes aren't powerful enough to reach an entire room. You could put a light in a big warehouse and it won't light up the other side of the warehouse. It'll be very dim over there. Now, if you add ambient occlusion of the atmosphere over miles and miles and miles, you then get an even decrease of luminosity, right? So there's all kinds of factors of why the sun wouldn't necessarily be covering the entire surface of the Earth in daylight. Also, you're assuming that daylight is caused directly by the sun, and that sunlight and daylight are the same thing. So you notice how your claim, which is in the form of a question, is based on many, many assumptions, all of which have nothing to do with the contingency of whether the surface of the Earth is a giant ball or horizontally arranged like a plane. So now that I've said my piece, go ahead and respond.
Well, he needs to be unmuted to respond. He was too busy typing in chat, probably to listen to you.
Yeah, he typed in chat, debunk flat earthers, laugh out loud. So.
Well, yeah. I have to ask you a simple question. Do
you really think you won, dude? Seriously?
Do you understand what the principles of the heat transfer from the sun to Earth is?
Do you?
It's my question to you. I'm just asking you, do you understand?
How can we explain anything to you when you don't understand anything, dude?
He just explained everything to you. You didn't listen to a fucking word. You went straight to chat and said, I won. What the fuck?
Well, I'm speaking to AI. If you want to talk to me, you're more than welcome. It's just a question I want to ask.
The alleged claim is that it transfers the primary of heat energy through the light in different spectrums or wavelengths, right? Or through radiation, right? Not convection, correct? There you go. So what's your point?
So what did you say?
Okay.
Well, I wasn't even listening to you.
Yeah, I know you weren't listening.
You answered.
You haven't been listening.
No, it just didn't make absolute sense. I'm talking about the heat transfer.
I gotta ask you one question. How many fucking different questions of yours does he have to answer before you get to the fucking point? Can you please just make your fucking point?
He's not listening, Chad, to AI's response.
No, he's not. He's just saying random fucking answers. It has nothing to do with
He
whatever.
admitted to AI he doesn't know what
he's not giving any answers.
I didn't even hear what he just said, so that's what he told him.
Yeah.
Let's just see if there's anybody else. Maybe AI can speak. I don't know. This guy's just so unintelligible. We can't gather anything. He's not coherent right now. It's very difficult to.
We are coherent. You're the one who's not.
Yeah. Well, what's wrong with that guy's voice? What's wrong with your voice, brother?
He needs a glass of water, I think.
You drink some.
I don't understand why they got to get so wasted before they come in here.
Sorry, I'm not wasted. Actually, I'm 30 years old. Get your facts right.
All right, let's put Scott McHarris on the stand. So it seems to be like he's very proudful. So Scott McHarris, do you have any answers to the room's question, which is, do you know who measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history, as in the drop over the distance? The curvature, sir.
Nope.
Okay, how about axial rotation? Has anybody measured that spin of the Earth?
Wait. No. Is this fucking idiot real? I thought he was making that voice to make fun of Globers. You telling me this is an actual Glober?
He's making a voice still.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. 1 second, room mod. Let me get one thing straight. The reason for my voice is because there was 25.
We don't care about that, sir. Sir, we don't care about that.
We want to hear about why you think the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, okay. Like 1 second. No, don't. Guys, I'm framing some arguments.
Sorry, go ahead.
So we want to know the question that I asked you. You said you didn't know about curvature. That's fine. We went off to axial rotation, which is the second question I asked people. If they know that anybody has sufficiently answered the question, who has demonstrated to have measured the spin of the Earth? Do you know, sir?
No, but I know it's been done.
Okay, so no. Now let's go to the third question. No is the answer. That's great. That's wonderful. Let's go to the third question. Do you know if you're in a cosmic vacuum, or do you believe you're in one, sir? Go ahead.
What do you mean by cosmic vacuum?
Well, they're telling us that in the globe paradigm, that what surrounds the Earth is a vacuum of space. Now, do you believe this to be true, or do you know that it's true, sir? Go ahead, sir.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, then, if you think that the Earth is a globe and we're absurd, how can you substantiate the facts that you think the Earth is a globe if you couldn't support those claims that I just demonstrated to you? Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Mic drop.
And that's it. That's it.
That's it for that. Sorry about the microwave debate, guys, but sometimes I just get it real short and concise.
It needs to be that way. It makes them think faster. If you talk forever, it gives them time to make up stories in the back of their mind and type in text and everything else.
I play with my food sometimes. I'm guilty as charged.
No, but these three things have to be true before we even get to the other stuff, man.
Absolutely. They're the crux of their argument. Has the derivative arguments that spur from this all have to deal with that they think that the Earth is doing something or that it is something. So it's in motion, therefore Coriolis. The physics work on the ball this certain way because of gravity. And so everything has to be demonstrated, the premise of the argument before it's presented as the derivative topics that they bring up, physics and, what they witness. So
here's a question for you. So what if one of you in here so-called believers went up to space and saw it round.
Well, if that were true, then we would say that it's round. But on that case, we'd have to be presented with the information. In your hypothetical, it has to work out to that can be done. And the question is, can it be done?
Well, we've got people up in space right now.
No. I'm asking, can it be done? I'm asking you. So if that were true, the hypothetical you just stated, then we would have to be able to do such thing. And if it can be done, then has it been done?
We've got people on board the ISS, isn't it?
Well, that's what the claim is, sir. But we can't verify that. We have to take their word for it, don't we?
Yeah, hold on, friends. Real quick, the ISS is not far enough away from the Earth to see the entirety of the Earth to make a conclusive opinion about the overall shape of the Earth. So going to the ISS is not sufficient. You have to go beyond that. So let's say I go beyond the ISS and I see that the entirety of the Earth is not a globe, and I come back and tell you, would you believe me?
Cooked him up again.
Thank you. He'll be here all week.
He'll be here all week as well.
Rough with these stumper questions.
That's just what AI does. He's a what is it? How did you say it, AI?
Dude,
cybernetic engine over a metal endoskeleton. Well, I don't know what you said.
So all these craters that you see around the Earth are actually me traveling through time, dropping mics.
Yeah, you don't even know, man. The mics that he's dropped are legendary. I'm telling you, man. Jaw-dropping mics. We've witnessed them. Just saying, man.
This one time we were arguing with a guy, and I just posted all my level collection, and I asked him, "What are these?" And he left immediately.
Those are great.
The literal question was just, "What are these things? What are these things?"
I remember why. It's because the guy would not say the word level either. He would not use it in some context, and then you posted that, and he said, "Fuck it, he left."
Hey, Manufactorum is getting all up in his feelings. He wants to open up his mic and demonstrate that he knows more than these guys that come in here. Manufactorum, you've been kind of like laboring over the text chat. Sir, I'd like you to open up your mic and demonstrate what knowledge you have of the globe, because it seems like you want to take a shot at the title, but you may do so at any time. Your mic is like locally muted, so you're not muted by one of us. You can do so, sir. Open up your mic and let's see what you got.
Yeah, but if anyone has,
if you have what it takes, that is.
If anybody has a question that like disproves you, you just say, "Well, have we measured curvature?" Like that's the only response I
sound
ever
off
hear.
like you got a pair, sir. You're sounding like you're way back, far away from your mic.
Because Manufactotum thinks can't come back until lunch, so Reservoir is going to take up for him right now.
Yeah, did you hear what I said or no?
You're speaking low, sir. I asked if you could sound off.
If I can do what?
Speak louder or get closer to your mic. I don't know, one of the two.
I said, whenever someone like has a question or even a fact that disproves the flat Earth, you just say, "Well, have we measured curvature?" Like, if anyone has anything that contradicts the flat Earth, you just say, "Well, have we measured curvature? Have we measured rotation?"
And let me ask you a question back to you. If an object isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Flat.
I don't like this game.
Why? Because we're owning you.
Yo, chill out, bro. You believe the Earth is flat, bro. No need to be like.
Heaven forbid we ask you to be honest
anything.
about things that we ask you. Heaven forbid.
So wait a minute. You think the Earth is flat? What's that? Is that a character denigration or an intelligence denigration? Which one?
No, I think the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so then why would you seem to indicate that calling someone a flat earther is a pejorative? Is it a moral denigration or an intelligence denigration? Which one are you making fun of? Someone's morality or their intelligence?
Yeah, but the Earth is a globe.
Scott, he's not asking you, he's asking Reservoir.
I guess intelligence, because he was making fun of me, so I made fun of him.
This guy sounds sauced up as well.
Yeah, they usually are, man.
No, I'm
One
a
of the things we
Christian.
tell them.
I don't drink. I'm a Christian, sir.
All right, but maybe just getting up from a nap or something, because it doesn't sound like right now.
So what? Christians don't drink?
Ain't I correct?
So hold on, we're going to go off the intelligence. So your claim would then be that it's unintelligent for me to accept the proposition that horizontal exists, level is parallel to horizontal, right? And plumb is perpendicular to horizontal. So you would tell me that I'm unintelligent for accepting that fact, that everywhere I go that's true. So I would say, what's your counter proposition to that fact?
No, I said for that one dude to be like pompous and like disrespectful, even though like he believes in a flat Earth, is kind of ironic, is what I meant.
Okay, so you're just doubling down on your attempt to insinuate there's something deficient with a flat earther based on intelligence.
It's been disproved like 100 times.
Yeah, that's great. So what are you going to offer me to counter what I just told you?
I think, did I not just do that?
No, all you did was double down on your innuendo that flat earthers lack intelligence. So your entire claim so far today you've presented to me, you feel that flat earthers aren't intelligent, therefore what?
No, I didn't say that. You guys seem like very smart people. But like for him to be like rude about it, it just seems weird because like nobody agrees with him.
So it's only okay for you to be rude about it.
I wasn't rude. I was just
Sure you were. You were insulting his intelligence.
Overlord. Well, he was insulting my intelligence, so I was just being fair.
Overlord, I don't think you understand this intelligent man. He's saying you're stupid because you're stupid.
You're stupid because you're stupid.
So he has yet to present something intelligent himself.
Well, I mean, I could if you want, but every time I do, it just turns into have we measured curvature, and then I don't know the answer to that question.
I have a question. Can anyone answer my question?
Sure, go ahead.
What is the reason that NASA, for example...
Everybody would lie?
Well, what is the reason that, for example, NASA don't put like GoPros on their spaceships to see how they are making the whole distance travel?
Ah, interesting. You mean like not 24, sorry, a live unedited footage of their entire journey?
I apologize.
Yes.
Good question.
I'll tell you why, because then the gig would be up about something. Now, you could say maybe the gig would be up about the nature of the shape of the Earth, or maybe the gig would be up about something that occurs when you reach a certain high altitude. All kinds of gigs could be up, but they're clearly hiding something. Did you know that they ban like a certain stage separation of rockets they don't broadcast? It's like in some treaty or document that they're not allowed to air it. And that's one of the reasons why they don't but then you have to ask yourself, well, why are they restricting that from being done? It's supposed to be some kind of national security issue or some nonsense.
Imagine that somewhere after launch and then switching to the CGI footage of being in orbit.
Yeah, look, if you're conspiracy theory minded, like you could just say maybe the actual upper atmosphere is populated by all kinds of crazy ships and technology, and the ruse about this, ISS and certain distance ranges is actually to hide the fact that it's actually overpopulated up there. But then you'd say, oh, well, what about people with telescopes? They would surely see them, right? But then you could say, oh, maybe they're cloaked, right? So you can just make up all kinds of stories when they're not presenting just the honest, this is what's happening. But you're right. If they had a complete unedited footage of the entire journey, that would definitely be interesting.
And not debunk every single one of your claims.
Well, we're waiting.
Try breathing through your nose first.
Yo, that's premature. Watch your mouth.
Did he just admit to being dropped as a child?
I don't know. Wasn't there a question on the table to you that you're still waiting to answer?
I think there's a few.
Gonna ask it or what?
I don't know. I forgot what it was, bro, but I know I answered. He didn't answer. I know.
No, I'm here, all right. At least I'm American.
You're what?
I don't think
Say
you're
American.
American.
What the fuck?
I'm Arai?
All right, I forgive you. Since you're an American, you're like totally cool now.
True.
He sounds Canadian to me.
Hey.
That sounds British.
Yeah, I'm going with British.
Not Canadians.
Sounds like he's at a pub right now and like getting mad at stuff.
Sounds Mexican to me.
Thank you.
Definitely
So,
not Mexican.
I do want to ask a question, and I want to form it as completely hypothetical, so you're not actually.
Let's go, big boy. Give it your best shot.
All right, so this is going to their worldview because they can answer it divorced from the conclusions, right? It's just the conclusion is within the hypothetical only, so it's not going to hurt your worldview. You don't need to go to therapy afterwards, okay? So, if it's the case that the Earth is measured to be flat, right, or measured to have no demonstrable surface curvature, which would axiomatically mean it's not curved, so it can't be a ball. So either way you go, you don't have a globe, right? So you have a clearly horizontally arranged flat Earth, right? If that's the case, then that would necessarily mean that all interpretations of other visual phenomenon that is reverse engineered to infer that the Earth is a globe would necessarily be false. Yes or no?
When you say phenomenon, what do you mean? Because how do you explain when you get on a boat and if you were to set off that boat and go all the way around the Earth, how do you explain that? If the Earth's flat, how would that work?
Well, if I go out my front door and I walk all the way around my house to my back door, and then I continue to walk and arrive back at my front door, is my house a globe?
Another mic drop, another career.
Hard hitting questions.
So I'll just leave that logical contingency argument question on the table for whoever wants to answer.
I think you should ask it of Reservoir.
What's that?
Well, you were the one that brought up earlier that no matter what is asked of flat earthers, we just demand evidence of measured curvature. So
that's
what AI just proposed to you there. You should answer that.
If you wouldn't mind repeating it, I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'll make it even shorter. Basically, if the Earth is demonstrated to be measured flat or measured to have no demonstrable surface curvature, meaning it can't be a globe in either case, right? So then any interpretation of other phenomenon that you acquire, right? Now, I did say primarily visual phenomenon, right? We've already done the measurement of the object itself to validate that it's not a globe. So the physical structure has been validated to not be a globe. Now we have secondary phenomenon like things we see. And then we have interpretations about what we see that can be reverse engineered to infer a globe. But if we've already measured the thing to not be a globe, that would make all those interpretations false. Is that a correct statement?
I wouldn't. Well, regards to like globe, sure, but for a flat plate with all the continents on one side, some interpretations just don't work. That cannot be disproven with a flat Earth. And I can give you an example if you'd like.
See, the problem there, Reservoir, is you went off into your La La Land and concepts you have in your mind.
Well, you said if we can't measure the Earth to be round at all,
you didn't listen
then
to
it's
me.
not round, right?
He said if the object in question has been measured, it is confirmed to have no convexity of the surface. All interpretations of other phenomenon, visual or whatever else may be, that conclude that it's an object that has convexity must be false.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, well, that's the wrong answer. As if the object in question has been confirmed that it can't possibly be a globe, then other information ancillary to that it's interpreted through reverse engineering to infer a globe must be false. The correct answer is that yes, they must be false because the object's already been defined to not be a globe. So all those other interpretations are false interpretations.
Oh, you mean like a random object, not the Earth? That's what you're talking about? Oh. Then sure. I thought you were talking about the Earth.
Well, the same logic would apply to the Earth. If the Earth is demonstrated to not be a globe, right?
Yeah.
Through a tangibly accessible, like direct methodology of measuring the thing itself, then all other things that aren't that categorically, like visuals, what is this thing over there doing? And if you try to reverse engineer it to infer that the Earth is a globe, those are all false. Because the object in question has already been validated to what it is or is not. So all those other interpretations automatically are false if they're contrary to the previous statement. Now, you could bring up contentions that, okay, well, the Earth hasn't been adequately measured. That's fair. But there's no way you could say if the Earth is demonstrated through direct measurement to not be curving, that all these other things can prove that it's curving. That's just how it works.
Well, there's some things we can observe that we'd only be able to observe them only if we're on a globe, right? I can give you an example if you want.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So when you're in the northern hemisphere, right, you can see the Polaris star, and the stars revolve around. Well, I guess the stars don't revolve around, but it appears to us the stars go around the North Star counterclockwise when you're in the northern hemisphere. And you can look up like time lapses of this happening. Like there's 100 of them on YouTube. So
yeah, we know.
Yeah, it's empirical. So it looks like the stars are going counterclockwise around the North Star. But if you go to the equator, right, it appears the stars are moving east to west. And then if you go to the southern hemisphere, you can see the South Star. I don't remember the scientific name, but I'm just going to call it the South Star. And the stars around it appear to be going around that star clockwise. So how is it that you can be in two places and see a different rotation of stars? Like if you're in the north, you can't see the Southern Cross, right? The Southern Cross you can only see in the south.
However it is, it's not because you're on a spinning ball.
Why not?
Because it's been established through measurement that we're not on a spinning ball. This is what AI was trying to walk you through. So you're now going to some type of visual phenomenon taking place. You have a preconceived notion of what is taking place, but there's already evidence that falsifies the premise of how you're going to conclude this visual phenomenon is happening. It's the whole point of why AI was asking the question.
Yeah, I get
Because
that.
all you've done now
get
is
if
you've
you have
looked
a
at a visual
preconceived.
phenomenon, you're trying to reverse engineer it into what you want it to fit, because you want to live on a spinning globe. not because you do.
I get the straw man. I get it. The preconceived notion will lead you to your own conclusion. No, I get it. The preconceived notion will lead you to a conclusion that was already preformed. I get what you're saying.
You think the only possible way this visual phenomenon can take place is if you are on a spinning globe.
Yes.
That's the issue. You think that's the only possible way. You haven't explored other options. There's a multitude of factors involved in these observations of the stars. There's so many things that still bewilders me, and I've studied it for years.
Well, you said that I didn't propose another option. The other option I'm proposing is that the Earth is flat, like you say, and that's why I'm bringing up this example, because I've considered a flat Earth and I've considered a round Earth, and the only way this star shit works is with a round Earth.
Well, you have to ask yourself what assumptions are necessary to carry that conclusion, right?
Well,
so, for example, you're assuming a singular star field where the stars exist in free space relative to the Earth in a fixed position, right? And that they move as a unified field. Those two assumptions at least are necessary. All I need to do is offer an alternative to either of those two assumptions, and your entire premise falls apart.
A substitution?
What?
An alternative, he said.
If you propose a substitution, then my argument falls apart. Is that what you said?
Yeah, absolutely. Because what you set up is a dichotomy, and if I can offer you a trichotomy or defeat one or more of your propositions, the underlying premise, right, which is necessary for it to be true, then your whole claim falls apart. Because your claim is this can only happen if the Earth is a globe, but that's not true. You can't just say, oh, the Earth is a globe, because you're also making claims about the nature of the stars, but you haven't fleshed those claims out. Okay, so for example, I demonstrated to you that you're assuming the stars are a singular field, right, that are viewed from the Earth in a single way. So, like, I just call it a singular star field for short, right?
Okay.
And so you're thinking that either the singular star field is rotating in a singular way, where all the relative positions maintain themselves physically in relationship to the Earth, or the Earth is rotating within it, and the same thing applies to the star field, right? So you have a singular star field that's rotating in a particular way relative to the Earth. So what you're doing is you're taking the globe claim about the star field, you're imposing it onto a flat Earth, and then saying, why does the globe claim about what the stars do not work on a flat Earth? Right? So your conclusion is faulty.
So
for example,
the models.
It is two star fields. If I have two star fields, the whole position is bunk.
But what? Not if they appear to be rotating in different ways. Also, the whole, like, if you're in the south, you can't see Polaris, and if you're in the north, you can't see the Southern Cross. You'd agree with that, right?
Let's say that's true. What does that prove?
Well, when I look at all the depictions in the 24/7 hour Flat Earth Discord server, it appears that South Africa and Africa and Australia are all pointing in opposite directions. Because and so you can see in all these places, you can see the Southern Cross if you're in the southern part of these countries, and that's continents, and that's because they're in the southern hemisphere. But in the flat Earth model, you could not see the same constellations because they're all facing a different way.
Well, let me ask this question: all the places that you just named, is it nighttime simultaneously?
No.
Okay, so then that defeats your claim.
And we were told yesterday by somebody from Australia, you don't always see the Southern Cross.
Oh. I mean.
Now, I will tell you this. There's a very interesting guy who's basically, quote unquote, making a flat Earth model. right? And he basically has it set up as a double toroid, where there's an inner track, which is essentially similar to the equator. And then he has the two toroid fields on the inside and outside. And so there's an internal star field and an external star field. The internal star field works, pretty standard, but the external field is actually four things that rotate and transpose themselves around the outer circumference. And so whenever you see it from your location, you're seeing a particular rotation of the four parts. Now, when he traces back the angles through the toroid, he makes a reflex angle from one side to the other of the arc. So the other person looking in that direction will see a reflection of that star field. Now, technically, schmechnically, geometrically, it works fine. Now, it does seem complicated. And you could say, well, I don't accept complicated explanations because my explanation is simpler, therefore it must be true. But that would be faulty logic. But you see, the thing is that a flat earther doesn't come and say, you know what, dude, because the stars are a complex, holographic, inverted, double toroid, therefore the earth is flat. That's not their position. A flat earther's position is the earth ain't curved.
Okay. It ain't curved. Definitely not a sphere, right?
Correct.
It truly is as simple as that, Reservoir. The rest is just people's defense mechanisms to change.
Well,
yep.
You gotta understand.
I want to
glow. Sorry, go ahead.
So, the number one book in the history of humanity, right, thousands of years old, has a very interesting claim about somebody that went up into the sky. And this person that went up into the sky describes what he saw as a wheel within a wheel within a wheel, with a whole bunch of other things going on, right? And it sounded very mechanical, very complicated, very weird, with portals and transfers and all kinds of circuits, and right? Maybe, just maybe, he was onto something. Maybe he did go up into the sky. Maybe he did see things. Because think about it. He wrote down what he saw. Fast forward to today, we got people that claim to go to the sky and come back and tell us what they saw, right? So we just got a bunch of people making claims about what they saw. Now, you could say, oh, well, in the modern day, we have photographs. But when you look at the photographs that these people who've been to the sky and come back to tell you the tale, their photographs are specious at best, bro. Especially the moon mission photographs. They're a joke.
When you say the most famous book in history, do you mean the Bible?
Well, isn't that the most famous, most sold, most proliferated book in the history of humanity?
I imagine so.
No, well, it is so.
Okay.
I was just pointing that out, that alternative ideas about the nature of the world have existed ad infinitum into humanity's antiquity, right?
Correct.
That have interesting ways of explaining the nature of the realm that don't seem to necessarily comport with just a standard three-dimensional object floating in free space with other three-dimensional objects around it. It's a little more nuanced than that in some interpretations. And some of those actually have explanatory power to what we see.
I'll just add on that's kind of the irony of how Globers regard flat earthers, in that you think your paradigm's fascinating, but once you really understand this, you realize the potential for possibility for what the real nature of the earth is it's humongous, complex, far more complex than what NASA's selling us,
Yeah, I could give you two competing views right now, that one of them is way more interesting than the other. So one of them is that we live in a cold, dead, materialistic domino causation, spontaneity explosion that came from essentially a state of non-motion to create motion, which is against first cause and all of these other things, or we actually live in a transitional metaphysical state that is emulated from direct spiritual energy that exists within the mind of a supreme being. Now, one of those is very interesting, and the other one is like retarded on its face. I'll leave you to decide which is which.
Well, I do believe in a creator, and I feel like there's substantial reasoning behind that. So some people would call me retarded for even suggesting it, without hearing any argument.
Yeah, no problem. But I would submit to you, friend, that the people who believe that this realm wasn't created and that just came from nothing and spontaneously arrived where it is with all this order, and not only that, but beauty, love, and intrinsic metaphysical qualities that we actually find more valuable than any physical construct, I would say those people are in the minority. The idea that you would be mocked for thinking that the earth is created when, for the majority of human history, that's what humans believe and still do to this day. Okay, the majority of humans that exist believe in that. Now, that could be considered an appeal, to popularity, but I mean, it's just the brute facts. Okay, I'll put it. People who think that there's no design to this realm, they have no answers for anything, dude. They're completely devoid of any explanatory power for the things we have that we actually care about. For example, love, passion, music, beauty. In their worldview, do you know why those things exist? They only exist just so you can bang chicks and have babies. Like, they don't actually have any intrinsic quality in and of themselves that make them valuable. It's just an illusion of our minds to trick us into copulating and spreading our genes. Another session. It's like there's nothing of any real true value. Even their ideas about morality or the hierarchies of purpose, any of those things, they're all to serve survivability only. They literally have no intrinsic value in themselves. They have no way to account for intrinsic value, period. They could do eloquent nonsense, but they truly don't.
If I could just jump in there, I'd add to your point of that minority you described, I would say the majority of that minority are actually consciously choosing or consciously refusing the idea of creation because of what it entails philosophically, and then responsibility and accountability wise, and how it kind of defines you. So it's not even that they've come to the this conclusion that this reality is created or not created by any logical or sound reasoning means. They just want it to not be created because that makes life easy for them.
Yeah, I usually ask atheists.
They don't have to think, basically.
I usually ask, even if a god was proven, would they change their life at all? I feel like a lot of people wouldn't even look into religion because it means they can't sin anymore. It means they can't do all these bad sins and all the time. So they're like, let's reject that because I like to sin. I like doing my drugs and.
Well, wait a minute, dude. Believing in a god doesn't cure the human condition. People are still sinners in that sense.
Right.
This way, believers are sinners, right? They sin. Unbelievers are sinners. They sin. Correct?
Yeah. So, I mean, when I was an agnostic, I was a pretty big degenerate, fat, weak, lazy, selling drugs, watching naked girls on the internet, all that shit. And then I became a Christian and I stopped doing pretty much all of that. And I got in the gym, took care of myself, But So I feel like you're much more inclined. Like if you're a believer, I feel like you're much more inclined to change rather than if you don't. If you're not a believer.
I wouldn't say that believing in a God is like, you know, living your life in pure fear of being punished for your sins. It's more discovering that, you know, you have an intrinsic value and you have a duty to this world in your actions. I mean, God is probably going to forgive you for everything at the end of the day, so don't worry about sin. But what are you going to do with your existence while you're here? How are you going to affect things?
Yeah. I mean, I do say the meaning of life is to leave a print. Would you agree?
Not necessarily. It's kind of a narcissistic kind of take on things. Maybe just leave it better than you found it is all. I think that's all anybody needs to really aim for, at minimum. Leave it better than you found it. If you want to go the extra mile, that's welcome too, you know?
That's the imprint, right? So, for example, if we're talking in the...
I maybe interpret it meaning legacy AI, but yeah.
Well, I mean, look, if you ascribe to, you know, many of the world religions have this idea that you leave a heritage to your children, right? So you create your children, and then you raise them up, but you also leave them with something better, right? So, for example, I could quote a verse that says, "A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children." So not just his children, but his children's children. So in some ways, that's insinuating that somebody who makes a way for his grandchildren to be successful off of things he's inputted, right? That's a legacy.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Families leaving a print.
Yeah, I agree with that take on legacy. I meant the idolization kind of take. I don't.
You mean like a movie?
You know, wanting your name in the history books and that type of stuff. Wanting to be revered for something.
What is Achilles actually famous for? His name.
His name?
Yeah, like the most famous thing about Achilles, what is it?
His tendon.
It was his immortality, wasn't it?
Oh, it was the defeating of his immortality.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
His immortality wasn't as significant as his defeat. His defeat was the most significant part about him. He is remembered through history as the biggest loser. He's literally a loser. Think about it. The famous is because he lost. So you know, whether he's real or not doesn't matter. The point is, before he died, he's like, I'm gonna be famous for all of my conquests and how awesome of a fighter I am, and how my hair is 7 inches long, blonde, and glistens in the sun. And then really everybody's told about his heel and how he got beat. That's all anybody hears about is how he got whooped.
Yeah, you're right. Spot on.
There's other famous people that we know of in contemporary that's the same way, right? They were famous, they were millionaires, and at the end they killed themselves and declared before they died that they were absolutely miserable. So their legacy is, I'm a miserable loser whose only answer is to kill myself, even though I have all of riches. Your legacy of your name is you're a loser at the end. You lost everything, right?
You said like Robin Williams fell into that category.
Maybe. I'm not 100% sure about the details of him, but if that's
he had like mental disorders and he didn't want to live with them.
Yeah, but how much of these mental disorders are put on by the things that happened to you before? Like you're living in a celebrized state, and you realize how vacuous it is. Maybe that bears on your mind.
I think he had like Parkinson's or something. I'm not entirely sure.
I thought he was just immensely depressed.
I thought it was like a kink fetish that went wrong.
Bro, that's fucked.
Dude, that's a movie. That you're confusing his movie with his life.
Which one did he have a kink
Doubtfire?
fetish in?
That was a look. That was a scene from his movie, The Greatest Dad in America, or something like that, or The World's Greatest Dad. And he was a father of a troubled son, right? Who the son got into excessive physical self eroticism and ended up choking himself out to death. And the father came in and saw him dead, and then he had to cope with that. And that was like what the whole movie was about.
I didn't actually see that one, so.
Sounds like a good movie.
So the dad was kind of, I think he was trying to make a new life. You know, it's like, okay, I'm not going to sit here and be despondent. I'm going to go out and make new friends. I'm going to get new relationships. I kind of remember it being that way, but I'm not sure.
He was in another movie where him and his wife lost both their kids at a young age. Then they both die, and it's like heaven, like what heaven is like.
Is that not What Dreams May Come?
Yeah, it sounds familiar. What the title was?
He dies in a car crash. She commits suicide. He dies in a car crash, and then he has to go into what you could interpret as hell to retrieve her soul.
Like purgatory or something like that.
No, he goes to meet her. He goes to heaven. She goes to purgatory. But then they get reincarnated and meet again as children or something like that.
Well, listen, if you believe you have an infinite amount of chances, it doesn't make the present moment that valuable, does it?
No, it's just one of many.
No. You know, so I don't have to love my loved one in this present lifetime or moment because there'll be an infinite amount of lifetimes to make it up to them, right? You know,
not necessarily.
Right, but there is a famous saying that certain very prominent atheists have made, which I think is profound that people should understand. And this is what he said. He basically said, if you have one life to live, and this is the only time you're going to be available to live it, then what you do and how you spend your time and how you treat other people is of infinite value because it's infinitely scarce. You only have one shot, right? So your loved ones, like you only have this moment with them, right? And so in a way, he's basically saying, like, when I die, I'm not going to exist. Now, some people may say that that's a certain way of looking at things that may be bad, but from his point of view, he's like, my time that I give you is like super precious because it's super rare. It's all I have. So it's a unique perspective, which I think, you know, is interesting to think about, regardless on your position of atheism versus theism, or whether you're going to exist again. Because either way, it's one time, even if you have an infinite amount of times, this one time with that one person is still finite.
Yeah, I play with this thought a lot. I have difficulty articulating it though. But when you ask that question, if you had infinite lives, you know, does it make this one? It would imply this one's not very special. But even if you did have infinite lives to come, yeah, I agree with you that this one's still special. They all are, and all your actions are irrelevant of that.
Any blue earthers out there? You think the Earth is blue?
What up, PD?
I'll just add AI that I don't think any one moment ever repeats because of the nature of infinity or eternal.
I mean, if the Earth is blue, I mean, it should be easily demonstratable, right?
Yeah, no one cares, dude. So then, my dad was atheist, and he talked about that life was like a circle. Like you start, you lived it all the way through, and you died and got reborn, and kept living the same life over and over again. But you get to make different choices, and you kind of like go through it, and that's why like deja vu is like all of your choices seem to match up, and somehow once you reach like the best possible outcome, then you go on to like another higher transcendence, a new life, whatever. And what was interesting about this that he said like with our people circles, how they intersect with other people, like this giant sort of like web, if you will, of like.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's just an interpretation from human wanting to just kind of impose this idea of life on Earth being a school of some. You're in a school of some sort, waiting to go to the go to college and go to university and blah blah blah. It feels too simple,
Oh, I actually think that's a valid way to look at it personally. So I'm a specific theist, and I think that the deity exists with the possessing the quality of aseity, which means it's the only being. There's only one being that exists eternally. All other things come from that being. That being being prime entropy, right? All things are lesser. It's not that this being is greater than us, right? That would imply that goes from us up. It's actually the opposite. And that being said, since this being possesses all dimensionality and we're subordinate and of less dimensions necessarily, otherwise we'd be equal to it, there's a miscommunication between the nature of that being and us, which requires a language to communicate through. So in other words, there's a language barrier. Now, yes, that is partly real language, but it's also experiences. And so this entire realm is a communication from that being to us of who it is. And so we need to experience this realm in order to be able to communicate with this being and understand it so that it can achieve its goal, whatever that goal is for us. Now, there's obviously more complex, fleshed out things with that, which, I adhere to the Judeo-Christian paradigm. So if you read the Bible, then that would be the answers of those questions for me. Because you always hear this critique about religion, specifically with theism. It's like, well, if God has, source level power, why didn't he just create everything perfect? Right? Why go through all this process? And in my view, it's to flesh out contrast, because you can't understand and appreciate things if you don't understand the contrast between things.
So, what form does this communication come to us in, or
divine text?
How does it manifest? Is this kind of like when people find themselves in nature and they get that feeling that they are the whole thing,
Sure, but it also comes in the form of general life experience. Like, okay, I'm a single person. I have a desire to be with a mate, to make a progeny, right? And therefore I'm going to exercise interpersonal interactions, passions, emotions, senses of loss, senses of gain. I'm going to look at my children and find joy in them, even though they hurt me, right? All of these things are the part of that communication.
The human condition.
Yeah, even the idea of experiencing personal quote unquote sins and extraneous quote unquote evils, right? Like the sheer fact of even being able to understand it gives you perspective on what's truly valuable. Is hedonism truly valuable? Right? Is exploitation truly intrinsically valuable? Or is nobility intrinsically valuable? If someone just came along and told you which is which, yeah, you could say, okay, I agree or disagree, but without the content of your own experience to contextualize that value, how could you really appreciate it? I don't think you can. For example, what's the most valuable thing in your life?
I would honestly say my health and ability to do things.
Okay, now take all the humans out of the world. Now what? Is that still the most valuable thing in your life? So
I guess it depends what type of person you are. I mean, some people might still be able to say it is. I might change. It might not be the most valuable thing for me anymore. So I guess that implies it's not the most valuable thing right now.
Well, if you had a child, would your health be more valuable to you than theirs?
No, but it would be kind of case. I mean, while they're still incapable of defending themselves, it would be better if I would remain healthy. You know, I think both would be equally important in a manner.
Sure, but I will at least submit to you that you definitely didn't say my Bugatti. Right, and your health is actually a function of you being able to continue to operate, right? To be able to function.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So your existence and life in itself is valuable, and your children's as well. And I would submit to you that the most important things to people, and it may not be on a case by case basis, are themselves in the sense of existence and their loved ones. It's all metaphysical. Everything that's actually truly valuable isn't the physical; it's the metaphysical.
Yeah, I agree with that. All material assets are a temporary pleasure.
Yeah. Now imagine you actually have the ability to snap your fingers and get any material thing you want. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I would submit
empty.
Most people view assets of a material nature in contextual value relative to interpersonal connections with those things. For example, I get a Bugatti, yes, because I want to.
Means to an
which
end,
is, yeah. It's not the Bugatti that actually is important to me. It's the experience of driving fast. The Bugatti's just a tool, right?
Yeah.
The metaphysical qualia, the metaphysical experience is the actual thing that's of value to me. Or someone might get a Bugatti because they want to be impressive with their status to peers, rivals, or the opposite sex, or the person that they're romantically interested in, right? They want to present themselves, and it's the other person's opinion of this thing that is the actual value, not the object itself. And so the majority of things that we actually find of value are persons, right?
Persons as in other people.
Yeah, or even your own person.
Not the metaphysical experiences.
Well, yes, but ultimately the metaphysical experience devoid of the person, what is it? It's nothing. The present sentient agent is what's having the experience, and that's the real value of the experience. Without the agent, what is an experience?
Couldn't tell you.
Exactly.
I would agree with you.
So if you had the intrinsic ability as part of your ase nature of being, as part of your fundamental character intrinsic to your nature, to be able to create anything and interact with it, right? And you made this entire construct of physical things, you could very quickly realize, wow, that's just boring retardation. It's actually people that would be what I would create. Think about a lot of people. They're like, oh man, I wish I had a beautiful wife. So let me get rich. Let me get a car. But what do they really want? They want the experience of the wife, whether it has to do with any status or pleasure or whatever. So if they could skip all that other crap and just create the other person instantaneously to interact with, they would do that. And they would skip all that other nonsense.
Of course, yeah.
Now, a wife or a mate or a friend is able to understand you on a level consistent with your nature because you're a human and they're a human, right?
Yeah, that's what makes a good partnership. That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, so the level of interaction is there. So from a theistic perspective, if you want to create other entities that have sentience in themselves to be able to interact with you, and you want them to interact with you on a greater level, and fundamentally you can't create them without that true appreciation, right? They have to go through this process, right? So creation isn't just as simple as, thousands upon thousands of years ago we were created. No, this process that we're going through now is part of the creative process. The creation isn't finished yet.
When you talked about the singular entity that manifested all this potentially, you would think that its motive would be to gain an equal of some sort, but it would seem on the surface we all seek an equal, but who wants an equal? Because that would be boring, right? We want an equal but different, It's kind of funny. So not an equal, but you know what I mean?
Well, yeah,
not above, not below, but different.
Yeah. Well, it's like, a man and a woman, like that's the intrinsic quote unquote couple of the human race, right? You have a man, you have a woman, you have children, their progeny together. It's a venture known as a family, right?
Mm-hmm.
An interdynamic of sentient agents that are reliant on each other, enjoying each other, and caring for each other simultaneously.
This is why I find this push for equality in the world just absolutely laughable, because obviously it's unobtainable, and more importantly, I think the people that advocate for it don't understand how fundamental it is that we never become equal to each other. Because that is what that is the joy of life, you know? The different roles we all have, basically. It just seems they're pushing to make everything bland.
Yeah, like for example, I don't need you to be me. I already know me and can hang out with me anytime I want. Right.
And you probably wouldn't want to.
When I'm alone, I'm hanging out with me.
Well, yeah, there's that. It's just so unthought through, basically, is what I'm saying, that ideology pushing for equality.
Yeah.
And I think it's what's contributing to just the uptick or the speed up of madness that's going on in the world.
They say the world is flat.
It's where it all takes place.
Yeah, that's actually a book title, an official published book. It's about economics.
What's the title?
The world is flat.
Wonder how that's been misinterpreted. Can't hear you, Jamesy. I don't know if he's trying to speak or he's hot micing.
Oh, I'm hot micing, am I?
You were just lighting up. I thought you were trying to speak. But we
I
couldn't hear
thought I
you.
was muted, but I wasn't. Good thing I wasn't saying anything in Spanish. You're lucky. How you doing?
Yeah, all good. Just speaking to AI about the metaphysical nature of reality, so you know how it is.
Okay.
Not many Globers speaking up.
Making some tea.
Well, the problem was, friend, that the questions that were on the table, which is a flat table and clearly not a ball, they couldn't tell whether the table that the questions were on was a ball or flat, so they couldn't answer.
Couldn't get through the door, man. It really is amazing that Globers will think they know how to think correctly, but then you present them with that quotes hypothetical, logical supposition, and I don't think they're too stupid to understand what you've asked them. They're obviously kicking back inside and intentionally just obfuscating or misunderstanding you on purpose. But sometimes it's hard to tell if they really can't grasp it, or they're just avoiding it desperately.
Well, you also have to consider let's just be more liberal and say everyone is generally pre-programmed with a predisposition to believe that the nature of the earth can't be known on the local level. It must be inferred, reverse engineered from all these extraneous explanations, right? So like the concept that the earth could just be arbitrated by just direct measurement The average person doesn't actually think that way. Some do, because the fields that they're involved with have that as part of the staple of that field. But most people, it's seasons, pictures, gravity.
Well, Globers kind of do infer that the whole nature of the Earth can be understood from the local level, because they always go to Aristophanes.
That's not, yeah, maybe, but that's not really that local.
It's extrapolated from the local.
Yeah, but it's
400 miles. I guess, yeah, it's not a local distance.
Yeah. Upon 90 bajillion miles away, dude.
What?
You have to include things that aren't accessible, like the sun being.
The sun, being infinitely far. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, but we're not even proposing to them that the full nature of the Earth is understood. We're just offering them one factor, or one aspect. Sorry, just the nature of the surface. And then when we go on to honestly respond to them when they ask questions regarding the more complex mechanics of this place, and we say, we don't know, we can make a guess, but fundamentally we don't know. And that's when they check out and they think, well, see, they don't have a clue. I think that's probably the most insidious part of the indoctrination, in that it makes people not realize that they're stuck in a paradigm where their authorities and experts just keep speaking, and so long as they just keep speaking, they can explain as much as they want, and everything can eventually be explained. And they don't see that kind of, maybe they were explaining something correctly initially, but at some point they stepped over a line into just theoretical assumed nonsense, and they can't identify that line where it is or call them out on it.
Yeah, I'm tired.
It's the morning for you,
Yeah. I fell asleep last night and then I woke up at like 2 a.m. or 3 a.m.
Didn't get back to sleep.
Nah.
Full day ahead.
Nah, I don't really have anything to do except look up. I gotta look up a door. I gotta look up some roof options. That's about it.
Flat Earth.
Well, don't fall asleep too early when you get all upside down.
So funny. Flat Earth.
What about it, Holmes?
You're obviously trolling, right?
Who's trolling? You?
No, flat earthers. I just think it's a troll. I don't think it's ever been for real.
Dude, what are you talking about? Do you not know the history of the globe Earth paradigm?
Okay, dude. Like, I don't think you genuinely believe it. Like, I just don't think so. I just think you're trolling. Like, you lot just want arguments. You want something that you can just like haggle about, and you're all just trolls. I don't think any of you actually believe it. None of you are actually that stupid in a first world country.
Hey, let me tell you what I think about you. I think that that's the way you want to characterize it, because that way you don't have to be honest. You can just go back to sleep at night and cuddle your globe pillow.
What we are trolling?
He laughed.
So, right. Came in to say, to challenge the flat earth by saying, you guys are trolls. There, I've done my due diligence. Now I can go back to my bed.
Yep, cope.
That's all right, dude.
Why you are trolling with not measurable curvature in reality?
Even if we're all a bunch of trolls, surely you should have investigated a little bit further than that. 5 minutes at least.
By titles, it's enough, man. Flat that, but you want more. That's saying that.
I know. Yeah. Most populated room on the server.
Oh, I got a bad joke. The most populated room in the town, mom's basement. Ow!
Yep, we're definitely trolling more than them folks over there that are not sure what constitutes what sex. Oh, best be careful. Get banned for that shit, actually. Very sensitive in here.
I think we bored Miggy to sleep.
Oh, I thought he took a break. See in chat a screenshot from one of the troll team saying, this VC will be a global channel by the end of next week, I promise.
Yeah, right after they go back.
Bring in your hard hitters, honestly. Just waiting for them.
We're going to the moon, back to the moon to set up a colony next week with Space Force X-13. Right?
I haven't even been keeping up with fucking big space news. What was the latest thing? Some lander on the moon tipped over or some shit and then came back to life.
Well, the cameraman went out and tipped it back over.
Yeah. I think the Indian moon landing that should have been the end of it for Globers.
Dude, my favorite is
my favorite. Just dust off their hands. I'm done with this. I'm going to 24/7 flyer. Join the flyer.
Do you Indian moon crash?
Did it crash? I can't remember. I just remember the ridiculous CGI and what they put out there.
Chandrayaan mission or something, and one of them crashed. And so we used to have a Glober come in all the time called Professor Phil, and he would boast that he was on the Indian space team launching the stuff. And then I would always make fun of him about, dude, your mission crashed, bro. Accolades.
Yeah, Phil was always claiming he was crashing stuff into the moon.
Exactly. I was like, look, guys, I'm a complete failure at landing things on the moon, okay? Okay, what's up?
Yeah, it's like maybe you need to pay more attention to your job than your bad arguments you present here.
Yeah, you know, like if you're in the UFC, being undefeated is one of the greatest accolades.
And for him, being fully defeated is.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm like 0-57, all right?
I guess he's the Achilles then of Glowers. What's this Amish posted? NOAA explains restrictions on SpaceX launch webcast. A cut-off of live video on a recent SpaceX launch reflects new awareness by regulators of the imaging capabilities of onboard cameras on launch vehicles. So is this... I'm going to read this article.
What the heck? Oh, it's an excuse?
Yeah, it's going to be like one big excuse as to why they can't show anything properly ever.
Joke, bro. Expect us to believe that?
Well, this second paragraph ties into what you were saying earlier. So during the March 30th launch of the 10 Iridium NEXT satellites on the SpaceX Falcon 9, SpaceX cut off the live video from the rocket's second stage 9 minutes after liftoff. So you remember earlier you were saying there's a specific stage they don't televise.
Yeah.
Well, okay, yeah, so the company cited restrictions imposed by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration for terminating the live feed. Due to some restrictions from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, or AA, for short, SpaceX will be intentionally ending live video coverage of the second stage just prior to engine shutdown. SpaceX engineer who hosted the launch webcast said, "We're working with NOAA to address these restrictions in order to hopefully be able to bring you live views from orbit in the future." But you're already giving us live views from orbit.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like a bunch of nonsense.
It's still not described what the restrictions are.
Yeah, the restrictions are they can't show that stage.
Yeah, but what the excuses, Well,
they said there's some kind of weather anomaly, right? That if people were able to see it clearly, it would change their views about certain things, probably.
Yeah, I'm just skimming to see if they get more specific. Wow, this is funny. In the case of that launch, SpaceX did submit a license application to NOAA Commercial's Remote Sensitivity Regulatory Affairs Office. However, the company did so just days before the launch. I feel like none of this stuff takes place. I mean, it's one office sitting for fucking requests coming in from the abundant amount of space agencies there are, They could probably do it 30 minutes before, there's no backlog. It's all just like, tapestry of the lore, Nobody's applying for licenses to film or not film at specific altitudes or whatever.
Bunch of nonsense, huh?
Hello, gentlemen. And maybe ladies, I don't know. Probably not. Hey, London, you look as if you're a globe earther. What's your proof for the globe, man?
I like that. I like what you said there about ladies and gentlemen, or whatever you said. There's any ladies in it? Probably not. Oh, good. That's funny. I jumped in the room because I thought I might be able to get a laugh, but it's all quiet in here.
Yeah. So I still don't understand why it's sometimes day and sometimes night. I don't get it. If the Earth is flat, I don't. Trying to wrap my head around that. I don't know how that works.
I don't know. I'm trying to wrap my head around how, if everyone in the southern hemisphere is pointing south, right? Like if everyone looks south and everyone sees the same stars, like the Southern Cross, right? They'll all see that when they all look south. And when you look north, in the northern hemisphere, they all see the northern star, which just seems to sort of suggest that there is this sort of converging of of these directions, which kind of sounds a bit like a spherical object, wouldn't you suggest?
Well, the thing is, you might be begging the question when you put it in your first premise that there is like a northern hemisphere, right? That's like, hemisphere means like half ball, kind of, and that's what has to be proven or proved, whatever, right? We cannot presuppose that, I think. Oh, I mean, this is actually a valid objection.
I mean, that's just a label. What is meant is just to say that people who stand in certain positions on this planet and all point in the same direction according to their compass, right? According to
you did it again, though, right? You assumed a planet, and what you're
Okay.
observing.
Well, assuming a planet, let's just call it a planet. We can call it a
place.
You're observing. You're observing a natural phenomenon, right? And you're assuming that it's a globe because of that.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that there is this place that we all live, right?
Right. And we see things in the sky, and we all see the same things. I get it, man. But to assume that it's a ball
not always
because of
you don't always see the same things, bro.
What?
No.
Okay, you want to get technical? Go ahead. You know what I mean.
You want to get technical?
Yeah. So there is this place.
So there's this phenomena that you see that you think you live on a ball because you see a phenomena in the sky, right?
Well, no. I mean, it's like it's best, I would say, best explained by appealing to a spherical object, right?
So you have a better explanation, so now it's a globe.
That's right.
I'm saying the globe is the better explanation. I'm saying that's the better explanation. It's the globe.
Then what?
Than it being flat.
They're not globe.
Yeah, then a not globe, right?
Well, that's your prerogative, man.
That was pretty obvious.
Do you have any evidence for the globe?
I mean, I just
other
give
than this,
you one
other than this
point,
star,
right?
like for the curve, I'm kind of getting at, right?
All right. Other than this, all right. There's
the curve.
Have you ever heard of something called the Foucault's pendulum?
I have.
Yeah. Well, using the globe model, right? We can make very specific predictions about how many, specifically, exactly how many rotations this pendulum would have to do to return to its original position, and that these rotations, these numbers, are based on your position on a globe, right? So this model has a globe.
On an assumption of a globe, right?
Yeah. So when we
ball hanging on a string, swinging around in a circle.
Hold on. You You asked me for evidence. I'm giving it to you, right? So the evidence is that when we assume a globe model, we are able to make very specific predictions about exactly how many revolutions are required to return it to its original position, right? Now, that doesn't work unless you use the globe model to make these predictions. And when we do that, we can put the Falcao pendulum anywhere in the world, and we could tell you exactly how many times it would have to go around before it would return to its original state, right?
Cool,
so, yeah. So I mean, that seems to it seems to be a demonstration of its predictive power, which is in stark contrast to the no predictive power that the flat Earth model can produce in this particular instance, right? So I just think it's best explained by saying, well, probably it's a globe Earth. Then, if the globe can make these very specific predictions and be consistently accurate about them, then
can you prove it's a globe first, though?
Well, bro, don't underestimate the power of prediction.
Don't you have to have a globe though to make all these predictions?
No, I'm saying if you assume it's a globe, you can make these predictions, right? That's the evidence. Do you understand how evidence works?
Assumption, I get it.
No, I'm saying if this model is correct, then we should see exactly this. And then we see exactly that. So it doesn't prove the model correct, but the more and more things like that you can do, right, then the more and more likely it is that your model is correct, right? As opposed to an alternative model that has no capability of doing that.
Claim stacking equals a globe then?
No, I'll give you a little bit of time to sit on that. Maybe you might want to mull it over a little bit and work out how that works.
I get what you're saying, dude.
But I'm not sure if you understand how it applies to epistemology. Sorry, Grim, go on.
No, the idea is that you have this hypothesis, whatever, and then you confirm your hypothesis using this experiment. Also, man, don't underestimate the power of predictive ability, right? Because predicting the future, it's magic, right? Or we get something right. Because looking into the future now? Is a very, it is. Yeah, we're looking into the future, right?
You're looking into the future.
When we take a Falcao pendulum to some place in the world that we've never taken it to before, and we say this will take exactly this many revolutions to return to its original state in this exact position, and then we do the test and we find out, oh, it is exactly that amount of revolutions, right? What we would expect. It's exactly what we would expect if it was a globe.
I see.
And it's not what we would expect if it was flat.
If you don't touch a pendulum at all, it doesn't move at all. Infinitely. Forever.
Yeah, like you have to start it off, right? You have to start off the swing. But once you start off,
it stops too.
Yeah, it's not a perpetual motion device, right? Those things are impossible, right? Obviously, there is going to be some loss of energy due to like friction and so on. It's just like any pendulum. You have to start it, and after a while, it will lose energy and stop. That's nothing to do with the point that's being made.
So what if I spun it in the other direction? Would it still give me the same circles?
The point is, it's about how many revolutions it takes to return to its original
in the opposite direction.
It doesn't matter where you start it, right? It's how many revolutions it takes to get back to where it started. Where you start it is arbitrary, right? You could choose here, you could choose there. The point is that the amount of revolutions it takes to return to exactly to its original position, right, is predictable. Because it doesn't just swing back and forwards and then go side to side and return.
That's fine. It's predictable, man.
Right, exactly.
So that still doesn't prove a globe, though. Just because you spin a thing around, you can predict how many times it's going to spin. That means you're on a globe.
Well, it's evidence for the globe, right? It's not like you can't prove things absolutely, right? You do appreciate that you can't prove things absolutely. All you can do is demonstrate that your model comports with reality again and again and again and again and again and again and again.
You can prove things, though, right? Like we're talking on Discord right now, right?
Yeah.
What? I mean, this is... Oh, God. I mean, you're going to go down this route. It just sounds as though you don't really know how to argue your position. If you just want to sort of
me
go
it's a
down
ball
this
that spins
route,
in
right?
circles and it spins so many times, and that makes it a globe. I get it.
Yeah,
Look,
your idea is that you can't prove it. So at the final conclusion of your worldview is you don't know.
Proof. You confirm your hypothesis, right?
Yes, the hypothesis has an abundance of support, right?
So you proved your
hypothesis.
You proved your
Your
hypothesis.
hypothesis has no support, right? So it's just as simple as that, really. I mean, if you want to shift it and say, "Oh, well, you need proof, otherwise you don't have a leg to stand on,"
Well,
I mean,
you just
then
said
you
you
just don't
proved your
understand.
hypothesis.
Then you just don't understand how science works, how like epistemology works, right? You can't prove these
I
things
don't understand how you
absolutely
draw all those
independently.
conclusions. Like, we don't understand anything now?
All you can do is support your conclusions, and that's all that needs to be done. The conclusion has been supported. If you don't understand that, then it speaks more about you than it does about what I'm saying.
All right, friend.
Deal with it, bro. You don't have to accept it, right? You don't have to accept that. But at least that's a reason for someone who believes in the globe to believe in the globe, right? But you don't have to take it. That's not ultimate proof. Maybe it's a triangle, right? It's still possible that the Earth is a triangle given this observation, right? Kinda. In a weird way.
What I'm talking about with the Falcao pendulum is very difficult to explain without an appeal to a sort of spherical world, right? You have it like the whole point of it is that according to like the coordinates and the position on a sphere, you have these different latitudes and longitude positions, right? And that this very specific positions within that coordinate system will deliver you very specific results when
So
you
the Earth
do
spins a
this
certain
particular
direction,
thing.
right?
It's not about the direction it spins in.
It's
My
not.
God. It's not about the direction it spins in. Like, do you want me to explain what the actual experiment is, right? So
You've
what happens
explained it
is
like 3 times here, dude.
no, I haven't given you the details of the experiment. So you have the pendulum, you start it swinging backwards and forwards.
Okay, how about this? We'll try to do it very simple. What is your cause, your effect, your controlled variables, and your uncontrolled variables? Just write it out like a simple hypothesis.
Chris.
Yeah, it's not about
This is
me
not new to
knowing
you,
or not knowing it. He wants to explain it. How about explain it in something that's understandable?
You can just, I mean, if you want it all laid out like in a professional.
Okay, how about this? You're rambling again. Give me the independent variable. It'd be the rotation of the Earth, right?
The independent variable, the rotation of the Earth. That's part. That's what's being.
So what's the dependent variable?
The dependent variable. I'm not sure
Motion
about
of the
this
pendulum?
particular language.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so you
manipulate the pendulum, right?
So if your independent variable is the rotation of the Earth, that's what you're going to isolate to get a predictable cause. So how did you isolate that using the pendulum?
Well, no, it's the position on the Earth.
Okay, these are your control variables. Okay, so position is a controlled variable. So you control what position of the Earth you're on.
Right.
Okay. How did you do that?
Well, you choose a location.
You just randomly choose one?
Yeah, and you choose a location, you do the calculation, and then you do the experiment to see if the results match the calculated conclusion.
Okay, and who did that?
It's been done many times. Falcao was the original maker of the experiment, so it's named after him, but it's been reproduced time and time again, many times. There's a lot of information out there on the internet about it. I can post you a paper if you really want.
No, you don't need to do that. Just because if it's science, it's repeatable, observable, measurable, someone should be able to follow the same methods, the same practices you did. So far, it's just Google it. So other people did something.
Yes, it's been repeated multiple times.
But not by you.
Oh, right. So, yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not. I haven't done the experiment myself. Right. I'm appealing to the body of scientific literature.
Yeah. So the premise is if the pendulum actually moves in a way everyone is describing it.
Okay, that's not the premise, dude. The premise is the Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum. So you guys aren't even regurgitating the correct shit.
Yes, that's that is it's the rotation plus the position on the sphere, right? Because the different
A minute ago,
positions.
you just said it had nothing to do with spin.
Yeah.
No,
See, you're kind of messing this up. You're letting the audience down here.
No, look. So
what you would do now is you take this experiment and you try to validate it. What other things also rotate under the Earth, or with the Earth rotating?
No, Crit. You guys are doing sophistry now, right? I mean, we know.
Okay, if you think I'm doing sophistry, I invite you to follow that to its full conclusion. Would you stick around in the room where all that's happening is sophistry, or would you like, if that's what you want, is that what you're looking for? You're looking for a complete sophist room?
He gave you this pendulum thing.
Okay,
know?
this is what are you looking for here? Sophistry or not sophistry?
I hope there is no sophistry.
Okay, but you made a claim that this.
In.
Okay, so what would you do then? Follow your worldview to a complete logical conclusion. Do you stick around or do you leave?
I stick around and I would like to hear your explanation for the movement of this pendulum and your explanation why we can look into the future.
Yeah, you don't.
We don't. So
yeah,
when you
this
move
was just
pendulum,
demonstrated to
right?
you.
That's what he is describing, man. He told you that we can say how many revolutions it will take for this pendulum to arrive at the starting position again.
Yeah, that's not a prediction of the Earth rotating. What you do is manipulate the rotation of the Earth. Like build a model. Like you can't do it in the real one, so you have to build a model in like a computer simulation or some other aspect, and then rotate it at different speeds and see if you get the same result, the same predictable result using the same formula. And you don't. You don't, because the problem is those machines are engineered by people to keep the string moving back and forth. That's what really happens.
There are no machines involved in this, bro. It's just a bearing. It's a ball bearing, whatever. It's like a bearing at the string.
Yeah, that rotates it around.
There is no machinery, bro.
Yeah.
What kind of machinery?
Okay. Yeah, okay. You definitely do not. He doesn't know what he's talking about here. Like you could. This is where the point is. You could post citation after citation of how these things are made. There's an electrical motor in it that keeps kicking the string back and forth. You could demonstrate this over and over and over again. He's just going to dial back to, oh, it's sophistry. So it's really no place. This guy's a dead end. It's just a dead end.
Entertaining this piece of.
But like Crit just said, right? Like how do you tell, right? You can't manipulate the spin. Like you can't change it to see if you get a different variable.
Let's try again. Do you have a different independent variable other than the rotation of the Earth? I think that was London, right? London 87?
What's that?
What is your independent variable?
Right, so you're just being like an idiot right now.
Okay, so talking about me. No, that's not an independent variable. What is your independent variable? If it's not the rotation of the Earth, what would it be?
Listen, you pick.
Okay, no, now listen. You're going to name the independent variable, which is what? What is that?
Look, I'm not going to be a little bitch.
Okay, so you're not even going to say what the independent variable is. See, this is the guy's telling us like he's got science perfect down to the last detail. Perfect. Yeah, picture perfect science with picture perfect predictions. He can't even say what the independent variable is. Let the audience hear this. This is a science that globalists have. They don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. You ask them, what was your method and practices? What was your experimental setup? That's sophistry. That's being an idiot. And just asking them how they set their model up causes them to freak out this bad. Okay, do you want to try again? What is your independent variable? What's your independent variable?
I'm not just going to.
Independent variable. What's your independent variable? Here's a picture perfect prediction. If you don't name the independent variable, I will mute you. It's that simple. Okay, now we'll see. Since it matches the model, nothing new under the sun, day in, day out, no change. You at least do something different to debunk it. Okay, independent variable.
I don't care.
Okay, he doesn't care. Okay.
Yeah, I've got to say, our model on expected global behavior is pretty fucking accurate.
Yeah, if he doesn't care, why would any flat earther care? Like, duh. You don't care. So you've added a lack of caring, but you do care. So this is the type of logical contradiction, a self-defeating worldview. He doesn't care to even tell me what the independent variable is, but he cares enough to come in here and talk about it. Like, wow, dude, how do you do that? Like, how do you maintain such a logically inconsistent worldview without just pulling your hair out and running around in a circle? I really don't. I don't get it. I don't. I've tried to understand it, and the only thing I can come up with is that you're just upset that someone disagrees with your worldview. Triggers you. It just triggers you into this really cringe, weird behavior that you can't explain or take questions on. If anyone asks you a question, you refuse to answer, and you think you have all the answers, which is fucking hilarious. You've got all the answers. Perfect. Picture perfect predictions. You can tell the future. You can predict the future. But you won't even answer questions like how. How did you do it? What is your independent variable? What's your dependent variable? What variables did you control? What variables did you not control? Did you account for any sort of spurious causation? What is the null hypothesis? Just a few simple questions and your whole worldview comes crumbling down. And you start squawking about me, I'm toxic, I'm not being nice to you, always an echo chamber, you're not going to be my bitch, hey, listen, hey, this, hey, that. Just ram in the chat. You still have a voice here. You're just not going to clog up the airways with your nonsense. Just type in chat what your independent variable is or dependent variable, and other people will see it. And they'll be able to follow it. But your time here is over. You've used up all your time.
It's pretty much because I say so.
Trust me, bro.
Trust the science.
Yeah, it really boils down to three things. Like, it'd be interesting if globals could come in here with something other than one of these three. Photos from space. Why would they lie? And minority opinions are just stupid. Like, if somehow you don't get it, if you don't understand Foucault's pendulum, you're stupid. And that's why you think the Earth is flat. Because anyone else who understands it is smart, and it proves the globe. Then you ask them, well, how did you prove it? Oh, it doesn't prove.
You forgot one. Everything is round, so therefore it's round.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was I don't know if you guys remember, Embo was in here the other day, where he was talking about on the ISS, gravity doesn't cause, the lack of gravity causes the water droplets to form a sphere. I said, why? I thought you said gravity causes spheres. He's like, yeah. And no gravity, but no gravity causes spheres too? He's like, yeah. Well, which one is it? Is it gravity or no gravity or both? So if you have gravity, you got a sphere. And if you don't have gravity, you got a sphere. So what is your cause? What is your causation? Which one causes sphere, gravity or no gravity? Both. He's like, both do it. Wow. It's like when they give the definition of mass. Mass is a resistance to inertia. But you said mass causes an attractive force. So mass causes inertia. So the resistance to inertia is inertia. And they're like, yeah. Holy fuck, dude. Oh, yeah, manufacturing, acceleration. There we go. I got a little, it screwed me up the other day when people were going back and forth with inertia and acceleration. Yeah, acceleration, not inertia. So yeah, now I'm a coward. Okay, this is the best part. You can hold them to their worldview. If I'm a coward, they just invented a whole new version of me. I told him exactly why he's muted. I gave him a predictive model. Don't say what the independent variable is, and you're done talking. Say anything other than independent variable, and you keep talking. So here he is. Now I'm a coward because he won't say the independent variable. Okay, inside your worldview, if I'm a coward, are you allowed to talk or not talk? Come on, let's follow your claim to a full conclusion. So right now, I'm a coward and I'm afraid of what you have to say. If I decide, I'm the decider here. I decide who gets to talk. Do you talk or not talk? See, now he doesn't want to talk. All right, put you back on mute then. Fuck it. Let's see if Grim has a better chance. So Grim, if I'm a coward and I'm afraid of what you have to say, and I control your microphone, do you talk or not talk?
If you're a coward, is that the hypothesis?
Yes, your hypothesis inside your worldview.
So what's the dependent and independent variable in the hypothesis that you're like a coward?
Yeah, just a random squawk by some Discord troll who's upset that they can't get their say.
You're usually not that unhinged, bro. I don't know. Something happened maybe today. But maybe we can move on to why there is sometimes light and sometimes no light, right? Can we talk about that?
Well, how about just talk about if people are cowards or not? Because that seems to be the lowest hanging fruit. Let's go after the easiest debunkable claim, and be able to challenge your worldview.
That's not our inquiry, bro. We want to find the shape of the Earth, man. You know, we have some serious.
Okay, we'll go to another channel then, because flat is clearly not the shape.
Apparently, your cowardice crit is obvious to everyone, but I don't see it.
Yeah, it's the best part. Yeah, so you don't see it. So he has a subjective. This is my point. He has a subjective worldview about me that proves he would not be allowed to talk. So if he wants to change that, because he wants to talk, but he can't. He can't ask for an unmute inside his own worldview, because his worldview demonstrates he wouldn't be allowed to talk. So if he's allowed to talk and not allowed to talk at the same time, he's going to have to explain that contradiction, which he can't. He won't be able to, because he won't even be able to recognize it. So what he'll do then is use that to make a moral claim about flat earthers. Let's look here. Let's check the chat. Yeah, so there it is. Repeating something like "you're a bitch" a million times. Yeah, it's all spaz. Look at here. Yeah, some dude got it. They're in their feelings. This is why it's impossible to talk about science, logic, and reason with them, because it's all feelings based. They're only inside this subjective worldview that they can't explain or take questions on.
Well, that is the mind virus.
Yeah, here's Bad Cat. If you're going to talk, then you're going to mute him, so spit saliva over the mic for the next 15 minutes. Okay, if you don't like, you're here for that reason. If you don't like that, leave. We can test it right now. A picture-perfect prediction. If you don't like the content in this channel, do you stay or do you go? Here's the independent variable. If you like the content, you stay. If you don't like the content, you go. There are many other channels on this server. Lots of channels to choose from. Many channels.
They'll all cater to feelings.
Yeah, that's the only thing. They're inside their feelings right now, and that's the part you have to break. You have to break through that shell. They got this wall of feelings-based worldview in front of them, and it's almost impossible to get through it. Because they were told their feelings matter. Like their feelings are objective things. And they can say it, and it's real. Like orcs in like Warhammer 40k.
Well, Badcat, you're always welcome to take over the conversation for London.
Yeah, he got control of the mic, but it seems like they put themselves on mute, so whatever. Put yourselves on mute. You want to squawk in the text chat like you're doing something. Go right ahead. Talk until you're out of breath. Tell me all about me. See, very simple wisdom in the past was to not judge someone until you walked a mile in their shoes. They don't even know my size. Then they judge me, and they don't want to be held to that standard. They want to say, hey, Crit will mute me if he's a coward. Or, what I told you, you're muted because you're not responding. You're not engaging in conversation. That's why you're muted. Someone asks you a very simple question. What is your independent variable? And you talk about me.
Yeah, he finally bailed after his little meltdown.
Yeah, that's what he needed to do. He needed to be self-assured. He needed hey, I got this worldview I can't explain or take questions on. I just want to go into someone else's chat and try to clog it up with a bunch of nonsense. And then when they tell me it's time to go, then I'm going to get upset because it's an echo chamber. Yeah, dude, that's like 5 layers of Inception right there. Like, you just broke the fourth wall of cognitive dissonance. Like, holy shit.
Dealing with children, man.
It's like an anti-cheerleading team here, right?
Yeah, just boo. And look, they don't get anything at all. You're just ranting, not engaging the subject. Mute yourself by your... Okay, if I'm just ranting, if I'm not engaging the subject, what would you do? Not me. You got no control over what I do. I got control over what you do in this channel. I'm the shot caller, not you. The only choice you have is to either engage with the channel or leave.
Yeah, there's nothing regressive about muting somebody that is not gonna let the conversation continue because they don't want to give accurate information or admit to something or concede to something.
It's like you're listening to this chat go on forever. I'm just sitting back saying at some point it'll stop being circular. And they don't. They don't ever get there. So I say, okay, enough. We're going to move the conversation forward. Here's how you can move it forward.
They don't have any idea what a genuinely constructive dialogue sounds like.
Yeah, you know this too, because watch them go to other channels and they do the same spurg out. They get muted, they get thrown around, they get tossed out. It's just one channel after another. It's not just here. So here's your perfect prediction. It doesn't matter what channel they go to. Same result. They freak out, they get muted, they cry about it, they open mod mail. The mod tells them, don't go to that channel. They come back the next day. Day in, day out, no change. Nothing new under the sun. They'll never be able to get past that. That's their whole shtick. Their shtick is they get some sort of confirmation bias if they're allowed to talk and not talk at the same time because it's somebody else's fault. They're to blame for what the other person is to blame for what they do. They lack even causal agency in their own worldview. Inside their own worldview, they're like a NPC, a random variable. Today they're upset, tomorrow they're not. Today it's entertainment.
Yeah,
tomorrow...
we've all seen the memes,
Yeah.
One chip out, the next chip in,
I remember when you guys first came on, that Zero guy was around, and he went through all those stages right to the part where he got a petition to try and get us off the server. I'm not even joking. Like, he was asking people to sign petition, man.
Over people that disagree with your worldview. And I'm generous when I say disagree.
They don't even know what flat Earth is. They don't even know what the word flat is. They don't even know what Earth is, but they come in here and they're like, I totally disagree with that. You're like, what do you disagree with?
It's in
volcanoes,
space, you know.
satellites, volcanoes, gravity. You're like, okay, you're just saying a bunch of words right now. Can you make an argument, a statement?
You think it wouldn't be too difficult a step for people that consider themselves open-minded to new ideas and new perspectives to realize that most likely what they've gotten out the mainstream regarding any topic is probably not the accurate picture, you know? They should come to the source and then develop their ideas. Because we know how it is with flat Earth. You know, you go on Google, you type in flat Earth in images, you get fucking pancake discs in space, you know, just replace the heliocentric sphere with a fucking flat planet. And that's what they think flat Earth is. It's like, you know, tripping over on their fucking smashing their faces in the ground in the first step. And then they come in here and regurgitate that nonsense to us thinking it's our ideas or conceptions. No, that's the people that are lying to you, giving you them conceptions of what we supposedly believe, so that you'll think it's ridiculous. I mean, you'll probably still think it's ridiculous without them, but at least you have a better chance if you don't have this, you know, image already in your head before you come in and actually speak to the people and find out what they believe and why they believe it, you know?
The Earth is round, you motherfuckers. Alright? Hello?
They're scared, particularly Crit and Alpha.
I think everybody's just drinking coffee.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
So how's the Earth flat? You don't know?
I'm saying, why don't you answer your own question and go look at the horizon and show me the curve? That's a starter.
There's a curve in that video from the guy that did the highest sky jump with the suit.
Yeah, dude, I didn't say go watch a video on Red Bull or whatever. I said go look for yourself and go to the ocean and then look at the horizon and then tell me that you see a curve with your own eyes.
I live in the suburbs, so I can't really go to the ocean.
Okay, well, there's got to be a hill or something you can go to.
No. No. Well, what's the point of the channel if you're not gonna discuss it with people that are interested?
Dude, I'm not like one of the experts here. Like I've been studying this, but I'm not the guy. Someone
Okay.
else help me out.
Fair
They
enough.
know a lot. They know a lot more than I know, that's for sure.
Yeah, but they got like photos about the planet from the moon. Yeah. Like all that's mainstream, right? But there's nothing mainstream to say that it's flat. So you need to talk to people if you want to know. That's what I think.
Well, I actually just found something. If you go to the open chat, gotta give me a minute here because I gotta load my documents.
Are you gonna put it in this channel's chat?
Yeah, just give me a sec because I saved it. Let me go to my download folder. Someone posted this. Okay, yeah, I see it. Okay, I'm gonna post it in the thing. So vid. Yeah, here we go. So someone posted this in another chat earlier, and I thought it was really interesting because these are
Okay.
declassified government documents that talk about the firmament and the flat Earth. So watch that. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. It's like 3 minutes.
Damn. Crazy. Any of the mods of this room here?
Alright, I'm back.
Why is everyone quiet? Hello? The fuck? Hello?
We're talking in the chat.
But why?
The chat box.
We can discuss the globalist agenda in VC.
Yeah, do whatever you want.
All right.
No, I'm not trying to be rude. Everybody's been quiet for the last like hour.
Oh, no, that's fine, man.
Good morning, Globers. Anybody want a piece of me?
I don't know if there's any Globers here at the moment. They're lurking, but they're not on the voice chat.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Foil, get.
Yeah, I'm just chilling. Just reading some stuff. Just posting some stuff in chat. I'm trying to, if you go to the chat there. Cam, are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, this guy wants to talk to you.
Which one?
Amish, he said, good morning, Globers.
Oh, hello.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing?
Good.
You come here with questions or conflicts or what?
No. Well, I'm personally not a flat earther or globe earther. I'm just here to listen.
Yep, that's fine. I listened for a long time before I started talking. I thought this topic was the craziest thing on earth when I first heard about it.
Well, to be honest, it doesn't really matter, to be honest, like what shape the earth is, because really it does not like affect anything, to be honest with you.
I used to say the same thing, and it's only because I thought the idea of flat earth was so insignificant itself, kind of like how some people might have a religious difference of opinion over some doctrinal matter. But when you start to really unpack it, what does this mean? What does this mean if the true nature of our reality is such that Earth is not a globe and there is no solar system with the sun and Earth as a planet orbiting around it? What does that mean? Well, it means a lot of people will be out of jobs if this goes mainstream.
Yeah, which
That's
is why
the bare minimum.
I would say that we should. That means we should protect the jobs and not try to spread this theory, I guess.
Well, the funny thing is, every time we go to test that theory about what Earth's surface is doing, we can't find any evidence of the globe measurements.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, so we've had members for the past 10 or so years all over the world performing different kinds of measurements, different observations, and even some with experiments, trying to independently verify that Earth is the globe that we all were taught it was, that all the space agencies say it was, that all these academic institutions and physicists keep telling us it is, and they can't find evidence for it.
Well, I mean, I would say if their evidence is what they point to, like their pictures or something, videos.
Well, some of us are content producers in this community, in this forum, and perhaps in this very panel right now. People who have gone out and done laser tests and done infrared observations and have done surveying and all kinds of manner of things, microwave links, you name it. So this isn't about a bunch of nerds watching movies on the internet. That's kind of what you're getting to.
No one accuses you guys of nerds. Don't worry about that. But didn't a flat earther like spend $20,000 on an experiment to prove the Earth is a globe?
Oh, the rocket.
Not the rocket one. I mean, although like you can just fly a high altitude balloon, like 100 and something thousand feet up the sky, and you can see the curvature of the Earth. A lot of flat earthers deny space-time. What do you explain? Like, I mean, you guys say that the Earth is contained, so I'm just like hitting a bunch of like dead ends here. So if the Earth is contained, then what's the black space that you see on high altitude balloons? It's not from NASA. It's localized people flying high altitude balloons like 105,000 feet up the sky. So how do you explain that?
I mean, yeah, it's a good question. What is the blackness of night that we see? Well,
Well, but it's not blackness of night. It's not blackness of night. I'm talking about like you fly a high altitude balloon high enough to the point where you see black space, like about 105,000 feet up the sky. How is that explainable?
oh yeah. Well, yeah. What is that? I don't know. If we
Well, the
read
Earth can't be
if we
contained.
read NASA's technical memos, they say that everything that's up there in that region and beyond is like 97% plasma. These dual filaments, hot and cold streams of plasma, and the differential between the two.
Yeah.
But
Well,
we
the
no
only
longer.
problem I see in is, right, a lot of you guys will say, well, how can you have gas pressure without a container and it's not contained or whatever? So I'm wondering, like, I mean, I'm not trying to ask you to give me a measurement. I know you don't have one, but, like, where would the container be? Because if you can fly a high-altitude balloon about 110,000 feet up or whatever, and you can see the curvature of the Earth, and then there's black space that we will call space, right, outer space, then who's lying here? Is there, like,
Maybe it's like a form of plasma. Maybe it's a form of plasma way up there, like what NASA actually says. And it gets even more exotic the further you go, and that's what's providing containment.
Wait.
So you're saying there's maybe like plasma that's going to. So would there be the atmosphere there as well, or what?
I don't know.
Crit. It's crit. It's crack villain.
Gravity. You don't know. My bad.
I heard you
crack
say
villain?
that from a
No, I'm
high
going to rugby
altitude.
anyway, but.
Mic check.
Oi, get me get.
Hello.
Why can't
What's
I
up?
hear you?
Yeah, I don't know.
Can't hear no one in this room. It keeps turning the volume down. I swear.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that. I
Or,
think it
you'll see what
happened
I'm talking about,
today.
Hamish. I'm gonna show you my screen.
Yeah, GetBeGet has done a lot of thinking on this problem. I think he's excited to share some of his insight.
Yeah, I heard the guy mentioning hot air balloons, high altitude balloons.
Yeah, look at my screen, Gibby. Yeah, I'm showing my
Claiming,
screen.
Oi, get me
that you.
get. It's crack villain,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So
Yeah, crack. Love you, bro.
what's good, bro? What was I gonna
Nice
say?
to hear you.
Are you still? Oh, it's nice to hear your fucking voice too, my friend. Are you still in 24/7? Could you?
Yeah, I still
Can you
going.
shoot me addies, like obviously including numbers and hashtags of either Indio, meme, or like just someone, do you know what I mean? Because like like I lost all of my shit. I was in a car accident and like my life was turned
Oh my
upside down. But,
god.
yeah, I'm good now though, bro. Like don't worry. But yeah, so I've sort of been away, but man's
Welcome
coming.
back, brother. Oh, thank
Yeah.
God you're good. You're well.
Yeah,
You don't know me, Crack Villain, but I know your voice. I can vouch for you too.
Everything else, we make it back.
Dude, listen, it's funny because I was a moderator in this server, right? When I stopped sort of hanging around, I'm a mod here. So, like, I just need to find someone like Esoteric Paternalism, somebody that knows me. So, I'm also a moderator here in the politics server, right?
Yeah.
I've kept these two places separate, will continue to do so. I don't know if you know, do you know the guy who's like, he sounds Indian, right? He's called Carpy Cat. Is Carpy Cat still around in the server?
Is there
this
about this
server.
server or the Flat Earth server?
No, this server, dude.
Okay, so what you do you know your
I'm on
original
an iPhone and I can't drag the panel from the right side of the screen across. That's the problem. So that's why I'm struggling right now. But I'll figure it out. This isn't my account. This is my friend's account. I was just sort of letting I was asking Get to DM like the addies of like just a couple of like people like Indio or like anyone that's like the admins over at 24/7, right? So I can restore my shit over there. And then and then I need to find the ad of somebody who is like Esoteric Paternalism ad. Like, if
Did you
someone can
lose
send
your
it in.
account? Like you said
No,
you're in your friend's account.
this is my friend's account, but I will write down their ad so that the moment that I get on there, I can just directly add them without joining the servers, and then just ring them and talk to them because they know who I am. Do you see what I mean?
Yes. Yes.
And whoever can help me do that would be brilliant. Just DM this account, like Indio's Addy, and either Copycat's Addy or Esoteric Paternalism's Addy. It's just two people basically. One of the admins from this place and one of the admins from that place, right? And then that way I can get my moderationship restored back here and back over
So,
there.
are you going to be able to recover your original account or not? Or you have to make a new account?
So what happened was somebody.
I'm asking, like, do you have access to your original account?
No,
If not,
it was nuked, but I've got screenshots and stuff like that, so it doesn't really
okay.
matter.
So what you do on this server? I don't know about the Flat Earth server. That's a different server. On this server, you talk to Politics Mod Mail.
Yeah, I understand. I do understand that, right?
Yeah, you have to do that for this
Hey,
server. You have to do that.
what's this guy's name? What's this guy's name?
But it's not this account, so I don't want to do it with this account. It's just that if
Yeah.
someone
What
had-
was your previous?
Crack
What was your
villain.
previous?
my previous thing was Crack Villain,
That's
but
all.
in here I was named as Villain. Okay, I was named as
Yeah.
Villain. Yeah,
I remember
that's
you,
it.
Crack Villain. I
Yeah,
remember.
yeah.
It's Wolfgang.
Oh,
Do you have
Wolfgang.
do you
Oh,
have
yeah,
your
how you
do you
doing, man?
have your
Wait,
do you have
Wolfgang,
your
DM me on this account, so then I'll add you on my new account, and when I do it later, I've got to go to a rugby match. That's all, and I just
Right.
wanted to.
What's this one? What's this account called?
It's called Jessica Rabbit.
Right.
Listen.
Okay. I'll give you a message.
Yeah, thank you, dude. Thank you. Yeah, no one send me India or anything now. That will be sorted up through him. So, but if someone could send me Esoteric Paternalism's ad or something like that, the reason why I don't want to do it through mod mail is because it'll be dude, I used to run the mod mail here, so it was like I know how long drawn out of a process that is, and like yeah, it's just easier for me to just get into a voice call with one of the guys that actually knows me here too. Do you see what I mean? And they won't mind.
You just needed perms for this account, or what?
Not for this account. I don't need any perms because I'm gonna, like I said, this is my friend's account. But I'm just gonna take your Addy. Just DM me your Addy because on this iPhone I can't even click on an account and find the ad and the hashtag with the 4 digits, bro. Like I can't even find that. It just comes up with the username.
Yeah, no
so
worries.
that's why I've had to ask.
I'll DM you and we'll talk.
Yeah. All right, dude. No worries. I've got to go to
Oh
rugby
my
right
God.
now, but we'll talk at some point soon. I'll leave you guys to it, all right? All right, Turquoise, stream. Yes, my brother. Yeah, bless you.
Thank God you're back, bro.
Thank God
I'm
you
glad
survived
you're
that
sort
car
of in this
crash.
server as well.
I've been in a few car crashes in America here, and luckily I didn't get too messed up, but it messed up my spine. I got whiplash a few times, but yeah,
I'll
thank
be
God you
honest.
survived, man.
I had the car crash, and then I was around for a bit, but I was on drugs, so I just sounded so terrible, so I left. But then I say car crash again now because some other form of a car crash happened, and that's a metaphor. And people that know me will probably understand that it's probably so much worse than a car crash, but I'll explain it to people later. But, you know, I didn't want to be doing this for too long and, taking up too much time. So I'm going to go. Wolfgang's probably got it, but any of you that, like I said, have the Addy and the 4 number for like Esoteric Paternalism or Copycat from this server, DM me their Addy as well. That would be awesome. I would really appreciate it.
I would have searched Indio or Mimus or Aurelius, but Wolfgang knows a lot much better these things than I do.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Well, now I've got Wolfgang here. It's all good. He already ended me here. So, all right. Peace, guys. I gotta go. All right.
Peace, Brock.
All right, man. Be safe, man.
God bless.
All right. Okay, be good. You know, I'll let your. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Going back to your fucking stream, I'm watching it, dude.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Perfect.
So
hold on. Calm down.
Before we start, I want to say one thing before we start.
Yes.
The camera lens that is being used from that GoPro is already showing curvature at the ground. It's an inverted curvature on that tree line. Yeah.
What do you mean curvature of what? This is like a regular camera, dude. Any camera.
No, it's not a regular camera. That's what I was gonna say, man. Come on.
All right, hold on. Let's just watch the video first.
What model GoPro is it? Okay, look, they're already showing curvature when they're not even supposed to show curvature. This
What
is
do you mean
a
show curvature? Are you talking about the horizon? What are you talking about? that
yeah, the horizon. So this
The horizon
video
literally
is
looks like a
saying
single line.
no. Listen. I'm addressing your argument. They're saying that it's going to go up to 100,005 feet, right? We're already seeing curvature at like 10 or 20k feet.
Dude, what feet? What? Okay. Listen. First of all,
All right, well,
this is
show
not
me
10
the
and 20,000
citations.
feet.
Where are they?
What do you mean? This is literally
The
what if you
lens.
say that your body was able to fly and you were able to literally look at the Earth from this exact angle, you would see the exact same thing. The horizon is
Not
always
true.
there. It always looks like that, exactly from this point of view. I don't know.
No, the horizon looks
Let's
like it's
continue
got a
watching
little
the video.
bend on it. Okay.
Hold on. Let's continue watching the video.
Oh, look at the
You see it
bend.
further.
Watch the fabricated curvature.
Oh,
Okay,
so
now
what's
it's
this? What would you
inverting.
consider? Hold on. What would you consider this black space right here?
Dude, the camera's so wonky, it's going from curve to flat to curve to flat. It's not consistent.
What are you talking about? Curve to flat.
Yeah, that's
Earth
what's
is
happening.
really big. It's not like a
Coil,
small ball.
let
It's
me give you
really,
some
really
advice.
big.
When it comes to
There you
these,
go.
the way you handle it is you get them to send you the video, you take the screenshot of the concave Earth, and then you show it to them, and you say, okay, so you're saying the Earth is concave. And they say, no, that's an effect of the lens. And then you say, okay,
Yeah, but Cyclone.
cool.
Yeah, but Cyclone, how would that make sense though? Because you just is it like the moment where you show the camera at an awkward angle or something, where it could look flat
Yeah,
to you
so
or
when the
something or
lens
concave?
bends, the horizon the wrong way from the way that you're trying to claim is what it's showing, it shows that bend is obviously due to lens distortion, right? So the lens distortion means that you cannot say, look, this is showing a curvature of the Earth, because it's just lens distortion.
So this is complete curvature. Okay, so this is. I think it's further than it was
videos
before.
are not
It
good
really does
evidence,
depend on.
right? We wouldn't use
Yeah.
high altitude imagery either because lens distortion.
Okay. I know you're gonna go on about lens distortion.
I
just
would
want
want
you
to
to
see.
watch this. Regardless of the lens, right? Let's pretend the lens doesn't whatever the lens is doing, whatever.
No,
right?
that's the
What
entire
do you
basis
consider
of
this?
your argument.
Hold on.
It's not just
What
the
would you
lens;
consider
it's
this?
the equipment.
I'm just trying to ask questions. about this.
All right.
What would
Ask
you
your
consider
question.
this black space right here? This black space.
I'm not watching the video.
You're not okay. The person that's watching the video, what would you consider this black space right here? What would you consider this?
The ionosphere? I don't know. One of those
There's
spheres.
black space around it. I mean, I don't see the container within the Earth. Or would you consider this
Yeah,
black space?
exactly.
There isn't black space
But
right here. I mean,
who said that the blue sky is actually the container?
oh, so the blue sky isn't the container. Okay, so where would the container be? Would it
Yeah,
be like
do
outside?
do you know
so
why?
there's some sort of outer
Listen,
space. We just don't know what exists. then.
stop. Do you know the reason why you see the blue sky from ground surface in daytime?
I don't see how that's relevant to me seeing black space.
Yes, it
outer.
is very relevant because you are invoking that you see a black space from high altitude. So
Yes,
from
what would you?
the
What do you?
ground,
I'm asking you. What do you? What is that?
Yeah, answer the question because I ask you this question.
Answer the question. What was it? What would you say it was?
Why do you see the sky blue when you look
Dude, we
from
can't
the
answer
ground?
questions with questions. Come on, dude. We can't be doing this every time, dude. I just want an answer to what you would say this black space is. What do you
Listen,
think it is?
I can tell you why you see the black space from high
Okay, what is it?
altitude and why you see the blue sky from ground surface.
Okay, what is the black
Because
space from high altitude?
in order to understand that, you have to understand why do you see the sky blue in daytime.
So you're telling me I can't understand the black space outside of Earth, which is my original question, if I don't
Asking,
understand the blue sky?
listen, when I heard you asking why do you see a black space when you are at high altitude, your question is already telling me that you don't know the reason why do you see the blue sky in daytime? Why the sky is blue?
Mhm.
So
That's not. You're
this is
basically
why
making
I
a
asked
call.
you.
You're making a straw man. You're misrepresenting my point. You're basically like saying
No,
because
it's
I
not
agree
a
with this
straw
means
man.
that there has to be
It's
something
not a
else.
straw man.
You're making an argument here. You're making myself. You're
No,
making an argument
no,
for me.
no,
That's not how it is. Get B.
no. This
My
is
question was very
actually
simple to you,
exactly
man.
the
Listen,
reason
listen. My
why you
question
need
was very
a
simple.
black
I won't
space
answer.
from
I won't
high
answer
altitude.
questions to you with
Don't
questions to you.
deflect. Don't deflect.
You're deflecting. That's exactly what you're doing. When someone asks you a question and you try to ask them questions about their question, I
Listen,
mean, you try to like
listen.
question them, and they're
You
questioning you. It's retarded.
invoked an erroneous logical fallacy.
What
Yeah,
was the logical fallacy?
because I was not strawmanning you.
You made an argument. You did something worse. You made an argument that you attacked yourself. You made an argument for me that I didn't make.
No, I'm not attacking myself. I'm attacking you because you don't know why
You
do
made
you
an argument.
see the black space from high altitude.
Yeah. Do you know
Well, it's
why? Do you
irrelevant.
know
It's
why?
irrelevant, really. It's irrelevant, really. I mean, your
It
claim was
is very
based on
irrelevant.
your claim was based on, look, we know the Earth's a ball because we can see the curve from high altitude. We've explained that that's
You're
the
saying it's
lens
the
effect.
lens.
So that's not curvature of the Earth.
Hold
So
on. You know what I just realized about this though?
what's the actual proof for Earth being a ball? If that's what you're
No,
trying to
no, no.
prove?
This is curvature. You just denied it. The only reason I said that
No,
I'm
no,
gonna
no,
move
because it's
past it.
got concave as well. You can see it concave as
Yeah,
well. So it's
Cyclone.
concave, is it?
Only Cyclone. The only reason I moved away from that point was because I wanted to ask him about the black space question, but because he's a flat earther, he doesn't
Right,
answer
yeah.
questions.
You asking a question about, like, what's that? The sky, right? That doesn't tell us anything about the Earth
You mean
being a
the
ball.
sky? You'd say that's inside Earth. The black space is inside Earth.
Inside Earth. No, the Earth is the ground beneath your feet, my friend.
Okay, so it's outside. Okay, so the thing is
space
also
above
doesn't
it would
this
be the
video?
sky. What's above the
Yeah,
Earth
Cyclone.
would be the sky, yeah?
Yeah,
So,
Cyclone. So what would you consider the? So this is we would say this is the sun, right? Because you guys say the sun moves within Earth or it's like moving, whatever. Do you see the sun
us
moving
guys
here, or is
say
it
the
kind
sun
of
moves.
there?
Wait a minute. Are you saying that you don't see the sun move?
No, I don't.
You don't see the sun move through
See
the
the
sky
sun.
every day.
I don't at all. What do you mean? Okay, let me
So
try
what,
to get a
does the
capture.
sun
Let
just
me
stand, does the sun just stand still in the sky to you?
Cyclone. In this video, we literally
No,
can see
no,
the sun
answer
standing
the
still.
question. I need to know
Yeah.
if you're actually existing in reality
Go
or
ahead.
not.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
so you
What
see
was the
the
question?
sun move in the sky east to west every day, don't you?
No, I don't. I
You
do
don't?
not. No.
So the sun just sits still in the sky?
Yes, the sun itself is always sitting still. You see how I can answer questions that you can't?
That's not true.
Right.
That's not
Right,
true.
okay, can
Me
I,
answer
let's
questions.
let's see
You
in
guys
the room.
deflect.
Let me just see in the room. Does everyone agree with this guy? We just see the sun sitting still in the sky all the time?
Yes.
Oh, it's not that we see it sitting still in the sky. The sun itself is sitting still. Now, does it appear to be going like down or below the horizon, which basically disproves flat Earth in itself? Why would the sun ever be below the horizon?
So now the sun is moving.
Oh, the sun isn't moving. The sun appears to be basically in different positions during the day.
So the sun
because we're
appears to be
rotating.
moving. So the sun appears to be
No,
moving.
I already said. Okay, so you're straw manning me on purpose here. You already know I'm not saying that the sun appears to be moving.
Oh,
The
no.
sun is
I
stationary.
asked you if the sun, I
literally
asked
can
you
see
if
the
you see the sun moving.
Yeah.
No. This is what happened. I asked you if you see the sun moving. You said no. I said, so the sun just sits still in the sky every day. You said yes. And I explained it another time, and you were like, well, the sun appears to be in one location and then another location. Yeah, you observe the sun to be moving.
But that's because we're rotating. What happens when you're rotating?
Right. Okay, so you do agree that you see the sun appears to move through the sky every day now, yeah?
No, I don't. Cyclone, I have never looked at the sun and saw it literally move.
So the sun just sits still in the sky every day.
Yes, the actual sun is sitting still. Now we are rotating, so the sun hits us at different angles. We are rotating. Even in this video, right, which is a high altitude balloon taken by civilians, the video right here, you can literally see the sun above the Earth, which means the sun is never within the Earth. This itself just proves that the Earth is literally rotating.
So when we're looking at the sun like that, does it appear to be moving?
No, the sun is
We
not
track
moving
it
right
throughout
here.
the day.
You see,
So if we do a
see how
time lapse
the
of
illusion.
the sun, so if we do a time lapse of the sun won't move.
No, the sun is not moving. You're simply rotating. You're doing a time lapse of the Earth rotating.
No, I'm just seeing the
Basic
sun
physics.
moving through the sky.
Sun is not moving through the sky. So if the sun is moving through the sky,
So the
Cyclone,
sun
then where is
isn't
the sun? Is
moving
it
east to
within the
west
Earth? Because
through the sky.
we've just proven that it's not. Well, the
So
sun can't be Cyclone.
so
We've
the
just
sun
proven that
isn't
the sun
moving
can't
east
be
to west.
moving within the sky.
So the
Cyclone,
sun
we
doesn't.
can
So
literally.
the sun doesn't appear to move east to west
Yeah,
through the
that's
sky.
why it's called
Cyclone. Oh, you're saying
sunrise
the.
and
Oh, wait. I heard a
sunset.
very important word. I heard a very important word that you just said. The sun doesn't appear to be moving. You said appear.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah,
started
that's
to
what
ask
you
you.
said.
That's why I asked you.
Okay.
I asked you, do you observe the
Okay.
sun to be moving through the sky every day?
So if you play a time lapse, does it appear to be moving? Yeah, you can say it appears to be moving, but it's not actually moving.
Right. Finally, was that difficult to accept what we observe in natural reality? Now,
No.
the next
I
point.
said it appears.
Now, the
Yeah, it
next
appears,
point
but it
of
can be
that.
completely.
The next
Yeah, it
point of
appears
that.
because we're spinning.
Your next. Yes, so we agree. You observe the sun moving through the sky every day. Your claim is
Incorrect,
not the
Cyclone.
sun
The
moving.
correct terminology
You
would be I
already agree.
appear to
You
see the
already
sun.
agree.
Yeah, the sun appears
You
to be.
already agreed that that's what you observe. Now you
No.
claim
Didn't agree
that the
with what you
reason
said.
you observe that. Now you claim that the reason you observe that is because the
Yes.
ground is moving. Yeah.
Earth is moving. Yes, you can try to manipulate terminologies all day you want.
Right.
The Earth
Right.
is
Yeah.
moving. Yes.
So that would be the ground beneath your feet. Correct.
Yes, and it can be proven by this
Yeah.
one picture.
Yeah.
Actually,
So you
so look at
observe
my
the
screen,
sun
Cyclone.
moving.
I know you love to talk and
I'm
ask
just
questions, but now
summarizing.
you're gonna have to
I'm
answer some
keeping this
questions here.
very clear. You don't need all the extra
Yes.
words. I'll keep it very clear. You agree you see the sun moving. You claim it's the ground
Oh.
moving. What is your evidence that it's the ground moving?
Cyclone. So when you sat here and said that, I forgot exactly what you said. You said
Bro,
that the
just answer
sun
the
appears to be
question.
moving. Yeah. So would the sun appear to be moving? Does it appear if you play a time lapse? Could you say this? So the sun looks like it's moving. You could say
Yeah,
that
the sun
it
looks like
looks
it's
like.
moving.
Just because something
You
looks like doesn't mean it is.
claim
In this,
that
hold on,
we
Cyclone.
observe
Hold
it
on, Cyclone.
moving
You want to cut me
because
off.
you're
You want to cut me off. You can't
Because
manipulate the
you're so
conversation
fucking
here.
long-winded. I've asked you a very simple question, and you're
You haven't
rambling
answered a single
around it.
question here, Cyclone.
You're
Cyclone,
rambling
buddy.
around
You
it.
haven't answered a
What is
single
your
question here.
evidence? What is
I'm
your
the one
evidence that
answering
the
questions.
ground
So
is
you have
the
to let me
thing
talk.
moving? Bro,
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a
In this
chance.
video, are you gonna let me talk? Keep
Not
No,
if you
we're
manipulating
don't
not
the
gonna
answer the
let you
question.
talk,
entire argument.
ranting.
Right. I'm just going to have to mute you until you answer the question, which was very direct. You agree you observe the sun moving. You claim it's because the ground is moving. Oh, this is funny. It's what is it? It's Matt Nuclear. No wonder. No wonder. I'm surprised he's
Oh,
actually not spazzed out that much just yet. So you say it's because the ground is moving. Okay, what is your proof that the ground is moving? Direct answer.
Yes, thank you for asking me that question. I was going to answer it before, although you don't answer any questions. So the proof that would be that the ground is moving, even in this high altitude balloon, right? Which we agreed that this video is real. You guys said that there was a fisheye lens or whatever. You can see that outside. Well, you can consider this inside the Earth's atmosphere, but you can see the sun. I don't know exactly right here. You can see that the sun pretty much up here, right? So the sun is not within the Earth. So how would you consider it moving? And
What the actual fuck? You were supposed to be answering the question. How do you know?
Yeah.
What is your proof that the ground is moving? Don't ask me a question. Present your proof.
So, that's actually ironic. You're asking me, you don't ask.
Wow.
he's spiraling.
I don't know who muted him there. I didn't mute him, but
He was just getting
someone
angry
else
at
will
you,
get
dude.
annoyed.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm going to have to give him one more chance because I was in the middle of asking him the question there. So don't spiral into fucking 100 words in 10 seconds and ending with a random question to me. How is the sun moving? You're claiming the ground is the thing moving, even though you're only observing the sun moving. What is your proof that it is the ground moving and not the sun moving as we observe? Be direct, or
Yes.
you'll just stay on mute.
Yes. So Bowie, just to answer your question, right? You said, why do we see the ground? Why do we appear to say that the ground is moving and not the sun? Is because of
What is your
exactly
proof
what
that
I'm
the ground
explaining.
is moving?
In this video, I don't know if you're watching the video, but this is going to be more explanatory to you, that you can see the sun above the Earth, or you can say that it's above the Earth, really. There's no really up and down in space, we'd say, but
You're
you can
saying
see
the ground is moving. Why are you talking about high altitude footage? You need to be telling us who's measured the ground to be moving.
No, what do you mean? This video literally shows the Earth at about 105,000 feet up the sky. So the sun is not within Earth, which means the Earth would have to be rotating to get sunlight.
What the fuck? No, that's just you restating your claim. What is your proof that the Earth is rotating?
Yeah, the proof that the
Who
Earth is
measured that?
rotating. Oh, so you want to talk about measurements now? I mean, I'm talking
Who
about my
measured
video.
the ground? The ground moving. Remember, you said the ground is the thing moving. Who measured that?
Yeah, Earth is spinning on its axis. Yes.
That's the claim. Who measured that?
Oh, so you want measurements now? You don't want me to tell you why I think the Earth is moving?
That's why I
You
asked
want
you from
measurement?
the very beginning. So, have you got it or not?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, because it makes no sense here. In this video, it literally shows
Okay,
a
so
spherical Earth.
who was it that measured it? What was their method?
Oh, so you want me to find you a measurement? Then just say that. I'll find you a measurement.
I think
Why
you're
didn't they
arguing
find it?
with
This is what you're
Conqueror.
arguing. You're supposed to already have this. If you're arguing
you
for
asked
this,
two different
and then I
things.
ask you what's
Cyclone,
your
you asked
proof,
two
and
different
then no, I said, yeah, what's your proof that the ground is the thing moving, i.e., who's measured that the ground is moving? And you say, yes, that's exactly what's happening. And then I ask for your evidence, you go, oh, you want evidence for that? I'll go and check. If you don't know it, why are you even claiming it in the first place? You can just sit on mute, Matt Nuclear.
Hey, Bowie, Bowman, your mic is hot micing, just so you know.
No shit.
If someone else wants to step in for this guy and present
Yes.
the proof that the
Okay,
ground
I'm
is
back because I originally engaged with him. I'm on his stream. What I'm saying, we were talking about the equipment that's being used.
He's already abandoned that. It's explained in 2 minutes, right? The fisheye lens is not sufficient proof that the Earth is a ball. So he's on proving that the ground
back,
is in motion.
Conqueror. On the video, go back to the beginning of the video, Conqueror.
Cyclone, I'm curious. Have you tried to ask him what's his opinion on what Neil deGrasse Tyson has to say in
Yeah, it's
regards to the
it's
Red
an
Bull
oblate
jump?
spheroid.
No, in regards to the Red Bull high balloon jump.
Well, if we go into the chat, because we've been in the chat, the Flat Earth chat, we were talking about localization. So the Conqueror's claim on that video, if you look at where he paused the video, he's claiming that the sun is in outer space when there's sunspots on the ground, proving maybe localization. And then also the equipment that's being used is not consistent. If you go through the video, if you push play, it looks like it's a horizon flat, then it looks like it's a curve. So there's no consistency in your video. That was what I've said from the beginning of the video. The beginning of the video, there was showing curvature on the horizon. Go back, Conqueror. Go back to the beginning of the video. I'm watching your stream.
So it was some really real amateurs doing this.
Yeah, so that's what it says. GoPro high altitude weather balloon. Okay. So what kind of weather balloon are you using and what is it doing? No. Don't run away, Conqueror.
Yeah, I want to say
Go
that
back to the beginning of the video, please. Please. I'm begging you. Go back to the beginning of the video. Of that video.
when you make a video with a camera, if you want your video to be legit, you have to provide your camera technical details.
Okay, go. Yes, exactly. Like GoPro, that's fine. I don't have a problem with GoPro. But when they say high altitude weather balloon, like, is this a peer reviewed weather balloon that we can prove is like accurate? It sounds
Well,
like
guys, he's muted anyway, and I think we're kind of done with that video. So, if he thinks he finds the measurement for motion of the Earth, which is the thing he's actually claiming, he can post it in the text chat, and then if it's actually not ridiculous, he can be unmuted to discuss it. But until then, you'll just sit on mute.
Yeah, I agree with your decision, Cyclone.
Yeah, the burden of proof is on you. And you're going to say it's on flat earthers, but the reality is show us your evidence and show us.
You guys know what
know.
a Foucault pendulum is?
Yeah, pendulum? Yeah.
No,
Pendulum?
Yeah.
the Foucault
Well, he's
pendulum.
Well,
Specifically,
why don't you tell us about it and tell us how it proves that the Earth's spinning?
Excuse me, I am a little sick, so bear with me. um, basically, it's a theory that if you were to place a pendulum on either pole of the Earth, and actually anywhere except for zero, like at the equator on the Earth.
All right.
If you
All
place,
right.
if you place
But
the
already though, just to stop you very quickly, are you saying that someone's gone to both a North and a South Pole and performed a Foucault's pendulum?
No, I haven't claimed that. So why are you saying I did?
Okay, well, because you said that's when you get someone to go to the North Pole and then the
I
South
said it was
Pole and
a.
do
I said
something.
it was a theory. I'm just trying to explain.
Okay,
why
so
you
it's not.
silence.
So this is just a theory. This isn't like something that's proven or
No,
done.
it's fact. They have one in Prague, Montreal, Vancouver, Albuquerque, Dakar, Quito,
Not the
Arica,
poles?
and Salvador.
Right, but you made a claim about the poles.
No, I didn't.
That was what you started with. So
I'm
you
using
take
the
this to the North
poles to
Pole,
serve it as
South
example.
Pole. Right, how can you do that if they're not doing it there?
Because I'm starting with the most basic concept of this mathematic equation, and then I'm going to move to the more advanced
Right,
section.
but if your mathematical equation requires you to be at the poles, and you're just
It
saying
doesn't
they're not
require you to be
actually
at the
doing
poles. That's the
that.
beauty of it.
So why did you say the poles in the beginning?
Because I'm starting at the really, really basic explanation, so you can follow along.
No, but that's not an explanation if it's never been done.
It is. Oh my god, dude. So dishonest. Stop being like so bad.
What do you
faith about
mean?
this.
What do you mean? That's like me
You didn't
saying,
even let me
all
get
right,
like
I've got
two,
this
you didn't even let me get
experiment.
a full sentence out, and you're already
Yeah,
interrupting and
because
like
you
making.
immediately went to something which you just confirmed
I didn't
hadn't
claim
actually been done.
anything. I'm explaining the science and the
You
math
said,
behind it.
you immediately said, you do this on the North and the South Pole, and I said, has someone done that? And you said no.
Okay, fine. You do it in the places that they currently have Foucault pendulums. Alright? And if you take this pendulum and let it spin, eventually the pendulum's going to look like it's doing a full rotation.
When you say let it spin, do you mean you start it? Or it
Huh?
starts by itself? When
It
you say
doesn't
let
start
it
by
spin,
You need energy to start a pendulum.
right, so you swing a pendulum,
Uh-huh.
and then what?
Let's say hypothetically you place sticks that are pointing straight up in a circle around this pendulum. Eventually it'll go through and hit all of those sticks. As
Because
if
you
it's
swung a
rotating.
pendulum. Right, so when you swing a pendulum, it rotates. Fine. Now what?
That's proving the Earth is rotating.
How would it do that?
Because if you swing a pendulum that's only looking north and only looking one direction, then the only explanation for the stuff below it slowly getting hit is the Earth, the ground, rotating.
No, you're just saying you're swinging a pendulum.
Oh my god.
Is this like pendulum day? I swear to God, just a couple, like an hour ago, it was like pendulum, 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 pendulum.
So are you saying that the Earth is spinning beneath the pendulum, like separately to it?
Oh, hold on.
So, like, the pendulum is swinging separately from the ground that's spinning
Essentially,
beneath
yes.
it.
If the pendulum is swinging in a set direction, then the only explanation for the witnessed rotation of the pendulum is the ground moving.
So the ground
No.
moves separately from the pendulum, is what you're claiming.
No, because you can do time lapses and you can see that the sky is actually moving on the North Star and Polaris.
Well,
Oh,
hold on. No, we're speaking about the pendulum.
You want to talk
Right.
about the rotating skies and the
So the
stars?
pendulum spins over the Earth separately from it. So there's a deflection. Is kind of what you're saying from the spin of the Earth.
What?
You swing the pendulum, and it's spinning at a different motion from the spin of the Earth, which is what tells you that the Earth is spinning. Is that what you're saying?
Essentially, yeah.
Right. So if the Earth spins beneath a pendulum, does the Earth spin beneath a helicopter, a plane, anything
Yes.
else separate? Right.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So we must have dramatically different flight times from east to west then, from west to east.
No, not because of the airstreams. And actually, somewhat you do.
So the Earth is spinning
They're not
at what
drastically
speed?
different, but there's a few hours difference.
So the Earth is spinning at what speed?
About 1,000 miles per hour.
In one direction. So in
Yeah.
one direction, the planes are trying to catch up to 1,000-mile-an-hour spin, and in the other direction, they've got a 1,000-mile-an-hour spin coming towards them. Is
I
what
mean,
you're
not
saying?
necessarily. Dude, there's fucking relative speed. They were going 1,000 miles per hour to begin with.
What's the top speed of an airplane?
600 miles per hour. Well, actually, no, that's not true. They can go faster than that.
Like 600 or 700 miles per hour.
Okay. So how's it going at 1,000 miles an hour?
Relative speed, homie.
Relative
if I'm
to
standing
what?
on the back of if I'm standing on the back of a truck and it starts going 30 miles per hour, it's going 30 miles. I'm going 30 miles per hour too.
Yeah, not 1,000 miles an hour.
If I start running forward,
Yeah,
that
so if
speed
there's
is
something
separate
traveling
than
at
the truck.
1,000 miles an hour in front
I'm
of
still
you,
keeping up with the
then
truck
you're
on
not
top
keeping
of
up
it.
with it at 30 mile an hour.
Or if I jump inside a bus, for example, where it's enclosed, I will move with the bus.
So the Earth is the one direction they've got 1,000 miles an hour going away from them. The other direction they've got 1,000 miles an hour coming towards them. That would result in dramatically different flight times. Which we don't observe, by the way. I don't know if you've realized this. Also, if
it's
you
all
hover up
relative
in a
speed, dude.
helicopter, you can't just hover up in a helicopter and wait for the ground to move beneath you so that you can get to a different location. So your whole claim that the Earth is rotating separately to these things off the ground is debunked.
No, because they have like several of these pendulums around the Earth right now that are all doing the same thing.
So why is it not rotating underneath a helicopter that's hovering?
There's multiple different factors to fucking take into account for that. I mean, you're talking
Right,
about.
so why is it not?
I mean, you're talking about the wind. You're talking about, I don't know, fucking fuel. You can't just stay up there forever.
Right, but the ground's supposed to be moving at like 1,000 miles an hour beneath me when I've hovered off of it.
You're traveling at 1,000 miles per hour too. It's relative speed. Just
All
because
right,
you
so
go
it's
up a little
locked
bit
to
doesn't
the
mean you're
Earth.
not
So it
moving
doesn't.
along with
So the
Earth as
ground.
well.
So the ground doesn't deflect beneath it. Then we're stuck to it like Velcro.
No, because we can obviously go up in planes.
So which is it? I'm not going to be in the same place.
Dude, I don't need to explain relative speed to you. It's a pretty
Yeah,
simple
because you just said you're traveling 1,000 miles an hour with it. So what
Yeah,
are
you're
we
traveling the
traveling
same speed as the Earth.
Right, so we're locked to it. The Earth isn't going to be spinning beneath us.
If you take a fucking gyros, like a, hold on.
We're talking about a helicopter, bro. We're hovering in the helicopter.
You know what a
I'm looking
gyroscope
down.
is?
Yeah,
I'm looking
yeah, I
down
know what
from
a
the
gyroscope.
helicopter. I'm looking down from the helicopter, and the ground isn't spinning away from me. So how's it spinning away from the pendulum?
Do you know who invented the gyroscope
Let
or
him
patented
answer,
it?
Coil. No, Coil. Let him answer. It's not spinning away from me underneath the helicopter. Why are you saying it's spinning away underneath the pendulum? Anyway, I've got to go on mute. Someone else pick this up. I want an answer to that.
That was a really good question. I can't answer it. Not because I can't, but yes, that is a very good question. Would you say spinning below the?
Yeah, or like a hot air balloon.
Okay.
So we got this idea: the hot air balloon's up in the air, so it'd be virtually be a pendulum that isn't connected to some sort of hardware, but yet somehow it's not. The Earth is staying stationary; it's locked step with the Earth. But then, if you fire a bullet from a hot air balloon, then suddenly that bullet is affected by Coriolis again. So it's like Coriolis on, Coriolis off.
Hunker, are you there?
Hey, give me a second.
I mean, the real answer is that helicopters and pendulums aren't the same. In order to keep a helicopter in the same place, similar to the pendulum, because I remind you, the pendulum is facing the same direction and spinning in the same pattern every time, right? In order for a helicopter flying in the air, you'd have to take into account air resistance, the conservation of momentum, because you were moving at the same speed as the Earth to begin with. And you still
Does the
are
pendulum
technically
move
because
by
of the air.
itself?
What was that?
Oh, does the Foucault pendulum move by itself?
No, it's not moving at all. It always faces one direction.
So pendulums typically move like all the time, but they're not
Yeah,
moving.
it's swinging back and forth.
Okay.
Okay? In the same direction. It just goes north to south, or whatever direction that they use. Sometimes they use 47 degrees, or I guess not 47 degrees, but that's the... Excuse me.
I want to hear a rebuttal to this. Please help me, somebody.
What?
I mean, not only do high altitude balloons prove curvature, I mean, can we please explain flight paths as well? Like, 2 flights prove the Earth isn't flat. Or a plane. Or a disk. Would you agree with that, though? Would you agree that the Earth can either be only a plane or a disk? Can't be anything else?
It's leaning more towards a plane than it is a disc.
Okay. The disk, you would agree, is kind of more like what the AE, azimuthal equidistant projection of the globe. You'd say the disk is more like.
Well, if you want to get into flight paths over the Arctic, like they don't have direct flight paths over the Arctic.
I'm saying, I mean, California to South Korea and Santiago to Sydney. Could you explain that? 2 of those flights on one flat Earth map.
Yeah, Google it.
Google it.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's fine.
that's such a great answer.
Google says it's done on the globe. So
No,
I mean,
Google also says that it can be done on a flat Earth. Oh, I'm sorry, obvious. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying there isn't a flat Earth map. So
That's true.
Well, we have
No
some flat maps that we could try to say is, you know. Okay, let me.
yeah, but planes
pull
are
this
not
one.
measuring devices, and we can't verify the accuracy of any map.
You can verify the accuracy of maps, and we can distinguish
All
whether or not
right.
they
When was the
work.
last time you surveyed the entire Earth?
You guys realize when airplanes fly, there isn't like some rolling meter that counts the paces that an airplane goes. It's subject to all kinds of forces, especially wind drift.
Yeah, or like turbulence or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, so how do you propose you validate how far the plane actually goes when it's over the open ocean and there are no landmarks or anything else around?
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Yeah, my question exactly as it stands.
What's your question?
How do you verify how much territory a plane covers when it's flying up high and out over the open ocean with no landmarks or any reference points?
Because we can measure that. We can keep track of that.
Great. Go ahead and explain how. Go and explain how you verify it.
How we verify what? The distance planes travel?
Yeah.
Yeah, take all the variables into account before you get that measurement.
They're usually verified and monitored through a combination of like navigational systems, like air traffic control and various technologies. I mean, air traffic control literally has to verify how far the plane is from its location.
Well, I'm talking about over the
GPS
open
is also a
ocean.
way. Flight management system. I mean, that's literally done over the open ocean as well. What are you talking
Air
about? You think it's
traffic
not done over
control
the
does
open ocean?
not
Yeah, so how do you
monitor
verify
all
these systems?
flights in all flight corridors.
air traffic
They only
control
monitor
totally
locally.
monitors.
They only monitor in a
Does it not
local radius when a plane comes into their jurisdiction. We could say.
Yeah, that's right. So,
they're not
your excuse is a retreat to the black
every
box that you
single
don't
plane
understand.
going over the Atlantic or the Indian Ocean or whatever.
Yeah, it makes it seem like in Matt's worldview here that planes can never disappear because they tracked it from the moment it took off to the moment it hit the ground. Always, every single plane is always the exact location is always known. And then this is what I'm saying. Google the amount of planes that have been lost, and then square that inside your worldview that you think someone on the ground is always tracking every single aircraft. None of them are like not being tracked. They're every single aircraft, second by second, millisecond by millisecond update, and then square that with how do planes disappear?
And we know it's not too, Crit. You can go on Flight Tracker and you can watch planes primarily in the southern, what you would term the southern hemisphere regions. They go off GPS. They disappear when they go over the ocean. And then they come back onto GPS or tracking when they're a few hundred miles off the coast of wherever their destination is,
Yeah, it's really, that's it. I mean, they think that somehow something goes up in the air, therefore the Earth is curved in the ball. Yeah, that you got a problem now because Flight Pass and these computers and stuff use a flat stationary world for navigation.
Yeah, so when people say, well, we validate it with the software. Well, what's in the software? If you're appealing to the unknown black box that sits in an airplane, then you don't have any validation. Because those are sealed devices. I mean, all this aeronautical technology is proprietary and stuff too, and I'm sure a lot of it has to get government approved. We already know that there's like an ADIRA unit that controls the calibration of the gyroscopes.
What's up, you guys? What's going on? What did they miss?
Yeah, here's the other thing too that's a problem that they have is they tell you they use a flat stationary model to simplify the math. Because if they make it too complex, then there'll be these problems with factors and rounding errors and whatnot.
Well, just go look at them design documentations, from NASA and co. They assume the Earth is a flat stationary plane.
Yeah, there was
assume in quotes, of course.
I'm trying to think who the lady used to come around, and her husband was an air traffic controller. And she used to argue, I guess off mic, they would argue about the Earth being flat or not. And eventually he came in and he said, like, hey, you guys are talking to my wife and you're debating. I'm trying to see, I want to talk to you guys directly instead of through her. And at the end, he's like, yeah, I mean, you make assumptions. You make assumptions for the Earth. You're not going to account for curve or rotation because the plane is inside that reference frame. It's not like the plane is leaving the atmosphere like it would in some sort of satellite or something. Because a plane is moving lockstep with the Earth, and you'd simplify the math. I mean, there might be some deviation where he said like a plane is flying kind of like an oblique angle, but its movement is one direction. So the people think like, well, the nose of the plane is its heading. Well, not always. Sometimes the nose is tilted slightly to the left or the right.
Oh, yeah. If there's crosswinds and such. You can see this on landing. You can see planes coming in at you could say like a 10-degree angle left or right. They're compensating for the crosswind.
Yeah,
and then they straighten up right before their wheels touch the ground, basically.
Yeah, the globals would call that accounting for the curve of the Earth. And it's like, no, that's incorrect.
No, accounting for the curve of the Earth looks like dipping the nose to follow the curve round at a rate of 2,700 feet per minute or something.
I mean, I did the news today. There wasn't anything that's really. I mean, the biggest thing in the news is right now is Biden declares war on Syria and Iraq. So we're back in Iraq again. For the third time in, there's a couple decades.
That's so insane. And many of us know people who died in that stuff the first two go-rounds.
I'm trying to think what's got the global... normally, like launch days or launch failures. really get the globalists all upset, and they come in here and they talk about flat Earth, how much they hate flat Earthers. But I'm not seeing anything spectacular happen today, and there wasn't anything really that. That's why I posted a kind of a throwaway news article today about plants can talk.
Plants can certainly talk better than globers.
The biggest thing today, and so far the whole week, is that this repeating article about the moon is shrinking.
You gotta keep that lore going,
Yeah.
Drip feeding it, justifying there. What's NASA getting paid today now?
More than you think, God.
Spoken like a proper idiot.
Nah, I just support our government agencies that are actually forwarding.
Of course you do. Even though you have irrelevant every shred of evidence to demonstrate, you should not put your faith in any government agencies.
It's not true at all.
Oh, is it not?
Oh, really? Are you on the
Never lied to
payroll,
me,
or are you doing it for free, dude? Because if you're doing it for free, you're a useful fucking idiot. Sorry for the language.
For free?
Yeah, well, how about NASA's SWAT team? Do you support them?
NASA's SWAT teams? Bro.
Hold on.
Right now.
This will be good. So you think that NASA doesn't have a SWAT team?
They might have a law enforcement team just like every other agency of the fucking government. For example, the Department of Homeland Security has ICE and CBP.
Yeah, that's the executive branch. What part of the government is NASA?
I don't know that off the fucking top of my head.
That's a really good question.
Pretty sure.
I think they use MIP money in addition to GDIP money, which is earmarked by Congress for Department of Defense, military and general defense.
That sounds about right.
See, you don't even know what's going on there. Here, not only does NASA have a SWAT team, but for 10 years in a row, they've won the national competition for being the best SWAT team. Here's the article here about how great their stormtroopers are.
Who are they stormtrooping? The flat earthers? Because I'm anti-NASA, but I'm small time. So who are they? Who are they?
They have to protect their launch facilities, their research and development facilities. You can't go in any of these places without a top secret and above clearance.
Oh yeah, what's interesting about that is a few years ago, I think in 2018, they shut down all the fucking observatories. So they found all this fucking messed up stuff on their observatories. So maybe that was the NASA SWAT team doing all that.
So they also protect SpaceX.
2020.
Okay, here's a shtick. They didn't win all 10 years. I was a little bit off on that. They won the top space the majority of the time, but they've always finished top 10 for 37 years. So I got a little bit wrong. For 37 years, they've always been top 10 SWAT teams nationwide and worldwide. And they've won first place a lot of it. They're basically like the 49ers of stormtroopers.
Yeah, who are they swatting, though?
It's mainly because of the tech that they have to handle every day, homie. They have to defend that tech somehow.
Oh, what tech? The tech that they lost? The tech they lost?
No, shit like fucking plutonium and shit like that.
Oh,
plutonium.
Come
on.
Just talking the upper stage stuff, the upper stage of deployments that nobody's allowed to see.
No, I'm just talking about the fact that they transmit hazardous materials that people would be interested in.
So if you want to work for NASA, you can get a job. Here, be a police officer, hand out parking tickets and guard the gate. And
they're protecting powdered helium.
The majority of cases that the NASA brings to federal court are drug interdictions. These are people who tried to get through the gate with marijuana or maybe a roach in their ashtray. Okay. And then the bomb sniffing drug dogs detected an odor, and then the NASA searches it, finds it, and then detains you, and then you get a ticket. You get charged with a federal crime because that's a federal police agency.
Okay.
Yeah, hey, Goddard Space Flight Center is about a 10-minute drive south of Baltimore, and they have issues with gangsters stealing catalytic converters off cars in NASA facilities that are already protected
This
in
is
NASA
one that
parking lots.
this is like a couple years ago. I talked to this globalist about why. A lot of times the globalists are upset. They're upset not because of flat Earth, because they're hearing something else. They hear you sort of like taking away their dream of somehow going to space. So after I'm talking to this guy and he finally melts down, he's like, I just have a bucket list. I want to watch a space launch on weed. I go, dude, there's like 7 gates you have to get through, security gates, before you get to that 1 mile mark, like or 2 miles, whatever. It's quite a distance away. You know, the closest people who get there, like on the other side of like water and shit too. Like you are not going to get anywhere near the launch. And even then, if you think you're going to light up a doobie on federal property, dude, they'll throw the handcuffs on you quicker than you can say puff puff pass. Okay, they've got people inside the crowd who are pretending to be the crowd who are actually like looking for terroristic threats. Everyone in that crowd is 100% monitored from the moment they hit the gate to the moment they set up their tent or their.
I mean, that's pretty much every federal site ever, homie.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what I'm talking about. So this is the type of overreach and executive power you support.
Overreach?
Yeah.
Defending a federal site that's top secret?
Yeah, that's no. Listen, this is what I was trying to say, Crit. In my mind, I don't know if this is true. If I'm a flat earther, right, and I have a peer-reviewed study that's going to prove this, and I have all these calculations and declassified government documents, and I'm at my house, right, and then I'm like, okay, I'm going to sue NASA or I'm going to do something like that. Wouldn't the SWAT team just come in and like seize all my shit and fuck me over at that point?
No, show us one case of that happening.
It happened to the president when he didn't, or the former president. They didn't have anything against him. They raided his house. That's one example.
NASA raided his house?
Yeah, the Mar-a-Lago, whatever.
That wasn't.
Okay, so I'm saying it could happen.
That wasn't why they raided their house. Stop being so disingenuous.
Well, he didn't get charged with anything.
No, we're trying to figure out here is how Bowman is able to separate the executive branch from the executive branch. How did you do that? What did you do to NASA to remove it from the executive branch of the executive branch?
What are you talking? NASA's.
Okay, what did you do to NASA to take it out of the executive branch?
What do you mean?
Okay, so NASA is part of the executive branch. Now, what did you do when Coyle says the executive branch raided someone's private residence to find top secret documents? How did you remove executive branch from executive branch because NASA?
NASA's its own.
Okay, try again. How did you remove the executive branch from the executive branch? What did you do?
Its own agency.
No, it's not. It's an executive branch agency.
No, it's not. It's its own agency.
No, it's executive.
Dude, you
oversees it.
Dude, this is a disqualified, man. If someone would fail 5th grade civics, why the fuck are they even in this conversation? Like somehow, like he doesn't understand. There's 3 branches of government. Everything government does, it falls under one of the 3 branches. It's checks and balances. And
the entire national security program exists at the behest of the president, including all the classification standards and everything. And he can, or she can, single-handedly wave away and declassify anything on the spot retroactively and into the future.
This is the best part. Like he thinks in his worldview, if this is best proof I can think of for the Earth being flat. If globe, you have the executive, the legislative, and judicial, and NASA, 4 branches of government. If flat Earth, you've got 3 branches of government. Just NASA is part of the executive branch. See, this is so. I mean, just how much evidence, how much proof would it take to teach this guy just that one fact? Just one fact. How much effort? How many citations? How long would it take to get him just to understand there are 3 branches of government? Like how? Like what do you guys want to do? Should I try? Do you want to see a fool's errand? Like over under? You think 30 minutes, 45 minutes? How long would it take? Like how many citations? 10 citations, 15 citations. You actually hear NASA employees, like what you go to nasa.gov. Is this good enough for you? Is a government website .gov? Is that enough? No, it's not enough. Okay, next step. They have a police department. The executive branch is in charge of policing. Is that enough? No, it's not enough. Okay, here is us.gov. They talk about government, what government does. They spent like $30 million set up this website to speak to your education level. Right here, under executive branch, it lists all the components of the executive branch. They're right there, independent agencies, NASA. Is that enough? No, that's still not enough. Like, holy fuck. Okay, what next? What's the next thing? How much proof do you need? Because all these things failed. Can you call them? Will you call them up and say, what branch of government do you belong to? They tell you executive branch. Is that enough? No, that's still not enough. It's still not enough. It's like they've made this completely imaginary world where things are not what they are.
If a Glober tells them it.
I don't think they would take that.
And it's wrong.
I don't even sure they would take. If you get Matthew Learns in here, here's a college professor. Matthew, what part of the government does NASA belong to? And Matthew's like, oh, well, Crit, you've asked me this before. Yeah, executive branch. Can you teach that? Are you able to teach that to this globalist who believes NASA is not part of the executive branch? And Matthew would be like, probably not. And I'm like, well, shit, then why am I trying? If you got some guy who thinks globe, a college professor, comes here to talk to us, if he can't even articulate how to explain what government is and what government does, what chance does anyone have at that point?
Well, let's check in on him.
No, he's good. He's not even paying attention. He said, I'm not listening. He doesn't care.
Oh, he just zoned out 5 seconds ago. He heard everything else you said. So
yeah, he heard a flat earther flat-splaining him, so he tuned us out.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem, too, is not so much that he wasn't listening or paying attention. He was just cackling. Like, you're sitting there telling him straight facts about the government.
Mute him, man. He's gonna agree with you. Promise you.
No, I'm good.
Go ahead.
If you want to talk,
let's see if he can learn. Let's see.
Well, no, maybe like pull him aside. Have you guys go talk.
2 clicks. One for unmute. One for remute.
Yeah, or we can just move on.
All right, man. Up to you.
We got another topic.
So you're trying to say the Earth is round, or you're trying to say it's flat?
Well, okay. Well, I'll parse out the word round and flat. What do you think those are? Are those adjectives or nouns?
I mean, I don't know. I'm asking. Look, I just got 2 simple questions. You can answer, you just answer it, bro. Do you think it's round or do you think it's flat?
Okay, hold on here. Okay, pump the brakes. Let's go step by step. Okay. When you say round, do you see round?
Let's say a sphere. Let's say a sphere. There you go. Do you think Earth is a sphere, or do you think it's flat?
Here, it's not. It's definitely not a sphere.
So what makes you say that?
Because it would be impossible for it to be a sphere. That's what Copernicus said originally. In Copernicus's model, he said all the planets, so six planets, mind you. He said there's only 6 planets, and right outside the 6th planet, Saturn, there was a glass dome that he called the firmament, or glass sphere. He said he knows that God made it because spheres don't exist in reality. In the real world, you can't get a perfect sphere. It's impossible for a perfect sphere to exist. Therefore, only God, the supernatural being, could create a perfect sphere. And Earth is a perfect sphere, therefore created by God. That right there tells you that he's wrong. And the current models depict the Earth as not a sphere, as an oblate paroid, a perf, or a perf, depending on where you put the P there. Where do you call it like Earth, E-A-R-T-H? You put P, perth. It's a pear-shaped paroid. So no, that's not a sphere.
It's pear-shaped. All right. So what about the sun? What do you think the sun is? Do you think the sun is?
I'd say the sun is not the Earth.
No,
if I were to, yeah, if I would say,
do you think it's a sphere or do you think it's flat?
I would say the sun is not the Earth. So I'm talking about flat Earth. the sun is not that. The sun is not the Earth. Those are two separate things.
Let's say about Mars or the moon. What do you think?
Yeah, those are both not the Earth either.
But do you think they're also round, or you think they're
not the Earth?
What does that mean?
That if you were talking about the Earth and someone said, "Hey, look at the moon," that would be not looking at the Earth. That'd be the moon.
No, I know, I get that, but I'm saying, do you think those are round or not round? But do you think those are spheres, or do you think they're also kind of like how the Earth is?
So when you walk down the grocery store, like, produce
I mean, because I'm just
do you
saying,
think you're a vegetable?
No, I'm saying this. I'm just saying because considering what you're saying, right? If you don't think Earth was or it is perfect or is not or whatever the fuck, do you think that the moon was perfect or its shape is perfect or is not? Do you think the same thing about all these other planets, as in Mars, Venus?
Yeah, that's a good question. So if Mars and Venus and the moon and everything is a perfect sphere, why is Earth a pear? Why would Earth be the only thing that's a pear?
I'm asking you. I just want to know. I just want to know what you're thinking. Honestly, I don't give a fuck. Don't worry about
I would say I describe the surface of the Earth as flat.
Surface of the Earth is flat.
Yeah, if I'm to look at the surface of the Earth, I would call that flat. I would use an adjective called flat and describe it as flat.
So do you think it's flat with a dome? Or
yeah, I'm not sure. I just know the surface is flat. I don't know what's going up. Yeah, I'm not going to make any claims to the sky because I know the sky is not the surface. The surface and the sky are two separate things.
Okay, I see that. All right. Yeah, I just wanted to know because I'm like, shit. I'm like, we could both look up in the sky. You could tell the sky is fucking, like, you could tell there's a, you know what I'm saying? You could tell it's very round.
You can see a curve in the sky. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Well, look at the horizon. That's the argument. You can use modern technology that's mathematics, like a level or measuring tape, and that is the argument. That you can use modern tools that have been around for hundreds of years, and it shows that the Earth itself is flat. We're not. If you want to get into, the stars above and all that stuff, like that's a whole other thing. But even then, they have ancient technology that has proven that it coincides with the Earth being flat or level.
So I think it's with the math that we currently have or anything like that, you think we can find a way to prove that the Earth is flat or a sphere? Like,
see, you're back to is flat.
Or so not flat. I don't know what y'all call it. I don't know what you would call it. I just know this chat says flat Earth, so I just immediately think that everybody assumes.
How about this? Can you show me what a flat is?
I don't know. Put your hand horizontally. There you go. That's flat.
Okay, so it's not an object; it's an adjective. You're describing something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if I say if flat Earth, do you hear adjective noun, or do you hear noun?
Adjective noun?
Yeah, that would be right because a noun would be fucking ridiculous, wouldn't it be?
So what would y'all call it? What do y'all call it?
Adjective?
No, but I'm saying what would you call it? Like what you perceive the Earth as?
Flat. I perceive it as flat and stationary.
I call it a motionless topographical plane, but
that's a good too. Motionless, stationary, topographical plane, flat. So you can expand it out. It's just easier to say flat Earth instead of this, post a picture. Like, here, I'll let me grab something for you real quick. All right, do you have access to the chat, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let me grab something for you real quick. And
take a look at flat, wouldn't we be able to feel the rotational spin a lot more or some shit? Like, wouldn't we be able to, like, notice it?
It's not in motion.
Yeah, it's stationary.
What do you mean? Y'all think the Earth is stationary? Like it's not moving or anything?
How do you experience the Earth when you live on it all your life?
Yeah,
I feel like you can somewhat. No, I'm not gonna say you can feel it, but there are some people out there that can feel it.
When was the last time you felt the rotation? Well, the claimed rotation.
I don't know. I feel like whenever I was on shrooms.
Here's the question, the $1 million question, Lucky, is if it is spinning as a globe through the galaxy at whatever million miles per hour, whatever it is, wouldn't you feel dizzy? Why don't you feel
No,
dizzy?
because I think it's because I forgot where the fuck they explain it, but it was like some stupid shit with the gravitational pull and all the other stuff.
Oh, so we're gonna get into the vacuum, the time-space vacuum. Like we're gonna get into that.
Go ahead, the other guy. He can explain it.
Yeah, no. So he said something about like when you feel dizzy or whatever, because the Earth is moving 1,000 miles per hour. They say, right?
Mhm.
So would you say that you feel dizzy on a plane? Because the planes move about 600 to 700 miles an hour, and
No,
people
you're
sleep
straw
on
man in
planes.
your own model, Conquer. Get it right.
I'm not straw manning anything.
Yeah, you are. The
I'm
Earth
saying,
is rotating
when you
at
feel a little
1,000 miles
dizzy,
per hour. There's other vectors of motion.
Here, let me get this quote up from Dr. John D. Or not John D.
I
Sorry,
feel like
hold on
it
a second.
depends on. All right, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, talk. It's gonna take me a second to find the quote.
Yeah, because I'm like, I mean, it depends. 'Cause I mean, in the plane, you kind of could feel it going fast. I'm not gonna say you could feel it going like fucking zoom.
feel
but
somewhat, but you're not feeling dizzy.
Yeah, but like if I go hop on a roller coaster, I could feel that shit moving all types of fast. If I go hop in my car, I could feel it moving fast. Like you will notice it, but obviously when you're inside of it, you're not gonna notice as much. If that makes sense.
And no, correct.
It also makes it, and also we have gravitational pull. So I mean, that's another thing why we don't really feel the Earth moving real fast. But I'm telling you right now, you got, what I'm saying, we were
Everything is
drunk.
also moving with the Earth, so.
So you took the
Okay,
long
here's-
way around to basically say
I thought if you take a picture,
you've
you
never
can take
felt the motion of the Earth.
But can't you take a picture? You can see the like Earth rotating or some shit. Like you can take a picture, like a not a time lapse. I forgot what it's called. It's some other shit where you literally can see the rotation.
Luca,
going on.
check this out here. So this is Dr. John Wallace. He's a pediatric doctor, huge mega supporter. Okay.
Does that mean he's like
really
medicine?
Yeah, he's medicine for children. So when we used to talk to him, flat earthers, my deal. One of his best proofs for the Earth being the globe is he said babies cannot walk for 12 to 18 months due to adjusting to the spin of the Earth. That's also why they throw up and they can't talk until about 14 months.
That is a stupid.
Hey, wouldn't there be Coriolis in the placenta?
Yeah, I
Like
wouldn't
somehow-
say
well,
that's
his-
right because babies are too weak. Like especially working in a hospital. Yeah, like babies are just.
Yeah, well, his worldview is that the baby's in zero gravity. Well, if you more context, right? This was after he was talking, and people said, "Okay, this is dumb as shit." And then he took the text chat. He had said that the womb is a zero gravity environment. So when the baby comes out of the womb, they're not prepared to face the surmountable forces of spin and gravity. These things basically keep the baby
Is that backed
on.
by anything?
Yeah, he's a pediatric doctor. You can look him up, John Wallace. He used to come around here, not this server, but different server, and talk about flat. He's a globalist. and talk
I never
about-
heard of that. That seems really interesting. I just don't know the legitimacy of it. But
Yeah, check it out. I think it's pretty hilarious.
I wouldn't say that's legitimate at all because just like they say, baby muscle groups are just weak. Like for them to even carry themselves, it's a lot. And also, I mean, babies do crawl. So I mean,
Yeah.
you feel me? And also on top of that too, I mean, I could get where he's coming from because they are in zero gravity. But obviously, when you come to here, I mean, they're kind of brain dead. They don't really know what's going on. So I mean, you can't really say they're adjusting to it.
So is he saying that the baby has rigidity in space while in the womb?
He's pretty much saying
much.
anytime
Zero
you
gravity.
dive in a fucking swimming pool, you're apparently in a zero gravity environment.
But see, the problem too is when I got a chance to talk to John Wallace once. Give me 1 sec. Go ahead, you guys. I bet Breck.
Yeah, so it's like a baby gyroscope in the womb.
Yeah.
If the Earth is rotating.
That's actually insane.
Okay, yeah, I had someone in the room talking to me, but I'm back. Okay, so when I asked him, I said, "What about other animals?" I mean, basically like giraffes or a lot of hoofed animals. I mean, they're up and walking 10 minutes after they're born. Why aren't they affected the same way babies are? And how come the babies, human babies, take so long. Like it takes 12 months before they're able to get upright. Where like a puppy, it's like 6 weeks. Like a little puppy's born, and like they're pretty vulnerable, and they kind of just lay there. But 6 weeks later, they're up around, barking, playing games and stuff.
I mean, I feel like that's due to them being not programmed different, but obviously it's different for them, if that makes sense. Like,
that's what he said
because
too.
human baby are also fragile. It's not like how it used to be fucking primitive days and shit. Like, no, these babies are really fragile. So that's another thing. But I've seen babies I've seen babies literally crawl 6, 7, 8 months. You will see that. So naturally, you're not gonna see them stand up. I mean, some babies can't stand up, but like I said, their muscle groups is another thing too that plays in a part of them
We
holding
have different
themselves.
muscles than like giraffes.
Yeah, compared to dogs where they have literally 4 legs, where they got support groups, same with giraffes, elephants, all these other animals. It's a lot different from them compared to us, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does, and that's kind of what I was getting to too. When I wanted to see
Babies
if
are
he was
so chubby. I love babies. They're so adorable.
like getting him to talk about his idea and have the space for him to articulate that. And virtually what he came up with was pretty something similar, that other animals have different forces and different muscle groups and whatnot. So I go, well, how did you isolate those variables, but you didn't isolate the curve and spin of the Earth? How is that variable not isolated now? Because if you know the variable there is that dogs and giraffes and other hoofed animals all have different muscle groups, wouldn't that be your control variable, instead of the curve and rotation of the Earth? And why is it? Why is it only?
I think that's like.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say that's like stupid. What he said was really, really stupid. Whoever that pediatrician is, I think it's just different muscle groups, and I mean we're different types of species than like other species. I don't think it has anything to do with the relation of the Earth.
Yeah, because I mean, by the time dogs are 2 years old, them niggas are smart, or just 1 even. I mean, you look at a baby that's 1, they still saying goo goo gaga and shit. I mean, the brain process from two different things is very different. I mean, it would make sense if babies could do what they can do, then yeah. But obviously, we can't use that because it don't really work that way. In terms of life, that is.
You guys are just reading too far into a really stupid statement made by someone desperate to believe they live on a spinning globe. You don't need to think about it this much.
Yeah, I just know I love Earth and I love this air. Man.
I'm dead. Fucking out immediately and then most another question, that's the end of it.
So I'm guessing that guy left. That Lukia guy.
Oh, it's quiet in here.
That's what happens. You're listening to Globe Proof right now. That's what it sounds like.
Yo, what's up, guys? I'm kind of just wondering about like how flat you guys think the Earth is.
I can't hear shit.
Damn, dude.
Hello?
Yo.
How flat do you think swimming pools are when they're indoors and at rest?
Which angle or which what?
How flat do you think the top of a swimming pool's water is when it's indoors and at rest? Nobody's in it, and it's just sitting there doing nothing.
Pretty flat, man.
How flat? You asked.
Pretty fucking flat. Pretty flat.
Earth's pretty fucking flat.
Well, I think that's your starting point.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm moving on to the next channel so I can get some more information.
Fucking melted down with that one.
All right, well, see you guys later.
Yeah, good luck.
Yo, when I joined into this VC, it said a user has clipping enabled, so the voice may be recorded. Like, what's that about?
I don't know.
It's a live stream.
Yeah, you're on TV. Surprise!
Bro, that's actually so creepy. What the hell?
There's a YouTube bot in here. Surprise! You're live streaming right now. We do it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the last 8 years.
So here's the question. If the Earth is a globe, then what do you have to hide? You should just be able to, talk about it. Let's have a discussion.
I mean, I believe the Earth is flat.
Oh, do you?
Oh, we got a LARPer.
Yeah. What do you mean? I'm in the Flat Earth Discord as well.
That doesn't mean anything.
Well, I mean,
what is your proof that the Earth is flat? Give us just one statement that the Earth is flat. Like, what is your proof? There's no.
Well, here's the thing. Here's why I think it's flat. Here's why I think it's flat. Because the thing is that you have all these textbooks and whatnot telling you that it's round and all that, and they're selling you this sort of theory, and it's okay, well, I get what you're saying, but I've seen videos countless amounts of videos of people they're doing these laser tests and people have these high powered cameras and they zoom in and they're zooming into things that really should just be over the curvature, and it's just but it's not, so it's just I have basically mainstream media telling me that, oh, well, the Earth is a globe, but at least from what I can observe, and I mean realistically, right, all of us, we can only really go off of what we actually observe, it seems kind of flat, bro. You really cannot say that it's not flat, bro. At least that's just how it seems to me. It seems pretty fucking flat.
Yeah, so you would call that at the get-go, at the beginning, you would call that a natural observation with your own eyes. You have 20/20 vision, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't wear glasses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, either way, I'm not vision shaming anybody, but either way, when you look at the horizon and the ocean, right, it looks horizontal and level, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just go from there.
Well, I mean, no, I get that, but realistically, look, if you were on a bowl, right? Let's say if you put, even though the Earth is flat, right? let's say if you had a man and you put him on like a huge ball, right? And there were no mountains, no nothing. It was just infinite land, like, you know, Minecraft, like creative mode, like flat, you know, plane, you know? Everywhere where he would like, if he could like pivot 360 and it would all seem flat, you know? But even though it's a ball, like, I know that's not the case for us, right? I know that like, well, the globe is actually flat, but like if you were to like, you know, if you were to do that, like even if it was a ball, it would still seem flat no matter where you sort of look.
Until
like the horizon would always
until you raised up in the air.
Well,
Then it would start going away from you pretty quickly, pretty rapidly. You would see it, the horizon going lower and lower. You don't see that.
Yeah. You know, and it's like something I don't understand is that like, you know, NASA, bro, they have all this money. Like, bro, a camera costs like fucking like $400. Like, can you not just disprove if you're saying that the Earth is actually a globe? Can you not just fucking take a camera up there and just fucking snap a few pictures?
Do you know what the yearly budget of NASA is as of now?
Isn't it something like 50 million a day or something?
No, it's $36 billion a year.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's billions of dollars and more.
Roughly 100 million every 36 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Bro.
So I'm agreeing with you. I'm not trying to fight you. It's just like, yeah, we got like a $36 billion budget a year, and then on top of that, they get subsidiaries. They get all this other extra money, so more billions of dollars, up to $100 billion. But yeah, why can't they develop the technology or whatever to prove that it's a globe? Yes.
Yeah.
They're not broke. Somebody's getting paid. I guess the engineers aren't. The engineers that are supposed to develop this technology to prove it's a globe aren't getting paid. I guess everybody else is.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
That's cool, man. That's where you start. That's where you start, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be honest, yeah, like I'm like I always believe like like not always, I guess, but like for like the past like the you know decade or so, you know, I believe like that the Earth is like I had a suspicion that the Earth was flat, you know, because basically like my dad's like a huge flat earther, you know. And you know, he's really into like religion and, you know, all this that, and he thinks that he was telling me that the Earth was flat, you know. So like when he was telling me that, you know, that's what sort of got me to do like my own research, and then I did do my own research, but then like I sort of came to a point where I was like, well, does it even matter? Like, why would my life change at all? Like, if I like, even if like, doesn't matter like what shape it is. Like, let's say if I found out that it was a fucking ball or it was like flat, you know, how would my life actually change? And so I just sort of like abandoned it. I was just like, you know what, I really could not give a fuck about the shape of the Earth. But then it's only really like, just recently, like, you know, I was hopping into these like politics, like flat Earth chats. And it sort of just started like, you know, like bringing it back, you know, to like basically to my how should I say like I started becoming more interested in it. And then yesterday, like a good friend of mine from the FNF Fresh and Fit Discord, like he invited me to the Flat Earth Discord, and we basically were in there for like a few hours, and they were just like, you know, running me through like all of like, you know, like why they believe, you know, the Earth is flat. And so, you know, now like I'm still doing my reading, you know, finding out, like trying to learn more like every day. But like I genuinely think that the Earth is flat, like 100%. Like it has to be, bro. You know?
Okay, so to answer your question, and we were talking about NASA's budget and all the space agencies around the world, Russia, the cosmonauts, and China, and all their space agencies, right? How would this affect you on a day-to-day basis? And if you follow the money, going back to that, it affects your taxes. You are paying into these budgets with your taxes, like federal taxes. So whether it's flat or globe or whatever, obviously most people who are here believe it's flat, but I'm just saying whatever it is, it's digging into your pocket, like your pocketbook. And that's how it affects you. So when NASA lies and they say, "Oh, it's a globe and we need $36 billion a year, blah blah blah," it's going into my taxpayer money to pay for that budget.
Yeah, no, you raise a good point. You do raise a good point. But like one question, like, I mean, I just want to see like what your opinion on this is. And I mean, if anyone else has like an opinion on this, yeah. But like, so the Earth is flat, right? You can't go out into space. Space doesn't exist, this and that, right? But like, they're always building these like rockets and like launching these rockets and stuff like that. Like, what do you think is like the purpose of these like rockets? Because I mean, they're obviously not going into space, so it's
Okay.
like, what are they doing? Like, I mean, because even not like I wonder that sometimes, but I have nowhere to like really look for that information. I don't know, like, do you guys have any theories?
I can give you a personal experience. I'm from Boca Chica Beach. Elon Musk is launching these rockets that land on buoys, so to speak, or like a lander in the ocean, right? He's been doing all this SpaceX stuff.
Yeah.
So it would be more for their like personal escape plan type of deal. Like, I can launch this rocket, land it in the ocean on a buoy type of platform, we'll call it, and then we can escape from disaster. That's the immediate answer, because I've seen this firsthand. And it's actually happening here. I live about an hour outside of Austin, Texas, and the Tesla people are doing all these launching satellites. So it'd be for their own personal gain, basically, whether it's escape, whatever it is, observation satellites. That's the whole reason behind the funding and the budget and blah, blah, blah. For their own personal gain, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But I've seen it happen firsthand. And he's doing it now. Yeah, he's doing it now. He's over here in my county trying to build some city to house his Tesla employees. They're going to get chartered on a bus every morning to go work in the factory for 12 hours, whatever they do. And then he's going to dump the waste and the pollution into the river. So it would be, the answer looking for is, why do they have this rocket technology or experiments or like, whatever it is, budget is for their own personal gain in whatever way it is.
Yeah, I mean, like, I definitely like see what you mean. Like you're making a lot of sense, but like, it's this whole rockets that can like land themselves and stuff like that. Like, bro, Elon's been doing this for like fucking, boy, it's been like 5-6 years already now. Like, so like, and I mean, it's already been like perfected, hasn't it? So it's just like, what more like are they really like doing? I mean, it just, I don't know, man. Like, surely there's some like greater purpose than like that. Like,
What's perfected? Blowing up things on TV?
Yeah, like failure to launch, like
30%, 70% failure rate, I mean, is what they have right now currently.
Really? That's crazy. What the fuck? That's fucked.
Yeah, just look into SpaceX and their launches, and when the rockets explode on the launch pad or in the sky, but then they're making money off of that too, because they're like, oh, well, I got this insurance policy that's going to cover millions of dollars of damages. Like, they haven't really been that successful, and they have insurance to cover it.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. It's all the moolah, the money.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of like, because in the Flat Earth like Discord, like there's like yeah, I mean, as you guys know, you guys probably in it. Like, there's like this PDF like text chat or whatever, and yeah, so it's just gonna take a while. Like, I'm just gonna like read like through it. You know, I guess like the like. I mean, I'm pretty sort of like set right now that the Earth is like flat, but I'm just gonna read through all these like PDFs, like sort of learn more on it.
Read the one where NASA says Earth is flat and stationary.
Yeah, I can post that video for you in chat. If you go to the chat, Slav.
Yeah. Oh, in this VC.
Yeah, in the VC.
Okay.
I posted it earlier today.
Easy. Let me
Yeah,
just.
you don't have to watch the whole thing. It kind of cuts off at the end, but.
Hold on, I'm just gonna deafen while I watch this. Hold on. Yo, I'm back, bro. That shit was wild.
Yeah, isn't it? And you know what the wild thing about it is those are declassified government documents that he's reading.
And they even had a diagram at the end, like.
Yeah, and that showed at the end, yeah. The localization. That's a whole another topic, But yeah, it has everything on there. They all know. And going back to what we were saying at the beginning of this discussion, is they all know because they're getting paid billions and billions of dollars to to do that. Someone's keeping their job.
Yeah. To be honest, bro, like the biggest fucking cope I've ever fucking heard, like from like globe earthers, is this whole like refraction bullshit, bro. Like the fuck cunt, like you're saying like we disproved your curvature, now you're gonna fucking hit us with this refraction bullshit, cunt. Like what the fuck, like.
Maybe
It's
not
all
say
just
the
cope,
C,
bro.
maybe not say the C word. I know you're Australian or Kiwi, but we're on the live stream, man, 24/7 live. But yeah, refraction. They're talking about it in the chat right now. Yeah, you go to the
Oh, they
text
are?
chat. Yeah, a little bit. Dr. Scary is talking about it. They're going at it. Let them cook. Let them fight. But yeah, I know what you're saying, man. The refraction argument is the biggest, like, cop out, like, oh, like, end all be all refraction. It does come down to that at some point.
Yeah.
It's always like he's saying, there's a magical answer. Gravity, gravity. Like, there's always some magical answer that they're going to give you. And then tell you, like, oh, this is the answer. This is our magical answer. You know what buoyancy and density are?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not like super versed in some of this stuff, like as far as like technical, but yeah, that was just something that they coined the term gravity with, was because it's based off of buoyancy and density. And then they coined the term gravity, like Isaac Newton, whoever. So this stuff exists in natural law and observation. They just put like a name behind it, like gravity.
Yeah, it's just I don't know, like whenever I talk to globe earthers, they're always like, you know, whipping out like numbers and this and that, and it's just like, all right, yeah, cool, I get that, bro. Like I understand, like, you know, but like what do you actually experience day to day? Like what do you see around you? Like what can you see with like your own eyes? Like, you know, because that's like reality right there, bro. Like all this, you know, fucking made up like mathematics and stuff like that, that's not reality, bro. That's just like, it's nothing, bro. Wishy-washy, bro.
Yeah, just quickly, bear in mind a lot of these guys who are invoking these numbers don't understand the numbers they're invoking. That's worth mentioning as well.
Yeah, you know.
Okay, so one example would be the distance of the sun to the Earth. For years, they were like, "Oh, it's I don't know the exact numbers, but I'm just paraphrasing. They're like, "Oh, it's 1,000,000 miles away," and then it's 15 million, and then it's 30 million, and 45, and then all of a sudden it's 96 million miles away. So they're just changing the numbers at their convenience to fit their narrative of the distance of the sun to the Earth. Now it's at 96 million miles. For years, it went through. Hold on. My girlfriend's calling. She's like, "Are you on the Flat Earth chat?" All right, I'll shut up.
Yeah, to be honest, bro, like if you just chuck on like a fucking a lab coat and some glasses, bro, and you can just spout anything and people will just believe you.
Hello, everyone. Any Globers in here? Nobody? Mic check. Yes, welcome to Flat Earth, everyone. Maximum is still crying for a model. Yes, Maximum, the sun does travel in a larger circle in the winter time and with a higher angular velocity. More distance to travel with higher velocity
Even in the chat, he's not
equals
here.
reaching the destination at the same time. Sorry, who was that?
I said he's not even in the VC.
What do you mean he's not even in the VC? He's in the chat.
Yeah, and thus far he cannot hear you
Text
if
chat.
he's not in the VC.
Oh, I see. Yeah. He's not connected to the audio. Didn't realize that. Thank you for the heads up. It's so silly how this guy Maximus is actually trying to say that on a mechanical clock, if you take the minute needle, which is a longer needle, and you attach it to the axis, which is for the hour, he's trying to say that needle will take less than 12 hours for one complete rotation.
Sounds like we got Maximum coming in.
I see that. So,
is he even listening?
So, objects in motion stay in motion. We had Globers in here saying there's a container around the whole universe, so there's air pressure. So the air pressure is going to slow it down. So how is he going to explain it keeping in constant motion if there's nothing touching it and there's always something touching it? According to Globers, air is touching it, moving with the ball, slowing it down. The moon comes around. He's done.
Yeah, like everything else, they have to escape to some physics violation and do it in a way that's unfalsifiable.
Actually,
I wanted to claim space is a vacuum. Watch.
In nuclear
maximum. Yeah, hold on,
research.
Get. Wait. Maximum. How come the ball never slows down? Guess he's not going to talk.
No, he won't.
Hey, Maximum, do you have a working mic?